Tantor Audio presents Rules for a Proper Governess by Jennifer Ashley. Narrated by Angela Daw. Chapter 1. Winter 1885. His voice drew her, and Bertie wanted to hear more of it. She leaned forward in the balcony to watch the man standing upright and arrogant, one hand touching an open book on a table in front of him, the other gesturing as he made his argument. The villains, Bertie knew, called the barrister Basher McBride because McBride always got a conviction. He wore one of the silly wigs, but his face was square and handsome, and far younger than that of the judge who sat above him. A wilted nosegay reposed in a vase in front of the judge, both judge and flowers looking weary in the extreme. The case had caught the attention of journalists up and down the country, the sensational murder of a lady by one of her downstairs maids. The young woman in the dock, Ruthie, had been accused of stabbing her employer and making off with £100 worth of silver. Bertie knew Ruthie hadn't done it. The deed had been done by Jacko Small and his mistress, only they'd set up Ruthie to take the blame for it. Bertie had known, had heard Jacko's plans, but did the police listen to the likes of Roberta Fraser? No. Not that Bertie was in the habit of talking to constables most days. She stayed as far away from them as possible, and her dad and Geoffrey, Bertie's self-styled beau, made sure she did. But she'd tried for Ruthie's sake. Hadn't mattered. They'd arrested Ruthie anyway, and now Ruthie would get hanged for something she didn't do. The handsome Basher McBride, with his mesmerizing voice. Mr. McBride, despite his dire statements, had a delicious Scots accent. His voice was deep and rich, rolling over the crowd like an intoxicating wave. Even the bored judge couldn't take his eyes off him. Mr. McBride had broad shoulders and a firm back, obvious even in the black robes. He was tall, dominating all in the room, the strength in his big, bare hands apparent. He looked as though he'd be more at home out on a Highland hillside, sword in hand, as he fended off attackers. One glare from those grey eyes, and his attackers would be running for their lives. His accent wasn't so thick Bertie couldn't understand it, but his R's rolled pleasantly, and his vowels were long, especially the U's. "If your lordship pleases," Mr. McBride said, his voice warming Bertie again, "I would like to call Jacko Small back to the witness box." Bertie swallowed, nervous. Jacko had already given evidence that he'd found the body in the sitting-room of the London house, then seen Ruthie down in the kitchen crying with blood on her apron. The silver had been gone and no one had found it, so Ruthie must have hidden it somewhere, hadn't she? The police had tried to get its location out of her, but of course Ruthie hadn't known, as she hadn't stolen the silver in the first place. The judge sighed. "Is it relevant, Mr. McBride? This witness has already told us his version of events." "One or two more questions, your lordship," Mr. McBride said without hurry. "You will understand my reasons in due time." "In due time." The vowel came out of his mouth with a round, full sound. Jacko came back in, was reminded he was under oath, and faced Mr. McBride with all innocence on his face. "Now then, Mr. Small." Mr. McBride smiled pleasantly, but Bertie saw a gleam in his eyes that was a cross between anger and glee. Now what was he up to? "Mr. Small," Mr. McBride said smoothly, "you say you opened the door of the sitting-room to find the lady of the house on the floor, her dress covered in blood. You'd been asked to refill the coal bin on your return from your day out and had gone up there to do so." Mr. McBride glanced down at the notes on his bench. "That day was the 7th of July, the middle of the afternoon in the middle of summer. Quite the warmest day anyone could remember, the newspapers reported. A bit too warm for a fire, wouldn't you say?" Jacko blinked. "Well, the nights were still nippy, I remember that." "Yes, of course, bloody English weather. Begging your pardon, your lordship." People tittered. The judge scowled. "Please get on with it, Mr. McBride." "You say in your statement that you saw quite a lot of blood," Mr. McBride said, not missing a beat. "On the sofa, on the floor, smeared on the door panels and on the doorknob." "'S right." Jacko put his hand to his heart.
Gave me a turn, it did. So you fled the room and went down to the kitchen, where you saw the accused wearing an apron stained with blood. She says she got the blood on her because she thought she'd help out the cook by stuffing the chickens for dinner. The chickens were still a bit bloody and she wiped her hands on her apron, correct? It's what she said, yeah. Now, I need your help, Mr. Small. I must ask you a very important question, so think hard. Was there any blood smeared on the doorknob of the door to the back stairs?
Jacko blinked again. He obviously hadn't rehearsed this question.
I don't think so. I can't be sure, don't remember. I was, in a state. But you remember distinctly the blood on the doorknob in the sitting room. You were quite poetic about it.
More titters. Jacko looked flustered. What the devil was McBride doing? Bertie's gloved hand tightened on the railing. He was supposed to be proving Ruthie did it, not that Jacko lied, which Jacko had, of course, but how did Mr. McBride know that? Besides, it wasn't his job to expose Jacko. Bertie knew from experience that courtrooms had procedures everyone followed to the letter. It was as if Mr. McBride had stepped on stage and started playing the wrong part.
Was there blood on the doorknob to the backstairs door?
Mr. McBride repeated, his deep voice growing stern.
Yeah,
Jacko said.
Yeah, now that I recall it, there was. Another big smudge like in the sitting room. I had to touch it to open it. It were awful.
A few of the jury shifted in their seats in sympathy.
Except there wasn't,
Mr. McBride said.
Eh?
Jacko started.
What you mean?
The door to the back stairs, or the green baize door as it is also known, had a broken panel. It had been taken away since it was a quiet day to be mended. There was no door that day, not for you to open, nor for the maid to smear blood on.
Oh.
Jacko opened and closed his mouth.
Well, I don't really remember, do I? I was, agitated.
Though you remember in exact detail the placement of every item and every bloodstain in the sitting room. The accused says she didn't see you at all that day, and never knew about her employer's death until the police arrived. I'm going to suggest you went nowhere near the kitchen and never saw the accused. I suggest you left the sitting room and the house entirely, returned later, found the police there, saw them taking away the accused and her bloody apron, and came up with the story about seeing her. Jacko looked worried now.
Yeah, and why'd I come back if I'd killed the old bitch?
The judge looked pained. Mr. McBride's eyes took on a hard light.
You knew that if you disappeared entirely, you'd be screaming your guilt. I suggest you left to dispose of the silver and returned as though you'd been gone all day, and never did I suggest, Mr. Small, that you committed the murder.
Rustling and muttering filled the courtroom. The judge looked annoyed.
Mr. McBride, do I have to remind you that the witness is not on trial?
No, he's not, Mr. McBride agreed.
Not yet.
Another round of laughter. Jacko's face was shiny with sweat, although it was nippy in here on this winter day.
I am finished with the witness, your lordship. In my summing up, I will be putting the case that what we have here is not a conniving young woman who killed her employer, smeared blood all over the room, and then remained quietly in the kitchen with an apron covered with the same blood, and, I might add, no time to dispose of the missing silver. I am instead going to put forth my belief that another person must have had much better opportunity and strength to commit the crime, and that we are coming dangerously close to a miscarriage of justice. Perhaps your lordship would like to retire briefly and prepare for my outrageous statements.
The judge growled as laughter began again.
Mr. McBride, I have warned you about your behaviour in my courtroom before. This is not the theatre.
Oh, but it was, Bertie thought. Only the play was real and the curtain final. Mr. McBride knew that too, she sensed, despite his jokes.
You are, however, correct that I would like to recess briefly to gather my thoughts, the judge said. Bailiff, please see that Mr. Small does not leave.
The judge rose and everyone scrambled to their feet. The judge disappeared through the door into his inner sanctum, the journalists rushed away, and the rest of the watchers filed out, talking excitedly. Bertie looked over the railing at Mr. McBride, who'd sat down, pushing his wig askew as he rubbed the sunshine-coloured hair beneath it. The animation went out of his body as the courtroom emptied, as though he were a marionette whose strings had been cut. He glanced around and up, but not at Bertie. Mr. McBride looked at no one and nothing. Bertie was struck by how empty his face was. His eyes were a strange shade of grey, clear like a stormy morning. As Bertie watched, those eyes filled with a vast sadness, the likes of which Bertie had never seen before. His mouth moved a little, as though he whispered something, but Bertie couldn't hear what he said. Bertie remained fixed in place instead of nipping off for some ale, her hand on the gallery's wooden railing. She couldn't take her eyes off the man below, who'd changed so incredibly the moment his performance had finished. Mr. McBride didn't leave his bench until the judge returned and the courtroom started up again. Then he got to his feet, life flowing back into his body, becoming the eloquent, arrogant man with the beautiful voice once more. The judge signalled for him to begin. Mr. McBride summed up his case so charmingly that all hung on his words. The jury went out and returned very quickly with their verdict about Ruthie, not guilty. Ruthie was free. Bertie had hoped for a miracle, and Mr. McBride had provided one. After much hugging, Ruthie left Bertie and went home with her mum. Bertie found her dad and Geoffrey waiting for her outside the pub across the street. They were furious. Jacko was Geoffrey's best mate, and Jacko had just been arrested for murder and taken away by the police.
"He's to blame,"
Geoffrey said darkly, jerking his chin at Mr. McBride, who was walking out of the Old Bailey, dressed now in a normal suit and coat. Once again Bertie noted how Mr. McBride had changed from a man who commanded a room to a man who looked tired of life. The afternoon was cold, darkening with the coming winter night. Bertie rubbed her hands together in her too thin gloves and suggested that her dad and Geoffrey take her into the pub and buy her a half.
"Not yet,"
Bertie's dad said.
"Just teach him a lesson, Bertie. Go on now, girl."
Girl when she was 26 years old. "Leave him alone," she said. "He saved Ruthie."
"But got Jacko arrested,"
Geoffrey growled.
"Whose side are you on?"
"Jacko killed the woman," Bertie said. "He's a villain, he always was. I say good on Ruthie." Geoffrey grabbed Bertie by the shoulder and pushed her into the shadows of the passage beside the pub. He wouldn't hit her in public. He'd take her somewhere unseen to do that. But his hand clamped down hard.
"Jacko is my best friend,"
Geoffrey said, his breath already heavy with gin.
"You get over to that fiend of a Scottish barrister and fetch us a souvenir. We deserve it. The traitorous bastard was supposed to take Jacko's part."
Geoffrey's grip hurt. Bertie knew if she protested too much, both Geoffrey and her dad would let her have it, but she couldn't do this. "That fiend of a Scottish barrister is very smart," she argued. "He'll catch me, then I'll be in the cell with Jacko, waiting to go before the magistrate." Bertie's dad leaned in, his breath already reeking as well.
"You just do it, Roberta. You're like a ghost. He'll never know. And if he does see you, you know what to do. Now get out there before I take my hand to you."
They weren't going to leave it. In their minds, Mr. McBride was the villain of the piece and deserved to be punished. If Bertie refused, her dad would drag her away and thrash her until she gave in. If Mr. McBride went home while Bertie was taking her beating, her dad would make her wait here every afternoon until Mr. McBride returned for another case. Either way, Bertie was doing this. One way would simply be less painful than the other. Bertie jerked free of Geoffrey's hold.
"All right,"
she snapped. "I'll do it, but you'd better be ready. He's no fool."
"Like I said, he'll never see you,"
her dad said.
"You've got the touch. Go on with you."
Bertie stumbled when her dad pushed her between the shoulder blades, but she righted herself and squared her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she walked steadily toward where Mr. McBride stood waiting, his sad face and empty eyes focused on something far, far from the crowded streets of the City of London. Sinclair McBride pulled his coat close against the icy wind and drew his hat down over his eyes.
"Remember Sir Percival Montague, Daisy?"
he asked the grey sky.
"Well, I potted him good today. Old Monty was nearly rubbing his hands, wanting to pronounce sentence of death on that poor girl. Bloody imbecile. She was no more guilty than a newborn kitten."
The sky grew darker, rain coming with the night. So damnably cold here, not like the blistering heat of North Africa where Sinclair had done his army time. His younger brother Stephen was always trying to talk Sinclair into travelling with him. Spain, Egypt, back to Rome at least, where winters were balmy. But there was the question of Andrew and Katrina, Sinclair's very interesting children. Sinclair couldn't bring himself to foist them on Elliot and Juliana while he travelled the world. His brother and sister-in-law were starting their own family, their own life, and needed time alone.
Take them with me?
Sinclair had to smile.
Wouldn't that be an adventure?
Sinclair imagined his two terrifying bairns on trains, carriages, carts, all the way to Italy. No, not the best answer. Thinking about Andrew and Kat helped him avoid the one thought Sinclair had been trying to banish all day. Now, as he stood in the cold, waiting for his coachman to bring the landau, the thought came unbidden.
7 years ago to this day you left me, Daisy.
Margaret McBride, Maggie or Daisy to those closest to her, had died of a fever that threatened to take Sinclair's children as well, 7 years ago today.
My friends and family expect me to move on, can you believe it? But they've not had the loves of their lives ripped away from them, have they? They wouldn't say such bloody daft things if they had.
Moving on sounded like forgetting all about Maggie, his wife, his lover, his helpmeet, his best friend.
And I'll never do that.
Maggie didn't answer. She never did. But it didn't matter. The comfort Sinclair drew from talking to her, out loud or inside his head, was some days the only thing that kept him sane.
When you're ready for me to move on, I know you'll tell me.
Another gust of wind had Sinclair grabbing for his hat and clenching his teeth. Where the devil was Richards with the coach?
I trust you, Daisy.
The crowd was thick, everyone in London going home for the night. Sinclair held on to his hat as he was buffeted. Richards was taking a damn long time. Sinclair wasn't usually in a rush, but tonight was bloody cold and the rain was starting to come down in earnest. A shove and a thump sent Sinclair a swift step forward. A young woman had stumbled into him, her shoes skidding on the wet pavement. She struggled to keep her feet, and Sinclair put a steadying hand under her arm.
"Easy now, lass,"
Sinclair said. She looked up at him, and everything stopped. Sinclair saw a dark hat covered with bright blue violets, then eyes of the same blue, clear and warm in this swirl of grey. The young woman's face was round, her nose slightly tip-tilted, her red lips curving into a charming smile. He'd never seen her before, and at the same time Sinclair felt a jolt rock him, as though he'd been waiting for years for this encounter. The two of them stood together in a warm stillness, removed from the rest of the world as it rushed around them.
"I'm that sorry, mister," the young woman was saying. "Some bloke put his elbow right in me back, and me feet went clean out from under me. You all right?"
"I'm whole."
Sinclair forced himself back to the cold of the real world and studied her with his professional assessment, honed by a long career of watching criminals. She wasn't a street girl. Game girls had a desperate look and were too eager to be seductive.
"Want me to make you feel better, lamb?"
was the cleanest of the offers Sinclair had gotten as he strode through London's streets. This young woman was working class, probably on her way home after a long day's drudgery. She wasn't dirty, but the sleeves of her velvet jacket were frayed at the cuffs, her gloves threadbare and much mended. Poor, but making the best of it. Still, she didn't have the downtrodden appearance many factory women had. Her smile was sunny, as though telling the world things could be better if given a chance.
"Well, that's good,"
she said.
"Night, mister. Sweet dreams."
Another smile, and in the sudden flare of an approaching light, all Sinclair could see were her eyes. Deep and blue, like the depths of the ocean. The Mediterranean could be that colour. Sinclair remembered southern Italy and its shores from his leave time when he'd been in the army and travelling the world. He'd known peace there. This young woman with her blue eyes was beautiful, with a beauty that went beyond her shabby clothes and working-class grin. She was a vision of light in the darkness, in a place where darkness had lasted too long. Someone else shoved him, and Sinclair turned to step out of the way. When he looked back for the young woman, she was gone. He blinked at the empty space where she'd been, then lifted his gaze and spied her slipping through the crowd, the violets on her hat bobbing. The detail of her ridiculous hat kept Sinclair from believing he'd dreamed her, but of course he hadn't. Visions of beautiful women were of golden-haired sirens with perfect bodies, strumming on lyres, perhaps, luring men to their dooms. Sirens didn't have lopsided smiles and plump faces, and blue eyes that pulled Sinclair out of his despair, if only for a moment. But she was gone now, vision or no, and Sinclair needed to go home. Andrew and Kat would both have locked their new governess into the cellar by now, or accidentally burned down the house, or both. They didn't mean to be bad, his little ones. Well, mostly they didn't. One of the governesses had claimed that Andrew was possessed by the devil. She'd even offered to contact a priest she knew who could have him exorcised. That governess hadn't lasted more than an hour. A clock struck. Sinclair, out of habit, reached for his watch to compare the time. His watch always ran a few minutes fast, and having it repaired made no difference. Buying a new watch was out of the question, because Daisy had given him this one, which was no longer in his pocket. Reality rushed back at Sinclair with an icy slap. His gaze went to the violet-covered hat as it disappeared around a corner. Good God, how stupid had he been! He hadn't pegged the young woman as a pickpocket, because pickpockets usually didn't stop for a chat. They stole and slipped away before the victim was aware. Her bad luck, someone had tripped her. Or had it been luck? All this went through his head as Sinclair whirled around and strode after the woman, his feet moving faster and faster as he went. Gone was any thought of finding his coach and going home. Nothing mattered but getting that watch back. Sinclair would find the young woman and take it away from her, even if he had to chase her to the ends of the earth. Chapter 2. Basher McBride was coming after her. Bertie had twigged he was much too smart not to notice if she lifted his timepiece, but she'd told herself not to be a coward. Now she knew her folly, because he was chasing her, and he'd have her nicked in a heartbeat. She should have stuck with taking his handkerchief and been done. But she'd wanted Mr. McBride to look at her, to see those eyes, grey like the sky before dawn, to hear his rumbling voice. She'd warmed all over when the syllables had poured on to her. "Easy now, lass." She'd lingered too long to admire him, and now he was coming. Bertie picked up her pace and dashed around another corner. She knew London better than most, and she could lead him on a merry chase, and if Bertie couldn't shake him, well, she'd know where to run. She scooted into the back streets behind the grim walls of Newgate, ducking into the warrens and winding streets, lanes so narrow they blotted out the lost streaks of light in the sky. These passages were filled with trash, rats, and layabouts. A few of the men lolling in their gin-soaked stupor tried to grab Bertie's skirts as she went by, but Bertie expertly twitched away from them and kept on running. Bertie risked a dash across Aldersgate Street and back into the narrower lanes beyond. She jumped over a vagrant who looked to be far gone on opium, her boot heels clicking on the hard-packed street. And wasn't it just her luck? The Scottish bloke was keeping up with her. A swift glance behind her as she rounded a corner showed McBride running after her, his body moving with athletic competence as he ducked and swerved around carts, dung, and vermin, both human and rodent. Bertie's breath was coming fast, her corset too tight to keep this up for long. Blast the man! He should be giving up by now, toddling off to his comfortable home in Mayfair or Belgrave Square or wherever he laid his pristine head to rest. She remembered how he'd stood straight and tall in front of the judge, taunting the old misery, turning the verdict around to surprise them all. Basher McBride's arrogance had rolled off him, with even the judge grudgingly conceding to him. But then, as soon as his performance was over, all that arrogance drained out of him, leaving Mr. McBride an empty shell. Until now, of course. His energy was back, focused on chasing Bertie and dragging her off to a constable. Not that. Never that. Bertie didn't particularly want to finish her life at the end of a noose. The jury might be sympathetic that Bertie was forced to pickpocket by her father, if they believed her, but that would only mean she'd be transported across the ocean to some place she knew nothing about or locked up in a grim and terrifying prison. She should have been able to slip away from him by now, but Mr. McBride was keeping her in sight whichever passage she took. Bertie knew she'd have to lure him to the trap, whether she liked it or not, or she'd never get away from him. That's how she thought of it, the trap, with capital T's outlining the jaws of it. No one escaped it, not easily anyway. Mr. McBride was smart. He'd run the other way as soon as he saw what was what and leave Bertie alone.
"Oi!"
she shouted when she was within 3 feet of the place.
"It's Bertie! I'm coming in!"
A door in a squalid wall in a dark alley swung open, and Bertie leapt over the doorsill. She swept up her skirts as she landed, careful not to turn her ankles in the rubble. Beyond the door was an empty space where a house had stood, pulled down or fallen down long ago. The lot was surrounded on 4 sides by other buildings that soared 5 and 6 stories to the sky. No windows faced the place, nothing to reveal the secrets of the inner emptiness. The space was lit right now with a fire built in the remains of an old stove, and with lanterns of the men and boys who liked to gather here. The trap was to be used in dire emergency, when a pursuer became too keen or bullies from another neighborhood strayed too close. The men and boys who made the trap their haven were usually armed, usually drunk, and always ready to have a go at whoever was mad enough to come through the door. Bertie fled through the lot, which was strewn with stones and broken bottles, skirting the pile of old rubbish in the middle. A smaller door led out the other side to another passage where Bertie could slip away and go home. She turned around to take one last look at her handsome Mr. McBride, to glimpse him again before he sensibly fled. Except he wasn't sensibly fleeing. Mr. McBride came on inside, firelight shining on his light-coloured hair, his hat gone who knew where. He showed no fear about the toughs who were converging on him, and when he spotted Bertie on the other side of the lot, he roared with a voice that rang like a warrior's, "Stop her!" The toughs blinked, not used to victims who didn't scramble away from them in terror. Mr. McBride started around them, straight for Bertie. The lads came out of their shocked state by the time McBride was halfway past the mound of junk. Then they struck.
"Oh, bloody hell!"
McBride's rich Scots rang out, and he grabbed a rusted iron bar from the pile. Before Bertie's stunned eyes, Mr. McBride turned to face the onslaught and started fighting back. The youths and men charging him had knives, clubs, or koshes. Mr. McBride parried their blows, thrusting and beating at them as they beat on him. Iron rang against steel, and one of the youths cursed as his knife went flying. Mr. McBride had the advantage against the knives, having chosen a bar long enough to keep them back. When they figured out how to get under Mr. McBride's reach, however, they were going to kill him. These toughs were thieves, murderers, or the sons of such. They'd killed before, wrapping up a body and tipping it into the Thames, with the police none the wiser. Never mind that Mr. McBride was obviously a toff in his fine clothes. They'd kill him, strip him, divide up the spoils, and go for a gin. Why the devil didn't he just run? Bertie came pounding back to him. She dove around the flailing bars, earning her curses from the youths yelling at her to get out of the way, and closed her hands around Mr. McBride's arm. She found beneath the expensive cloth strength that matched the iron bar he wielded. Mr. McBride started to shake her off, but Bertie dug deeper.
"This way!"
she shouted.
"Run!"
"Get out of it, girl!"
one of the toughs yelled.
"Fair game!"
"No, you leave him be! Come on!"
She jerked at Mr. McBride, who finally saw wisdom and came with her. The lads, enraged she was depriving them of their fun, poured after them. Bertie ran out the narrow door on the far side, jumping over the sill to the street. Mr. McBride had to turn and fight at the last moment, buffeting back 2 lads who'd grabbed his coat. The coat tore, but stayed on, and McBride swung away and followed Bertie. Bertie slammed the door. She grabbed the iron bar from Mr. McBride's hands and wedged the door shut, though she knew it wouldn't hold for long, and the lads could always go around the other side. She seized him by the sleeve and started running. McBride ran with her, his stride strong. It wasn't long before Bertie heard the youths coming. A few would give up, losing interest, but some would be determined. Geoffrey's mates loved a good fight, and they'd want to divide up the spoils they found on Mr. McBride.
"This way,"
Bertie urged as she dove around a corner. There was one place in all of London Bertie could go. No one else knew about it but her, not her dad, not Geoffrey, not her own mates. Taking Mr. McBride there was a risk. He could have the constables raid it when she let him go, but maybe it would be worth the sacrifice. This courageous, handsome Scotsman didn't deserve to be beaten to death by East End thugs. Bertie ran for the end of an alleyway that looked as though it went no farther. Mr. McBride started to argue, but Bertie put her finger to her lips and pulled him around a hidden corner, then down a slippery set of stairs and through a noisome passage. Finally, Bertie squeezed into a space that led between the backs of buildings, corners poking out and seeming to block the way. Bertie had discovered long ago that a lithe young woman could push through here and find a refuge. Mr. McBride grunted a bit as he struggled through the narrower parts, then popped out like a cork behind Bertie as she opened a half-sized door and ducked through. This door had led to an old scullery and kitchen for a house that had once been large and fine, but the room had been walled off long ago as the houses had been changed, pulled down or rebuilt, and this corner of the cellar was lost and forgotten.
"Mind your head,"
Bertie said. At the same time she heard a thump and Mr. McBride growled,
"Thank you, lass, very timely."
They went down a set of stairs in the pitch dark, Mr. McBride with a heavy hand on Bertie's shoulder.
17 of 'em,
she said, and started counting off. Mr. McBride's hand was firm, spreading heat beneath her worn velvet coat and wool bodice. Strong, too, his fingers blunt and gripping hard. At the bottom they went through another door. Then Bertie told him to stay put while she groped for the matches she kept on a shelf and started lighting lamps. She had 3 lamps down here now, which threw a rosy glow over the crumbling bricks and fallen beams that littered the triangular room. A pile of cushions, carefully formed into the approximation of a sofa, stood against the most solid wall. Bertie had covered it with shawls and blankets, and set up a small folding table near it, strewn now with newspapers and magazines she'd managed to smuggle down here. The passage above was too narrow for her to bring in much furniture, but she'd made the place as cosy as she could. She'd carried down small rugs over the years, overlapping them to keep her feet off the cold, damp floor. Mr. McBride remained in place by the door until Bertie's light strengthened. She'd need more kerosene before long, she saw. The large man was out of place down here, that was for certain. His head touched the ceiling, and he had to duck under the few beams that remained. He looked around the room in wonder. Then his grey gaze landed on Bertie and pinned her as hard as he'd pinned Jacko in the dock.
"Are you mad, lass?"
he asked.
"You stay down here? This ceiling could fall upon you any second."
Bertie shivered as his rumbling, delicious voice filled the space.
"Hasn't in 16 years, she said stoutly, and probably stood up a long time before that. Solid houses in this part of London."
"Whichever part it is,"
Mr. McBride said, half to himself.
"Why'd you save me from those lads, woman, when you'd led me to them in the first place? Why not let them beat me to a bloody pulp?"
Bertie folded her arms, spending a moment letting his Scottish consonants and vowels flow over her.
"Well, you were supposed to run away, weren't you?" she asked. "You thought you could take on 8 street toughs by yourself? You'd have to be daft as a brick."
"No, I wanted my watch."
Anger flared anew in his eyes. Never mind that he was down here at Bertie's mercy with no idea where he was, no help at hand. But he was the one in command, Bertie knew, not her. Mr. McBride pointed a strong finger at her.
"Which you stole right out of my waistcoat while I stood gawping. Give it back to me, and I'll say nothing."
Sinclair watched the young woman's face flush in the candlelight, her guilt pure and simple. She swallowed and took a step back, rubbing her arms. She still wore the hat with the absurd violets, which was now hanging half over her right ear.
"Give me the watch, and I'll leave you be,"
Sinclair said, trying to gentle his voice.
"No constables, no dock. though you are a bloody little tea leaf.
She didn't look impressed, he knew rhyming can't. Tea leaf. Thief. "Why'd you help Ruthie?" she asked. Sinclair had difficulty catching his breath. It was close down here, the biting wind shut out. It took him a moment to realize that by Ruthie she meant Ruth Baxter, the kitchen maid who'd stood in the dock at the Old Bailey not an hour ago. Already the details of the trial were fading, a trial that would be put down as a loss to him, but Sinclair didn't care.
Miss Baxter was innocent,
he said.
Why should she go down for it?
"'Cause you're a barrister, and in glove with the judges."
This young woman had a lot to learn about the common courts. Old Monty and Sinclair had been butting heads since Sinclair had first put on a wig.
Miss Baxter couldn't afford a defence. I knew she was innocent when I looked at her, and I knew Mr. Small was guilty. What does this have to do with my watch?
"Well, Ruthie's a pal of mine, ain't she?"
The young woman's eyes were deep blue in the candlelight.
"Thank you."
"So you decided to show your gratitude by pinching my watch and leading me into the arms of your ruffian friends?"
He made a noise of disbelief.
"If that's your method of thanking a man, I'd hate to see you when you're annoyed with him."
She didn't smile.
"I told you were supposed to run. They'd have gutted you. What are you thinking? You should have just let it go."
His temper splintered.
"Why the hell should I? It's my watch. My wife gave it to me."
The young woman took a step back as Sinclair's voice rose.
"Yeah? You're a rich bloke. Ever buy you another one?"
"I canna, can I?"
"Why not?"
"Because she's dead."
The words rang against the low ceiling and the uncaring stones, and suddenly Sinclair couldn't breathe at all. He'd never, not even the day she'd slipped away, declared flatly that Daisy was dead. Sinclair shied from the word. He'd said passed, left him, was gone. Dead meant too much finality. It meant dust and no return. Sinclair struggled for air.
"She's—"
He felt wetness on his face. Bloody hell. He hadn't wept either, not really. To weep for her meant she was never coming back.
"She's—"
The world rushed around him, spiralling down into a single point, stifling. Blackness filled his vision, a pressure in his ears grinding out his strength. His knees were bending, and a void opened to pull him inside. He blinked and found himself half lying, half sitting across the cushions piled on the floor. The young woman sat beside him, her hat gone to reveal rich dark hair, worry on her face.
"You all right, mister?"
This was the second time she'd asked him that tonight, as though sweetly concerned. She was a thief, had murdering friends, had brought him to this hole only God knew where to do God only knew what, and yet she asked with anxiety whether he was well. She'd dragged him to this sofa, he realized. Sinclair must have fallen nose first on the floor, and she'd pulled him to the cushions and made sure he woke up.
"Damn it, woman."
Sinclair put his arm behind his head and glared at her.
"What am I to do with you?"
She stared at him in wide-eyed contemplation for another second or two. Then she leaned swiftly to him and kissed him on the mouth. Chapter 3. Sinclair's breath went out of him again. He was surrounded by her lush warmth, her wool skirt falling over his legs and thighs, her bosom pressing his chest through his coat. The tip of her nose brushed his cheek, her lips soft on his mouth. The kiss was unpracticed, even clumsy, telling him far more certainly than anything else that she was an innocent. She had no idea how to kiss a man, no idea how to part her lips to let him take his pleasure, and yet her kiss was welcoming, erotic, a taste of desire Sinclair couldn't ignore. He found his hand stealing to the back of her neck, moving under her heavy braid, pressing her closer. Sinclair felt her start of surprise as he pulled her to him, then her body responded. She closed her eyes, shutting out the lovely blue as she flowed into him and kissed him back. Sinclair's arousal roared to life, the part of his body he tried to neglect becoming achingly stiff. Why not? This young woman was lovely, willing, had brought him here.
If she wanted to rob him of everything when they were done, so be it. Sinclair could lay her on this couch, rid himself and her of bothersome clothes, and drive into her. It wouldn't take long, and for one glorious moment Sinclair could lose himself in the mind-blanking palliative of coupling. The young woman made a faint noise in her throat. Sinclair realized he'd started shifting to take her down to the couch. The noise snapped him back to awareness. What was he doing? She was innocent, at least of bodily passions. Other men might not care, deciding that the kind of woman she was and where she lived gave them the right to take her body, but Sinclair could never be that callous. He let her go abruptly and sat up. She blinked at him from where she'd slid down on the cushions, delightfully mussed and not calming his hardness one bit. She watched him a moment longer, then gave him a shy smile. Shy. Not coercive or coy. She wasn't selling herself for the watch. Sinclair had no idea why she'd kissed him, but it hadn't been because she'd sought favours. Under his scrutiny, the young woman's face flamed. "Now you'll be thinking me a tart," she said, sitting up and brushing back a lock of hair. "But I just wanted to kiss you, all right?" Sinclair had wanted to kiss her. He still did.
"I told you I'm not a judge."
His arousal continued pounding, wanting release, very unhappy he'd let her go.
"The only thing I know about you is that you're a talented pickpocket, and you'll be giving me back my watch."
He held out his hand, amazed it was rock steady, his tight leather gloves whole even after the fight in the abandoned lot. The young woman eyed his palm in trepidation while she chewed on a corner of her lip. She shouldn't do that. The nibbling made her lip red, made Sinclair remember her lips against his, spiking his need to taste them again. "The thing is, Mr. McBride," she said, oblivious to his torment, "if I go back home without something from you, my dad will beat me rotten. I'd rather he didn't, if you don't mind." Sinclair's focus returned, her words making his anger rise.
"Why should he beat you?"
"He's put out because you got Jacko arrested. He sent me to teach you a lesson."
"Did he now?"
He heard the broad Scots come out of his mouth, as it always did when he grew enraged.
"Tell me who your father is, and he'll be in Newgate before the night's out."
She was already shaking her head.
"I don't think I'll do that."
She dipped her hand into a pocket in her skirt and pulled out the familiar shape of Sinclair's watch.
"I have to say, it's a fine piece."
"I know it is."
In one swift move, Sinclair reached for the watch and yanked it from her grasp. "Oi!" she said, indignant. "You—" She glared at him, outraged, but with fear behind her anger. Sinclair let out his breath in relief at the weight of the watch in his palm. The watch was intact, all as it should be. He believed her when she said her father would beat her if she didn't bring something home to him. Men in this part of London often send their sons and daughters out to steal for them, or their daughters to walk the streets. These children had nowhere to go and no one to turn to, and many of them thought it fine to go out and earn some dosh to help the family. This young woman was a bit older than many of the game girls, but if she still lived at home with her father, taking care of him, he'd have the upper hand. Englishmen set such store on women having little power and money, living only to serve the males of the family. Sinclair could never understand why. He'd seen so much grief come of it. He slid the watch into his waistcoat pocket, keeping a close eye on the young woman's hands as he did so. She'd taken what she'd wanted when he'd been oblivious on the street, and there was nothing to say she wouldn't try again. Sinclair pulled out a coin and held it toward her.
"Will this assuage your bastard of a father and make him spare the rod?"
The woman's blue eyes went wide. Sinclair clasped a gold sovereign between his fingers, enough to pay for an East End family's meals for a long while.
"You really are a madman,"
she said in awe.
"Take it,"
Sinclair said,
"before I change my mind."
The young woman stared at the coin for a long moment, but she had no greed in her eyes. Amazement, yes, and wariness, but no greed. She knew she'd be handing over the sovereign to her father, keeping nothing for herself.
"What's your name?"
Sinclair asked her. She gave him a sudden smile,
one that lit up her eyes and made her beautiful.
Now that I don't think I should tell you, even if you were good to Ruthie and all.
Fair enough. She reached for the coin, but Sinclair pulled it back. The young woman made a noise of protest, and Sinclair shook his head.
This is also your fee for taking me out of here and leading me back to a street I can recognize. Can you do that?
Course I can.
She looked proud.
No one knows London better than me.
Sinclair believed her. She'd brought him across the city and into the East End without faltering, ducking around dark corners with complete confidence. Sinclair took her hand in its worn glove and pressed the gold coin into it.
Show me, then.
Another sunny grin, and she swung to her feet with energy, her wool skirts brushing his legs. Sinclair started to rise with her, still dizzy from the chase, her kiss, the closeness of the room, and whatever noxious gas was down here that had made him light-headed. This place really wasn't safe for her. The young woman steadied him on his feet, then blew out the lamps around the room, plunging them into gloom. Before Sinclair could wonder whether she'd simply leave him there in the dark, ripe for the plucking, her warm hand found its way into his.
"Come on, then,"
she said. Bertie pulled Mr. McBride out into the dark streets, the sun long gone behind the build-up of clouds. His hand remained in hers as she towed him along, and his warm strength came to her, making Bertie's heart bang in a strange way. Geoffrey Mitchell was supposed to be Bertie's beau, the man she'd eventually marry whenever Bertie's dad decided he could let her go. When she'd been younger, Geoffrey's rough charm had seemed exciting to her, but that had quickly faded as she'd grown old enough to know better. Certainly Geoffrey had never made Bertie's heart go all achy and pounding. Bertie had never had the impulse to kiss Geoffrey more than a peck goodbye, not that Geoffrey would try more with Bertie's dad next to him at all times. Kissing Mr. McBride had been more than an impulse. A need had gripped her, and Bertie had launched herself at him, wanting to kiss the mouth that spoke those rich Scottish syllables. She'd about fallen through the floor when he'd cupped her neck and pulled her closer to make the kiss deeper. She'd wanted to respond, to lay herself against him all the way and see what it felt like to be cradled by his hard body. When he'd pulled back, Bertie feared she'd disgusted him, that he'd think her a game girl. She wasn't, and she wanted him to know that. But for one wistful moment, Bertie had wished very much she had been a tart, only for him, mind. Bertie led him up another set of steps, the sounds of busier streets coming their way. It was foggy here, nearer the river, the lights of working London obscured by grey mist. Her hand tightened on his. In a moment, Mr. McBride would snatch himself away and jog off, lost to the fog and Bertie forever. She wanted to hang on to him as long as she could. She knew she had to let him go, though. Mr. McBride didn't belong in this world. Bertie wagered he lived in a fancy house in some posh square with a passel of slaveys to look after him. His fine clothes, neatly shorn hair, and polished boots told her that. Bertie pulled him to a halt at the top of the stairs in the shadow of a wall.
"This street will take you to Fenchurch," she said quietly. "See, there's St. Paul's."
She pointed to the ghostly dome outlined in the fog.
"Think you can find your way from there?"
"Yes."
The word came with conviction. Mr. McBride was back in his own world now, arrogance and confidence flowing into him as it had when he'd stood up and looked the judge in the eye. Mr. McBride ran a hand through his hair, the light from the main street glittering in droplets the mists had left.
"My coachman must be driving up and down the lanes, searching frantically for me. He always thinks I'm going to top myself if he's not right next to me."
Bertie thought of the emptiness she'd seen inside Mr. McBride as he'd waited for the court to reconvene, and again when he'd stood in the street outside the Old Bailey. She'd seen that bleak look before, in lads who knew there was nothing left in life for them, in girls who'd gotten themselves bellyful by men who didn't want them.
"Are you?"
she asked anxiously.
"Going to top yourself?"
Mr. McBride pulled his gaze from the bulk of St. Paul's to look down at her. She loved his eyes, a smoky grey that sparkled like diamonds in this light.
"Of course not."
He sounded annoyed.
"I have wee ones at home. I'd never leave them."
His voice rang with indignation, and Bertie relaxed. Whatever else went on in this man's head, he wasn't about to deliberately do harm to himself. His expression softened with the beginnings of a smile.
If something happened to me, Andrew and Kat would have to live with one of my brothers or my sister. I couldn't be so cruel to them. My brothers and sister, I mean.
Bertie grinned.
Are they lively then, your kids?
Lively, that's a good word for them.
He reached to touch his hat, then remembered it wasn't there, lost in his pursuit of Bertie.
Good night, Miss Anonymous. Go home and stop picking pockets. If I catch you again, I will drag you to a magistrate. If your father demands you do it for him, you fetch a constable and tell him to send for me. You're a grown woman. You do as you please, not your dad.
He looked at her hard as he said this, his gaze flickering briefly to her bosom, which rose inside her tight corset.
Right,
Bertie managed to say. He gave her a curt nod.
Good night, then.
Mr. McBride slid his hand out of hers and turned away. Bertie's heart squeezed into a tight mass of pain as he took a step away from her, and another. In a moment he'd be swallowed by the night and the fog, gone forever. Bertie ran a few steps after him, grabbed his hand and pulled him back to her. As he swung around in surprise, Bertie seized the lapels of his cashmere coat, jerked herself up on tiptoe, and kissed him. Mr. McBride stood still against her assault for one short moment. Then he slid both arms hard around her and scooped her up to him. He slanted his mouth across hers, parting her lips, his tongue sweeping inside to give her a heady taste of him. Bertie moved her tongue clumsily against his, a pleasing shock searing through her cold body. His mouth was hot, lips strong, his arms around her never letting her fall. The kiss went on, Mr. McBride drawing her with him into the shadows. He was so strong, but his strength protected and shielded. It didn't demand and frighten. Bertie kept hold of his lapels, hanging on as though she'd float away if she let go. His body was hard against hers, his tallness bending her back. Bertie fancied she spun around with him, the two of them in their own private dance, the hum and rush of the city circling them in one glorious, colourful stream. Mr. McBride broke the kiss, his breath fogging in the cold. He still had hold of her, his arms around her, keeping all bad things from her. The look in his grey eyes was one of anguish and at the same time need, hunger. Bertie's heart beat rapidly, and her legs were shaking. She felt him shaking too, even though he was solid and unfaltering. Then his jaw tightened, and Bertie saw him deliberately suppress the light in his eyes. He steadied Bertie on her feet and unhooked her fingers from his coat, leaving her cold and bereft. With a final look, without a good night this time, Mr. McBride turned and strode away. Out toward Fenchurch Street he went, meeting with the mass of London who swept him up with them into darkness and heavy mist. Then he was gone. Sinclair lay back with his hands behind his head and contemplated the ceiling. Hours he'd lain here after he'd persuaded himself to go to bed, wide awake. His thoughts, which usually wandered during his bouts of insomnia, had fixed on one thing: kissing the pickpocket. A lady with an upturned nose and eyes the colour of a summer sky. The warmth of her lips lingered on his, even after hours had gone by. No matter how much Sinclair told himself to stop his spinning thoughts and sleep, he couldn't push past the soaring joy of those stolen kisses. Not stolen. She'd leapt on him, twined her body around his, and kissed him senseless. Twice. Every pressure, every movement of her mouth, every stroke of her fingers was imprinted on Sinclair forever. An anonymous pickpocket with a sunny smile and very blue eyes, whom he'd likely never see again. No. The efficient man inside Sinclair, who was able to gather, store, and understand facts in lightning succession, began to sort things through. His rapid thinking and spot-on conclusions were what made him feared in the courtroom, won the grudging respect of judges, and terrified suspects in the dock. The young woman had said she was a friend of Ruth Baxter, for whom Sinclair, or at least his junior clerk Henry, had all the particulars. Miss Baxter would know who the young woman was, where she lived, and what her circumstances were. Sinclair could track her down within the day and... What? Thank her for the kiss? Give her more money? Advise her how to get away from her brute of a father? Did the woman have a job, or was picking pockets her main source of income? Had she lied to grab Sinclair's sympathy when she'd said her father sent her out to steal? Or was it the truth? Because, of course, pickpockets were the most honest people on the streets. At the very least, Sinclair could make certain her father left her alone. The young woman was of age. The plump firmness of her body, the tiny lines that feathered the corners of her eyes, and the worldly look in those eyes told him that. She was innocent of carnality, but that didn't mean she was a child. She should have real employment, or someone looking after her. Something. The heady wash of the kiss erased Sinclair's common sense for a moment, and when his lust cleared again, he laughed at himself. He'd never be able to track down the girl. Ruth would not give her friend over to a barrister of all people, no matter how grateful she was to Sinclair for setting her free. The girl with the violet blue eyes would disappear into the endless drive of London. Sinclair would go back to his chambers to look over briefs, prepare for his next session in court, and try to push aside the pain that accompanied his life every day. That and...
Papa!
A cannonball landed on his bed, one with small arms and legs, tow-coloured hair, big grey eyes, and a wide smile. Sinclair succumbed to his son's enthusiastic hug, then pushed him back.
"It's the middle of the bloody night, Andrew,"
he rumbled. Andrew shook his head in enthusiasm.
No, it isn't. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and our new governess smells funny.
Chapter 4.
"No, she—"
Sinclair stopped. He couldn't deny that he got a whiff of cod liver oil every time Miss Evans walked by him.
"It doesn't matter. Miss Evans is your governess. No tormenting her, no toads in her bed."
No toads,
Andrew said in perfect agreement. Andrew had the sunniest disposition of anyone Sinclair knew, and also could cause more trouble than the most hardened criminals Sinclair had ever faced.
It's too cold for toads,
Andrew went on.
But I found some beetles in the cellar.
Sinclair gave him a stern look.
"No beetles, no roaches, no spiders, no insects or arachnids of any kind, understand?"
Andrew didn't look contrite.
Yes, sir.
Sinclair remained wary. He knew if he didn't catalogue specifically what Andrew shouldn't do, the boy would come back to him later. But you didn't say no goldfish. Sinclair found matches on the bedside table and lit the lamp. His son, 8 years old, already had the leggy, raw-boned look of the tall Scotsman he'd become. He had fair hair and grey eyes, a pure McBride. The lamplight also fell on the photograph of Maggie McBride, Daisy, with her dark hair and laughing eyes, the blue of them obscured by the sepia photograph. Sinclair's daughter, Katrina, had the same eyes. Andrew climbed over his father, picked up the photograph and gave it a kiss.
"Morning, Mum,"
he said, and put it back down. He flopped onto the mattress, ready to snuggle in and continue his sleep. Sinclair knew bloody well Andrew had sneaked out of the nursery, so there would be uproar when he was found missing, but Sinclair didn't have the heart to send him back. Andrew closed his eyes and made a good impression of a loud snore. Sinclair lifted a handkerchief and wiped Andrew's wet kiss from the photograph. He'd had to replace the glass in the frame a few times because of Andrew's enthusiasm, but it didn't matter.
"The thing is, Daisy,"
Sinclair said silently, setting down the photograph and tucking the covers around his son.
"I think you would have liked her."
She was out in the city somewhere. One in hundreds of thousands of souls, a young woman with violet eyes and a warm smile who kissed like fire. Sinclair would probably never see her again. Bertie watched Mr. McBride emerge from his house on Upper Brook Street, a posh address, and no mistake. She munched the hot chestnuts she'd bought from a vendor, keeping her fingers and mouth warm as Mr. McBride turned to say something to a broad-shouldered Scotsman who'd followed him out. The two men were about the same size, but the second one had flame-red hair and wore a Scottish kilt and the coat of a slavey. Maybe he was what they called a gentleman's gentleman, a Scottish version of one. Ruthie had told Bertie that valets could be so haughty and correct you'd think they were the Duke or Baron. This one wasn't so haughty. He looked more like a fighting man stuffed into a suit and not liking it. He growled something at Mr. McBride, and Mr. McBride growled right back. Good for him. The red-haired Scotsman stepped aside as a coach came rattling up. The red-haired man opened the door for Mr. McBride, still scowling mightily, and Mr. McBride tossed a case inside the carriage.
"Leave it, Macaulay,"
Mr. McBride snapped and hauled himself up into the coach. The door shut and the coach jerked forward. Mr. McBride settled back into his seat, not looking out the window. Except for his liveliness when he'd snarled at his servant, he'd taken on the awful blankness again. Bertie watched the coach until it turned down Park Lane and was lost to sight. She knew where it was going. Every day Mr. McBride climbed into his carriage with a valise of sorts and headed off to his chambers in Middle Temple, which was located near where the Strand became Fleet Street. The middle and inner temples consisted of narrow lanes of rigid brick buildings, all with fine painted doors and windows, all holding barristers and clerks working their hearts out to bang up criminals like Bertie, her father, and Geoffrey. Mr. McBride's chambers were in a little square called Essex Court, in an elegant building with a fan-lighted door which matched the style of his Mayfair home. Both chambers and house spoke of money, and lots of it. Maybe the whole McBride family was as toffy as he was, or else Basher made quite a few bob sending murderers to the noose. Bertie had discovered where Mr. McBride worked and where he lived from careful research. The day after her encounter with him, she'd seen him come out of the Old Bailey after a morning in court, but this time he'd stepped directly into his smart-looking coach. Bertie had been on her own, no Dad or Geoffrey to tell her to rob the man again, and she'd found herself walking after the coach, which crawled at a slow pace through London's jammed streets. Easy for Bertie to keep it in sight. The coach hadn't gone far down Fleet Street before turning off toward the temples, stopping to let out Mr. McBride on a narrow lane. Mr. McBride had walked from there, and Bertie had pattered behind him, not too close. Mr. McBride had never seen her. He'd gone into the fine-looking building that housed his chambers, greeting another barrister and a harried-looking clerk on the doorstep. The other barrister had slapped Mr. McBride on the shoulder and laughed.
"The legend of the Scots machine grinds on. The newspapers love you, old man, standing up for the downtrodden, potting the true killer between the eyes, making old Percy Montague snarl at you. The ladies will love you even more now."
The clerk wasn't as informal, but he nodded and said,
"Good on you, sir,"
with much admiration.
"Your new brief is on the mantelpiece, and you've got a conference at 3. "No rest for the wicked,"
Mr. McBride said, tipped his hat and went on inside. Bertie had ducked out of the way as the barrister and clerk walked on together. Other barristers were going in and out of the houses around her and staring at her, these stiffest of stiff men in their black suits, coats and hats. Bertie was out of place with her worn coat and scuffed boots, even if her hat was new. Her father had been so happy with the sovereign Bertie had brought him that he'd given her a few half-crowns as a reward, telling her to enjoy herself. Bertie's dad was always cheery when he was rich. He'd been chuffed enough to forget that Jacko Small was now in the Bow Street jail, waiting to be shuffled to Newgate to await trial. Geoffrey was still angry about it, though, so Bertie had avoided him and gone shopping. Why she'd decided to leave the hat shop and make her way to the Old Bailey, she wasn't certain. She'd told herself she'd never got her half-pint yesterday, so she might as well go back to the pub there and treat herself and have some dinner, but once she'd caught sight of Mr. McBride, her feet simply followed his coach. What made her return to the Temple after more shopping later she didn't know either. She'd missed Mr. McBride leaving that day, but the next afternoon Bertie spied him walking to his coach, a big bundle of papers under his arm in addition to his valise. The coachman asked him where he wanted to go, and Mr. McBride simply answered, "Home." The sun had already set by this time, the streets dark and chilly, but Bertie had tramped along after the carriage until it had turned onto the Strand and become lost to sight. Her heart had sunk. She'd never find him in that mess. But she had the good fortune a moment or so later to run smack into the clerk she'd seen on the doorstep of Mr. McBride's chambers the day before. The clerk was only about as tall as Bertie and a bit younger, but he was wiry, with thick dark hair and blue eyes that looked friendly. The friendly light was the only reason Bertie took a chance and said,
"I say, Was that the one they called Basher McBride getting into that coach? I've heard all about him.
We call him the Scots Machine, the clerk said proudly. I'm his clerk, well, one of his junior clerks. He's the bright star in our chambers, a QC. He'll be a judge one day, mark my words.
Fine coach and all, Bertie said, plying her smile. Beautiful horses.
Matched greys, pure bloodlines. He searched all over the country for those. Of course his sister's married to Lord Cameron Mackenzie, who knows horses. All his win races they do.
Do they?
Bertie's smile deepened.
I'll remember that. I like a flutter now and again.
Then take it from me, put your money on Lady Day or Night Blooming Jasmine in the mare races and you won't go wrong.
Lady Day and Night Blooming Jasmine. I'll remember that when I'm in the Royal Box at Ascot.
Bertie winked.
Think they'll like me new hat?
She laughed, and the clerk laughed with her.
It's fetching enough,
the clerk said, thoroughly thawed now.
But even the royal family will lose if they don't wager on Lord Cameron's horses.
He's Mr. McBride's brother-in-law, you say? A lordship?
Lord Cameron married our Mr. McBride's sister, Scots, the lot of them.
The clerk shook his head, as if to say Mr. McBride would be perfect in his eyes, except for that one little flaw.
Mr. McBride lives in London much of the time, though he has a big house in Scotland. He's grown such a large practice here. Wouldn't be surprised if he didn't become head of chambers soon.
He must live in a grand London house, then,
Bertie said, at last getting to what she wanted to know. The clerk had well warmed to her now.
He does. I've been once. Big house in Mayfair, near to Grosvenor Square. So many rooms, huge staircase. I had to describe the whole thing to my mum at least a dozen times.
Bertie asked him a few more questions, but either the clerk didn't remember the exact address or he had no intention of letting on what it was. But it was a start.
I say,
the clerk said, stepping closer to Bertie.
I'm off home now. Maybe I can stand you a half in the pub at the end of the road.
Bertie put on her warmest smile.
That's kind of you, but I have to be getting home to me dad. He's a right bear when he doesn't get his supper on time, and he's got the biggest fists, I have to tell you, like that.
Bertie held up both hands, showing an exaggerated size of her father's.
Nice chatting with you.
The clerk looked suitably alarmed by thoughts of her violent father, even though he expressed disappointment. He tipped his hat, and the two of them parted. It had been too late to rush across London that night and track down the house near Grosvenor Square. Bertie hadn't been exaggerating about her father's temper when he didn't have his supper on time. The next day, then, Bertie made her way to the heart of Mayfair, rambling along the roads that connected directly to Grosvenor Square. The square itself was bounded by 4 wide streets. In the centre was a large stretch of green with trees, surrounded by a fence with a big gate. A nice little piece of countryside for those who lived on the square to enjoy. 3 days Bertie had come to the square and wandered the streets, looking for any sign of Mr. McBride. She was careful to pretend she was a slavey on an errand or out shopping, so no constable would arrest her as a girl on the game. She'd die of mortification if she were taken for a prostitute, and her dad would thrash her good before she had a chance to prove her innocence. Apparently she looked respectable enough, because the constables left her alone and no one along the busy streets complained about her. It was early on the 3rd day of her investigation that she stood eating chestnuts and watched Mr. McBride emerge from his very tall, very elegant brick house on Upper Brook Street, which led from the west side of Grosvenor Square. The ground floor's large bricks were painted white, which made the black door with fanlight all that more sharp. The tall windows didn't have arches over them, but they were regal, becoming smaller on each story as the house climbed, at least 5 floors that Bertie could see. Delicate wrought-iron railings ran across the windows of the first-floor rooms, while the ground floor was encased in a more functional railing, with stairs that ran down to the scullery and kitchen. While Bertie stood eyeing the house after Mr. McBride had ridden away, absently popping another chestnut into her mouth, the red-haired Scotsman Macaulay turned her way. His blue gaze bore into her so fiercely that Bertie almost swallowed the chestnut whole. She quickly assumed a nonchalant look and hurried across the street and down toward Park Lane. Just a harmless young woman, she made herself convey, taking a day out to see the sights. She felt Macaulay watching her, but by the time she was brave enough to turn back, he was gone, the door of Mr. McBride's house shut. Bertie didn't trust that the man wouldn't be peering out the windows, so she turned her steps to Hyde Park, on the other side of Park Lane. A gate not far from Upper Brook Street led into the park, and Bertie kept up her rapid pace as she went through the gate, finishing off her chestnuts and crumpling the paper into her pocket. Even in winter, Hyde Park was a vast expanse of lawn dotted with trees, a relief to eyes accustomed to jammed-together grey houses and teeming streets. Bertie liked to come up to the park when she had the time, to look at the flowers in summer, the trees turning colours in autumn, and the horses trotting along the Rotten Row any time of year. She liked Regent's Park even better, with its avenues of flowers and sloping lawns, but she couldn't get that far north very often. How splendid it must be to live in the big houses around here and have this park nearly outside the front door.
"Master Andrew!"
A sharp voice cut through the winter air.
"You come back here at once!"
A small object burst past Bertie from behind her, a red hat flying from a little head to reveal hair the same colour as Mr. McBride's. The hat belonged to a boy in a handsome coat, knee breeches, white stockings and sturdy boots. Bertie was nearly knocked off her feet by this missile, his small arms and legs pumping, but she sidestepped and spun in place, catching her balance and preventing a fall. A woman in black panted after the boy. She was hampered by the heavy coat she wore, and a hat with a small veil was slipping over her ear.
"I beg your pardon, miss,"
she said as she caught up to Bertie. Then the woman gave Bertie a quick once-over, taking in her well-worn clothes and straw hat, realised she wasn't an upper-class miss, and changed her tone.
"You ought to keep out of the way," she snapped. "What are you thinking? Master Andrew!" she called again, and loped away after the boy.
A little girl walked down the path after the woman. The girl was about 11, Bertie would judge, but she was dressed like a fashion plate. She wore a fur jacket over a dark blue dress that had a little bustle in back and a skirt with many flounces reaching just below her knees. She wore fine white stockings, a bit too thin for running around the park in this cold, Bertie would have thought. Completing the ensemble was a pair of ivory-coloured button-up shoes and a fur hat that looked silky soft. From under the hat cascaded thick dark hair, wonderfully curled. The girl walked slowly, almost primly, and she hugged a large doll with dark curls to her chest. The girl could be a porcelain doll herself, with her pink cheeks, blue eyes, and elegant clothes. The girl didn't acknowledge Bertie at all, but simply walked along after the nanny or whatever she was. The emptiness in her eyes struck Bertie. Not only was the girl far too young for that kind of bleakness, but Bertie had seen the same emptiness in another pair of eyes recently, those of the handsome Mr. McBride. She also remembered Mr. McBride reclining in her secret hideaway, his hand wonderfully warm in hers as he spoke to her with ease. No one in the wide world had known where they were. In the passage before he'd left her, he'd told her about his children, Kat and Andrew.
"Andrew, no!"
Bertie saw why Mr. McBride had said his children were lively. Andrew ceased running in a straight line and dodged left, out through another gate and into the traffic of Park Lane. The nanny ran after him, screeching as she wove past horses, carts and carriages. Drivers pulled up, swearing at her.
"Are you daft, woman?
"Can't you keep your charge better than that?"
You want to get the lad killed?"
The girl, Kat, stopped at the gate, as though uncertain whether to cross the road or wait for Andrew and the nanny to return. Bertie caught up to Kat and gave her a friendly nod.
"We'd best go after them, I think," Bertie said. "Your nanny will likely fall over dead if she has to hunt you down too."
Kat turned a scornful look up to Bertie, worthy of the judge who'd scowled down at Mr. McBride at Ruthie's trial.
"She's our governess. I'm too old for a nanny."
She looked Bertie up and down.
"Who are you?" "Me name's Bertie. Traffic's cleared a little. Come on."
Bertie caught Kat by the hand and pulled her quickly across the street. The girl kept up, not dragging, her doll held firmly in her arm.
"Bertie's a boy's name,"
Kat said with certainty.
"I know, but it's what me mates call me. My real name's Roberta. Here we are."
Andrew had disappeared down another street. Halfway along was a house covered in scaffolding. The house was being pulled down, or put up, or painted, or some such. In any case, no one seemed to be working on it at the moment. Andrew took the opportunity to scramble up a short ladder, grab the scaffolding, and start climbing it like a monkey. The little girl shook off Bertie, ran to the ladder, and went right up after him. Chapter 5. "Come down," the governess implored. "Please come down." Andrew and Kat blissfully ignored her. They'd climbed nearly to the top floor, just below the last set of windows, when Andrew sat down on a board, swinging his legs in the empty air. His sister, with more dignity, sat down beside him and twined her leather-clad ankles. The governess tried to be stern. "Master Andrew, Miss Katrina, you climb down here this instant." Andrew looked over the side and stuck out his tongue. Katrina said nothing, only stared straight ahead of her. A crowd had gathered.
"You treed them, no doubt, missus,"
a man said and guffawed.
"Cheeky beggars," a clerk who'd emerged from a shop said. "You need to take a strap to them."
Another man was more kind.
"Wait for the workmen to come back. They'll shift them. No one's in that house, or someone could go inside and get them through the window."
"Where are the workmen?" the governess demanded. "Lazy layabouts. They've nipped off for tea or something stronger, I'd wager, haven't they?"
"They won't be long,"
the kinder man said. "Master Andrew, come down!" The governess was near to tears. "Let me." Bertie pushed past the governess, who smelled strangely of fish, and gave the ladder and scaffolding a calculating eye. "The workmen might frighten them anyway." The governess's look of chill disapproval evaporated with her desperation. "If you believe you can fetch them down, young woman, you're welcome to try." Bertie pulled off her gloves and tucked them into her pocket. She spit on both palms, rubbed them together, jumped, and caught a horizontal pole of the scaffolding. She used her feet and legs to carry her onto the first board, then started climbing the bars, moving upward quickly. Such things had been easier when she'd been 10, she reflected as she pulled herself up, but she'd kept herself limber.
"You in the circus?"
one of the men yelled from below. Bertie didn't answer. She knew she could have climbed the ladder as the children had, but she'd decided that swinging up like an acrobat would better catch their attention. She was right. Both Kat and Andrew were staring at her, round-eyed, by the time Bertie reached the top board and walked fearlessly down its narrow length toward them. Bertie sat down next to Andrew with a thump, swinging her legs over the side as he did. She made a show of gazing around her. "Oh, lovely! Quite a view from up here, innit?" She could see down the short length of the street and then out across Hyde Park, down to the Row and the houses of Knightsbridge beyond. "There's the Serpentine," Bertie pointed out. "See?" Andrew climbed to his feet for a better view. He braced himself on an iron pole, leaning out alarmingly far. Katrina silently seized the back of his jacket, holding him steady. Kat had come up here to make sure Andrew didn't fall, Bertie realized. Kat pretended to be sullen, but a truly sullen girl would have walked away or stood below, bored, until her brother was either rescued or had fallen to his death. "Let's go boating on the Serpentine," Andrew shouted. "Sounds a treat," Bertie said. She'd never been boating on the Serpentine, but she'd watched others do it while she stood by, envious. "You're not going boating," the governess called up. "You'll be going back to your studies, Master Andrew, so you can grow up to be a fine barrister like your father." Mentioning studies was not the best way to entice a boy home, Bertie thought. Andrew clutched the pole. "I'm not going to be a barrister," he shouted down. "I'm going to be a ghillie like Macaulay and hunt game, or a soldier like Uncle Stephen and shoot enemies." He raised an imaginary rifle and made explosive noises as he potted his target, human or animal. "You come down here at once!" The governess had returned to commanding. "Might be too cold for boating," Bertie said conversationally. "But maybe not for tea. Do you have tea in the mornings? I bet you have truly wonderful teas with cakes and buns, with lots of butter and jam." "No," Kat said without inflection. "Miss Evans makes us take our tea very weak, with no milk or sugar, and only a bit of plain bread, no jam or even butter." "Oh!" No wonder the kids had run away from Miss Evans. She sounded a right tight-fisted old biddy. "Well, I've got a few coins in me pocket," Bertie said. "How about tea at a shop?" Both children stared at her, Andrew with his arm around the pole. "We've never been to tea in a shop," Andrew said. He looked wistful a moment before his disarming grin returned.
Can it be a great big tea? As much as you want.
Bertie wasn't sure exactly how much it cost to have tea and cakes in a shop in Mayfair, but surely she had enough left for it. She'd planned to have her tea or luncheon out today like a fine young lady before heading home to be plain old Bertie again.
We'll come then,
Andrew said, mind made up.
What's your name? It's Bertie.
Andrew laughed.
That's a boy's name.
Katrina answered for her.
Her name is Roberta, but her mates call her Bertie, she said, proud of the knowledge. I can be your mate,
Andrew said eagerly to Bertie.
So I'll call you Bertie too.
He stuck out a grubby hand.
I'm Andrew McBride. This is my sister Kat.
Katrina, Kat said. Bertie shook Andrew's hand.
Nice to meet you. Come on, Andrew said. I want lots of cake.
Bertie barely stopped him from swinging onto the scaffolding below him and climbing down the way he'd come up. There was an easier way down at the ends of the boards where the scaffolding crisscrossed like a ladder. Bertie led the children that way and climbed down ahead of them. She halted at each level and hung on to Andrew and Kat in turn as they climbed after her, not letting them go on until they'd steadied themselves. At last they reached the lowest board, 6 feet above the street, with the ladder leaning against it. Andrew and Kat climbed down the ladder, but Bertie held on to the pole she'd used to scramble up and swung out into the ground. Her landing was a bit harder than she'd have liked, but she pasted on a smile, shook out her aching feet and held out her hands to the children.
We're going to have tea and cakes,
Bertie said to Miss Evans, whose face was nearly purple, her hat still hanging over one ear.
Where's the closest shop?
Miss Evans's mouth puckered up, as though she had something nasty trapped inside her. If she didn't let it out, she might burst.
Tea and cakes,
she repeated in a frosty tone.
Yes, right,
Bertie said. The woman ought to show some gratitude. After all, Bertie had succeeded in coaxing the 2 children off the scaffolding, making sure they didn't break their necks along the way. Miss Evans sniffed and righted her hat.
Mind you get them back before their father returns home, or he'll summon the police. They live at 22 Upper Brook Street. Good day.
Bertie's eyes widened.
Where do you think you're going? To my agency, to tell them to strike Mr. Sinclair McBride off their books forever. 31 years I've been a governess with some of the best families in England, but they are not children.
She pointed at Andrew with a long, black-gloved finger.
They're fiends. I'll not stay another day in that house. Mark my words, young woman, you'll be running for your life. But take them back home first, so you don't swing for losing the children of a Queen's Counsel.
With that, Miss Evans turned her back and walked swiftly away. Bertie opened her mouth to call after her, then closed it again. Andrew and Kat were clinging tightly to Bertie's hands, Andrew swaying against her grip.
Are you a new governess, then?
He asked, widening his grey eyes at her.
I like you better than Miss Evans.
He leaned into Bertie's coat and sniffed.
You don't smell of cod liver oil. Is that what that was?
Bertie asked, watching Miss Evans's long coat swirl as she strode down the street, dodging past carts and carriages. She could certainly set a brisk pace.
Bit rank, wasn't she?
The closest tea shop was on Mount Street. The delicate interior had tables with white cloths, fine porcelain china and heavy silver. The waiter who let them in looked askance at Bertie, but recognized the 2 children who lived nearby. He put them at a table in the back and brought them teapots and cups, along with a bowl of sugar and a wide-mouthed pot of cream. Bertie asked for cakes and buns, and the man disappeared to fetch them. Bertie knew the proper way to serve tea. One of the many women who'd come and gone in her father's life after her mum had died had been somewhat refined. This lady, Sophie, had shown Bertie how to wear hats, walk into rooms, shake hands properly, choose her clothes, and pour tea and hand it around. A little deportment never hurt anyone, Sophie had said. Bertie had always wondered where Sophie had learned her good manners, but the woman had never spoken of her past. Bertie had been fond of her, but inevitably Sophie had grown tired of her father's bullying and had gone, like all the others. Bertie blessed Sophie now, wherever she was, because Bertie could now pour tea competently into cups, correctly take up the sugar tongs, and ask in a false posh voice whether they wanted 1 lump or 2. Andrew laughed at her, and even Kat looked fascinated. As they sipped the first scalding taste of creamy, sugary tea, the waiter returned with a 2-tiered serving plate full of cakes, scones, and plump buns. A pot of clotted cream rested in the middle of this bounty. Bertie stopped herself from squealing in delight, remembering to be dignified. When she had money, she usually went straight to the bakery. Hats, coats, and new boots were necessities, but a scone piled with clotted cream was a luxury. Other women could bleat about necklaces and rings, but give Bertie a fat tea cake and she was in heaven. She dipped her hand into her pocket and pulled out her pouch of coins. "How much?" The waiter blinked once in surprise and then gave her a cool look. "I will put it on Mr. McBride's account," he said stiffly and walked away. "Well, I never," Bertie said when he'd vanished. "I suppose I put my foot in it. An account. How lovely." "My dad's got them all over," Andrew informed her. "He asks for what he wants and Macaulay goes round every so often and pays up." Bertie reached for a cake and slid it onto a plate, which she gave to Kat. She was pleased that Andrew didn't simply snatch the sweets, but waited for Bertie to hand them out. When all had plenty of cakes, with cream smeared over everything, Bertie lifted her fork. "Macaulay," she said. "What did you call him? A gilly? What is that?" Katrina answered. "A gilly is like a gamekeeper, but Macaulay isn't just a gilly. He looks after Papa, minds the house, and the house in Scotland, more like a steward." "Macaulay does everything," Andrew said. "He's Papa's nanny, at least that's what I call him." Bertie thought of the big Scotsman and his growls as he loaded Mr. McBride into the carriage. "I shouldn't like to call him a nanny to his face." "He doesn't mind," Andrew said. "He thinks it's funny." Bertie couldn't imagine Macaulay laughing, but maybe he had a soft spot for Andrew. It would be easy to form a soft spot for the boy, Bertie thought as she ate. Andrew had a warm spirit in spite of his antics, an open friendliness. Even the waiter gave him an indulgent look. Katrina, on the other hand, ate primly with minimal movements. After her initial explanation about Macaulay, she remained silent. She did say please and thank you, but so faintly Bertie barely heard the words. It wasn't shyness, Bertie thought. It was more not wanting to put the effort into talking. Not that Kat could have gotten a word in edgewise with Andrew's chatter, so maybe she'd learned to remain quiet while her brother rattled on. In all the time they'd been on the scaffolding and here in the shop, Kat had never once let go of the doll. She didn't give the doll its own chair, nor did she pretend to feed it cake and tea as other girls might. Kat kept her arm firmly around the doll, but didn't even look at it as she downed every bite of cake on her plate and sip of tea in her cup. "She's pretty," Bertie said at one point, nodding at the doll. "What's her name?" Katrina laid down her fork and put both arms around the doll. "She's Daisy. My mother gave her to me." The mother who had died, leaving the misery Bertie had seen in Mr. McBride's eyes. Bertie wiped crumbs from her fingers and pulled a locket on a chain from behind her collar. "My mum gave me this," she said. The silver was slightly tarnished, as much as Bertie strove to keep it clean, and the chain was worn. She opened the locket to show Kat the tiny picture of her mother as a pretty young woman on one side of it, and a thin braid of dark hair on the other. "My mum passed too, so this is very special to me, like your doll is to you." Katrina stared at Bertie, then the necklace, then back at Bertie again. She looked stunned, as though it had never occurred to her that other people might have lost someone dear to them, and had keepsakes they hung on to. Bertie closed the locket and tucked it away. "I wear it always, so it's like she's with me." Katrina nodded, and Bertie feared for a moment that the girl would burst into tears. Kat's brow furrowed the smallest bit, her eyes losing focus. Then she drew a breath, blinked, and the moment passed. She held her cup out for more tea, and after Bertie poured, sipped it delicately, falling silent again. Bertie didn't pursue it. The poor lass was missing her mum, and that was something Bertie could understand. Andrew ate most of the cakes. Bertie managed to eat her fill in spite of that, and she lingered over her lost scone. This was like a wonderful dream. A warm shop, clotted cream, smooth tea, and no need for money. What a fine world Mr. McBride lived in. At last the plates were clean, the cups empty, and Bertie knew it was time to go. She took Cat and Andrew by the hands and led them out of the shop and back through Mayfair to Upper Brook Street. She was sorry the outing was over, but the children belonged at home, and Bertie in the East End. She needed to be back before her dad returned from his work with a house builder, so he wouldn't be angry his supper wasn't waiting for him. Also, Bertie didn't need Mr. McBride to catch her with his children. He'd wonder what the devil she was doing and why she was following him about. Bertie wasn't quite sure how she'd answer. She couldn't even come up with an answer that satisfied her. When they reached the house, the front door was flung open by none other than the large Macaulay. He stared out at the three, giving Bertie such a grim look she was ready to drop the children's hands and flee as fast as she could. Macaulay looked sharply at Katrina's hand in Bertie's, his frown becoming even more formidable. Bertie tried to release the girl, but Cat wouldn't let go of her. Andrew, on the other hand, launched himself at Macaulay, wrapping his arms around the big man's kilted knees.
Miss Evans ran away. Bertie gave us tea and brought us home. She's our governess now.
Macaulay's eyes narrowed. He was no fool, and this close he looked more like a frightening giant than ever. Bertie swallowed on her dry throat, forcing herself to meet Macaulay's light blue gaze.
They needed a bit of looking after, that's all. Their governess did run away and leave them, the silly cow. But here they are, and I'll be off home now.
Cat made a faint cry of anguish and clung even tighter to Bertie's hand. Andrew turned around to Bertie and shouted at the top of his voice.
No, you have to stay! You're the best governess we ever had. Please, Bertie, please!
His yells grew louder until he was screeching, the words blurring to incoherence. Macaulay looked alarmed, his grim expression changing to the perplexity of a man who had no idea how to deal with hysterical children.
"Maybe you'd best stay until himself comes home,"
he said over Andrew's noise.
But...
Bertie wet her lips.
I'm not a governess.
Her words were drowned under Andrew's incoherent screams.
"Doesn't matter,"
Macaulay said.
"Nursery's on the top floor, one below the attics. Best you take them up there."
Other servants were coming to see what was wrong, popping out of everywhere like rabbits from a warren. 2 maids in caps, a woman all in black, and a young man in a stiff suit carrying a bucket of coal. All stopped and stared, concern on their faces. Andrew's eyes were squeezed closed, his face red, fists balled as he bellowed. Cat shrank into Bertie's side, holding on to Bertie's hand as tightly as she held her doll in her other arm.
All right, Bertie said quickly. I'll stay. This is as good a place as any to put up me plates for a while. Andrew, stop that awful screeching. I think me head's being cut in two.
Andrew instantly dropped into silence, opening his eyes and breathing hard.
Your plates?
He asked hoarsely, looking her up and down.
What plates?
Bertie laughed, the laugh shaky.
Plates of meat. Feet, see?
Andrew gaped at her in fascination. Then he nodded.
Why do you say it like that? It's a rhyme, kind of a game, innit? So no one knows what you're saying.
Andrew sniffled.
Will you teach me?
Bertie expected Macaulay to snarl that a gentleman's children didn't need to know any Cockney slang, but Macaulay only looked relieved she wasn't rushing away.
I don't see why not,
Bertie said.
Now show me this nursery.
Andrew let out a triumphant whoop and scampered happily up the stairs. Cat led Bertie after him, still holding hard to her hand. The other servants watched, eyes wide, jaws slack, but none of them stopped Bertie as the 2 children led her higher and higher into handsome Basher McBride's magnificent house. Exhaustion. That was key to a night's oblivious sleep. Must be, anyway. Sinclair laid the thick roll of paper next to him on the carriage seat. The ribbon that had bound the brief slid off to the floor, but he didn't bother to retrieve it. His head ached. Not only had he been in court every day since the Ruth Baxter case, the day he'd met the pickpocket, he'd received another of the confounded letters. Your dear departed wife wasn't so sweet and innocent, was she? What part of her dossier would you like me to post to your fellows in chambers, the judges on the bench? The letter had been printed in angular capitals like the others. Sinclair had folded it aside to take home, a bad taste in his mouth. The letters had started coming a year ago, just after Christmas. He'd shown them to Chief Inspector Fellows, his sister's brother-in-law, keeping it all in the family. Fellows was one of the best detectives in Scotland Yard, and he had a quality Sinclair valued: discretion. Fellows had started an investigation, but so far had found nothing. The letter writer, as much as he or she threatened, had never followed up on the threats, nor had demanded any compensation for silence.
A lunatic,
Sinclair told himself.
One who knows nothing.
He knew he shouldn't worry, but it rankled. Sinclair had dutifully taken all the letters he'd received to Inspector Fellows, as per Fellows' instruction, all except ones like these. The ones that mentioned Daisy specifically he put into a box at home. They were no different from the others, except in subject matter, and he'd already given Fellows plenty to work with. He didn't have time to rush to pay Fellows a visit anyway. Sinclair hadn't slept much in the last nights, and tonight he had 3 more briefs to read. He'd be in his study going over them while the house slept, and he didn't. Just as well. If he went to bed, Sinclair would lie awake thinking of the chance encounter with the blue-eyed pickpocket, or he'd drift off and dream of it. The dreams took him far beyond the kisses they'd shared. In the dreams, Sinclair would lay her back on her makeshift sofa, the lamps burning softly around them, and unbutton the rather prim dress she'd been wearing. Underneath she'd be bare, soft and sweet, smelling of warmth and the night. He'd kiss her throat and her bosom as she ran her fingers through his hair. He'd move down her body, trailing kisses as he went, pushing aside fabric until he found the heat between her legs. In the dreams he could taste the nectar of her, take in her beautiful scent. She'd groan and shift as he drank her movements languid. Once Sinclair was finished, he'd rise over her and slide himself inside. At that wonderful point the dream always dissolved, and Sinclair would wake up, half groaning, ramrod stiff, fists balled. He needed release. He'd held himself in too long. Sinclair had learned after the first few years alone that he could sate himself physically with a woman without engaging his emotions. It had been a relief to discover that. He could calm his libidinous needs without feeling he'd betrayed the woman he'd loved with all his heart. A week before he'd met the pickpocket, Sinclair's brother Stephen and his new wife had introduced Sinclair to a widow his age, Mrs. Tomlin, who'd been charming, pretty, intelligent, and hadn't minded Sinclair kissing her in a private corner of the ballroom where they'd been dancing. He should offer to take her out to a restaurant or some such, and they could return here afterward for a private evening. His servants would never say a word. They were loyal to him. Macaulay and the housekeeper, Mrs. Hill, and the underservants never told tales about Mr. McBride. Their discretion could be counted on while their master relieved his pent-up desires. The coach pulled to a halt. Sinclair came out of his stupor and gathered his papers, retrieving the ribbon and tying it around the thick stack. His valise was already full, so he thrust the papers at Macaulay, who'd opened the carriage door for him. Sinclair's study was on the 2nd floor above the ground floor, a large room in the front of the house. A double door opened from it into his bedchamber, though his bedroom could be entered from the hallway as well. Sinclair liked the private area where he could be alone with his thoughts, that is, when things were quiet in the nursery above him. They were quiet tonight. Suspiciously so. Sinclair had left his coat, hat, and gloves downstairs with Peter, the footman, and now he thumped his valise onto his desk. Macaulay laid the armload of papers he'd carried up for Sinclair beside it.
"Where are the urchins, Macaulay?"
Sinclair asked him.
"Or did Miss Evans give up and slip them a dose of laudanum? I'll have to sack her if she did." "They're in bed."
Macaulay's voice was gruffer than usual.
"They had their supper and went to bed and are now sleeping."
Sounded unlikely.
"Don't tell me she truly did give them laudanum." "No, sir."
Macaulay moved uneasily. Sinclair stopped, and the papers he'd been straightening slipped through his fingers.
"Why? Are they ill?"
He lived in perpetual fear his children would fall ill again, as they had when their mother had passed. They'd been so very sick, especially Andrew, a baby then. They'd survived it. Daisy had not.
"No, sir,"
Macaulay said.
"New governess, she started today." "New governess?"
Sinclair blinked.
"What the devil happened to Miss Evans? Or did Andrew manage to lock her in the cellar? And where did I obtain a new governess, for God's sake? I know I'm not the best of fathers, but I can manage to remember when I do and don't hire someone to look after my wee ones."
Macaulay opened and closed his big hands, saying nothing. Odd. Macaulay never had difficulty conveying his opinions on absolutely everything, usually in a loud Scottish growl.
"What is it, man?"
Sinclair asked.
"I've never seen you at a loss for words before."
Macaulay let out his breath.
"I think you'd better talk to her yourself." "I agree."
Sinclair shoved the last stack of his papers into some kind of order.
"If the children are tucked up and sleeping, send her down." "Right."
Macaulay hurried off, looking relieved, slamming the door behind him. Sinclair gave up on his papers and moved to a little table near the window and the decanter of Scots whisky on it that was always kept full for him. The table had an inlaid checkerboard pattern, and Andrew always begged his father to play chess or checkers with him on it. The last time Andrew had been down here, he'd tried to climb onto the table and had smashed the whisky decanter to the floor, sending shards of lead crystal and the best Mackenzie malt all over the carpet. Sinclair poured a measure of whisky into a heavy glass and drank it in one go, trying to enjoy the sensation on his tongue. He heard Macaulay's voice on the stairs, the man speaking to someone who wasn't answering. Macaulay's footsteps were firm, those of the governess hesitant, as though Macaulay was having to pull her down here. Sinclair turned around as Macaulay opened the door so swiftly that it banged into the wall. Macaulay's kilt swung as he pulled the young woman he held by the wrist around him, her dark green wool skirt swirling in ahead of her. Sinclair dropped the glass. It made a resounding smash, almost as resonant as had the one when Andrew knocked over the decanter. Whisky stained the carpet anew. Macaulay, having delivered the goods, turned and fled, slamming the door behind him. The big Scotsman was fearless in the wilds, marching miles alone and facing ferocious beasts without blinking. But when it came to handling governesses, he was apt to go pale, his freckles standing out on his face, and disappear as quickly as he could. Sinclair was exhausted, unsated, hoping to be drunk and tired of the mad thoughts that had flooded his brain since the night his pocket had been picked. He was not prepared to face the pickpocket herself, who stood just beyond the whisky spots on the carpet of his study, staring up at him with her Mediterranean blue eyes. Her bare hands twined nervously, and her face was strained below dark hair straggling out of her coiffure, but she sent him a cocky grin, one that had kept him awake and hard for 6 nights in a row. "Now then, Mr. McBride," she said, "fancy meeting you here, eh?" Chapter 6. Sinclair's simmering Scots temper, fueled by fatigue, the bedamned letter, and his aching need, boiled up and exploded. He dragged in a breath and let out a shout that reverberated through the cluttered room.
"What the bloody hell are you doing in my house?"
The young woman blinked and took a step back, but she didn't run, didn't gasp and press her hand to her heart as young women who heard Sinclair shout were apt to. Officers and soldiers alike had blenched when Sinclair had wound up into one of his serious tempers and scrambled to obey him. The pickpocket only stared, the red lips he'd kissed parting a little. "I was looking after your little ones, wasn't I? I tried to leave after they went to sleep, but your man Macaulay bolted the door, and I couldn't open it."
"Bollocks."
Sinclair's body was tight and hot.
"You scoot around the streets of London where you bloody well please. I can't believe you couldn't find your way out of a house. It's why you're in the house I want to know."
"Told you. Looking after your children. Your governess did a bunk leaving them to me, if you please. Couldn't see her for the dust, she was running so fast. Did you want me to leave them in the street?" Sinclair scrubbed his hand over his face.
"I have no idea what the devil you're talking about. What are you doing here, in Mayfair, in my house?"
Her brows drew together, which made her blue eyes and her round face even more fetching. "I did you a bit of a favour bringing them home, and getting them into bed to stay. I understand that's a chore." Her little smile came back. "Don't know why. They just wanted a bit of a story and they dropped off, simple as that. But seeing as you're home, I'll be off." She headed for the door. Sinclair barreled in front of her, turning around at the door and putting his back to it. The young woman halted, her eyes widening.
"You are nae going anywhere."
Sinclair dimly wondered why he didn't take her by the arm and march her out into the street. She couldn't be up to any good here, but his body and mouth had taken over.
You are going to tell me how you got here and why you're upstairs in my nursery telling stories to my children.
Her expression softened again. You know, I like when your voice goes like that. All rich and lilting. Dear God, the smile, the warmth in her eyes was killing him. He was going to grab her any moment, drag her into his arms and kiss her until he couldn't feel anything. Sinclair had to get her out of here, had to. He pressed his back to the door.
You will answer my question.
Now you sound like you did in that courtroom. She gave him an exaggerated nod. If your lordship pleases. Or maybe he'd simply fall down dead. Her laughing mimicry of a barrister bowing to a judge made Sinclair's need for her sore. He was achingly stiff, his throat dry, and cold sweat trickled down his spine.
You're good at evasion, I'll give you that,
he managed to say.
How did you find my house?
Colour flooded her face, and she shrugged. Happened to be strolling by.
I see. You happened to stroll out of the East End all the way to Upper Brook Street, did ye? What was the idea? To see what other pickings I had? To bring your friends here and show them the choicest bits? They'll be disappointed. I make a good living, but I'm not a duke. No priceless paintings or silver plate in my house.
The young woman's flush deepened. I'm not a robber, Mr. Bloody Arrogant McBride.
Yes, you are. You picked my pocket, then led me straight into the arms of thugs ready to beat me down and steal everything you hadn't already.
She twined her hands together. I know, but... Sinclair stepped to her, standing right in front of her, his best courtroom sternness in his voice. She didn't back down, but stared up at him, nervous, though not afraid.
What am I to think?
Sinclair asked.
I see a pickpocket in my house, with my children, for God's sake, when I don't remember giving her my address, and she's never given me her name.
It's Bertie. More flushing. I mean Roberta, Fraser, Miss. I ain't married.
Bertie.
The name was pert, like her. It went with her laughing eyes, tip-tilted nose, and wide mouth better than the more dignified Roberta. That's me, Bertie said. And I didn't come to rob you. I'm inside by accident.
Oh, you tripped and found yourself falling through my front door, did ye?
Mr. Macaulay told me I'd better stay. And when I tried to leave your kids... Phew, they can make a noise, can't they? They've taken a shine to me, but I must seem funny after that stuffed goose, Miss Evans. She couldn't enjoy herself if someone tied her down and tickled her with a dozen feathers. This depiction of Miss Evans, the prim and proper governess from the best agency in London, made Sinclair want to burst out laughing. What was the matter with him? She was a pickpocket, with a father who beat her when she didn't steal and ruffian friends to deal with those who tried to catch her. Sinclair faced women like her in the dock all the time. Most were driven to thieving and prostitution. They didn't know any other way, couldn't even imagine it. Bertie wasn't a game girl, but she was a thief. A charming one, but a thief all the same. I know you don't believe me, she was saying. I wouldn't if I was you. But someone needed to watch your son and daughter at that moment. Those two can get themselves in a right lot of trouble, can't they? Now they're asleep, as I say, so I'll be going home. If you just step aside so I can get around you, you'll see the back of me forever. Promise. Sinclair couldn't move.
Don't be stupid,
he heard himself say.
You can't go now. It's too late for you to be waltzing through the streets alone.
Bertie blinked in surprise. What are you talking about? I walk around at night all the time. But if you're so worried, you can call up that fancy carriage of yours. I wouldn't mind riding back to Whitechapel like a princess. Sinclair shook his head.
My coachman's gone to bed. You'll stay here tonight and go in the morning. No, wait. You'll go when I've found another blasted governess. If Cat and Andrew like you, then you can watch them until I bring home the next victim.
Bertie raised her brows at the word victim, but Sinclair wouldn't take it back. That was exactly what these poor women were. Sinclair couldn't handle his own children, and everyone knew it. And how long will that be? She asked.
Damn it all, I don't know. Macaulay will go to the agency tomorrow. I can't. Too many cases to review.
Sinclair glanced at his desk piled high with paper. Make up your mind, Bertie said, planting her hands on her hips.
You think I came here to rob you, so you want me out? When I say fine, I go, you say no, stay and look after me children. I will tell you something, Mr. Basher McBride.
She moved closer to him, her finger lifted in admonishment.
I don't work for nothing. I get paid an honest wage when I do an honest job. I'll stay and make sure the mites are all right, but you have to make it worth me while. A crown I'll have for it, and you won't charge me for breakfast.
A crown?
She looked uncertain.
Too much, you think? All right, a half-crown then, but nothing less.
Good God!
What the hell was he doing? Sinclair should wake up Richards, never mind the coachman's sleep, and tell him to haul this young woman back to the gutter from whence she came. But something told him to do anything to keep her around, to keep her smiling like this at him. Her presence was a warmth in the coldness, light breaking through the ponderous dark. She was speaking again.
If you hold looking after your children so cheaply, it's not a wonder you got a governess who ran away at the first sign of trouble.
What are you talking about, woman? I pay my governesses £50 a year. Do you want the position or not?
Bertie's mouth dropped open, her eyes round.
£50? Good Lord, I'd put up with the devil himself for that much. Miss Evans is a perfect fool.
She blinked again.
A moment. Are you offering me a job?
I told you, yes, until a new governess can be sorted out. Wages and board, and an allowance for clothes.
Her worn frock would have to go. She'd have to look the part. Mrs. Hill would throw a fit, but then she'd rise to the occasion, as she always did. Macaulay, a thoroughly egalitarian man, would shrug and nod, seeing nothing wrong with an East End working-class girl taking care of the McBride children as long as she could do it.
Clothes.
Bertie looked down at the wool dress, the skirt stained with mud from London streets and rent in several places, including her backside, as though she'd sat on something rough.
What sort of clothes?
Ones that don't look as though you've been wrestling dogs in them.
Her smile beamed out like bright sunshine.
I haven't been wrestling dogs, only your kids.
Did Sinclair want to know what had caused Miss Evans, a haughty woman, to run off and leave Andrew and Kat with Bertie? Or was it best that the adventure never came to his ears? He made himself step out of the way of the door.
Mrs. Hill, my housekeeper, will sort you out. You'll take breakfast in the nursery. The governess's bedroom is next to it.
Right above this one, in fact. Bertie looked at the ceiling, already knowing that. Sinclair would be in this study all night, poring over the briefs, knowing that right above his head she was lying in bed, stripped to her smalls, her face flushed with sleep. His hands clenched to hard fists.
You can go now,
he said sternly. She sent him a narrow look.
You say every different sort of thing at once, don't you? You want me to stay or leave?
Stay, but not in here.
Bertie looked around the room, taking in the wreck of the desk, the overflowing bookcases, books piled on the desk and floor, and now the smashed whiskey glass and amber stain on the carpet.
You have a parcel of servants downstairs. Don't they clean up the place for you?
No, that is, yes. They're not allowed to touch anything in here. I might mislay something crucial.
Bertie moved toward the desk, her curiosity apparent.
Some note that tells you a maid with blood on her apron ain't a cold-blooded killer? Amazing how you twigged Jacko did it.
Wasn't much to it. I've learned to recognize the differences between a violent criminal and an innocent woman.
Still, it was a bloody miracle, and I thank you for it.
Bertie reached to straighten a paper that had come out of one of the briefs, and Sinclair realized it was the anonymous letter. He caught her wrist.
Don't touch anything.
He found warm, firm flesh beneath her sleeve. Bertie glanced at his hand, then up at his face, her eyes holding wariness, but also a softness that called to him.
It's all right,
she said, her voice quiet, as though she calmed a frightened animal.
I wouldn't hurt nothing.
Sinclair grunted. What the sound was doing in his throat he didn't know, but it came out.
Go to bed.
Will, as soon as you turn me loose.
Sinclair told his fingers to release her, but instead he pulled her closer, bending her arm until her wrist and his hand were just below her chin.
If I find out you've been playing me,
he said, trying to sound severe.
If you've come to take what you want, I won't stop until the weight of the law comes down on you."
The most hardened villains the Scots machine said that to cringed and mumbled that they'd behave, promise. Bertie only sent him another grin.
Wouldn't be hospitable, would it? I'm not a robber, Mr. McBride. Not any more. The watch was a one-off, and I was put up to it.
Bertie spoke with sincerity, innocence in her eyes, but Sinclair knew better than to let down his guard and trust her. If she could keep Cat and Andrew amused for a day or so while he tracked down yet another governess, well and good. The moment she wasn't useful any more, she'd be gone. Sinclair abruptly released her.
"Upstairs with you, then."
His throat dried out as he said the words, and he ended on a cough. Bertie laughed. Sparkles and sunshine was that laughter. She spun around and walked away from him, heading for the door. Relief. Before opening the door, however, she turned and came back to him.
"God, no. Stay away from me."
Sinclair was so hard he knew he'd never sleep, maybe not for days. Bertie's smile was wide as she held out a handkerchief to him. His, damn it, plus 2 loose coins he'd had in his frock coat's outer pocket.
"You're too easy a mark," she said. "I'll have to teach you better."
Bertie pressed the handkerchief and coins into his big hand while he stood, stunned. Then she turned around again, her skirts swishing, and headed out the door. The swinging skirts let him see ankles in lace-up boots and a hint of pale stocking before the skirt fell again, and she was out the door, gone. All the air in the room seemed to leave with her. Mr. McBride went off to work the next morning while Bertie took breakfast with the little ones in the nursery and told them the news that she was to be their governess for a little while. Andrew rejoiced loudly until Bertie had to remind him to sit down and eat the breakfast the maid had brought up on a tray. Fancy that, maids carrying hot, tasty breakfasts to the like of Bertie Fraser. The maid had flashed her a sideways glance, clearly wondering at her master's senses, but she was polite as could be as she set down the tray, and friendly with Cat and Andrew. Breakfast was tea and toast, bacon and poached eggs, with a bit of sauce in a sauceboat to go over it all. The sauceboat was heavy silver and worth a bob. If Bertie had been Andrew's age, when she'd still thought her father walked on water, she'd have alerted him that there was a house where they used expensive dishes for everyday meals, in the nursery no less. But Bertie knew her father better now. She didn't want to be like him, and she'd never, ever again steal anything from Mr. Sinclair McBride. Taking his handkerchief and coins last night had been a bit of fun, and she hadn't been wrong. He was too easy. She'd only done it to prove a point, that he needed to be more careful. While she and the mites breakfasted, she heard Sinclair downstairs, shouting for Macaulay, banging doors. Mr. McBride had a voice that could rattle the ceiling, and even Macaulay couldn't match it. No wonder everyone in court bent before him like reeds in a wind. It was only when Mr. McBride stopped banging about that the emptiness came through. Bertie found herself listening hard to him, disappointment trickling through her when the front door opened and closed, his voice receding as he got into his coach. Cat and Andrew left the table and headed for the window to watch him go. Hooves clip-clopped as the carriage went away, taking him off to another day at his chambers. Andrew waved frantically, as though his dad could see him up there. Katrina merely looked after the carriage, her doll firmly in the crook of her arm. The maid returned for the tray, still polite, even with the master gone. No sitting down for a chat, no impertinence to Bertie because she wasn't a real governess. She simply collected the breakfast things, said a thank you to Andrew when he fetched a spoon that had fallen to the floor for her, and walked out again.
"Well then,"
Bertie said, rubbing her hands.
"What do you want to do now?" "Play soldiers in the park," Andrew shouted.
"We're supposed to have lessons," Katrina said, but wistfully, as though playing soldiers was more appealing to her, too.
"Tell you what."
Bertie sat down at the cleared table, which was next to a filled bookcase.
"Let's have a story out of one of these books, then we'll go out to the park. I'm supposed to be your governess, and your dad would be angry at me if I didn't have you learn something right."
The book Bertie chose was big, heavy, and full of illustrations and tiny, cramped text. Bertie could read just fine, though she had to strain her eyes to do it with this book. The chapter Andrew wanted to hear was about a battle long, long ago in East Anglia, with a woman called Boadicea leading an army against Roman soldiers. Bertie read with interest. It was the first she'd ever heard of it.
It's a bit like a play, innit?
Bertie asked when they'd read the dramatic end of Boadicea.
With villains and heroes and sword fights, like in a Christmas panto. A Christmas what?
Andrew asked, wrinkling his nose.
Panto. A pantomime.
Bertie stared at their blank faces in amazement.
Haven't you ever seen a panto? It's a play with fighting and mean old villains, a girl in breeches and a man dressed up as a lady and lots of amazing tricks.
She trailed off as both children blinked at her, clearly having no clue what she meant. Bertie closed the book.
I'm going to have to teach you a lot, it looks like. But you'll be teaching me in return, I wager.
Katrina frowned.
Teach you what? How to be a proper governess. I don't know how to be one, do I?
Bertie winked at them.
I have to rely on you completely.
Andrew grinned.
A governess gives us heaps and heaps of cake and lets us play in the park all day. I said a proper governess, Andrew, not a proper fool.
Bertie softened the words by ruffling his hair.
Now then, can I trust you two to behave yourselves while I run off home a minute? I'll be wanting my things.
More puzzlement from both of them.
You can send for your things, Kat said. Like Miss Evans will send here for hers. Send who? I've only got a few friends I'd trust not to help themselves to what I have. And besides, I don't want to put them out. I didn't get home last night and my dear old dad will be frantic about me and wanting his breakfast. But it's 10 o'clock, Kat said. Our father leaves for work every day at 8.
Bertie grinned.
That's because your dad is a respectable barrister at a respectable office. My dad works for a builder, and sometimes there's work and sometimes not. Either way, he stays out all night with his friends and staggers in when he pleases. By now he'll be in a right state.
The two children listened in fascination.
Take us with you,
Andrew said, his voice rising. Bertie felt a qualm. Kat and Andrew, all brushed and combed, were like dainty cakes in a sweet shop window. Kat wore a light blue dress whose little bustle was topped with a big bow that matched the blue bow in her hair. Andrew wore knickers, a pristine white shirt, a jacket and a little cravat. He'd already managed to rumple everything, being Andrew, but no one could mistake him for anything but a rich and pampered little boy. The street toughs where Bertie lived would eat them both alive.
No, you stay here and read or something, Bertie said quickly. I won't be long. I'll go while you're having your lunch. We don't have luncheon, Kat said. We have dinner at 1 o'clock.
Bertie winked at her.
Well, you enjoy your fancy dinner then, and I'll nip home.
Andrew's voice went up in volume.
You shouldn't leave us alone.
Bertie looked at him in surprise.
You're not alone. Goodness, you've got oceans of people living under this roof, haven't you? There's Macaulay and Mrs. Hill, Charlotte, the downstairs maid, the lad Peter, a cook and the other maid who comes up here for you. What's her name? Aoife, Andrew said. She's Irish. Mrs. Hill says we have to call her Jane because Aoife is outlandish, but that's her name, so it's what I say.
From the good-humoured twinkle she'd seen in Aoife's eye, Bertie thought she must appreciate Andrew's candour.
And there's Richards the coachman, Kat said. We don't see him much because he stays in the mews with the groom and the gardener. See? Bertie said. All sorts of people. You don't really need me all the time, do you? Yes, we do, Andrew declared at the top of his voice. The others say we're unruly and a handful, Kat said without inflection. That we're holy terrors and no one can do anything with us. I'm a holy terror, Andrew shouted. That's what Richard said when I let out the horses to run free, but it was Kat that opened the door.
Kat took the time to press a kiss to her doll's head, but Bertie saw the flush on her cheek. Bertie rested her elbows on the table.
Did Richards take the back of his hand to you?
Andrew stopped shouting and stared, round-eyed. Kat lifted her head. No, she said, sounding surprised Bertie would ask.
Dad would have torn his head off, Andrew said. The governess we had that week sent us to bed without supper, and Dad sacked her.
Good on your dad. Even Bertie's father had never made her go hungry as punishment, knowing what it was like to be hungry in truth. Her grandfather, dead before Bertie was born, had spent all his money on drink while his wife and son starved.
Even so, sounds like your dad spoils you a bit. He gives us anything we want,
Andrew said, his voice getting louder again.
Anything, any time we ask.
But he's never home, Kat said quietly. Bertie thought about how late Mr. McBride had come in last night and how early he'd rushed off again this morning.
My dad stays out all the time too, she said. But I'll nip home and make sure he's fixed and be right back here before you know it.
Kat looked down at her doll again. You won't come back. The words were quiet, nearly drowned by Andrew bouncing in his chair and yelling again that he wanted to go with her. Bertie leaned down to Kat until she could look her in the eye.
Now, Miss Katrina, you put that idea right out of your head. Of course I'll come back. If you go, we'll climb out the window and come after you,
Andrew said. Bertie grew alarmed, realizing Andrew might do just that.
No, you won't, she said firmly. I want to come back here and live with you a spell. Now, we just have to convince Aoife or Macaulay that you'll be fine with them while I'm gone. Aoife says naughty children in Ireland get dropped down a well, Andrew said. But she laughed when she said it, so I don't believe her. And Macaulay gets so mad. Mrs. Hill doesn't. She goes all cold and stares at me until I think a ghost has grabbed me. Except she sneaked us cakes when Miss Evans was here.
Bertie's respect for Mrs. Hill grew, but it sounded as though the rest of the household had grown wise to the children's ways and wouldn't be welcoming a chance to watch over them.
We could stay with Aunt Eleanor,
Kat said. Andrew jumped up on his chair, even more animated than before.
Aunt Eleanor! Say we can, Bertie, say!
Bertie regarded them warily.
Who is Aunt Eleanor? She lives in Grosvenor Square, Kat said. She's a duchess. She's married to the brother of Aunt Ainsley's husband.
Bertie didn't bother to follow the line of relationship. Families in the East End could be extensive and convoluted. As long as you said someone was our Mary or our John, outsiders didn't waste time figuring out exactly who was related to whom.
She a real duchess?
Bertie asked, her interest piqued.
Uncle Hart is a duke, Andrew said. The Duke of Kilmorgan, a Scots duke.
An English duke, too, Kat corrected him.
14th Duke of Kilmorgan in the Scottish line, 2nd in the English.
Bertie had no idea what any of this meant, but her interest grew.
I think I'd like to meet a real duchess, she said. I say we try that.
The real Duchess lived in a mansion not far from Mr. McBride's house. Mrs. Hill, who'd thought taking the children to this Duchess a good idea, offered to have Richards bring the coach around, but Bertie saw no reason not to walk. The December day was crisp but bright, without many clouds, and the house was only a block or two away. When Andrew pointed out the house in Grosvenor Square, however, Bertie thought it might have been wiser to roll up in some style. The place was much bigger than Mr. McBride's house, taller and twice as wide. Its grand door was positioned between two columns, and arched windows rose up the walls to a dormer roof far above. The door was opened by a very stiff and slender young man who didn't grin like Peter at Mr. McBride's house did. He knew Kat and Andrew, though, and ushered the three of them into a wide foyer. A sweep of stairs with a carved wooden railing wound upward through a lofty hall, large windows on each landing pouring in light. Bertie craned her head to look all the way to the top of the stairs, where a painting on the ceiling showed clouds and flying creatures. Andrew, next to her, exploded into sound.
Aunt Eleanor, we're staying with you so our new governess can go home and fetch her things before her dad gets into a right state.
A door shut somewhere above them. Bertie heard light footsteps, and then a lady, so extraordinarily lovely she might have stepped from a fine painting, started down the stairs, her face alight with curiosity. Her dress rustled as she descended. Its skirt had stripes of lighter and darker blue-green, with a solid blue-green overskirt pulled open to fall in ruffles down the back. Her shining red hair was all braids and curls, probably the latest fashion, though Bertie had no idea, and her long-sleeved bodice hugged a body of curves, not pencil thinness. Bertie had supposed a duchess would be stout and grey, stern and commanding. Not so this woman. She was young and robust, and she moved with an animation that Bertie found fascinating. The Duchess stepped off the stairs and gave Bertie a stare of frank interest from eyes of delphinium blue. "New governess, are you?" she asked.
"Her name's Bertie,"
Andrew shouted. He took a deep breath and threw his head back so his voice could reach the ceiling many stories above them.
"We've come to play with Alec!"
"Well, he'll be awake now, that's for certain," the Duchess said, her smile widening. She held out her hand to Bertie. "How do you do, Miss Bertie? Quite an unusual name, I must say. You may call me Aunt Eleanor, as everyone in the family does. The gracing and duchessing can become a little complicated, so within the family I am simply Aunt Eleanor, except to my husband, but one never knows what will come out of his mouth. Fortunately for you, he is not home. What did you say your full name was?" Chapter 7. Bertie hadn't said, and she cleared her throat, suddenly nervous under the Duchess's shrewd gaze.
"Miss Roberta Fraser,"
she said, taking the offered hand. She remembered Sophie's teachings and made a brief curtsy, as gracefully as she could manage.
"Mum."
Eleanor's grip was strong. She kept hold of Bertie's hand and pinned her with a very thorough stare, her blue eyes bright and assessing. "The governess, yes, you never answered." Andrew was already halfway up the stairs.
"She's the best governess in the world. She's going to stay with us forever."
"Really?" Eleanor didn't release Bertie's hand. "Andrew, please don't climb on the railing. You know what Uncle Hart said when you fell off last month. Pardon me for saying so, Miss Fraser, but you don't look much like a governess."
"Well,"
Bertie said, wetting her lips,
"maybe I've just started."
"I see." Eleanor peered at her harder, as though she could read every thought in Bertie's head. A frightening woman, this, despite the fact that she was pretty and smiling. "Katrina, what say you?" When Eleanor said the name Katrina, it rolled off her tongue with a hint of the broad Scots Mr. McBride had. Scots, the lot of them, the Chambers clerk had said, shaking his head. The only Scotsmen Bertie had met in her life were those that came out of the back streets of Glasgow to try their luck in London. Much of the time Bertie couldn't understand a word they said. Mr. McBride and Eleanor spoke more clearly, but with a lilt that proclaimed they certainly weren't English. Kat gave Eleanor an open look.
"We want her to stay."
Eleanor's expression softened as she gazed down at Kat, compassion entering her eyes. "I see. Well, I'm sure that can be managed." She switched her attention back to Bertie, still hanging on to Bertie's hand. "You're depositing them here to be looked after? Where are you going exactly?" The keen stare wouldn't let Bertie lie.
"Whitechapel, little lane off it."
Eleanor gave a decided nod. "Well, you can't walk all the way. I'll send for the coach." Bertie's eyes widened. She imagined the reception of a duke's carriage in the Warrens off Whitechapel and St. Anne's Street, where she lodged with her father.
No, I'll take an omnibus,"
Bertie said quickly. She leaned forward and lowered her voice, conscious of the footman at the door listening as hard as he could.
"They'll steal the gilt off the wheels there, and the horses from the harness before you know where you are."
"That's settled then. Franklin, fetch his Grace's coachman," the Duchess called to the footman. "He'll be driving Miss Fraser to Whitechapel." She moved her attention back to Bertie. "Or if you'd like, I can have Franklin go collect your things for you, save you the bother, and you can stay with Kat and Andrew. Andrew, what did I say about the railings?"
"He likes to climb things,"
Bertie said faintly. "Doesn't he just? One day he'll be a famous acrobat and put out his tongue at all of us. Shall you stay and have tea with me, Miss Fraser? Go on, Franklin, there isn't much time." "Much time for what?"
"No, I'll go,"
Bertie said, at last withdrawing her hand from the Duchess's rather formidable grip.
"I'll know what to get, and if my dad's there, well, it's best if it's me."
Eleanor's eyes narrowed. Well, I'll send Franklin with you anyway. He's a rather good boxer, though he's such a slim young man. If you need him, you shout for him. But you'd best set it off if you're going before, oh dear, too late." Franklin had darted out the front door. As it swung closed, Bertie heard a loud growl, and then a giant of a man shoved the door open again and walked inside. He stopped, greatcoat in hand, and looked around with a stare like an eagle's. He had the most golden eyes Bertie had ever seen, which made him seem all the more eagle-like. "Hello, my dear," Eleanor said warmly. "This is Miss Bertie Fraser, new governess to Andrew and Katrina. She's going off to fetch her things, and I, of course, said she must ride in the coach. Franklin has gone for it. I take from the look on your face that your meeting did not go well, but fortunately there is plenty of whiskey upstairs and some nice cakes cook made for you. Kat and Andrew are staying for tea, so do be kind heart and don't frighten anyone, at least for 10 minutes. Throughout the rapid speech, the Duke of Kilmorgan simply stared at Bertie, pinning her in place as his wife had done. He was a handsome man, no doubt, with dark red hair, a strong face, a solid body and fine clothes, but a frightening one. Bertie decided she preferred Mr. McBride, with his sudden smiles and flashes of temper, his bear-like voice, and warmth in his grey eyes. One could be comfortable in Mr. McBride's presence, bask in it. With the Duke, Bertie would have to be on her guard all the time, not comfortable at all, and yet Eleanor regarded him with vast fondness even as she babbled at him.
"Uncle Hart!" a voice screeched from above. "Catch me!"
The Duke looked up in alarm as a missile dropped at him from the railing half a flight up.
"What the devil do you think you're doing?"
the Duke roared, even as he opened his arms and caught Andrew. Andrew, instead of being alarmed, threw his arms around the formidable man's neck and laughed. Eleanor made shooing motions at Bertie. Franklin had popped back inside, stiff no longer, and waved at her to follow. Bertie cast a worried look at Andrew, but Eleanor shook her head, smiling, and kept flapping her hands, driving Bertie away. Bertie fled. "Whew!" she said to Franklin as he opened the door of a black-polished coach.
"Are they always like that?"
Franklin smiled politely.
"It's a lively house, but they're good people. Won't hear a word against 'em. In you go, miss."
Bertie was right about the reception of the Duke's coach in her father's street. It was a fine carriage, right enough, a landau, with lovely horses and a coachman in a red coat and high hat to drive it. Bertie had never lived anywhere so nice as the inside of that coach. The seats were leather, soft and supple, the walls polished wood, the curtains velvet, and there was carpet on the floor. It was warm, too, with boxes of hot coals to keep her feet toasty. She hated to leave the landau's confines for the chill of the East End street, but Franklin, who'd ridden up top with the coachman, opened the door as soon as the carriage stopped in front of the lodgings where Bertie lived with her father. Every person on the street stopped to stare as Bertie hopped from the coach's step to the door of the house, the footman handing her down like a posh lady. "Won't be a tick," Bertie said to Franklin, pretending to ignore her neighbours, and went into the house's dim interior.
"Where the devil have you been?"
The bellow came as soon as Bertie opened the door of their flat on the second floor. Gerald Fraser, Jerry to his mates, staggered into the front room, face stubbled with greying beard, his eyes bloodshot. "Hungover," Bertie thought, "and bad too, just my luck." "I've been working," Bertie said, "earning an honest living." She ducked past her father before he could grab her and entered her own bedroom, which was sparsely furnished but clean and neat. Bertie liked everything in its place.
"Working?"
Jerry shouted as he came after her.
"What you mean working? You were with a man, weren't you?"
"No," Bertie said. The only way to deal with her father when he was like this was to be firm. "You know me better than that." She opened the drawer of her bureau and withdrew clean underthings, which she tucked into a valise. Her father came close to her, peering at her for signs that she'd spent the night in bed with a man. Jerry was always terrified Bertie would run off with a bloke, one he didn't control, or be taken by one of the full-in-pocket villains who commanded teams of young thieves and prostitutes around here. Her dad might be a drunken lout, but he didn't want anyone touching his daughter. The trouble was, Bertie wished she'd spent all night with a man, Sinclair McBride. Lying in her bed last night, knowing he was a floor under her at his desk, likely running his broad hand through his shorn hair while he read his papers, had kept her restless. She hadn't been able to cease thinking about how he'd kissed her, or the fire in his grey eyes when he'd planted himself in front of the door of his study and challenged her. Her father grunted.
What work were you about then?
An honest job, I said.
Bertie piled more stockings in the valise and opened the drawer to add the picture of her mother. Her mother smiled up at her from the framed photo with all the warmth Bertie remembered.
Doing what?
Jerry demanded.
Looking after children, if you must know.
Bertie added hair ribbons, a brush, and a few toiletries, and closed up the soft case.
Ah?
Jerry stared.
What do you know about looking after children?
I've looked after you all this time, haven't I?
Bertie gave him a warning look.
They're a good family, so you stay away from them.
Jerry's bloodshot eyes opened wider as he tripped after her to the front room. It was cold in here. Her father hadn't started a fire or put on a kettle for tea. Sighing, Bertie detoured to the kitchen to poke the kindling in the stove and throw in a few lit matches. She emptied the tea kettle, rinsed it by pumping water into the sink, filled it and set it on to boil. She put tea into the teapot, but pouring would have to be up to her father.
You get a nice hot cup inside you, and you'll feel better,
Bertie said, returning to the front room.
And have another sleep after that.
Jerry watched Bertie pulling on her gloves again. Then he looked at the valise, and everything came together for him.
Where the devil do you think you're going?
Really, he could rival Andrew for noise.
I told you, I have a job. I have to go back.
Back where?
Jerry seized her by the arm.
You put away that valise and make me breakfast. Do you hear me? Then you're going down the pub to fetch me some beer.
Bertie drew a breath and summoned her courage. A half-hour back here, and already her stay in Sinclair McBride's house was fading like a dream. She needed to hold on to that dream, to get away from this place. She thought about Sinclair's grey eyes, which could turn warm in an instant, and the rumble of his Scottish voice that filled a room. She wanted to hear that voice again, many times more before she was done.
I can't,
Bertie said.
I've got a proper job now, for real wages.
You don't unless I say you have,
her father said with a snarl. Bertie jerked away, picked up the case and marched toward the door. Her dad came after her. Jerry could be clumsy and slow after a night of gin, but today she was unlucky. He got between her and the door.
You running away from me to be some man's fancy piece?
Jerry seized her arm again, and this time his grip bit down hard.
The hell you are! You start my breakfast or I'll beat you black and blue.
No, you'll let me go.
Jerry was strong, always had been, but Bertie had learned long ago that if she fought back and fought hard, she could usually get away. She would run off and hide in her sanctuary until her father calmed down and got into one of his good moods. Wasn't no one more generous than Bertie's dad when he was feeling good? Problem was, she could never be sure when he'd be in a sunny temper, and his good mood always wore off.
Need any help, miss?
A gravelly voice asked. The Duke's coachman had opened the door. He was a big, brawny man with broad shoulders, a flat face, and giant hands. He looked like a prize fighter and had a powerful voice to match.
Is this him?
Jerry asked.
Your fancy man?
Bertie rolled her eyes.
You've got a wild imagination, you have.
The coachman peeled Jerry away from her. He didn't jerk or punch. He just pulled Bertie's father back with one large hand on his shoulder, and Jerry had no choice but to move. Bertie gave the coachman a grateful look.
Go easy on him, all right? He's always in a bad way after he's had too much gin.
The prize-fighter bent his thick neck in a nod, but continued to hold her father in place with the strength of a stolid bull.
Bertie girl!
Jerry yelled as Bertie slipped around them and out the door. He sounded pathetic and lost, as he usually did when coming off a hangover.
You can't leave me! Who's gonna look after me?
Bertie glanced back from the stairwell. Her father peered at her around the coachman's large arm, his face stark with fear. He really was a hopeless old sot when it came down to it.
I'll send Mrs. Lang to look in on you. You know you like her.
Mrs. Lang was a publican's widow and worked as a barmaid at Bertie's dad's local. She was one of the few people who could handle Jerry Fraser and his moods. Bertie made herself turn and head down the stairs, resolutely shutting off the sight of her father and the sound of his pleas. A street lad was holding the horses when Bertie came out, and interested neighbours had come out to watch. Franklin helped Bertie into the coach under their stares, both curious and belligerent. Not many minutes later, the coachman emerged from the house, not looking any the worse for wear. Bertie asked if he could stop the coach at the pub down the lane, and he nodded in his taciturn way and climbed to his perch. Bertie settled into the seat as Franklin slammed the door and hugged her valise to her, her fingers cold in her gloves. The ducal coach crunched forward through the squalid streets of her childhood, taking her away. The house filled up with people before Sinclair could stop them. He studied the crowd from the double doorway of his ground-floor drawing-room, wondering what the devil all of them were doing in London. English society was supposed to be off in the country shooting things or preparing for a country Christmas, but both his front and back parlours, the large doors open between them, were stuffed full of guests. Sinclair's newest sister-in-law, Rose, had been a duchess, briefly, and Sinclair's sister Ainsley had once been a lady-in-waiting to the Queen. Between the pair of them, they knew everyone in London, and Juliana, who'd married Sinclair's wild brother Elliot, was amazingly fond of organising. When Sinclair had let slip a few weeks before that he was thinking of inviting people for a gathering before he left for Scotland, the three ladies had become a whirlwind. Tonight, Sinclair barely recognised his own house, which was festooned with ribbons and greenery for Q.C. Sinclair McBride's London Christmas soiree. The children were upstairs with Bertie. Sinclair hadn't seen much of his pickpocket these past few days, ever since the night he'd asked her to stay. Many cases were being tried at the Old Bailey this week, the courts hurrying to have them done before they adjourned for the holidays. Sinclair was in court long hours every day, then back in his chambers preparing for more trials well into each night. Or perhaps he was simply avoiding going home. Thinking of Bertie laughing with his children in the nursery or asleep in the bedroom above his office kept him restless and randy. Mrs. Hill had promised that either she or Macaulay would return to the agency and bring back a list of potential governesses, but strangely, neither the housekeeper nor Macaulay had found time to do it. Sinclair thought he understood their procrastination. Andrew and Kat had been astonishingly well behaved, for them, ever since Miss Fraser had arrived. The consensus in the house was that no matter how unconventional Miss Fraser might be, it was worth their sanity to have her here. Their sanity might be safe, Sinclair thought darkly, but his own was in jeopardy. Sinclair spied his brother Elliot near the windows and made for him.
"I understand Juliana being here,"
Sinclair said, scooping champagne from a footman's tray as he neared Elliot.
"But you, little brother, you don't like crowds, or fuss, or Englishmen."
Sinclair took a deep drink of the champagne and tried not to make a face. Whiskey, unfortunately, was nowhere in sight. Juliana, Rose and Ainsley said that champagne was the thing for a London soiree. Elliot drank nothing. He simply stood and watched the cream of society talking at length about very little at the tops of their voices.
"I could go off into a dark corner and brood if it would make you feel better,"
he said. Sinclair answered with a laugh, happy his brother could joke again. Elliot's scarred face no longer bore the lines of exhaustion he'd worn for years, and the darkness in his eyes had lightened. Elliot had experienced hell as the captive of a particularly brutal tribe in the mountains north of the Punjab, and the McBrides had feared him dead for many months. It would take a long time for Elliot to fully heal, Sinclair knew, but Elliot's episodes of darkness had lessened considerably since his marriage. The fact that Elliot could stand next to Sinclair and smile at his own joke was the greatest gift Juliana had given the McBrides.
"For a time I thought one of us would have to shoot you,"
Sinclair said, taking another sip of overly sweet champagne.
"I'm happy we didn't. Of course, if I drink more of this treacle, I might ask you to drag me off and end my misery."
Elliot answered with a laugh, which warmed Sinclair's heart.
"If you want to know, I'm here for her."
Elliot nodded in the direction of a pretty, smiling, red-headed young woman who was at the moment working to sweeten a dour judge who'd been invited to bolster Sinclair's career. Elliot's grey eyes softened.
"I like to watch my Juliana shine."
The simple statement made Sinclair's gratitude to his sister-in-law surge. Elliot's attention was caught by something behind Sinclair.
"Careful,"
he said.
Matchmaking ladies on your blind side.
Sinclair turned as Eleanor, Duchess of Kilmorgan, and Rose, now Mrs. Stephen McBride, approached, the two ladies flanking a third woman. She was Mrs. Tomalin, whom he'd kissed and planned to take to dinner when he had the chance. Mrs. Tomalin was in her early 30s and curvaceous of figure, with a mass of golden hair meticulously braided and curled. Her face held beauty, and her eyes were blue, her smile inviting. Sinclair also noted with his barrister's scrutiny that everything about her dress and hair was done with the utmost attention to the most recent style, though not fussily so. Clara Tomalin had taken care to present a pleasing picture to the world, but she didn't ruin it by constantly patting her hair or clothes to make sure all was well. She was poised and sure of herself. Sinclair couldn't help himself assessing people. He'd learned to take stock of every facet of a person in the dock and witness box, every reaction, every twitch, every way they carried themselves. He learned them, and then drilled through them to get at the truth. Therefore Sinclair saw, penetrating Mrs. Tomalin's smile and polite handshake, that she fully intended to share Sinclair's bed this night. Bertie watched from the landing between the upper floors as the last of the guests flowed out the door and into the night. Andrew and Kat had sat on the stairs with her for much of the evening, looking down at the throng below. Andrew had laughed at everyone, but Kat only watched quietly, saying nothing. When the two children began to droop, Bertie took them back to the nursery and tucked them up in bed. Then she'd returned, moving down the stairs as far as she dared before settling in to watch once more. The Duchess, Eleanor, had spied Bertie on the landing and given her a friendly wave. Bertie raised her hand in return, expecting the lady to point her out or come up and try to talk to her, but Eleanor only turned away with her formidable husband, leaving Bertie safe. Bertie decided she quite liked the blonde Ainsley, Sinclair's sister, who was much like him in her restless movements, her sudden smiles and flashes of frowns. Changeable, that was a good word for Sinclair. His brothers Elliot and Stephen had the same changeability, though Elliot's was more subdued. He'd been broken at some time, Bertie knew. Mrs. Hill had told Bertie much about the McBrides and their history. For all Mrs. Hill's puckered expressions, she was a ready font of gossip, and all of it interesting. Bertie did not like the woman with her hair all primped who'd been hanging on to Sinclair's arm the latter half of the night. She'd been with him every time he drifted toward the drawing-room doorway or into the hall to say goodbye to departing guests. The woman was pretty and dressed like a fashion plate, an upper-class lady, elegant, even regal. A friend of Stephen's wife, Bertie gleaned, which meant she was sanctioned by family. Bertie's heart burned when the footman Peter closed the door on the final guests, but Sinclair and the woman, Clara Bertie had heard her called, remained in the hall together, arm in arm.
"Go to bed, Peter,"
Sinclair said.
"You've done a good night's work. I'll see to Mrs. Tomalin."
Oh, he'd see to her all right. Bertie's eyes narrowed. From the sparkle in the woman's eyes, she was looking forward to being seen to. Peter faded discreetly toward the back stairs, leaving Sinclair and Mrs. Tomalin alone. Mrs. Tomalin turned her face up to Sinclair's, and Sinclair leaned down and kissed her. Bertie stood frozen on the landing, unable to pull back into the shadows. She couldn't move, fixed in place to watch them kiss. Lengthy, experienced kisses, none of the blundering Bertie had done. Clara lifted her head and gave Sinclair a tender look. Sinclair rested his hand on Clara's chest, much of it bared by her low neckline, and Bertie's heart bled anew. They were going to share a bed, the one on the floor below hers. Sinclair would strip off his clothes to reveal his fine and handsome body, and he would kiss the shameless Mrs. Tomalin as he undressed her. Mrs. Tomalin would be privileged to see his smile in the dark, to watch his grey eyes lose their bleakness as he laid himself on top of her. Bertie held on to the railing as though the floor undulated beneath her feet. She felt a hotness in her eyes and realized she was about to cry. Bertie rarely cried, not even when her dad was at his most brutal. She'd learned to hold it in, but at the moment her shaking limbs and tight chest told her tears were coming. Sinclair and Mrs. Tomalin broke off from each other long enough to start for the stairs. Bertie gathered the skirts of her new grey cashmere dress and sped silently up the rest of the staircase. She shot into her bedroom, her breath hurting, and closed the door without making a noise. She stood for a long time in the middle of her bedchamber, her throat working, eyes stinging, fists clenching and unclenching. Her body was so stiff her legs ached. What was she doing here, in this house, in Mayfair at all? Bertie had allowed herself to be persuaded that she could live here as though she belonged here, but she knew she didn't. She knew why she'd ignored common sense and stayed, not for the salary or new clothes or the soft bed and warm rooms. Bertie had stayed to be close to Sinclair McBride. She'd wanted to see him every day, to hear his voice and be near him, even if she couldn't have him. Foolish girl. Living here meant Bertie would have to bear it when a pretty lady like Mrs. Tomlin decided to latch on to him. Sinclair was a man, after all. Most men, in Bertie's experience, didn't remain celibate for long. And what happened if Sinclair decided to marry and give his children a new mum? No woman would want a governess who'd thrown herself at and kissed her husband to go on looking after his children. Bertie made a move toward her valise. Her worn-out green dress had gone, snatched away by Aoife and quickly sold to a rag-and-bone man by Mrs. Hill. Bertie had 3 new dresses now, 2 grey and 1 dark blue and green plaid. The plaid one was for special occasions, Mrs. Hill had said, but the gowns weren't really hers, and Bertie knew it. Sinclair had paid for them. She took the underclothing she'd brought from home out of the bureau, leaving the new set of smalls Mrs. Hill had given her behind. Sinclair knew her for a thief, but she refused to rob him as she went, refused to give him the satisfaction. She'd take only her own things, leaving the ribbons and the little brush and comb set Mrs. Hill had also provided. Mrs. Hill, as cold as she pretended to be, had proved to be quite thoughtful underneath it all. Bertie shut her valise with a snap, blinking back her tears. She'd go. She'd hurry down the stairs as soon as Sinclair was safely cuddling with Mrs. Tomlin, slip past Peter and let herself out, back to the cold darkness of a London winter. In the next room, Katrina cried out in her sleep. Bertie found herself abandoning the valise and any thoughts of escape to hurry to the nursery. What had she been thinking? She couldn't leave them alone, could she? Cat and Andrew needed her. That had been clear from the first day. Cat was all right, sleeping peacefully by the time Bertie reached her bed. Whatever dream had disturbed her had gone. Cat's eyes were closed, her breathing even, her arms snugly around her doll. The doll stared up at Bertie in the light of the low-burning lamp, smiling as though to say all was well. She was standing guard. Bertie pressed a light kiss to Katrina's forehead and moved across the room to Andrew's bed, which was empty. The sheets were rumpled, the pillow dented, and Andrew McBride was nowhere in sight. Chapter 8. Satiation. That was key. When bodily needs overtook the senses, it was time to relieve them so one could concentrate. Even doctors said that. Sinclair looked into Clara Tomlin's eyes as he shut the door on his upstairs study, taking in her smile, her blue eyes, her pleasing curves. She was pretty, willing, and as lonely as he was. Nothing wrong with passing a night together. They were grown people, had both been married, and could be discreet, knowing the way of the world. So why did Sinclair feel so much reluctance? This was bodily passion alone. It was for Clara as well, he could see. They'd come together, soothe their desires, and return to everyday life. Clara's smile widened as Sinclair slid off his frock coat, then came to her and put his hands on her shoulders. Her bodice was cut to expose much flesh, shoulders, upper arms, and breasts to just above her nipples. Clara's skin was cool, not much heat in it, and its colour was what ladies called alabaster, pure white like a statue, a woman who hid herself from the sun. Was the rest of her body as pale? Clara had very fair hair, true blonde, no artifice, which meant her hair elsewhere wouldn't have much colour either. A contrast flashed through his mind, a young woman with dark hair, pink cheeks, and a mouth widening in delighted laughter, a Cockney accent and a teasing tone while she told him exactly what she thought of him. Sinclair closed his eyes, shutting out the vision, as his lips met Clara's cool ones. Clara knew exactly how to kiss. Her answering pressure was demure enough to indicate she didn't have this sort of liaison all the time, firm enough to tell him she'd shared a bed with a man before and liked it. No unpracticed but enthusiastic kisses that meant she was excited to be kissing him. No shy smile when she drew back. No excited laughter.
Don't think about it. Just get on with it.
Sinclair slid one arm around Clara and pulled her up to him. She wasn't any warmer when closer. He moved his hand to her breasts. Clara exhaled in satisfaction, but good Lord, this woman's skin was cold. Perhaps he should summon a doctor. Thump, thump.
Mr. McBride?
Sinclair ripped away from Clara, his heart banging. She stepped back, startled and flushing.
Who?
She mouthed.
Bertie.
The name burst into Sinclair's brain, but he said nothing.
I beg your pardon, Mr. McBride.
Bertie's voice was stiff and stilted, trying to mask the London back streets in her words.
I need to come in.
The governess,
Sinclair said softly. He put a hand on Clara's chilled shoulder. A shawl, that's what the woman needed. It was December, for pity's sake, and she'd bared a good portion of her body to the winter air. Astonishing she wasn't sniffling with a head cold.
I'd better see to it.
Clara nodded, understanding. She had children, she'd told Sinclair, 2 grown sons. They'd spent most of their childhood at school and now university. She'd looked surprised when Sinclair had mentioned that Andrew hadn't yet been shipped off to a school. Sinclair strode to the door and wrenched it open before he remembered he was in his shirt sleeves. Bertie stood on the threshold, her eyes bright but not with mirth. She took in his loosened shirt and rumpled waistcoat with a look that told him she knew exactly what was going on in here.
Andrew is missing,
she announced. Clara, hidden from Bertie's view by the door, looked concerned. Sinclair gave her the faintest shake of his head.
Andrew is frequently missing,
he said to Bertie.
Find Macaulay and ask him to help you search the house. Macaulay knows all his hiding places.
I don't have to search the house,
Bertie said. She had so much colour in her, dark blue eyes, pretty flush of her cheek, red lips.
I know exactly where he is. If you'll just let me...
Bertie ducked under Sinclair's arm and into the room before he could stop her. Her warmth spilled over Sinclair as she brushed past, and he wanted to lean into her, gathering her heat to him. He'd tumble her mussed hair, bury his face in it. Bertie walked past Clara, pretending not to notice her, and heaved open the double pocket doors that led to Sinclair's bedchamber. She swept inside Sinclair's bedroom without hesitation, striding straight to his bed. The room inside was dim, only one gaslight turned low for illumination. Bertie turned the light up with a competent hand and threw back the covers from a lump in the middle of the bed. Andrew exploded out of the blankets, launching himself directly at Sinclair, who staggered back as he caught his son.
Papa!
Andrew shouted, flinging his arms around his father's neck.
I was waiting for you.
Andrew was so warm. Love flooded Sinclair, and he gathered his son to him in a hard embrace. Andrew's love poured back over him, the boy generous with it. Holding him was like waking from a bad dream to relieving reality. Andrew soon squirmed, not liking to be confined.
Put me to bed, Papa, and tell me a story.
Sinclair was supposed to grow outraged, thump Andrew to his feet, thrust him at Bertie, and snap at her to mind her charges. Banish his only son so that he could get back to the business of carnal satisfaction.
All right, Andrew,
Sinclair said.
I'll take you up.
He glanced at Clara, who looked disappointed but also understanding. The understanding made Sinclair soften a little toward her. She couldn't help that her skin was as cold as a dead fish's.
Bertie, fetch Macaulay and tell him to see that Mrs. Tomlin gets home. I'll lend her my carriage.
Sinclair made a bow to Clara.
Good night, madam.
Clara returned the nod politely, as though they were still fully dressed in the reception room filled with people below.
Of course. Good night, Mr. McBride.
Bertie, again pretending not to notice her, moved past Sinclair and through the door, her skirts holding her heat as they flowed past Sinclair's legs. Sinclair followed her out, carrying Andrew up through the darkness to the bright warmth of the nursery. By the time Bertie returned from fetching Macaulay and closed the door, Sinclair was tucking Andrew into his bed, the planned night with Clara Tomlin dissolving into nothing. Bertie sat nearby, mending Andrew's shirt. Andrew ripped his clothes every day, so there was always mending, listening while Sinclair told his son and daughter stories about his travels in the army. He'd been to Egypt and the Sudan, had seen the wonders of the pyramids and tombs of civilizations long gone. The two children laughed or shivered, depending on the story, hanging on every word their father said. He really had a way with them, Bertie observed as she stitched. Pity he had to shut himself up with his dry papers and his stuffed shirt fellow barristers all the day long. After a while, eyes grew heavy and both Cat and Andrew began to yawn. Sinclair kissed Andrew's forehead, then carried Cat, who'd come to Andrew's bed to listen to the stories, back across to her own bed. He laid her in it and tucked the covers around her, making sure to include her doll. When Sinclair turned to Bertie, however, the fatherliness fled and the sternness of the barrister returned. He beckoned for her to follow him out into the hall and firmly shut the nursery door.
"Andrew wanted to see you," Bertie said quickly before Sinclair could speak. "You can't blame him."
"I don't. I blame you."
Sinclair folded his arms and fixed her with a severe look. A delectable picture he made, to be sure. His shirt stretched across his wide shoulders, cuffs straining over thick wrists. His waistcoat hugged his tight torso, and his open shirt gave her a tantalizing glimpse of brown throat.
"I can't chain him to the bed."
Bertie clenched her hands.
"Asleep stretched across the door. Wouldn't matter. Andrew would just climb down the drain pipe. Letting him open the bedroom door himself is safer."
Sinclair's brows drew down, his frown unfortunately making him even more handsome.
"I'm paying you to watch them."
"Only until you hire a new governess, you said."
Bertie shook her head.
"You ain't really angry because I wasn't watching Andrew. You're angry because you wanted to get into that woman's knickers and I stopped you. A mercy I did, wasn't it? Imagine you taking her all cooing and sighing into your bedroom and dropping her right down on top of Andrew."
She broke off with a laugh.
"That would have been something to see."
Sinclair took a step closer and unfolded one arm to point his finger at Bertie's face. His cuff rode up his wrist, revealing a round, puckered scar.
"You work for me. That means what I get up to in my own house is my business and nothing for you to speculate on. That woman, as you call her, is a friend to my sisters-in-law."
"I saw them bring her in."
Bertie cocked her head, studying the tip of his finger.
"A tart is still a tart. Don't matter that she's in thick with duchesses. I saved you some bother, you know. She'd have found some way to twist you into marrying her so she could get her hands on your money. I've seen her sort before."
Sinclair's mouth tightened.
"Mrs. Tomlin is a widow with plenty of money."
He broke off, as though realizing he had no idea of her financial situation.
"And I have no intention of marrying—"
His words cut off as he drew a long breath.
"Anyone."
"In that case she truly is a tart," Bertie said. "And here's me, pretending I'm all virtuous when I'd give anything to take her place."
Sinclair's broad forefinger jabbed at Bertie again.
"You have no idea what the hell you're talking about."
"Yes, I do. I mean, it doesn't matter if she's upper crust. People are people, ain't they? She wants your body, but she'll take your money too if she can get it."
"Stop."
"I'm only saying what I see."
Bertie made herself shrug.
"So you miss taking some time with her. Serves you right for never coming home and being so grumpy when you do."
Sinclair's face went deep red. Bertie knew she'd gone too far, but the hurt that clenched her insides wouldn't cease. Let him sling her out into the street. Bertie had survived before, and she would again. With a great empty hole in her heart. Sinclair took another step toward her, and Bertie moved back until she found herself pressed into the wall. There wasn't much in the way of furniture on this landing, just bare walls and one gas lamp between the two rooms. Sinclair hemmed her in, his warmth driving away all chill. She could see nothing but him, hear nothing but his voice, the rest of the world receding into a vague blur. He was speaking again, saying something or other, his broad finger an inch from her nose. He kept his nails nicely trimmed and clean, though his blunt hand was more suited to holding a sword than a pen.
Bertie, you...
Bertie, her heart thumping, leaned forward and nipped the tip of his finger. Sinclair froze, words dying, his grey gaze fixing on her mouth, closing on his fingertip. His chest rose sharply.
Bloody hell,
he whispered. The next thing Bertie knew, she was flat against the wall, her hands lifted over her head. Her wrists were trapped in his grip, the wallpaper cool to the backs of her fingers. Sinclair leaned to her, close enough that the barest inch separated their bodies. Bertie's heart thumped and thudded, her hands confined under his strong, firm fingers. She smelled the cloying note of Mrs. Tomerlin's perfume on his clothes, along with his crisp male scent and the sweetness of champagne. Sinclair closed his eyes, head bowing a little, and leaned nearer.
"You are so warm."
"Well, it is stuffy in here," Bertie whispered. Sinclair's house shut out much of the winter cold. Sinclair shook his head, thumbs caressing her wrists. He came closer still, his nose skimming her cheek.
"So warm."
"Let me warm you then. I've got it to spare." Sinclair pulled her left hand away from the wall. His long body was nearly against hers, but not quite. A breeze, if there was one, could pass between them. The light pressure of his thighs on Bertie's skirts and his hands on her wrists were their only points of contact. The gaslight, dimmed for the night, burnished the gold of Sinclair's hair as he turned his head. He studied her hand a moment, caressing the back of it with his thumb. Heat streaked down Bertie's arm, straight to her heart. Sinclair straightened her forefinger and brought it to his lips. He kissed the tip of her finger, then, as Bertie had done to him, closed his teeth around it. Bertie let out a faint cry, more of a gasp by the time it reached the air. Sinclair nibbled a moment before he closed his eyes and drew her finger all the way into his mouth. Fire poured through her body in a molten stream. She'd never felt anything like it, and Sinclair was barely doing anything, sucking on her finger, that was all. But the heat of his tongue, the pull of his lips, stoked the fires inside her. Her breasts felt heavy, pushing against the tightness of her corset. Sinclair's lashes, like his hair, were light, stark lines on his sunburned skin. Bertie wanted to draw him to her, smooth his hair, rub the back of his neck, soothe away all his lines of pain. But she was afraid to touch him, afraid to break the spell. Sinclair stepped all the way against her, the space for the breeze vanishing. He might claim he needed warmth, but Sinclair was plenty warm himself. He let go of Bertie's other hand to brace himself against the wall, while he licked her forefinger and then pulled a second finger into his mouth. Bertie's gasp was louder this time, echoing around the high hall and the carved frieze at the ceiling. Sinclair made not a sound as his body pressed hers, his mouth working. The strength of his tongue, the tug on her fingers, turned Bertie's body incandescent. She knew she ought to jerk away and tell him to stop. She'd die if he didn't. But then he might stop. Her blood felt thick. Nothing else existed, nothing in the world but herself and this stern, strong man, pressed against her in the upper halls of his beautiful house. Bertie couldn't keep from reaching for him. Her fingers contacted the warm sleekness of his hair, and she caressed it, trailing her touch to the back of his neck. Sinclair made a noise in his throat and pushed closer to her. He lifted his head, his eyes half closed, and drew his tongue up Bertie's first 2 fingers. Then he took a third one into his mouth. His suckling grew fiercer, as though Sinclair strove to imbibe her warmth. Bertie's back was tight against the wall, his weight keeping her there. His mouth was a hot place, tongue caressing, teeth lightly scraping. It was sensual, erotic, wicked, and yet they were both fully clothed, both standing upright, nowhere near a bed. Nothing improper about it at all. But Bertie's knees were weak, her insides shaking. She would fall, but Sinclair would fall with her, and he'd stretch on top of her on the floor. All the while his glorious mouth would squeeze her fingers with heat and not pain. His warmth seeped into her, and nothing else mattered.
Papa?
Sinclair stilled. Everything in the hall stilled with him, as though the moment froze into a crystal shape, captured, unmoving. After a silent, very long moment, Sinclair slid Bertie's hand away from his mouth, lifted his head, and looked to Katrina standing outside the nursery door, her braid of dark hair over her shoulder, her doll clutched to her chest. Between one heartbeat to the next, Sinclair changed from the sensual man taking his time with a woman to the empty shell Bertie had watched him become for the first time in the courtroom. The warmth he'd taken from Bertie dissipated into the darkness. Sinclair cleared his throat.
Katrina, I thought you were asleep.
I had dreams.
Katrina held her doll closer, her serious gaze taking in her father, Bertie close to him, and Bertie's scalding face.
I miss Mama.
Damn it,
Sinclair whispered so softly Bertie barely heard it. Sinclair's hand tightened on the wallpaper, and he lowered it, straightening up to his full height. He left Bertie's side as though he didn't notice her there. Bertie leaned back against the wall, the only thing holding her up. Her legs surely weren't. They were shaking like stalks of tender flowers in the wind. Sinclair approached Katrina and reached for her hand.
I miss her too, Kat.
Katrina pulled back from him.
I want Bertie.
Sinclair's chest rose with a hard breath, and the hand that he'd held out to her clenched. For another frozen moment, no one in the hall moved. Then Sinclair turned stiffly toward the stairs, not looking at either of them.
Bertie, get her to bed,
he said in a hard voice, and then he started down, his footsteps heavy in the silence. Bertie and Kat heard him open the door to his study, then the slamming of it echoed up and down the stairwell. Bertie swallowed, her throat hurting. She made herself push away from the wall and go to Kat.
Come, sweetheart,
she said, holding out her hand. Bertie took Katrina back to her bed and tucked her in. Kat reached for Bertie as she made to turn away, and something in the child's eyes made Bertie stop. This little girl, since Bertie's arrival, had shown almost no emotions at all, the opposite of Andrew, who could change moods in a flash. Kat only watched everyone else, as though she waited for something, maybe had done so for so long that she'd forgotten what she waited for. Right now, though, Kat's eyes held fear. Whatever the dream had been, she didn't say, but it was clear she didn't want Bertie to go. Bertie gave her a smile, unwound herself from Katrina's grip to pull the armchair to the bed, and reached for the mending basket. Bertie's hands shook as she started again with the needle, the fingers that Sinclair had taken into his mouth burning like bands of fire.
Bertie.
The word came out cracked, and Sinclair cleared his throat.
Miss Fraser.
Bertie stood in front of Sinclair's desk in his study the next morning, her heart thumping. Sinclair was on his feet on the other side of it. He'd barely glanced up at her from the papers he was reading, or tidying, or whatever he was doing when she came in, and now she waited, her chest tight, for him to continue. The desk was a solid barrier between them, like Hadrian's Wall, built to keep ancient Scots, Sinclair's ancestors, from overrunning England. At least that's what the book Bertie had been reading to Andrew and Kat said Hadrian's Wall was about. Sinclair wasn't coming out from behind it, and the desk blocked her way to him. Bertie's head ached, almost as much as her heart did. Her left hand was stiff because she'd clenched it in her sleep. Once Kat had been sleeping deeply, not moving in dreams, Bertie had gone to bed only to lie awake herself. Whenever she did drop off, she dreamed of Sinclair's mouth on her fingers, the warm firmness of his lips, the heat of his tongue. When she woke this morning, she found her hand curled into her palm so hard she'd had to pry it open and rub away the stiffness. Bertie had emerged from her bedroom, dressed but sandy-eyed, only to be told by Aoife that Mr. McBride wanted a word.
"Did you want to say something to me?"
Bertie asked, not bothering to smooth her speech. Mrs. Hill had been teaching her to talk more properly, but Bertie was in no mood to try this morning.
"Aoife said you wanted a dicky bird."
"I do."
Sinclair finally looked at her. He had a pen in his hand, but he held it so tightly it might snap in two any moment.
"Miss Fraser, my children are fond of you, but I will understand if you would like to go."
Chapter 9.
Go?
Bertie asked in a sudden panic. The world seemed to drop out from beneath her feet.
Go where?
Sinclair's eyes flickered, the warmth that had filled them last night gone.
I mean, resign, give notice, take yourself elsewhere.
Bertie took a step toward the desk.
You want me to leave?
Sinclair studied her for a long time, the mouth that had felt so sinful on his finger tightening.
I'd have thought you would want to go.
Why?
The word burst out before she could stop it. Bertie's throat was dry, not helping her aching head.
Because I twittered about your lady and then threw myself at you.
The pen fell. Sinclair's fists balled. Then he opened them, as though he'd had to force himself to, and cleared his throat again.
No, because I behaved improperly toward you.
Bertie's eyes widened. Improperly? He thought he'd been improper? That was a laugh.
You were much more improper with the widow.
A crease appeared between his brows. Why did he not leap around the desk and start shouting at her, instead of holding it in until he cracked? His large body, trapped under layers of his pristine suit, swayed a little, as though he kept himself in place with great effort.
Miss Fraser.
So formal. No longer Bertie, but Miss Fraser, as though she truly were the governess.
Really?
She said.
What you did with me, it weren't nothing.
It wasn't nothing, that's the point.
His voice grew a little louder.
Eh?
Bertie stared at him until his meaning trickled through her numb brain.
No, what I mean to say is, I didn't mind.
The crease between his brows deepened.
But you should mind.
Well, I didn't. And maybe you think that means I'm a tart, like I said that widow was, but...
Bertie cut off her words with effort, no idea why she was babbling.
You didn't do anything wrong. Didn't even kiss me.
But the way Sinclair had suckled her fingers, the way he'd leaned into her, had been stronger than kissing. The encounter had been about bodily passion, a desire she'd never known. She wanted to know it again, and more.
I'm your employer,
Sinclair said in his hard voice.
I consider myself an honourable man, which means I shouldn't have my way with everyone in my house, from the cook to the second housemaid.
Oh, I'd like to see you try that with Mrs. Hill.
Imagining Sinclair acting like a besotted swain with the coldly haughty housekeeper made a hysterical laugh bubble from Bertie's mouth.
This isn't funny,
Sinclair said, the growl returning to his voice.
Yes, it is.
Bertie took a step toward the desk.
My pal Ruthie told me about a place where she was kitchen maid a long time ago. The man of the house dipped his wick in whichever maid he wanted, and a couple of the footmen too. He never got round to Ruthie, because she told her mum, and her mum took her right out of there.
Bertie!
Sinclair raised his hands.
Stop!
Bertie's tongue tripped on.
Point is, you ain't like that. What's between you and me is... between you and me. But if you want me to go, I'll go.
She had to swallow on the last words. Her throat hurt so much. Maybe she was coming down with a cold.
I don't.
The words came out quickly. Sinclair clenched his fists again, his hands brushing the desk. Bertie remembered the scar on his wrist his rising shirt-sleeve had showed her last night, and resisted the urge to go to him and push up his sleeve now. She'd lift his tanned wrist to her lips and kiss the scar, maybe lick it. She wondered what he'd taste like. Bertie felt her breasts tighten, and she tried to banish the vision. She'd never think straight if she imagined such things.
Why do you ask me to go, then?
Sinclair let out an exasperated breath.
Damn it, Bertie, I'm trying to be noble.
Well, don't. It don't suit you. Are you finished? I've got lessons to give.
He rested his fists on the desk, keeping Hadrian's wall between them.
Yes, go,
he said in annoyance, as though Bertie had come to bother him instead of him sending for her. Bertie made for the door, knowing a dismissal when she heard one, but she lingered, her hand on the porcelain doorknob.
You off to your chambers now?
Yes.
Oh.
Bertie tried to think of more to say so she could stay in this room and speak to him longer, but she came up with nothing.
Well, you have a fine day then.
Thank you,
Sinclair said. His grey eyes pierced her from all the way across the room. He wanted her gone, no mistake. Bertie felt as though she should curtsy or something before leaving his presence, but he wasn't a king or a duke, only a man, a tall, handsome, lonely gentleman with a warm and wonderful voice, and she was governess to his children. How nice it would be if she could hand him his valise in the mornings, wish him a good day and give him a kiss goodbye, and welcome him back home again with another kiss, he enfolding her in his arms and saying how glad he was to be there. Bertie had to settle for giving Sinclair a brief nod and gliding out the door, her heart hammering. Sinclair said nothing at all, the session over. Bertie ran up the stairs, back to her own room, where she had to pace the floor for a time before she calmed herself enough to make her way to the nursery and the lively children waiting for her there.
"What is it now?"
Sinclair snapped at the clerk who put his head around his door. He looked up from another of the blasted anonymous letters that he'd received this morning, no longer interested in the day-to-day running of the common courts.
"You're meeting with his lordship,"
his junior clerk Henry said.
"If you don't look sharpish, sir, you'll be late." "Bloody hell."
Sinclair shoved aside the letter that burned his fingers and made himself get to his feet. His entire body felt wrong, his legs stiff.
Not the only thing that's been stiff.
Sinclair had lain awake hard and furious all night and decided it best to send Bertie away, only way he'd regain any sanity. He either had to take her to his bed and ease his need for her or send her off. But when he'd summoned Bertie to dismiss her, the sensible thing to do, she'd stood resolutely in front of his desk and looked at him as though he were a fool. She didn't want to leave, and Sinclair didn't want her to go. She had nowhere to go in any case, and they both knew it. Her choices were the slums of the East End or another house of some aristocrat who exercised his power over the staff, as her friend had described. Damned if Sinclair would let that happen. Also, Richards had told him what Eleanor's coachman had told him, about the dank rooms and Bertie's bully of a father who'd been ready to hold her back when she wanted to leave. Sinclair would never send her back to that. But he had to do something. He couldn't lie awake all night and still be able to give attention to his cases. He couldn't stand up in front of a judge and tell him in the politest possible terms that his lordship was an ass when he was daydreaming about unbuttoning Bertie's new and prim governess gowns. He could always stay overnight at Chambers, Sinclair thought, as he snatched up his robes and followed Henry out. He never had, always wanting to return home to his young family, but knowing Bertie slept so near him every night was going to drive him mad. Henry helped Sinclair settle his robes and look respectable before he strode from Essex Court across the way to Middle Temple Hall. The brown brick building, its white corner trim and windows soot-stained, stood like a cathedral on the green of the gardens, an imposing edifice of the law. The walls told the outside world that here was an important place of learning and weighty decisions. If Sinclair hadn't known many of the men inside it so well, he might believe it. His lordship, Sir Percival Montague, whom Sinclair had enjoyed confounding over the case of Ruth Baxter, didn't rise when Sinclair entered the room he'd commandeered for this meeting. Sir Percival, old Monty to both friends and detractors, had a cadaverous look, though Sinclair knew he was fond of meat and drink. He had watery blue eyes in a sunken face, thin lips, greyish skin, and wisps of hair across the top of his balding head. Sir Percival snapped his fingers at a lackey waiting nearby and signalled him to pour 2 glasses of sherry.
"I'm sorry I have no Scots whisky,"
old Monty said, not looking one bit sorry.
"But I like a bit of sherry in the morning. Settles the digestion."
Sinclair thought sherry overly sweet and cloying, but he politely accepted a glass.
"You know why we're meeting,"
Sir Percival said. He drained his glass and held it up for the lackey to pour more.
"Either you want to admonish me for switching from prosecution to defence in the case of Ruth Baxter,"
Sinclair said calmly,
"or you are measuring my backside for a place on the bench."
Old Monty looked pained.
"You always have a blunt way of putting things, McBride. This endears you to some of my colleagues who find you rustic and amusing, but not to me. Take care to remember that. You were perfectly right, of course, in the Baxter case. The man taken in arrest has confessed to all and should shortly meet his maker, or else the bleakness of Dartmoor. But there is no secret that you are moving swiftly in your profession. You're young for a silk, aren't you?"
Sinclair was in his 30s.
"I worked hard. Not much else to do, is there?"
"Not really."
Monty drank his sherry and held the glass up again to his footman.
"I like to see a barrister take keen interest in his work. You're a family man. Married, are you?"
Sinclair had known this man since his arrival at the temple, but old Monty was notorious for remembering no detail of anyone else's life, barely even of his own.
"I have 2 children,"
Sinclair said.
"My wife—"
He stopped and swallowed.
"Forgive me, Maggie. My wife passed on 7 years ago."
"Ah, well, I am sorry to hear it."
Whether that was sympathy or he was sorry to hear that Sinclair was no longer married, Sinclair couldn't say.
"Thank you,"
he managed.
"I like to see a barrister settled. A wife keeps a man at home and out of mischief, doesn't she?"
Sinclair decided to nod. Sinclair hadn't always been a dull man confined to his job, as Bertie had implied this morning. Andrew's antics had been inherited. Both Sinclair and Elliot had been the wild McBride boys, impossible to tame. Patrick had despaired of them, but felt better when they'd each joined the army, Elliot going to India, Sinclair to Africa. Sinclair had done well as an officer, but he'd retained his wild streak off-duty. After Maggie had taken him in hand, Sinclair had given up such enjoyments as filling an obnoxious English officer's tent with goats. Actually, she'd laughed uproariously when Sinclair had told her the tale. The English officer in question had cruelly beaten one of the Egyptian boys assigned to help him. Sinclair had made sure the goats created the worst possible mess, then took the English captain a little way from camp and explained his feelings, with his fists.
"You're young, as I observed,"
Monty said.
"You can always remarry."
Sinclair's anger stirred. Of course. When one wife goes, uproot her and replant another in her place. Choose one that looks well and goes with the furniture.
"Perhaps,"
Sinclair said without inflection.
"You take my advice, my boy. The committees like to see a man settled. They want no fear of a judge getting into scandal. If you don't mind me saying so, your name is already associated with enough scandal as it is."
Sinclair blinked.
"Is it?"
He led a model life, at least these days. His liaisons in the last few years had been conducted with utmost discretion.
"Your brothers and sister."
Monty put his fingers together, now seeming to remember every detail of Sinclair's life.
"One nearly mad, hiding himself in the wilds of Scotland. Then there was your youngest brother and that scandal he recently caused with the Duchess of Southdown. And your sister, of course, marrying into the notorious Mackenzie family. Lord Cameron Mackenzie has a terrible reputation, rumoured to have killed his first wife. And there was your sister, a lady-in-waiting to the Queen, no less, eloping with him."
Monty shook his head.
"Some of us on the bench were not keen to even consider you, but there are those who persuaded me to give you a chance."
Sinclair's irritation rose, the darker side of his sense of humour starting to itch.
"Maybe you're thinking I should replace my brothers and sister with new ones too."
He let his accent grow thick.
"Maybe made to order." "No use you taking offence, McBride,"
Monty said, looking down his nose.
"It's not bad advice. Marry a respectable young woman, and your wife's family will cancel out any embarrassment yours have perpetrated."
"Debts and credits, eh?"
Sinclair asked.
"Exactly."
Monty almost smiled.
"You have grasped it. I know several eligible young women from excellent families who might suit."
"So do my brothers and my many sisters-in-law,"
Sinclair said, trying to keep the annoyance from his voice. He thought of Clara Tomlin from the night before, with her cold skin and colourless face. Perhaps a fine enough woman, but not as a life mate.
"I'm inundated with eligible bloody women."
"No need to swear, though I suppose it's the Scots way."
Monty sat back in his chair, lifting his hand in dismissal.
"You think on what I've said, McBride. If you want to move up in the world, don't sneer at your betters and their advice."
The lackey understood the cues. He set down the sherry goblet and moved to the door to open it for Sinclair. Sinclair got himself to his feet and swung around to go, making himself say nothing in response. He seemed to hear Bertie's voice ringing in his head.
"Silly old man,"
she'd say when Sinclair told her about it.
"He's like a spider, isn't he? Waiting in his web for someone to come along so he can bully him."
And she'd laugh. Not until Sinclair was halfway back to his chambers, his stride swift, did he realise that he'd pictured sitting down with Bertie and confiding all to her without giving it a second thought. Geoffrey Mitchell had sulked in the pub until late into the night, and this morning he was paying for it. His head pounded and his eyes ached, and he wasn't happy that the winter day was so bright. Sunshine leaked through even the close-set buildings of a Whitechapel to stab at him. He didn't want to be home, not alone in his tiny lodgings. He didn't want to go all the way to Hackney to see the woman who called herself Sylvie, pretending to be French, even if she was a good ride. She wasn't no more French than Geoffrey was, but she'd been a whore and caught more flats with her fake accent and name. Geoffrey didn't want her, though. He wanted Bertie. Bertie usually told Geoffrey to go to the devil, but her eyes sparkled when she said it. She laughed a lot. She was a great girl for laughing, was Bertie. She could scold too, but Geoffrey would teach her not to when they married. And he'd marry her. Didn't matter that she'd run off to be the tart of some rich gent. That couldn't last, and she'd be back. Geoffrey would forgive her, after he pounded her for leaving him. She'd learn not to do that. She'd learn that Geoffrey would take care of her, and none other. A carriage came down the narrow lane. Geoffrey moved close to the wall, hugging it so the big horses and conveyance could move through. When the coach was abreast of him, a man called out the open window.
"You, come here."
Wasn't many back here but Geoffrey, so it was obvious who he meant. Geoffrey moved a cautious step forward. Gentry coves passing through sometimes asked the denizens of the streets to run errands for them, and the denizens, usually needing extra coin, complied. But sometimes gents wanted more than that, especially the ones with unnatural appetites.
"Yes, you,"
the man went on, leaning out the window.
"You'll want to speak to me because I can tell you exactly what you want to know about Basher McBride."
Geoffrey's caution deserted him.
"That bloody Scots barrister? What about him?"
The man beckoned Geoffrey over, and Geoffrey stepped to the coach and peered inside. He tried to see what the man looked like, but the gent had a hat pulled over his eyes. He dressed like any other rich cove. Heavy coat against the cold, gloves, walking stick he rested his hand on. The carriage was shining and fine, with a beefy coachman on the box.
"He's got your woman,"
the man said.
"The little pickpocket. She's yours, isn't she?"
Bertie. Geoffrey's heart beat faster.
"Yeah, she's mine. Where is she?"
The man opened the door of the carriage.
"Come inside,"
he said,
"and I'll tell you all about it."
Bertie settled herself on a bench in Hyde Park and let Cat and Andrew play, keeping a sharp eye on Andrew. Andrew's idea of playing meant running around like a mad thing, chasing birds, yelling, and pointing out things to Bertie at the top of his voice. He'd brought a little boat which he'd sail in the nearest pond whenever he calmed down. Bertie had learned to let him run first and do more complicated things later. Cat, on the other hand, spread out a little blanket near the bench, sat her doll down next to her, and proceeded to hand out a pretend tea. Every movement was solemn, no smiling, the ritual rehearsed. Bertie watched her speculatively. There was something wrong with Cat, something beyond grief for her mother, but she didn't know what. The girl should be rushing after Andrew, or skipping rope, or pushing a hoop, or other things little rich girls in parks like to do. Instead, she sat very quietly, pouring imaginary tea without showing any real enjoyment. Every morning the maid Aoife dressed Cat as though she were a doll herself, Cat taking no interest in the proceedings. That was wrong. Every girl, rich or poor, young or old, liked to primp herself. Cat took very good care not to tear her clothes or soil them, unlike Andrew, who was determined to ruin a fine suit every day, but that was as far as her interest went. Cat finished her tea-pouring ritual, as though it had been a chore she needed to get through, Then she reached into her bag for a notebook, the one she let no one else see. Her pencil began moving, Kat staring at the pages, but again showing no real interest. The bench moved as someone plopped down beside Bertie, too close to her. She looked up, and all the breath went out of her.
"Bertie girl,"
Geoffrey said as he sent her an evil grin.
"There you are."
Chapter 10. Bertie cast a swift glance around her. Andrew was still running, flapping his arms as though trying to fly, and Kat had her head down over her notebook. The kids were safe, she saw with relief, but the mild winter day suddenly became colder. "What are you doing here?" Bertie asked in a low but fierce voice. "I've got a respectable job now. What do you want?"
"I wondered why you ran off from me,"
Geoffrey said.
"I was that riled at you, Bertie girl. But now I've twigged to what you were doing. Clever to get right into the man's house. Send us the word, clear out of the house, and then we'll clear it out."
He laughed, his ale-soaked breath washing over her. "No, you won't," Bertie said furiously. "You won't come anywhere near him or his house. I'm looking after his kids now, not setting up a mark for you."
"Load of cobblers."
Geoffrey closed the few inches of space between them.
"You can pretend all you want, but you ain't respectable. Never will be. All I have to do is slip a nod to a magistrate that you're a pickpocket, and he'll haul you up before him as quick as you please. I'll make sure he knows about every bloke you done over and what you took. Bet those gents are still looking for their watches or purses or handkerchiefs."
Bertie went even colder. "Yeah? Then you'll have to tell about my dad, because he sold the stuff on. You think he'll let you peach to a magistrate?" Geoffrey's expression grew less certain, but he scowled at her.
"Look at you in your fancy gear, watching after brats in velvet collars. I bet his suit and her dress would fetch us enough to live on for a year, not to mention what you've got on your back. You start feeding us the goods, Bertie, or I'll let on to your barrister all about you and what you get up to."
Bertie jerked away to her feet. "He already knows about me. I told him." Geoffrey gave her a look of disbelief.
"You told Basher McBride you were a thief? Couldn't have, or I'd be talking to you in Newgate."
"I did tell him. I didn't rob him the other night. He gave me the sovereign to take home. He's kind-hearted."
"And then asked you to look after his get?"
"Yes." Bertie clenched her hands in her new gloves, which were soft leather and not out at the seams. Geoffrey stared at her. Then his face flushed, and he got off the bench to tower over her.
"You're getting on your knees for him, ain't you? You're kicking your feet to the ceiling, and you're trying to tell me you're respectable? You're whoring for him."
"No," Bertie said. "I'd never." Her face went hot, because she knew she'd bloody well kick her feet up for Sinclair if he ever said the word. Last night he'd done nothing but suckle her fingers, but he might as well have been at her breast or some other intimate part. "No," she repeated, making her voice firm. "What do you take me for? Why can't you believe I have a proper job?"
"Because no gent would let the likes of you into his house or near his brats without you paying for it. If he ain't done you, it just means he ain't done you yet."
Geoffrey grabbed her wrist, the same one Sinclair had held so tightly the night before.
"But you're my girl, Bertie, and you're coming home with me now."
Sinclair left his chambers earlier than usual. Another letter Henry delivered to him in the afternoon, changing the entire day. This one wasn't anonymous. Daisy's brother had signed it, proud to throw threats at Sinclair and his family. The trouble was, the threats had teeth. Sinclair wasn't in court this afternoon, thank God, so he packed up his valise and called for his carriage. When he'd arrived this morning, Sinclair had been contemplating hiding in chambers, sleeping there, anything to stay away from Bertie. Now he knew he never could. After reading his brother-in-law's letter, Sinclair wanted to be home, to surround himself with his children, to reassure himself that they were all right, to reassure them that he'd protect them at all costs. Add to that the thought of Bertie there, and his home beckoned like a refuge. Sinclair wanted to see her, hungered for it. Even if he could only look upon her, listen to her no-nonsense voice and cheeky words, everything would be better. He had enough self-control to keep himself from ravishing his children's governess, didn't he? Sinclair was famous for his self-control, at least these days. His brothers teased him about it. He reached home, the drive today seeming extraordinarily long. Afternoon sunshine slanted through the windows of the house as Sinclair tossed his greatcoat, hat, and gloves at Peter. The winter day had been mild, as winter in London could sometimes be. Blue skies, crisp air, sun shining almost too brightly, but Sinclair was chilled. The house was quiet, Bertie and his children safely tucked in the nursery, he assumed. Sinclair knew if he went straight to them he'd alarm Kat and Andrew, who were sensitive to his moods and easily upset. He'd calm himself, then go up to the nursery to be a cheerful father coming home from the office to visit his brood.
"I'll be in my study," he told Peter, "not to be disturbed."
"Yes, sir." Peter smoothed the rumpled greatcoat in his arms and peered at Sinclair. "Anything I can get you, sir?"
"No."
Sinclair heard his abrupt tone and strove to soften it.
"Thank you."
"Right, sir." Sinclair took the stairs 2 at a time, barely out of breath when he reached the second landing. He had whiskey in his study, and plenty of it. Ever since Sinclair's sister had married into the Mackenzie family, Sinclair had a standing order of the best Mackenzie malt, and Macaulay always kept the decanter stocked. Sinclair strode into the room and slammed the door, making straight for the amber liquid. He sloshed a large measure into a glass, thumped the decanter back down with a clatter, and plunked himself onto the sofa under the tall front windows.
"Hiya,"
Bertie said next to him. Sinclair was on his feet as swiftly as he'd sat down, the whiskey slopping out of the glass. Bertie huddled against the end of the sofa, her feet tucked under her, her grey dress rumpled as though she'd been napping. Sinclair opened his mouth to demand to know what she was doing in here, then noticed her face. Bertie regarded him without a smile, her expression so sad his heart missed a beat. He sat back down, thrusting the whiskey glass to a table beside him, his fingers sticky.
"Bertie, what is it?"
Tears stood in her blue eyes, not only of sorrow but deep anger. "I have something to tell you," she said. "Something that happened today."
"To the children?"
Sinclair asked, alarmed. But no, Peter had been tranquil, even cheerful, and Macaulay hadn't met him at the door to break bad news. No, Bertie said quickly. "They're fine. Went to sleep already, worn out from the late night last night and a long play in the park today."
"Then what?"
Sinclair demanded. Bertie looked morose, very unlike herself.
"Your father didn't come making trouble, did he?"
No. Dad's a lazy lout, if nothing else. Travelling across the city is too much for him. It's Geoffrey." Sinclair scowled.
"Geoffrey? Who the devil is Geoffrey?"
"Thinks he's in love with me, but he just wants my dad to let me marry him so he can have someone to wash his socks."
"Bertie."
Sinclair took a deep breath.
"Tell me what the hell you're talking about."
Bertie sat up, pushing back a lock of hair that had come out of its braid. "I'm talking about Geoffrey and what he said to me today. He's a villain, a bad one. He boasts a lot, but the trouble is he's not always just telling porkies for fun. He's dangerous."
"Porkies?"
Sinclair tried to focus on what she was saying and not the fact that the wisps of hair straggling about her face made her even more beautiful.
"Lies? About what?"
"About the things he's going to do, or wants to do. Sometimes it's idle threats, but sometimes it ain't." Bertie trailed off and wet her lips, making them red and moist. Sinclair's body went tight.
"Bertie, will you please come to the point?"
"I'm trying to. Geoffrey." Her face was too pale, her eyes dark in the dim light. "He told me if I didn't go home to him, he'd come back with his friends to rob you blind, to take your children and hold them to ransom. Though I warned him he'd have a bit more than he bargained for if he tried that with Andrew. I got Geoffrey to leave me today, though I think it was more the sight of the nice constable strolling by that persuaded him. But he'll be back. I'm scared about what he'll do." Sinclair's temper mounted.
"He won't do anything. I won't let him. I'll make sure of it."
"Don't dismiss him. He came all the way to Hyde Park, where I was alone with Kat and Andrew. I'm grateful he didn't try anything then, but he likes strength in numbers. He'll do what he said."
"Unless you go back to him?"
Sinclair's rage wound higher.
"The hell you will. He won't be grateful for it. He'll keep bullying you, threatening worse if you try to leave him again."
He came to his feet, unable to sit still any longer.
"Bullies never stop, Bertie. They keep at you unless you face them and spit at them."
Sinclair punctuated his words with sharp jabs of his finger. Bertie blinked at him, but she didn't look afraid. Not of him.
"I bloody well won't let you go running off back to him if he's that much of a danger to you. You stay here and help me with what I need you to, and be damned to those who don't like it."
The world started rocking, the air leaving it. Bertie came to her feet next to him, her skirts making a pleasant rustling sound. "Something else has happened, hasn't it?" she asked in concern. "You're as upset as I am, but not about Geoffrey. We're talking about different things, ain't we?"
"I'm talking about my ass of a brother-in-law, damn him. Oh God, Bertie, what if he's right and he takes them away from me?"
Sinclair struggled for breath. He'd been like this since childhood. When something bad enough happened, an iron band would wrap around his chest and compress his lungs until he couldn't breathe. He'd learned to hide the malady, especially in the army, teaching himself exercises to suppress it. The first year Daisy had gone, Sinclair had barely been able to breathe normally for any stretch of time. He'd painfully taught himself control again, and the incidents had mostly stopped. Until recently. Since he'd met Bertie, in fact. Bertie reached for his hand, her warm fingers wrapping his ice-cold ones. Her touch broke through the constriction, and Sinclair dragged grating air into his lungs. "You all right?" Bertie led him one step back to the sofa. "Sit with me. Tell me what happened. What brother-in-law? You mean the lord with the horses?"
"What?"
Sinclair made himself suck in another breath as they sank to the couch.
"No, not Cameron. My wife's brother, Edward. He wrote me a letter."
He touched his breast pocket, the paper inside crackling. He had to wait until he could breathe enough to speak in clear sentences.
"A bloody awful letter. Edward never liked me. He blames me for taking Daisy away from him. I met Daisy in Rome when I was on leave. We were married by the end of the second week we knew each other. Edward never forgave her, or me, especially me. He's pursuing legal means to become Cat and Andrew's guardian. He says he knows it will be difficult, but it's the least he can do for poor Maggie's son and daughter."
Bertie listened in alarm. "Can he do that?" Sinclair felt his chest tighten again, but he made himself stop. He concentrated on exhaling, letting his lungs draw the air back in on their own.
"It's a possibility. A father has full say over his children, but if Edward can make a case that I'm incompetent, that the children would be better off if he and his wife took them in, dear God, Bertie, he could do it."
"The law made me stay with my dad when my mum died," Bertie said, "and he's bloody awful." Sinclair shook his head.
"Edward has much money and influence, many connections. He wants more money still, which is another reason the bastard is after me. If he can mould and shape Andrew, he can go to Andrew with his hand out when Andrew comes into his inheritance."
Sinclair scrubbed his hands over his face, his breathing easier now, but bleakness lingered in his heart.
"What if Edward's right? Look at me. I'm a wreck of a man. What kind of father have I been? My children are little devils. I love them, but I'm not blind. If I'd paid more attention, Andrew wouldn't be so wild, or Cat so detached."
He found Bertie sitting close to him, her warm skirts spilling over his thighs. "Now you stop right there, Mr. McBride," she said, her eyes sparkling with anger. "You're a perfectly fine father. You don't beat them, first of all. You give them a good house, and lots of things, and book learning. At least you try with the book learning. I didn't have none of that. This Edward can't say your kids are mistreated, because they ain't. I can see that. You're good at laws. You'll best him, I know it." Her confidence was as warm as her touch.
"I'm a barrister," Sinclair said. "An advocate, not a solicitor. The niceties are beyond me."
"What are you talking about? You stand up in court and tell everyone what's right and what's not." Sinclair wanted to laugh.
"Love, I've known barristers who've never cracked a law book in their lives. They'd take on pupils to do the legal research for them. To be a barrister, you only need a firm resolve, a persuasive way about you, and a large pair of bollocks."
Bertie rewarded him with a brief grin. Her unwavering faith made Sinclair feel a bit better, gave him hope, let him breathe easier. If Edward wanted a fight, he'd have one. Then Bertie's smile dimmed.
If your brother-in-law gets wind that I'm not a proper governess, he'll use that against you too, won't he?
Her gaze was shrewd. She was right, and she knew it. Sinclair squeezed her hand. Hers was small, delicate yet strong. These fingers had dipped into his pocket, unhooked his watch, and taken it without him detecting it. And yet she had finely shaped hands, skin a bit rough from too much manual work, but he didn't mind. Sinclair lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her fingertips. Last night he'd suckled these fingers. He'd been half drunk, disgusted with himself, and he'd needed her. He'd craved to have something of her in his mouth, and he hadn't been able to let go of her once he'd started.
"Then we'll make sure he doesn't find out," Sinclair said. "Kat and Andrew need you, and I can't do this without you."
He kissed her fingers again, tenderly.
"Everything's dark for me, Bertie. But there's a little flicker of light, the tiniest one. It's above me every night in the nursery, and you next to it."
He pressed her hand between both of his, drawing in her warmth once more.
"Please don't put that light out."
Bertie looked at him for a long time, a swallow moving down her throat. Sinclair knew he asked a lot of her, had since he'd chased her through the dark streets of London, determined to wrench his watch back from her. This morning he'd virtuously thought he could let her go, to prevent himself taking what he shouldn't want. This evening he knew his virtuousness was a lie. Sinclair wanted her, needed her, couldn't let her walk out of his life, no matter what tricks they had to play on the rest of the world. At last Bertie smiled. She wrapped her hands around Sinclair's, her dark blue eyes meeting his gaze over their twined fingers. "All right," she said. "You convinced me. We'll draw up the battlements here, and I'll become the best governess London has ever seen. We'll face them together, yeah?" Easier said than done, Bertie thought the next morning. She knew she had to appear to be a well-read, genteel young lady, fit to take on the task of educating the McBride children. Not the simplest task in the world for Bertie Fraser. She'd have to put her mind to how to go about it, but she was determined to. Nobody was going to take these children away from Mr. McBride, not if she had anything to say about it. Bertie had begun the habit of taking the children for a walk straight after breakfast, after they waved their father goodbye. She'd found they settled down better to reading and things afterward. The previous governesses had forced them to stay inside until they'd done a certain amount of work, and that hadn't done well, had it? That morning, in light of Geoffrey's threats, Sinclair had ordered Macaulay to accompany them everywhere, which was fine with Bertie. Though Macaulay still made her nervous, she was sure even Geoffrey would balk at taking on a giant in a kilt. Macaulay trailed behind them, his usual taciturn self, but Bertie couldn't quite forget he was there. He had a presence, did Macaulay. He kept his eagle eyes on the kids as they played, Andrew running, Kat perched on the edge of a bench writing in the book again. Macaulay had been so silent the entire hour that when he cleared his throat, the sound rumbling up from the depths of his large body, it was as though a volcano had begun to bubble over in the quiet tranquillity of the park. Bertie jumped, but Macaulay only fixed a sharp gaze on her and began to speak.
"I won't lie to you, lass,"
he said in his blunt way.
"I saw Mr. McBride with you upstairs after his fancy supper night before last, a-kissing ye."
Chapter 11. Bertie's face went scalding hot. Macaulay only watched her, daring her to deny she'd been in Sinclair's embrace, which of course she couldn't. "He weren't kissing me," Bertie broke off. Explaining what Sinclair had been doing would be much more delicate and somewhat embarrassing. "What if he was?" Macaulay kept his eye on her, the man looking out of place in this tame, manicured park. He'd be more at home striding across sweeping hills, his kilt swinging, his hair ruffled by a wild Scottish wind.
"I don't blame you, miss,"
Macaulay said.
"You have to forgive him for it."
Bertie blinked, her lips parting at this unexpected turn. She'd been sure Macaulay had been about to blister her with an admonishment. "I have to forgive him?"
"Aye, he's not been himself since, well, in a long time."
Bertie took a breath, trying to recover from the surprise. "Not since he lost his wife, you mean?" she said. Her voice softened. "It was hard on them all, wasn't it?"
"Aye, lass. This has been a house of grief for a long time."
Macaulay shook his head.
He's a good man, is Mr. Sinclair, for all his wild ways.
Is he wild? Bertie asked, perplexed again.
But he goes off to a job every day like a respectable gent.
Now he does. But I was Mr. Sinclair's batman in the army. We were sent to parts of Africa that would make you wilt away. His men respected him more than anybody, would do anything for him, would die for him. When he was off duty, though, whew!
Macaulay took on a faraway look, one that held fondness.
He loved his whiskey, Mr. McBride did, and his pranks, especially on English officers who were prats. He'd make them look like fools, but he was so good a soldier his superiors wouldn't punish him. He was a fine officer, though. No one better in a fight, always brought his men home.
Bertie listened, soaking in the information. Mrs. Hill had told her a few things, but this was the first time she'd gotten an outpouring about Sinclair's past.
Why'd he leave the army, if he was so good at it?
Met his wife, didn't he?
Macaulay watched Andrew leaping over a series of stones he'd set up.
Miss Margaret was a pretty thing. Miss Katrina looks much like her.
I've seen a photo,
Bertie said. One smile from a frame on top of the dresser in the nursery. The picture was grainy and dark, but she could tell that the woman had been quite comely.
Mr. McBride was much in love with her, wasn't he?
Aye, that he was, lass. He resigned his captaincy and went into chambers in London. His grandfather had been a barrister there, and they took him on easily enough. Miss Margaret encouraged him, and he started to rise. No telling how far he'll go. All the way to the Queen's Bench, I wouldn't wonder. He grew famous as a junior and was offered silk pretty quickly. He and Mrs. McBride were a fine couple, loved by everyone they knew.
Bertie's heart squeezed, fully aware Mrs. McBride had been a paragon.
But she died, poor lady.
That she did.
Macaulay's voice went quiet.
It was a long illness, and the two wee ones nearly went with her. Thought Mr. McBride would go himself of grieving. The problem was, Miss Margaret had tamed him, but I think she tamed him too well. When she was gone, there wasn't much left of him.
Hardly anything.
Bertie's heart ached as she thought of the sadness in Sinclair's grey eyes, as though he waited for some reason to come alive again.
He's all emptied out.
We look after him, Macaulay said. Mrs. Hill and me and the others. We make sure he's all right and doesn't grow too morose. We need you to help us with that.
Bertie nodded.
I will.
Of course she would. That's why she'd come, wasn't it? Macaulay gave her an approving look.
Mr. McBride, he carries on, does his cases and all, and he don't say no to the ladies, but his heart's in the grave.
His look turned sharp again.
Remember that.
Yeah, Bertie said, her own heart seeming to shrink.
I will.
When Bertie returned to the house, she gave the children their regular lessons, the history of Britain, sums from a book of maths, and French. Bertie enjoyed the history, was good at the maths, but let Kat take the lead in French. She thought about what Macaulay had told her as the children read and wrote, a little lump forming in her throat. The sensations of Sinclair holding her hand yesterday evening when they sat in his study, so chummy, and his mouth on her fingers the night before, lingered. Bertie had felt special, singled out, the woman with whom he'd chosen to share his troubles.
Everything's dark for me, Bertie, but there's a little flicker of light, the tiniest one. It's above me every night in the nursery, and you next to it.
And then Macaulay.
He don't say no to the ladies, but his heart's in the grave. Remember that.
Blast it. After dinner, when Kat and Andrew had a nap, at least they pretended to until Bertie was out of the room, Mrs. Hill sent up word asking Bertie to come to the library on the first floor. When Bertie entered the dim room, Mrs. Hill, in her usual severe black, was standing in front of the rows of bookcases that rose to the ceiling.
"A governess needs to know what she's teaching her charges,"
she said as soon as Bertie entered.
"I know there's Mangnall's questions, but a solid education is much easier to defend than memorization from an answer book. And if you want an education, my dear, this is the best way to go about it."
She swept her hand to indicate the rows of books around them. Bertie took in the leather-backed tomes that marched along every wall up to the very high ceiling, and quailed.
"You want me to read all these? Are you mad? That'll take me the rest of me life."
"If needs must," Mrs. Hill said in her no-nonsense voice.
Mr. Edward Davies, Mr. McBride's brother-in-law, is determined to take our children from us, and we can't have that. If you have to read every book in this room to fool him into thinking you're a real governess, I will stand here until you do so."
"Oh, Lord."
Bertie turned in a circle, taking in all the books which seemed to spin around her.
"What if I don't understand any of them?"
"No matter. As long as when Mr. Edward is nigh you can trot out a few phrases, such as Carlyle tells us, or Herodotus's views on ancient Egypt are, you'll do well."
Bertie's eyes narrowed.
"Do you know what's in all these books, Mrs. Hill?"
"Of course not," Mrs. Hill said without shame. "But I'm not pretending to be a governess, am I?"
"I'm not pretending," Bertie said. "I am one, now."
"Well, you'd better be one with everything you have, my girl. I don't like Mrs. McBride's brother, I can tell you. The first thing he'll do is send Andrew off to some cold school in the north of England. Porridge 3 times a day, shivering by himself in a narrow little room, which they say will make a man of him."
Bertie doubted Andrew would stand for being shut by himself in a narrow little room. He'd find some way to pick the lock or climb out the window, but she took the point.
What would they do with Cat?
Katrina definitely wouldn't benefit from being put into a cold room alone. While Andrew was always trying to burst out of himself, Cat retreated deep inside herself where no one could reach. It would not be best to put her somewhere without warmth, without people who understood and cared about her.
"Miss Cat would be educated in Mr. Davies' home,"
Mrs. Hill said, her nostrils pinching.
"With a governess who'd fill her head with all kinds of nonsense, such as a true lady being too delicate to speak above a whisper and so weak she can barely lift a teacup. Then they'll send Miss Cat to finishing school to complete her ruination."
Mrs. Hill's lips pressed together, rage in her eyes. Bertie liked that rage.
"Well then,"
she said, squaring her shoulders.
"I'd best get to reading, hadn't I?"
"Yes."
Mrs. Hill gave her a look of vast gratitude.
"Thank you, my dear."
"All the same,"
Bertie said, looking up at the books again, her imagination stirring to life.
"I have an idea."
Sinclair left chambers at 7 that evening and paid a visit on his way home to Detective Chief Inspector Lloyd Fellows in his comfortable home in Pimlico. The DCI was one of the Mackenzie clan Sinclair's sister had married into, and the Mackenzie Sinclair felt most comfortable with. Though Fellows, a half-brother to the rest of the Mackenzies, had spent his childhood in the slums of the East End, and Sinclair had lived in a well-kept house, raised by his respectable older brother, Sinclair and Fellows had both made their way up in their professions by hard work and bloody stubbornness. Both were also in the business of the law. Fellows caught villains breaking the law, and Sinclair helped put them away. They shared a mutual respect, as well as a bemusement at being drawn into the very scandalous Mackenzie family. Fellows had married earlier in the year to the youngest daughter of an earl, Lady Louisa Scranton. Louisa's sister Isabella had married a Mackenzie herself, Lord Mac, the painter. Louisa smiled warmly as Sinclair entered, greeting him with a kiss on his cheek. Her red hair glimmered in the lamplight, and her gown couldn't hide her increasing girth. Louisa was expecting some time in the early spring.
"Lovely to see you, Sinclair," she said warmly. "How are dear Cat and Andrew?"
"Dear Cat and Andrew are very well, thank you,"
Sinclair answered, waiting for Louisa to sit before he took the chair she indicated.
"They have a new governess they've taken a liking to, and so the house has stayed more or less intact for the last few days."
"Yes, the new governess," Louisa said,
giving Sinclair a shrewd look.
"Eleanor told us about her."
Sinclair blinked, though he knew he shouldn't be surprised Louisa already knew about Bertie.
"It's gone around, has it?"
"In the Mackenzie family?"
Louisa shot him another smile and began pouring out tea.
"Of course. Everyone from Hart's manservant to Beth's scullery maid knows you've recently employed a young governess with a charming Cockney accent."
"No denying it, I suppose."
Sinclair accepted the cup Louisa handed him.
"One of the reasons I've come is to ask you to help her,"
he said to Fellows.
"I need you to find out about her relations and keep them away from her, especially one called Geoffrey, a thug who styles himself her beau."
Louisa's brows rose.
"A thug? That sounds ominous. Is he a danger?"
"I don't want him to be,"
Sinclair said.
"Either to my children or to Bertie. I mean Miss Fraser."
Louisa peered closely at him, noticing the slip.
"A very winsome young lady, Eleanor said."
Sinclair flushed, and Louisa smiled at him again and lifted her teacup. Fellows didn't share his wife's amusement, but he did share her concern. "If you weren't a danger, you wouldn't have come to me," he said. "I advise you to keep your governess and little ones close to home, or don't let them go out without you." "Exactly why I'm here," Sinclair said. "Macaulay keeps a good eye on them, but I want this man found, warned, stopped."
He took a sip of tea.
"That and the letters." Fellow's eyes sharpened. "You've had another?" "Yes, same as the others, full of insinuations." "Let me see." Fellows held out his hand. Sinclair shook his head, thinking of the letter he'd slid into the box in his study. "I burned it," he lied. Fellows made a noise of disapproval. "You shouldn't have done that." "Trust me, it was the same. In all capitals, printed as though he'd used a straight edge to draw them. Ordinary paper, which hundreds of people buy by the score every day. Same nonsense about his intention to destroy me. Any ideas from your end at all?" Fellows sat back, irritated. "No, and you have no idea how much that galls me."
"Lloyd so hates to be perplexed," Louisa said, her fingers graceful as she held the dainty teacup. They were such a contrast, Fellows and Louisa. He, a tall, hard man. She, as elegant as the porcelain cup she held. "But he'll find out in the end, I'm sure of it," Louisa finished.
Fellows gave Louisa a look that was supposed to be severe and instead was full of fondness. His gaze dropped to the swell of her belly, which held his first child, and Sinclair watched the hard man soften. "My wife has much confidence in my abilities," Fellows said. "I've been going through the list of men and women who I think would hold a grudge against you. It is, unfortunately, long." Sinclair nodded, unsurprised. "I've made sure many a criminal was convicted in the last dozen years, for anything from counterfeiting and fraud to robbery with violence and murder. It could be any of them or their families. Basha McBride has made enemies, and I don't want any of them near my family."
He pinned Louisa with a stare.
"Will you make certain, Louisa, that this bit of intrigue does not run around the Mackenzie clan? I don't want Andrew and Kat getting wind of it."
Louisa gave him a nod. "I understand perfectly. I'm sure it won't be long before Lloyd solves the problem."
Fellows gave Sinclair a wry look over his teacup. Fellows had helped Louisa when she'd been accused of a crime, and Louisa was convinced he could help anyone. She wasn't far from wrong. The detective chief inspector usually got his man. The trouble was, whoever this person sending the letters was worked in the dark, pulling strings, manipulating. The worst kind of criminal, keeping to the shadows while aiming to ruin the lives of others. Give Sinclair a straightforward thug like Geoffrey, who spoke with his fists, or even Edward, who openly threatened Sinclair. Sinclair was much more comfortable with someone he could clearly fight. Fellows gave Sinclair a nod, and they exchanged a look, two men who understood each other. "I'll see to it," Fellows said. Bertie hurried out into the hall when she heard the front door thud shut. Kat and Andrew were already asleep, and it was well dark. Sinclair was very late getting home, which had Bertie fretting, though she tried to reason that the coach hadn't come home either, meaning the redoubtable Richards was looking after him. Below her, Sinclair handed his coat and things to Peter as usual, but not as usual. Sinclair strode into the downstairs drawing-room instead of heading up to his study. Bertie gathered up her grey skirts and hurried down the stairs, passing Macaulay on the way. Macaulay gave her a cautioning look, but didn't stop her. Sinclair had paused at a sideboard in the large room to pour himself a whisky when Bertie came in. Unlike the clutter of Sinclair's study, the front drawing-room was rather empty of furniture. Unusual, Mrs. Hill said, for a Mayfair residence, which could be stuffed full of bric-a-brac and plants, but Sinclair liked to have space for his guests to roam.
"Where the devil have you been?"
Bertie demanded as she rushed inside. Her heart beat swiftly with relief to see him whole and home. Sinclair swung around to her. He'd yanked off his collar, baring a patch of sunburned throat. He scowled at Bertie and swallowed a dollop of whisky before he answered. "Visiting friends who insisted I stay for a cup of tea." Bertie unclenched her hands.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like a shrew, but I was worried about you."
Sinclair gave her a curt nod. "I know you're concerned about Geoffrey, but don't be. I will take care of him."
Her heart squeezed in dismay. Sinclair spoke so confidently, but he had no idea what he was up against.
"Oh, you will you? He's a first-class villain, Geoffrey is. Even his friends don't trust him. He's got all kinds of tricks and he likes hurting people."
My friends are well able to take on someone like him. Trust me.
Sinclair drained his glass in one long swallow and turned back to the sideboard. Bertie waited until he'd set the glass down. Then she launched herself across the room and got her arms around the startled Sinclair from behind. She pulled him backward and jammed her hand to his throat as though she held a knife.
"Yeah,"
Bertie said in his ear, trying to ignore the sleek warmth of his hair so near her lips.
"this is what Geoffrey would do to you. If I'd been him, he'd have killed you already. What do you think about that?"
Chapter 12. For a moment Sinclair didn't move. His body was solid under hers, hard muscle beneath the giving fabric of his coat. Bertie felt his chest expand with his breath, his pulse thud beneath her fingertips. The contact, this intimate, made her so giddy she almost lost hold of him. A heartbeat later, Sinclair broke her grip, whirled Bertie around, and had her off him and against the nearest wall before she knew what happened. Sinclair's strong hand was at her throat, his fingers just pressing her skin. His breath was warm and smelled of whiskey.
This is what I do to men who attack me, Bertie. You don't have to worry about me. I can hold my own.
His grey eyes were so near hers, the irises flecked with lighter grey, his lashes as light as his hair. Sinclair's mouth, that firm-lipped mouth that spoke the rich, rumbling words, was very close to her own. If Bertie didn't squirm away now, she'd do something foolish like kiss him. She drew a breath, contriving to look intimidated.
"I'm sorry. I only meant—"
Instantly Sinclair took his hand from her neck, set her on her feet, and took a swift step back.
Lass, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Bertie spun away, laughing.
"You're a soft touch, you are. As soon as a thief starts to cry, you'll apologise and let him go."
She held up her hands. From her fingers dangled Sinclair's handkerchief, his watch, and a small pouch of coins. She grinned her triumph.
"Bertie, you bloody little—"
Sinclair broke off, glancing at the open door, then crossing to close it.
"How the devil did you do that?"
"Easy as winking, you see. You need someone looking after you."
Sinclair came to her, his amazement mixed with irritation.
"Show me how you took them, so I can be on my guard."
Bertie returned the watch, coins, and handkerchief to his cupped hands.
"Wasn't hard. You were concentrating on your hand at my throat, but all the while my fingers were sliding into your pockets."
Sinclair tucked his things away.
"In other words, while I was trying to put down my attacker, she was busy robbing me."
"Exactly. I was taught never to come out of an encounter without winning something. But even if I'd only passed by you in the street, I'd have had something off you, like I did when I took your watch."
"When you beguiled me, you mean?"
Sinclair said.
"Beguiled?"
Bertie's face heated.
"I did no such thing."
"You smiled at me and made the day better."
His voice softened.
"On that great day, I needed a smile."
A small flame burned in Bertie's chest.
"My good luck, then. But I could have done it without you noticing me at all if someone hadn't shoved me into you."
Sinclair's eyes glinted.
"I don't believe you. Show me."
"All right, go on across the room and then walk back toward me."
Sinclair slanted her a look that made fire race through her blood. Then he turned and strode across the room. At the far end he turned back and started for her, not allowing her time to prepare. Didn't matter. Bertie strolled past, pretending she didn't notice him, barely brushing him as she went by. Sinclair stopped at the other end of the room, near the windows.
"Well?"
he asked.
"Another turn?"
"Don't need one."
Bertie held up a silver card case that flashed in the lamplight.
"Lost this, did you?"
Sinclair's brows came down.
"Bloody hell, how did you—"
"Misdirection."
Bertie came to him and handed him the card case.
"Put that back in your pocket."
Sinclair dropped it in. Bertie walked past him again, letting her shoulder bump him gently as she had before, a tiny tap, barely noticed in a crowd.
"See, you turn a little to adjust," she said, stopping the movement. "And the contact distracts you. While you move to keep your balance, I dip inside your pocket and take whatever I can get me fingers around.
Bertie pulled her hand out, his card case between her fingers.
I see.
Sinclair's eyes narrowed.
Try it again.
Bertie shrugged, gave him back the case, and walked away from him. This time, when the two paused in the middle of the room, Bertie bumped him a little harder and brushed her fingers over his wrist. Sinclair gave a laugh of triumph and caught Bertie's hand, prying open her fingers. Her hand was empty. Bertie grinned and showed him what was in her other hand, his pouch of money.
Damn and blast it,
he said. Bertie handed him the pouch. You're a babe in the woods. Misdirection, like I said. Sinclair jerked her closer by the wrist he still held.
You cheeky little...
His words died as his gaze met hers, his grey eyes full of longing. Bertie's breath went out of her, as did any laughter.
Damn you, Bertie,
he whispered. Sinclair leaned to her as he spoke, the end of his whisper touching her lips. His warmth undid her. Sinclair's kiss was light, gentle, belying the strength in the hand that slid to the back of her neck, pulling her close. Bertie felt herself floating to him, rising up on her tiptoes, seeking him. He kissed her bottom lip, suckling it, as when he'd suckled her fingers she felt a bite of slight pain, then a flood of fire. Bertie dug her fingers into the sleeve of his coat and held on. Sinclair pulled back and brushed a lock of hair from her face. His cheekbones were flushed, his eyes half-closed, grey like smoke. He was a beautiful man, unmarred by the few scars that creased his face, left over from fighting days. He touched the buttons at the top of her bodice, and one slid out of its buttonhole. Bertie held still, not daring to breathe, as another button opened, and another.
Too prim,
he said, his rough fingertips on the skin of her throat.
Prim doesn't suit you, Bertie.
I'm a governess. She could barely speak. I'm supposed to be prim. His answering smile, small as it was, made her burn.
If I bought you gowns, they'd be bright and frothy, swirling around you like gossamer.
Bertie's mind filled with a vision of herself spinning away, laughing in light silks like Eleanor wore, floating as she went. Sinclair would catch hold of the loose skirts and pull her back to him, laughing his sinful laugh. He smiled now and licked the hollow of her throat. Taste of sweet, sweet woman. Sinclair's blood heated as Bertie's bosom rose under his touch, the placket opening for him, her scent intoxicating. She was a sweet, plump armful, something to curl up against in the night time. Everything about her was strong, a woman Sinclair could hold on to, and yet soft and feminine, a woman for wanting. Sinclair kissed her throat. Warmth, that was Bertie. When she'd taken him into her hiding place under the street, what should have been tomb cold had seemed plenty hot. Her warmth permeated him now, as it did his house. Coming home hadn't held this kind of joy in a long time. Her body was a fine place, flattening against his, her breath on his cheek. Sinclair gently eased the bodice apart and kissed the softness of her breast, swelling over her corset. Bertie's fingers slid to his hair, tightening as she drew a quick breath. Sinclair licked her skin, kissed it. He tasted her longing and at the same time her innocence. He moved his kisses down to the space between her breasts. She was nothing but heat, and he licked that heat into his mouth. Need wound through him, so much need, his cock was hard with it. He wanted to unbutton her bodice to her waist, unlace her stays, spread his hand across her bare back. If he took her, maybe on the floor of this severe drawing-room, would he be finished with her, sated and done? He didn't think so. Bertie was different. She'd give him her cheeky smile, and he'd never let her out of his life. Sinclair licked between her breasts again, tasting the salt of her skin. Then he lifted his head and kissed her lips. He couldn't get enough of her, savouring her while his needs soared. When Sinclair finally broke the kiss, he had no breath, and he didn't care. He cupped her shoulders, rubbing his thumbs over the flesh he'd bared.
Bertie.
The name itself was cheeky.
Roberta.
That's me, she whispered. Her eyes sparkled.
We should button you up again.
Sinclair touched his forehead to hers.
But I don't want to.
Bertie's grin flashed. Mrs. Hill might fall over as she saw. Sinclair nodded. He wanted to laugh at the image of the stately Mrs. Hill falling stiffly to the floor, but it was all he could do to draw air into his body. He held on to Bertie, knowing he'd be the one on his backside if he let go. Bertie traced his cheek. You're a good man, Basher McBride.
No, I'm not.
Sinclair caressed her again.
I follow rules because I have to, but that doesn't make me good.
You are. You just don't know what to do about it. Sinclair turned his head and kissed her fingertips.
Oh, I know what I want to do about it.
He licked her forefinger. Who cared about breathing? I'm right that you're a good man, Bertie said softly. Don't tell me I'm not. I'm the one who's bad. I stole from you. I followed you home and I stayed when it was clear I shouldn't. So I'm going to make this easy for you. She twined her hand around his, lifted his fingers to her mouth, kissed them, and gently withdrew from his grip. The heat in Sinclair's veins flared, and then plunged into the coldest temperatures as Bertie turned and walked away.
Where the devil are you going?
Sinclair's voice was harsh, his breath trying to desert him again. Bertie swung back, buttoning her bodice. I'm only going up to my chamber before Mrs. Hill gives me a lecture. Sinclair coughed and made his chest expand with a normal inhalation.
You enjoy confounding me, don't you?
He came to her, trying to remain in control as he reached for her placket and started doing up the buttons for her.
Here, let's fix you. I won't have Mrs. Hill come down on you because of me.
Bertie's smile was soft. Cheers. Sinclair buttoned the last button, hiding her from him again. He kissed her lips, lightly this time. If he didn't keep it light, he'd have her on the floor, to hell with Mrs. Hill or anyone else who happened to walk in. Sinclair deliberately stepped away from her and opened the door.
Go,
he said. Good night, Bertie answered. She glided out of the room. Then she turned around, grinning, holding up his handkerchief and his silver case again. Sinclair slapped his hands to his pockets.
Wretch!
Laughing, Bertie came back to him and slid the things into his pockets. Her hands were warm, enticing as they moved on his body, but Sinclair made himself not touch her. She whirled away again and was gone, the warmth leaving with her. Sinclair watched her skim up the stairs, his body aching and stiff, the night grown cold. The next morning, Bertie looked up from the large book she held in her lap when Sinclair shoved open the library door. Light from the hall haloed him, making his hair glisten golden. He looked like an angel from the pages of an illustrated Bible, one of those big, strong archangels who made everyone tremble.
What the devil is this?
He demanded. Andrew answered, his loud voice cutting through Bertie's headache. We're learning books.
What, all of you?
Sinclair's sharp gaze swept around the library, taking in Kat, Andrew, Macaulay, Aoife, Peter, Mrs. Hill, and the cook, who rarely came out of her kitchen, bent over books in various parts of the room. Bertie placed a ribbon in the tome on the English Civil War, closed the book, and got to her feet. It was my idea. Don't be angry at them. The members of Sinclair's household looked up, except for Kat and the cook, who kept reading. Kat had found she liked the books on art best, and the cook was reading hard about constellations of the southern hemisphere. Sinclair's sharp gaze landed on Bertie. Last night he'd been tender, smiling, holding Bertie in his strong arms. This morning he was the barrister again, looking at her as though she were another fool in the dock.
Your idea,
he rumbled.
Your idea about what?
Making people believe I'm a governess. People like your brother-in-law. Bertie twined her fingers together, suddenly nervous under the unwavering grey gaze. I knew I'd never be able to read all the books in here myself and remember what was in them. I decided that if each person in the house read some of them, then they could come out with a piece of information at an opportune time and pretend I taught it to them. Sinclair kept staring. He could knock a person over with that gaze. He was like a wolf with his eye on a poor rabbit who couldn't get away.
Pretend you taught it to them,
he repeated. "Begging your pardon, sir," Mrs. Hill said. She'd risen to her feet, folding her hands at her waist and looking so very respectable. "It is not a bad plan. We'd not be obvious about it, of course, but the intent is to make Miss Fraser appear to be very, very clever. Then, even if her origins are known, it can be argued she's clever enough for that to be overlooked." Bertie knew Sinclair heard Mrs. Hill because a muscle moved in his jaw, but he never looked away from Bertie.
"Aye,"
Macaulay said, looking up from his book on animal husbandry.
"I remember the fuss Mrs. McBride's relations kicked up when you married her. Not only did you marry quick, but they hate Scots. We're trying to keep them from kicking up another stink. Miss Katrina and Master Andrew belong here with us. We're willing to do anything to make sure they stay."
"I say bugger, Uncle Edward,"
Andrew shouted.
"We love you and Bertie."
Chapter 13. "Master Andrew, such language," Mrs. Hill said quickly, but she appeared to agree with Andrew. Sinclair couldn't wrench his gaze from Bertie. In her demure grey, every hair in place, but her eyes full of merriment, she was both a beauty and an erotic joy. Erotic because he knew what she looked like with the buttons loose at her throat, her hair coming down, her eyes closed in pleasure while she parted her lips for his kisses. He clenched his hands, tamped down his rising hardness, and made himself look around the room.
"Since you're all settled in here, Andrew, you won't want to go out with me then,"
he said in a dry tone. Andrew's book flew into the air and came down on the floor with a clatter.
"Yes, we do. Are we going to the pantomime? I've never been to a panto. Bertie calls it a panto."
"Panto's not until Christmas, Andrew," Bertie said quickly. "Starting Boxing Day."
"But we'll be in Scotland then,"
Andrew wailed. Sinclair gave him a stern look.
"Bertie, get them into their things and outside. Richards is on his way with the coach."
He delivered his command and swung around out of the room before he realized he'd called her Bertie and not Miss Fraser, to the great interest of the rest of his household. The weather was cold today. Rain had come in the night, and though the morning had cleared, a thin sheet of ice lay on roadways. Sinclair watched Bertie settle with Andrew and Kat in the carriage seat opposite his, the glowing box on the floor giving the coach some warmth. Bertie kept Andrew from bouncing on the seat by pointing out interesting things about the coach itself, as well as what they passed. Stopped Andrew bouncing a little bit, anyway. Sinclair enjoyed himself watching her. Bertie regarded everything with lively interest. The most ordinary experience was something fascinating to explore. Sinclair had been dead for so long he didn't notice much anymore. But today, through Bertie, he saw anew the fine marquetry in his own carriage, the crispness of the bright day outside, and the luxury of the Georgian houses they passed. London could be a beautiful and vigorous place. Hadn't Dr. Johnson said, when a man is tired of London, he is tired of life? Bertie, raised in one of the grittiest parts of the city, looked as though she'd never be tired of London. Richards took them down Park Lane, past its ponderous mansions with lavish gardens, to Hyde Park Corner and on into the park itself. The coach rolled up toward the Serpentine, and finally Richards halted near one of the walking paths. Sinclair alighted first, lifted down Kat and Andrew, then handed out Bertie. Andrew danced and bounced on his feet, his energy incredible. Sinclair waved to Richards, and the coachman nodded and slowly drove off.
"Can I run now?"
Andrew asked Bertie. Bertie scanned the park around them, her gaze sharpening as she looked down every path, over every person she saw, checking for enemies. Sinclair had already been giving the place a once-over, and he knew Richards had too. Finally, Bertie, after a confirming look with Sinclair, gave Andrew a nod.
"Off you go."
Her eyes on Andrew, Bertie tugged a watch out of her pocket. Sinclair glanced at it, then looked again in surprise. Not a watch, but a chronograph, a device that could record the time of any event. Racehorse trainers used them to clock their horses' speeds. They were highly expensive. Andrew stopped his prancing, marked a line in the dirt with his toe, then crouched down. As Sinclair watched, mystified, Bertie shouted,
"Go!"
Andrew bolted. Bertie had clicked a lever on the chronograph, and she eyed both it and Andrew as the boy hurtled himself along. Andrew was running, flying. His legs weren't very long yet, but they were long enough. He ran like a deer, sprinting over the ground, gracefully leaping over anything in his way. Kat watched him without expression, her arms around her doll. Andrew ran past an indeterminate line, then he flung his arms out, his pace slowing. He did a long running turn, then loped back toward them. Bertie had clicked the chronograph as soon as Andrew slowed.
"Look at that,"
she said, shoving the watch in front of Sinclair. 20 seconds. Sinclair didn't know the exact distance that his son had run, but it had been a bloody long way.
"He's amazingly fast," Bertie said. "You should put him into races."
Sinclair frowned, even as pride at Andrew's skill rose.
"My son is not a horse."
"Races for humans, silly. I knew a bloke who didn't have 2 coins to rub together, but he could run like nothing you ever saw. A trainer took him up, and now he goes around the world, winning races and prizes. He lives like a king now."
"Andrew can't run races. He has to go to school. I've delayed too long sending him already."
The thought of not having Andrew's voice blasting through the house made Sinclair feel suddenly empty. Kat would feel his absence too. Though she never said much, Sinclair knew she was very fond of Andrew. Bertie's nose wrinkled.
"You mean one of the schools where they'll give him cold porridge 3 times a day? Mrs. Hill told me about those."
"He'll go to one that serves meat and bread at least occasionally,"
Sinclair said. Then he caught Bertie's eye. She looked angry, not realizing he was joking.
"Don't worry. I'll make sure they treat him very well indeed. He can run races at school if he wants. You're right, he might be good at it."
"Are you sending Kat off to school too?"
Bertie asked. Kat glanced at them, hearing. Bertie had no qualm about discussing the children in front of them. Sinclair could hear her explaining why.
"Stands to reason, it's their lives, innit?"
"No,"
Sinclair said sharply.
"Kat will stay home."
He refused to say farewell to both his son and daughter.
"I want to go to Miss Pringle's Select Academy,"
Kat said, looking straight at Sinclair.
"Like Aunt Ainsley and Aunt Isabella." "I saw your Aunt Ainsley at your dad's do," Bertie said to her. "She looked like a fine lady to me."
Kat nodded solemnly.
"She is. She used to pick locks and steal things."
Bertie laughed.
"Did she?"
she asked Sinclair.
"Can I meet her?"
Sinclair frowned.
"We'll speak of it later."
"About what? Kat going to this Pringle's place or me meeting your sister?"
"Both."
Bertie grinned.
"Well, if your sister's anything like Eleanor, I shall like her."
Sinclair growled again, but he wanted to burst out laughing. Then he wanted to grab Bertie and hug her tight. She had no snobbishness in her, no need to impress those born above her in life. Bertie was frank and honest with all, from duchess to scullery maid. Andrew made it back to them and declared he was hungry. No surprise, since Andrew was always hungry. Sinclair took his still prancing son by the hand and led him back toward the coach. Bertie held her hand out for Kat, and Kat readily slipped her fingers around Bertie's. Kat trusted so few, and yet she was completely comfortable with Bertie.
"Where did you find the chronograph?"
Sinclair asked her in curiosity. Andrew answered for Bertie in his usual shout.
"Aunt Eleanor, she got it from Uncle Cameron. Bertie won't let me play with it."
"Because I want to give it back to your Uncle Cameron in one piece," Bertie said firmly. "But yes, Eleanor lent it to me when I said I wished I had a way to know how fast Andrew could run." Sinclair pictured Eleanor opening her blue eyes wide as she explained to the rough-voiced Cameron that he should lend an expensive chronograph to a pickpocket from a family of thieves. Sinclair also sensed that the chronograph would be safer with Bertie than with anyone else in London. Sinclair signalled for Richards, who drove the coach back to them, and Sinclair handed Bertie in. The smile she gave him as she pressed his hand made him know he was lost. Any thought of control, of his life, of his emotions, was utterly gone, never to return. The coach stopped after travelling along Piccadilly, and Sinclair handed Bertie down. She loved how he treated her with as much care as he would a lady like his sister and sisters-in-law, made her feel special, not shoved aside as she had been most of her life. Sinclair lifted his children to the ground, then took Andrew's hand and reached to Kat. Kat turned away from him and thrust her hand into Bertie's. Bertie's and Sinclair's eyes met, and Bertie shrugged. Sinclair turned to the door of the great edifice they'd stopped before, and Bertie saw that it was Fortnum and Mason's. Bertie's interest quickened. She'd never been inside a department store, had been turned away from one she'd tried to enter by its large doorman. Clean stores full of wares were not for the likes of Bertie Fraser. This doorman bowed respectfully to Sinclair and opened the door for him, also bowing to Bertie as she swept in with Kat. Funny how clean clothes and being in the company of a rich man changed the way people treated her. As long as Bertie kept her mouth shut, she thought, she'd be fine. The glittering palace of goods made her want to stop and gape. So many people, so many things, so much food. Sinclair led them through to a tea shop, already crowded with ladies and gentlemen taking their ease. Sinclair settled them into a table in the corner and admonished Andrew to at least try not to shout everything he wanted to say. Bertie noted the looks from the other tea drinkers, some disapproving. Children were meant to be kept inside nurseries or schoolrooms, seen and not heard. Daft. Andrew didn't know how not to be heard. Other looks were more fond for the family on an outing, a dad who cared for his children. Andrew did keep himself quiet, mostly because he spent the time shoveling as many cakes, scones, and pieces of bread into his mouth as he could. Kat ate daintily as usual, saying little. Sinclair said little as well, but he was polite, making sure Bertie's plate was full, that his family wanted for nothing. Bertie poured the tea, pretending to be very prim, liking it when Sinclair's eyes twinkled at her. When they were nearly finished, the freezing tones of a woman cut through the warmth of their domestic moment.
"Mr. McBride."
A lady had stopped at their table, two companions behind her. She was not much older than Sinclair, with brown hair and dark eyes, but lines framed her mouth. Her chin was tilted high, as though she'd perfected the art of looking down her nose. Sinclair's friendliness vanished behind a wash of ice as he rose to his feet.
"Mrs. Davies."
Mrs. Davies, eh? Wife to Mr. Edward Davies, the one who wanted to take away Kat and Andrew? A knot formed in Bertie's stomach, along with a burn of anger. Andrew, his mouth full, said,
"Morning, Aunt Helena."
Kat gave the woman a silent, expressionless look.
"How are you?"
Sinclair asked, with an air that said he only inquired to show his children that a person was polite even to someone he loathed. His voice was brittle, Sinclair having become the cold, empty shell of a man once more.
"I am well, thank you,"
Mrs. Davies said with poor grace.
"You are aware, my dear Mr. McBride, that it is Tuesday?"
Sinclair gave her a chill nod.
"The day after Monday, yes."
Helena's nostrils pinched.
"I thought you'd be in chambers and the children at lessons."
Her sharp gaze took in Bertie in her grey dress and white collar.
"This is the governess, I suppose?"
"You suppose correctly,"
Sinclair said, an edge to his voice.
"This is Miss Fraser."
Bertie smiled up at Miss Davies, contriving to look demure and book-learned. She was unsure whether she should rise from her chair or keep her seat. Sitting seemed to be safer, but she could not tell whether this pleased or displeased Mrs. Davies. The woman fixed Bertie with another stare, then ignored her utterly.
"I suppose this is a lesson on deportment,"
Mrs. Davies said. The two ladies behind her looked over Andrew, Kat, and Bertie with interest. No doubt they'd be flapping their jaws about the encounter for the rest of the day.
"No, this is a man having tea with his children,"
Sinclair said, the edge on his voice sharper.
"After which you'll be buying them all kinds of things not good for them."
Mrs. Davies frowned at the remains of a cake on Kat's plate. Andrew's plate was scraped clean.
"Toys and other frivolities."
"No doubt we'll be provisioning ourselves for our trip to Scotland,"
Sinclair said.
"For Christmas."
Mrs. Davies scowled even more. She'd ruin her reasonably good looks if she weren't careful, Bertie thought. She already had lines of sourness around her eyes.
"It is far too cold for them in Scotland,"
Mrs. Davies said.
"I've always said so."
"My house is equipped with the latest modes of heating,"
Sinclair said tightly.
"We abandoned peat fires and sleeping rolled in our kilts last winter."
Mrs. Davies did not appear to be amused.
"Margaret's fate was sealed when she married you. I'll not let the same happen to her children."
Sinclair underwent another transformation, this one from bleak coldness to rage. He stepped to Mrs. Davies as though ready to throttle her in the middle of the elegant tea-room.
"You leave your hands off my children," he said, towering over her, "and tell bloody Edward to do likewise. I'll take Cat and Andrew to Scotland and never bring them back down if that's what I have to do to keep them from you."
Not if the law has anything to say about it.
Mrs. Davies had taken a step back, paling under Sinclair's fury.
Edward lost his sister because of you. You know it. If you lose your children as well, it will be your own fault.
Mrs. Davies delivered the lost in a decided voice, swung on her heel, and stalked away. The feathers on her hat bounced, as did her bustle. Another time Bertie would have laughed at the absurd picture she made, but Sinclair stood frozen, face fixed in cold rage. Bertie rose to him, touching his arm.
"We should go,"
she said in a low voice.
"People are staring."
Sinclair jerked, as though he'd forgotten she and his children were there. He looked swiftly at Cat and Andrew, who were watching him, then around at the full tables of the tea-room. So many conversations were flowing, overlapping one another, that the gawkers might not have heard Mrs. Davies, but they were looking their way with interest. Sinclair signalled the waiter, who nodded back, but instead of settling up, Sinclair lifted Andrew into his arms and started out. The McBrides must have an account here, too. Bertie took Cat's hand and followed Sinclair. Richards was nowhere in sight when they emerged into Piccadilly, and Sinclair started walking swiftly down the street, not waiting. Bertie and Cat had to jog to catch up with him. Sinclair turned sharply into Burlington Arcade, with its shops of splendid silver and jewellery, not the fastest route if he were determined to walk all the way to Upper Brook Street. Bertie knew, though, that Sinclair was moving automatically, his anger taking him along without him realising where he was going. Bertie had done such things on days when her father had upset her too much to stay still. Bertie caught up to Sinclair.
"She's a cow. Don't listen to her."
Sinclair glanced at her, his gaze chill and remote.
"We are moving to Scotland," he said abruptly. "You, Cat, and Andrew are, that is. I have trials to finish. Can you live without the soot of London around you all the time? My house in northern Scotland is remote."
Bertie's heart beat faster. She'd never been away from London in her life, didn't know what anything outside it looked like. The thought of leaving it without Sinclair did funny things to her insides. She wasn't afraid to leave London. In fact, the idea was exciting, but leaving Sinclair behind was not.
"Can't we wait until you finish up?" Bertie asked. "Then we can all go together."
Sinclair turned to glare down at her, Andrew watching interestedly from his arm, and Bertie's face scalded. She could hardly tell Sinclair she was afraid she'd lose him if she left, that he'd forget all about her.
"You don't say no to the ladies," Macaulay had said.
Bertie rushed on, babbling a little.
"Thing is, I've never been on a train, not that far anyway. Hadn't you better come and make sure I do all right?"
Sinclair gazed down at her, as though he tried to fix on what she was saying.
"Safer if you go. For Cat and Andrew as well."
"Yeah, well, what about you? Who's going to look after you if we all run away to Scotland? And what's to say your Mr. Davies won't send the law up there to pluck Andrew and Cat while you're here?"
Sinclair's eyes came back into focus. Ah, she had him now. It was a possibility, no doubt.
"If you stay in London, then you stay home," he said in a hard voice. "No jaunts to the park, not even with Macaulay. Could you stand it, being cooped up in the house all the time?"
"I can stay," Andrew shouted. "I'll run up and down the stairs if I can't go to the park. I'd rather go on the train with you, Papa." "Cat."
Bertie looked down at the girl. In the constant worry about making Andrew behave, Cat sometimes got rather left out. Cat shrugged.
"As you like, Father."
Sinclair studied her indifferent face, and his frown deepened. Bertie shook her head the slightest bit at him. Now was not the time to wonder about Cat.
"I have cases scheduled all the way through next week," Sinclair said. "I can't get away before then."
He switched his gaze to Bertie, and she tried not to look too eager.
"Very well then, stay in London and wait for me. The Old Bailey adjourns Tuesday next, come what may. Even murderers have to wait when judges want their Christmas."
Sinclair lay awake late that night, gaze on the ceiling, his insomnia reaching out to tap him. He'd slept surprisingly well these last few nights, his mind eager to take him to dreams of Bertie, but the encounter with Helena Davies had left him in turmoil. Margaret's fate was sealed when she married you. The accusation resounded in his head. Sinclair remembered every detail of Helena saying it, the fix of her eyes, the movement of her mouth, the shrill tone of her voice. Helena had worked to take most of her Northern Irish lilt out of her voice when she'd moved to England, trying desperately to distance herself from those Irish who wanted freedom from English rule. As a result, she always sounded wrong and stilted, her words overly pronounced. Helena had made the same accusation she had today more boldly after Daisy's death in private. You killed her. Edward had agreed with his wife, still did. Tonight Sinclair had put out all the lights and pulled the drapes so that darkness coated his bedroom, but he turned his head and gazed straight at Daisy's photograph. He knew what he'd see if there had been light enough. The dark eyes that had looked out at him from the photo had never been accusing, only loving.
"She's a cow,"
Bertie had said stoutly about Helena.
"Don't listen to her."
Bertie had a way of putting things, straightforward, practical, never wavering. Sinclair's first instinct had been to tuck Bertie and his children under his arms and rush them to Scotland then and there. They'd be away from Helena, away from Bertie's vengeful Geoffrey, away from the noise and darkness of the city. Constant, constant noise. Though Sinclair had thought about London's lively side today when they'd gone out, tonight he hated it. He wanted Scotland, his home. Bertie, on the other hand, embraced London. She was a child of the city, laughing at its inconvenience, blithely walking through smoke, soot, and dirt as though it couldn't cling to her. She was down to earth. Sinclair was lost in the fog. In Scotland he could be alone with her. No prying neighbours, no solicitors fighting one another to hand him their cases, no judges watching Sinclair to see whether he was worthy to be one of them. In Scotland, in his house beside the deep loch, Sinclair could be truly alone. With Bertie. He needed her. In Scotland, he'd bring her into his life, no matter what. His thoughts turned to her teaching him about pickpocketing, and he wanted to laugh. Bertie had plucked Sinclair clean each time, showing him he was hopeless before her skills. Distraction indeed. But he had skills of his own. He'd use them. His body warmed. Bertie would learn just what sort of skills Sinclair had, and what kind of distractions he could cause with them. With luck, they wouldn't see the out-of-doors for days. Sinclair let his eyes drift closed, ready to let his imagination show him what they'd do, step by slow step. He opened them the next moment, coming alert. He'd heard a tinkle of glass downstairs, and a few seconds after that, a muffled thump. Chapter 14. Sinclair quietly rose, pulled on a dressing-gown and slippers, and moved silently from his bedroom into his study. He wasn't afraid. He knew in his blood and bones that there was a threat, but he also knew he could deal with it. He made his way to his desk, unlocking and sliding out the drawer he always kept in good repair. Inside was a Webley pistol and a box of bullets. Fingers steady, Sinclair loaded the gun, tucked it into his dressing-gown pocket, and left the room. No one else hurried to see what the noise had been. Macaulay slept in a room off the kitchens downstairs, as did the cook and Peter, and they might not have heard. The maids and Mrs. Hill had comfortable rooms in the attics, likely too far away from the lower rooms to have been awakened by the soft sounds. The house was dark, the stairwell lit by only one lamp turned low on each floor. Mrs. Hill liked to save on the gas, so most lights were extinguished when the household went to bed. If anyone got up in the night, rushed about and tripped, that was their own fault in Mrs. Hill's opinion. Sinclair had come to know the stairs well on his sleepless nights, and he traversed them without difficulty. He knew which stair creaked and which spindle on the railing was loose, and how to move past them like smoke. Down, down, down to the ground floor. He heard no more thumps, but he did hear a clinking sound, coupled with low voices coming from the dining room. Sinclair put his hand on his pistol, lifted it from his pocket, and eased open the dining room door. Bertie stood near the table, watching as a beefy young man filled a valise with silver pieces taken from the open break front. The tinkling he'd heard had come from the thief breaking the glass door of the cabinet, which was always kept locked. Mrs. Hill and Sinclair had the only keys. The thump must have been the stout valise being hoisted to the table. The windows on the far end of the room, overlooking the garden, were closed, whole and unbroken. A kerosene lamp burned at the end of the table, giving a warm glow to the scene.
"I told you I ain't giving you any more," Bertie said. "You take that and get out."
"For this time,"
the man said.
"I'll be back. You'll have more for me if you know what's good for you, Bertie girl, and for them."
"No, I won't. You get me sacked and worse. You know my dad will beat you if my wages get taken away, and I'll tell him it's your fault."
"You listen here."
The man, who must be Geoffrey, abandoned the valise and went to Bertie.
"You will rob this fool blind for us, and if you get caught, it's you what gets to hang. Serves you right for abandoning us. You don't belong here, and you know it, so stop pretending."
"I ain't pretending. The kids like me. I'm good at looking after them."
"You'll have to run sometime. You'll leave them high and dry, just like you did me and your dad and all your friends. You wouldn't let us have Basher McBride when you led him to my mates, and now you're telling us to leave him alone again. You are his tart, I know it, and I'm not having it."
Geoffrey grabbed Bertie by the front of her dressing gown, jerking her to him. She suppressed a yelp, but she fought, fists pounding his shoulders. Geoffrey yanked her dressing gown open and found the barrel of Sinclair's revolver pressed to his head.
"No,"
Bertie said, fading back in dismay. Sinclair dug the pistol deeper into Geoffrey's temple.
"Let go of her, leave the silver, and get out of my house,"
he said.
"If I ever see you again, I will shoot you. If you don't go, I will shoot you right now. Do you understand me?"
Geoffrey swallowed, his eyes wide, believing. He opened his hands and released the folds of Bertie's dressing gown.
"Out,"
Sinclair repeated. Geoffrey kept his eyes on Sinclair's pistol as he backed away.
Right, I'm going."
His hand stretched toward the valise as he passed it, and Sinclair took a step toward him.
"I said leave it."
Geoffrey clenched his fist, turned swiftly and made for the window. He opened it easily, climbed through and disappeared into darkness. Sinclair shut the window on the freezing draught and found the lock broken, obviously forced by Geoffrey. No matter, he'd have Macaulay repair it in the morning. Sinclair turned back to Bertie. In the light of the one lamp, her blue eyes were huge in her pale face, lamplight shining on the thick braid of hair that flowed over her shoulder.
"I'm sorry,"
she was saying.
"He came tonight. He said he'd hurt you and the kids, kill you even if I didn't help him. I thought a bit of silver you never used wouldn't do no harm. He'd be caught as soon as he tried to pawn it, the idiot."
Sinclair didn't hear her. He laid the gun carefully on the table and went to her.
"Never mind."
Sinclair brushed back Bertie's warm hair as he drew her close. He kissed the top of her head.
"It doesn't matter, lass."
Bertie was shaking, and Sinclair realised after a heartbeat that she was crying. His Bertie, the courageous woman who looked at life and all its grimness with a bright smile, was crying in remorse. Sinclair tilted her face up to him.
"Stop, love."
Bertie's face was wet with tears. Sinclair leaned down and kissed one away. Then he kissed her parted lips. She kissed him back, her mouth trembling, her hands curling on his chest. Her warmth wove around Sinclair despite the situation, intoxicating him. The silence in the house meant they were alone in the night. Sinclair moved his touch to her buttocks, firm and sweet under the gown, his arousal hot and stiff under his loose dressing gown and nightshirt. Nothing existed but her kisses, her unfettered body against his. Ice-cold wind blew into his back as the window slid up again. Sinclair heard the cock of a pistol. Instinct took over. Sinclair flung Bertie down, the two of them landing on the carpet, limbs tangling. The gun boomed at the same time, and then there was another cry of surprise and pain, one too high-pitched to belong to Macaulay. Sinclair was on his feet and out the dining-room door, snatching up the falling body of Andrew, who had blood on his chest and looked up at his father with confusion in his eyes. Bertie, her lungs constricting, snatched up the pistol Sinclair had laid on the table and rushed to the window. No one was there. She saw Geoffrey's form vaulting to the top of the high garden wall and over, but he was too far away to stop. She turned back, discarding the pistol on the sideboard, to where Sinclair cradled Andrew in the doorway. Andrew was still breathing, little gasping pants, blood all over his chest.
"Bertie, help me!"
Sinclair's voice was harsh. Bertie fell to her knees. Sinclair ripped open Andrew's nightshirt, exposing his pale chest and a red, gaping wound. Sinclair shrugged off his robe and stripped off his own nightshirt, kneeling in nothing but his underbreeches. He wadded up the nightshirt and pressed it to Andrew's shoulder.
"Hold that right there,"
he said to Bertie.
"Use as much pressure as you can. I have to take out the bullet."
A doctor?
"Too long to wait. I've done plenty of field surgery, taken bullets out of my friends."
None of them had been 8 years old, Bertie would wager. She obeyed, leaning her weight on the nightshirt, warm from Sinclair and now stained red with blood. Andrew's eyes were closed, his face waxy, but his chest still rose and fell. That was something. As long as the chest went up and down, Andrew was alive. Footsteps thumped on stairs from above and below, the household rushing to see what was the matter. Kat trailed them, gripping her doll in both arms, her face pale. Sinclair moved the cloth enough to spread the lips of the wound.
"Hold him down,"
he said to Bertie.
"I'll need clean water and a needle and thread,"
he snapped over his shoulder. Footsteps pounded again as the servants hurried to obey. Kat sank down on one of the dining-room chairs, her blue eyes wide, but Bertie couldn't leave Andrew to go to her. Sinclair dipped his already bloody fingers into the wound, and in one go closed his fingers around the bullet and drew it out. Andrew's eyes flew open and he screamed. Bertie held him, her heart beating wildly, and wanted to scream with him. Andrew cried out once more, then slumped back to the floor, eyes closing, but his chest rose again with his breath. Sinclair dropped the bloody bullet onto the rug. A small thing, but too large to be lodged in Andrew's little body.
"More pressure,"
Sinclair said. He joined Bertie in holding the nightshirt over the wound. Sweat streaked Sinclair's bare arms and chest in spite of the cold. Mrs. Hill came hurrying in with a sewing box, Aoife and Peter with water they sloshed everywhere. Mrs. Hill handed the sewing box to Bertie, and Macaulay took the pans of water, setting them on the floor. Cloths were already inside. Macaulay touched Sinclair's shoulder.
"Let me, lad. You rest now."
"No," Sinclair said in a hard voice.
"I'll do it. Fetch a constable and get after that bastard." "Already done. Man might be long gone, though."
"Doesn't matter," Bertie said. "I know the places he'll go."
She relinquished her place to Macaulay and opened the sewing box and threaded a needle. A circle of feet and dressing gowns surrounded them, the entire household watching over their favourite boy. Sinclair took the needle from Bertie and instructed Macaulay to keep holding the pad of nightshirt where it was. Sinclair smoothed out the thread with his fingers, held the lips of the wound together, and plunged the needle into his son. Andrew barely whimpered this time. His eyes remained closed, body limp, as Sinclair, his face tight, sewed up the wound. The constable arrived, along with a doctor. Bertie only noticed the doctor when a black bag landed on the floor near her. Sinclair closed off the last stitch, carefully cutting the thread with the sharp scissors Bertie handed him. The doctor, a lean man with a thick beard, bent down to them.
"Competent job, Mr. McBride."
Sinclair didn't answer, didn't acknowledge him. The doctor pressed his hand to Andrew's brow, felt his cheeks.
"No fever yet," he said, "but that will come. We need to keep him warm and get him up to bed."
Sinclair kept his hand on Andrew, the needle dangling from his fingers. His gaze was fixed on his son's face, the bleakness starting to come over him again. Bertie took the needle and thread from him and dropped the bloody things into her pocket.
"I'll take him up."
Macaulay rose, reaching for Andrew.
"No."
Sinclair's answer was vehement. He got to his feet, lifting Andrew gently in his arms.
"I'll take him to my bed."
Bertie caught the trailing nightshirt that was still over the wound as Sinclair started for the hall, carrying Andrew. She trotted after them, holding the shirt as Sinclair went swiftly up the 2 flights of stairs, through his dark study, and into his bedroom.
"For God's sake, put on the lights,"
he snapped.
"Keep it light and warm. It's too damned cold in here."
Bertie turned up the gas on the nearest lamp and lit it, but she'd turned the gas too high and it nearly exploded into light. She hastily turned it down and then went to the next sconce. The fire in Sinclair's hearth was low, so Bertie poked it to life, adding a bit more coal from the bin. Sinclair's bed was wide, with a thick mattress and a wooden head and footboard that curved around the corners of the bed. It was big enough for two, but looked overly large with only one small lad in the middle. Andrew lay so still, his body ghostly white, the colour of his skin blending with his hair, light like his father's. Sinclair sat beside him, still half naked, his muscled back tight, his shoulders rigid. Bertie picked up Sinclair's fallen dressing gown, thick and padded, and draped it over his shoulders. He didn't acknowledge her, his attention only for his son. The doctor set his bag down on the other side of the bed and bent over Andrew. Sinclair at least let the man examine him, the doctor listening to Andrew's heart and briefly lifting Andrew's eyelids.
"The bullet doesn't appear to have hit anything vital,"
the doctor announced. He lightly touched the stitches.
"Through a fleshy part, it looks like, but watch him. If you see blood on his lips, you send for me at once."
Sinclair helped the doctor pull the covers up over Andrew to his chin. He gave the doctor an absent nod, and the doctor turned to Bertie and drew her aside.
"Who are you, young woman?"
Bertie blinked, for a moment not entirely sure.
"I'm Bertie, Miss Fraser. The governess."
"Good, then Master Andrew has someone to look after him."
He handed Bertie several packets.
"Mix these in water and make him drink it several times a day. Take the empty packets back to the chemist. He'll make up more for you. Keep Andrew warm and still, very still. We don't need the wound to open and him to bleed. And examine the wound for discoloration. There will be bruising, but we don't want to see streaks of red, especially ones leading toward the heart. That means infection. Can you remember all that?"
"Yes."
Bertie swallowed.
"Of course."
"Good lass. You're English?"
Bertie spread her hands.
"As English as they come."
The doctor nodded and lowered his head to speak to her.
"These Scots have odd notions. Make sure Master Andrew has much rest and no cold air. We don't want him to take a chill."
He glanced at the bed where Sinclair was sitting, holding Andrew's hand.
"Get Mr. McBride to take some brandy and lie down. He's had a shock."
Bertie managed a nod.
"Right you are."
The doctor smiled and patted her shoulder.
"Good girl. If Master Andrew takes worse, you send for me at once."
He took up his bag and walked out of the room, nodding once to Aoife, who held the door open for him. Macaulay looked after the doctor with some distaste, no doubt having heard him proclaim that Scots had odd notions. Mrs. Hill came bustling in with a decanter in her hand. She fetched a glass from Sinclair's study and brought it back into the bedroom.
"Brandy, sir," she said to Sinclair. "Best thing for you. And then you go lie down in the spare bedroom. We'll watch over Master Andrew."
Sinclair didn't respond. He kept Andrew's hand in his, stroking the boy's fingers.
"Let me,"
Bertie said, reaching for the brandy. Mrs. Hill shook her head.
"You need to look after Miss Katrina. She's with Peter, but the lad doesn't know what to do. Go on now."
Katrina. Bertie's heart gave a guilty thud. In the panic, Bertie hadn't kept account of where the girl was. She'd assumed Kat had followed them all upstairs, but she was nowhere to be seen.
"Right,"
Bertie said, and hurried out of the room. Chapter 15. Bertie's heart was like lead as she took Kat by the hand and walked her from the ground floor where she'd been sitting with Peter to the nursery. Kat said nothing, quiet as usual, but her hand was ice cold. Bertie turned up all the lights in the nursery and stirred the fire high. Fear needed to be treated with light and heat, not darkness. When she finished, she found Kat sitting at the table, doll in her lap, her gaze fixed on the fire. Kat was strikingly different from Andrew in looks. Her hair was dark and glossy, her blue eyes framed with black lashes. She took after her mother, Mrs. Hill had told Bertie, and Mrs. McBride's photo confirmed, while Andrew was a miniature of Sinclair. Bertie ought to give Kat tea or something, but she couldn't find the wherewithal to go back downstairs or even ring for one of the maids. They were upset too. Andrew, for all his tearing ways, was easy to love. Kat was more of a challenge, the poor lamb. Bertie drew a chair next to Kat's and put her arm around the girl's shoulder. Kat didn't shrug away, which told Bertie she wanted the comfort.
"Is Andrew going to die?"
she asked Bertie in a quiet voice. Bertie's first impulse was to lie, to soothe her fears and say of course he isn't. But Bertie had lived with ugly truth all her life, and she'd learned to prefer it. Better to face something straight on than to hide and try to pretend it away. Hurt more when you had to stop pretending in the end.
I don't know, sweetie,
she said, stroking Kat's long braid.
But your dad will take care of him, and the doctor. They took care of Mama too, but she died.
Kat's voice was faint.
I don't know what to do. Well, not much we can do, is there, except hope and pray. I don't believe in God.
Bertie started. Personally, she and God had an on-again, off-again relationship, but to hear it put so boldly from a child surprised her. But then Kat had seen her mother taken away from her and her father become an absolute blank, and no one, divine or human, had been able to stop either occurrence.
Well, I believe it,
Bertie said.
I think if one of us does, that should be good enough.
Kat gave her a sceptical look.
When Mama died, a lady from Sunday school told me I should be happy, because it meant Mama had been very good and was let into heaven early. She said the angels hadn't wanted to wait to reward her.
Oh, stupid woman. What a horrible thing to tell a child. Bertie recalled a story she'd heard at the tender age of 6, in which angels watched for children who were exceptionally good and took years away from their lives so they'd die and go to heaven quicker. Bertie remembered being terrified and trying to be as bad as she could possibly be.
Don't you worry about that,
Bertie said, patting Kat's hand.
That's nonsense, that is. It isn't even in the Bible. What I remember of it, anyway.
Not that she'd read any of it herself, but some of the stories from the church her mother had taken her to had stuck with her.
That's ladies who don't know anything and thinking they're comforting you. I wouldn't take no notice. Andrew isn't good,
Kat said.
There you are, then.
Bertie grinned at her.
He'll be fine. But everyone loves him.
So do you, Bertie said. Kat's eyes filled with tears, and she nodded. Bertie drew her close, doll and all.
It's all right, love. You worry about him all you want, and I'll pray. We'll help your dad, and we'll get Andrew better.
Then Bertie would hunt Geoffrey down and make him pay. If Andrew died...
Do you love my papa?
Kat asked. Bertie jumped, but again she couldn't lie. She gathered Kat closer and rested her cheek on the girl's hair.
Yeah,
she said softly.
I think I do.
Sinclair held Andrew's hand far into the night and the wee hours of the morning. When he felt sleep coming upon him, he stretched out beside Andrew, laying his hand on Andrew's chest. If Andrew so much as twitched, Sinclair would wake. Sleep came in waves. It would surround Sinclair in blackness for a few minutes, then ease up, then sweep over him again. Through it all, Andrew never moved. When morning light came, so did Andrew's fever. Sinclair came wide awake, never feeling his restless night. He commanded cool water to be brought and a tonic called Warburg's tincture. The tincture was meant for malarial diseases, but Sinclair knew by experience it would work to bring down fever. The powders the doctor had handed to Bertie were useless. He knew that too. Good for dyspepsia and not much else. Andrew, restless, didn't want to swallow the medicine, but Sinclair got it into him. He bathed Andrew's face and hands, changing the bedding himself when Andrew soiled it. All day Sinclair nursed his son, not knowing what time it was or caring. Somewhere during the day he let Macaulay talk him into donning a shirt and trousers, but Sinclair saw no reason to dress completely. He napped off and on, felt the deepening of whiskers on his face. He knew others came and went, but Sinclair couldn't pull his concentration from Andrew. Sinclair always sensed Bertie's presence, though, even when he didn't turn his head to look at her, even when she said nothing to him. Cool calm stole over the room whenever she was in it, as though she brought peace and reassurance with her. When the sun went down, Peter restocked the coal fire, and Macaulay brought Sinclair a cup of beef tea and forced him to drink it. Bertie came in as Macaulay departed. She didn't speak, only closed the door quietly, made her way to the bedside, and laid the back of her hand against Andrew's cheek. His fever had come down a little, or so Sinclair thought, but he was still far from well.
Kat is finally asleep, Bertie said. I gave her some tea with sugar and lots of milk. Seemed to do the trick. The poor mite is all in.
She touched the bandages on Andrew's shoulder, then looked at Sinclair.
So are you, I'm thinking.
I'll sleep when it's over,
Sinclair said sharply.
I can stay with him. I'll watch him every second, believe me.
No.
Sinclair didn't move from where he sat on the bed.
I don't want to leave in case...
I'd wake you, I promise, the minute there's any change.
No!
The word rang, Sinclair's voice raspy. He shook his head as Bertie's eyes widened.
When Daisy, when she was ill, a nurse stayed with her. The nurse promised to wake me and she didn't. She thought it would be easier for me, but I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Sinclair's voice broke and his eyes stung. He dragged in a shuddering breath, dismayed that it shook with sobs. Bertie moved to him with a quiet rustle of fabric. Her arms came around him, and Sinclair found himself cradled against her cheek on his hair, her hands warm on his back. She was so strong, this woman who'd come to him out of nowhere. Sinclair had been standing in the cold, all alone.
When you're ready for me to move on, I know you'll tell me,
he'd said in his thoughts to Daisy, and then Bertie had bumped into him. He hadn't been able to cease thinking of Bertie since. Only his son, struggling to live, had pulled him away from her.
I'm sorry,
Bertie was saying.
I'll never be able to say in the whole of my life how sorry I truly am.
Sinclair gently parted her arms and wiped his eyes.
What are you talking about?
This is my fault.
Her blue eyes were sad, full of remorse.
If I'd not followed you, I never would have led Geoffrey here and Andrew wouldn't be hurt. But no, I had to find out where you lived, decided to stay here in your house.
Why did you?
Bertie stopped in confusion.
What do you mean?
Why did you come here? You'd given me back the watch. I'd paid you to lead me back to familiar streets. I'd thought our contract at an end.
A flush stole over her cheeks, one that rivaled the feverish stain on Andrew's.
I wanted to see you, didn't I? To make sure you were all right.
Sinclair let some amusement trickle through his gut-wrenching worry.
Not to look over what pickings you might get from me? You don't have to pretend.
Her brows drew down.
You still think I came here to steal from you?
No, not anymore.
Sinclair squeezed her hand.
But when you first found out where I lived, you must have thought me a good mark. Not paying much attention to the world, my nose stuck in my papers, ripe for the plucking.
Bertie tried to pull from his grasp.
I told you I wanted to see you again. If you don't believe that, then you don't.
Sinclair lost his smile.
I don't know what I believe anymore.
They watched each other in silence a moment, Sinclair holding her hand as though he couldn't let go. Her stiff fingers relaxed, and she didn't try to pull away again.
Believe me now,
Bertie said.
You need to rest, or you'll get sick yourself. Cat and Andrew don't need to lose you too.
She smoothed her free hand along the sheets.
You lie right here beside him, and I'll sit by the bed and watch him like a hawk. The minute he moves, I'll wake you. Can't say fairer than that.
Sinclair met her gaze, her eyes full of sincerity. Ironic that a backstreet London pickpocket could speak more truth than the men of law he worked with every day.
Your name should be Verity,
he heard himself say.
Truth.
She was right. He needed sleep. Bertie wrinkled her nose.
Well, I got Roberta hung on me, didn't I? My mum called me Bertie, so that's what I like.
Sinclair let go of her hand. His ached to have to release hers, but she was right. He'd do Andrew no good if he was carted off to a sickbed himself. He lay down gently so as not to disturb his son, and Bertie pulled quilts over him.
I'll be right here, she said, on the other side of the bed in that chair. Andrew won't move a hair without me knowing.
Sinclair felt some relief loosen his limbs.
Thank you, Bertie.
Bertie leaned down and kissed his cheek, her loose hair brushing his skin.
It's my pleasure.
Bertie watched Sinclair sleep. Thin winter sunlight touched his hair, as fair as Andrew's, and brushed the lines about his eyes. He was exhausted. Bertie understood the exhaustion and his terror. Losing someone was never easy and never grew easier. Losing your child must be hardest of all. Though Andrew wasn't her son, Bertie knew that if he didn't live, her grief would cut her deeply and never heal. Sinclair, a strong man, had already suffered much. Bertie remembered what Macaulay had said about Mrs. McBride's death.
When she was gone, there wasn't much left of him.
Bertie vowed, looking down at Sinclair as he reposed on the bed, that she would make sure he didn't lose any more of himself, no matter what. Sinclair slept on. The sun rose, and the outside world rumbled around them. Macaulay and Mrs. Hill came in from time to time, both trying to persuade Bertie to relinquish her place, but she refused. She'd promised. Mrs. Hill brought her tea and toast, and Macaulay blankets, but they seemed to understand. Macaulay tried to keep up his bluff good spirits, assuring everyone that Master Andrew was a tough little lad, but Mrs. Hill's eyes were red-rimmed, her usual briskness absent. Clocks around the town were striking 11 in the morning when Andrew's eyes fluttered open. He took in Bertie, his father sleeping on his back, arm flung over his face, and said,
"That man shot me."
"Andrew, sweetie." Bertie's heart beat swiftly as she touched his forehead. He was still warm, but damp with sweat, the fever broken.
"Sinclair."
Bertie gently shook him. She hated to wake him, but a promise was a promise.
"Andrew."
Sinclair came awake and sat up in one motion. He turned to Andrew, stark fear in his eyes, and those eyes grew wet as he looked down at his son blinking back at him.
"You had a gun too, Papa,"
Andrew said, his usually loud voice faint.
"Did you shoot him back? Wish I'd seen that."
The doctor, returning to check on the patient that afternoon, expressed surprise that Andrew was alive at all, and put it down to his powders.
"Bicarbonate of soda,"
Sinclair said in disgust after the doctor left.
"My cook could have prepared that and done a better job of it."
He made Andrew take more of Warburg's tincture to keep the fever down, as much as Andrew complained of the taste. Andrew also wanted to get up, but Sinclair forbade it. He told Andrew he'd seen many a gunshot wound in the army, and he knew exactly how long a man needed to stay down to heal. Being compared to a wounded soldier made Andrew's grin return, though weakly. But at least he agreed to stay in bed. Sinclair convinced Bertie to take her turn at sleeping. Bertie rested for a time, but she soon was back in the nursery with Katrina, who didn't need to be neglected. Once Kat was reassured that her brother would live and get better, she returned to her usual cool indifference, or at least pretended to. The relief in her eyes was evident, but Kat held it in, her earlier need to confide in Bertie gone. Bertie had never met a child who closed herself away as much as Kat did. Even children Bertie had grown up with, beaten and hungry, had more life in them than Kat. Kat was a lovely little girl, with her ripples of dark hair always topped with a big bow, a matching bow on her fashionable dresses. But the child inside was vastly unhappy. Kat did her lessons without much interest, the only thing that absorbed her being whatever she wrote or drew in her notebook. When Bertie expressed interest in the notebook, Kat gave her a look of alarm and hugged the book to her chest. She didn't relax until Bertie assured her she wouldn't pry. The day after Andrew awoke, Sinclair said he was ready to be transferred back to his own bed. Sinclair carried him there himself. A hired nurse settled in to look after him, but Sinclair showed no hurry to rush back to chambers. Later that afternoon he sent for Bertie to come down to him, not to his study, Aoife said, bringing the message, but to the downstairs drawing-room. When Bertie tripped inside, she found Sinclair not alone. Several large men were with him, 2 in kilts, 1 in a severe suit. They looked enough like the Duke of Kilmorgan to be his brothers, which in fact they turned out to be.
"This is Detective Chief Inspector Fellows,"
Sinclair said, indicating the man in the suit.
"He wants you to tell him all about Geoffrey and where we'll find him."
Chapter 16. Bertie had twigged that Fellows was old Bill as soon as she set eyes on him. Criminal investigation, no less. She recognised his name. Fellows had been a thorn in the side of East End villains for years. He always got his man, or woman, no matter what. The way Fellows sized up Bertie with his eagle eyes told Bertie he knew all about her, or at least what she was. What she used to be, Bertie corrected herself. The other 2 men in the room were as formidable as Fellows, but in different ways. The tallest one was Lord Cameron, the one with the horses. Bertie had seen him at the soiree, and she'd observed the way Sinclair's sister had laid a tender hand on his arm whenever she'd spoken to him. Lord Cameron might be a hard man, but Ainsley obviously loved him. The other stood a little away from his two brothers and Sinclair, not looking at them. He stared at nothing, in fact, his eyes a blank, and the others didn't seem to find this unusual. If Bertie told these men where to find Geoffrey, he would go down. She understood that. She saw it in their faces, even of the one who wasn't looking at her. Geoffrey would shiver in jail for a brief time, then be taken out and hanged or banged up with penal servitude for life. But Bertie's anger against him was strong. Geoffrey had broken into the house of a man who'd done him no harm, had tried to make Bertie help him rob it, and had shot Andrew. Didn't matter that hitting Andrew had been an accident. Geoffrey had shot with intent to kill. He'd hurt so many in his life that even Bertie's East End neighbours who knew Geoffrey well wouldn't blame her for peaching on him.
"I know all his hiding places,"
Bertie said readily.
"Mind you, he knows I know, so he might not have gone to any of them. Then again, he isn't very wise."
She named them. A deserted house in Spitalfields, rooms in a lane off Whitechapel, and the house of his mistress, a lady Geoffrey didn't think Bertie knew about, in Hackney. Inspector Fellows gave Bertie a nod when she finished, one that told her he knew exactly what she'd done, and that he respected her for it. Lord Cameron said,
"Good. Then let's go find the bastard." "I'll get my coat,"
Sinclair said. The other Mackenzie, who hadn't spoken a word or even acknowledged the conversation, now looked at Sinclair and said,
"Andrew."
Sinclair nodded at him.
"Miss Fraser, this is my brother-in-law, Ian Mackenzie. Will you take him up to the nursery to see Andrew?"
He hesitated.
"Do you want to come hunting with us, Ian? We can wait."
Lord Ian shook his head. He turned his back and crossed the room toward the piano, sitting down on its bench. The others let him go, not trying to persuade him. "Any hunting will be done by me," Fellows said, giving Sinclair a severe look. "I'm only bringing you along so you can watch the man be arrested, understand?"
"I heard you,"
Sinclair said, as though this were part of an ongoing argument.
"Bertie."
He paused in the doorway and looked at her fully.
"Thank you."
"I wish you wouldn't go,"
Bertie said, chilled.
"He's dangerous, is Geoffrey."
"I have to go. You know that."
Bertie shook her head.
"No, you really don't. Inspector Fellows is a good copper. He'll find him."
"I know that here."
Sinclair touched the side of his head, his short hair brushing his fingertips.
"But I need to see, to know it here."
He touched the centre of his chest and held her gaze with his clear grey eyes.
"Don't worry, love. I'll come home."
The carriage pulled up to the house, Richards at the reins. Sinclair touched Bertie's cheek. His eyes were glittering, the man inside him awake and ready to do battle for his son. She knew she'd never talk him out of it. If this had been 100 years or so ago, he'd be grabbing his claymore on his way out instead of his coat and hat. The touch became a caress, Sinclair's eyes holding heat. Then he turned away and went out.
"You just make sure you bring him back whole," Bertie said to Inspector Fellows.
Fellows flashed her an irritated glance as he took his coat and hat from Peter. "I will endeavour, Miss Fraser," he said, then went on out the front door after Sinclair and Cameron. Ian Mackenzie was still in the drawing-room when Bertie, her throat tight, turned back to it. Ian softly pressed the keys of the piano, playing a trickling tune that Bertie recognised from music halls. Gilbert and Sullivan, the song about the Major General. Bertie went to the piano, jittery and impatient.
"You wanted to pay Andrew a visit, your lordship?"
Ian didn't answer, the music continuing. After he'd played about half the song, he said,
"When I met my Beth, she taught me to play this. She sat with me at the piano, and I kissed her."
The words were simple, but Bertie saw the look in the big man's eyes as he spoke them. She couldn't help but smile a little.
"Aw, that's sweet."
"Fellows wanted to pin a murder on me back then. Beth stopped him."
"Oh."
Bertie blinked.
"I suppose that's sweet too."
"You will like my Beth."
Ian took his fingers from the piano, the music ceasing.
"I used to hate my memory. Now I'm glad of it. Things remind me of her."
His accent was not as pronounced as Sinclair's, but it was there, the Scots richness running through his words.
"I like that,"
Bertie said. She too had memories now of Sinclair and his family, things that would remind her of them.
Andrew's upstairs. If he's not asleep, he'll be trying to bully his way out of bed. He's very hearty, is our Andrew.
Ian lost his far-away look to flash Bertie an ironic glance. She saw intelligence in Ian's eyes, and the depths of him, which she wagered many people would miss. Mrs. Hill had told Bertie about Lord Ian during one of her gossipy moods, how he'd spent time in an asylum, but Bertie saw nothing of the madman about him. Flashing him a grin, Bertie led Lord Ian out of the drawing-room and upstairs to the nursery. They found Geoffrey Mitchell in Hackney, in the rooms of his mistress. Sinclair had told Richards to drive there first. If Geoffrey thought Bertie didn't know about this woman, he'd likely seek refuge with her. Fellows didn't bother knocking. He simply had his 2 burly constables kick the door open. Geoffrey, stirring coals in a rusting kitchen stove, turned on them with the poker. Geoffrey was fast, beating back the constables with deadly intent. A woman came screeching out of the bedroom in her dressing gown. She didn't bother beseeching them. She grabbed a pan from the stove and threw the hot water in it at the constables. Then she came with the sturdy pan off to Fellows, who'd waded in and grabbed Geoffrey. Cameron stepped behind the woman and seized her, lifting her from her feet as she screamed obscenities. He half threw her onto the sofa, then blocked her way when she tried to get up. The neighbours were coming, pouring out of doorways and up the stairs to see what was going on. Some cheered on Geoffrey and his mistress, some came to encourage the police. Geoffrey took advantage of the chaos to twist from Fellow's grasp and make for the window. They were 1 floor above the ground, but Geoffrey shoved open the shutters and jumped. Sinclair, still in the hall, ran back down the stairs, pushing aside those in his way. He emerged from the house to see Geoffrey dash into a passage that ran alongside the building. Sinclair went after him, reaching Geoffrey as he was hauling himself up a wall at the end to make his escape. Sinclair grabbed Geoffrey by the leg and yanked him down. The crate Geoffrey had used to boost himself gave way, sending Geoffrey, Sinclair, and crate to the ground. Geoffrey rolled to his feet first and kicked Sinclair in the stomach. Sinclair's breath went out of him as pain washed through his body. The pain, coupled with the annoyed look in Geoffrey's eyes, annoyed, made Sinclair's red anger rise. He'd been in plenty of battles in the heat and desperation of the desert that would make Geoffrey run far and fast. Sinclair and 4 of his men had once fought their way out of a place where they'd been cut off, out of water, and had only enough ammunition between the 5 of them for 1 gun. They'd fought hand to hand with some of the best-trained men in North Africa, and they'd won through, to nearly die of thirst, picking their way back to camp. But all 5 had made it. They'd survived because Sinclair had refused to let them die. Rolling over and giving in wasn't in his nature, no matter what the odds. His yell of rage boomed through the passage. Sinclair came to his feet and launched himself at Geoffrey, all the grief and anger in him focused on one target, the man who'd nearly killed his son. Geoffrey fought, first in anger, then in fear and desperation. He wrenched himself away and tried to run, but Sinclair grabbed his coat with both hands and hauled him back. Sinclair threw Geoffrey against a wall and raised his fist to strike and strike again. "Leave off!" Geoffrey panted, blood spewing onto Sinclair's greatcoat. Sinclair gave him another furious punch. "You shot my son, you filthy bastard! He's 8 bloody years old!" "Didn't mean to," Geoffrey said, words muffled by his broken jaw. "Your fault. Meant to hit you. He shouldn't have been there." Sinclair grabbed the lapels of Geoffrey's coat and hauled him up the wall. "It was you who shouldn't have been there. You broke in. You shot at me and hit Andrew. Your fault, and yours alone." "No, it were Bertie's." Geoffrey snarled the best he could. "She ran away from me, and you made her your whore, you Scottish pig. If she hadn't left me, nothing would have happened." Sinclair ground him back into the wall. "Don't blame her for your idiocy, you piece of dung. Don't even say her name." "I knew it. I knew she were your whore." Geoffrey tried to spit at him. Sinclair drew back his fist again, but his hand was caught by the large one of Lloyd Fellows, the man's grip amazingly strong. "Enough of that," Fellows said in his no-nonsense tone. Something clinked, and Fellows had a cuff around one of Geoffrey's wrists. "Geoffrey Mitchell,
I arrest you in the Queen's name for the breaking and entering of a Mayfair home, the attempted murder of Mr. Sinclair McBride, and the shooting of Andrew McBride, an 8-year-old boy. The jury probably won't have much sympathy for that. I have a police van waiting for you so we can pay an afternoon call on the magistrate."
He gave Sinclair a stern look.
"You, go home and drink. Make sure he gets there, Cam."
Cameron Mackenzie had come up behind them.
"A large whiskey is what I prescribe,"
he said. He put his big hand on Sinclair's shoulder and steered him from the alley. Inside the carriage, Sinclair collapsed against the cushions, his breath leaving him. He pulled out a handkerchief and mopped his face, covering the cloth with blood.
"You look bad,"
Cameron said, his broken gravel voice too cheerful.
"Clean yourself up and then tell her, straight out. I don't think she'll be heartbroken that her philandering murderous beau is on his way to the clink."
Sinclair couldn't speak. He leaned back against the cushions, dabbing at his bloody face, and accepted the flask Cameron handed him in silence. Cameron had an attractive trait, knowing when to talk and when to shut up. Without speaking, the two men travelled back across London, Sinclair letting the whiskey burn deep. Andrew was delighted with the visit from his Uncle Ian, though Andrew did most of the talking. He showed Ian his wound and described the wild gunfight, which he wholly invented, that had led him to being hurt. Ian nodded as Andrew spoke, as though he believed every word. Kat listened, not interrupting, and Bertie pretended to focus on her mending. Andrew prattled on, his powers of speech recovered at least. "Bertie, you should have seen what Uncle Ian built us last Christmas. It took up a whole room." "I liked it," Kat said, so softly Bertie barely heard it. Ian did, and he gave her a nod. "Will you do something like it again this Christmas, Uncle Ian?" Andrew asked. "Please?" Ian paused a moment, then said,
"Yes."
"Hooray!" Andrew started to bounce, then winced and stopped. "I'll take lots of medicine and get better so I can go to Scotland for Christmas. You'll love Kilmorgan Castle, Bertie." "A castle?" Bertie said from her chair. "Sounds grand." "Papa's house is big too," Andrew went on. "By a loch. You'll like it, Bertie." "I'm sure I will," Bertie said. "Stop bouncing, Andrew. You'll tear open your wound and have to be sewn up again." Andrew stilled for about 3 seconds, then started an animated narrative about the beauties of both Kilmorgan Castle and his father's house north of it, where they'd lived with Mamma and everyone had been happy. When Andrew started to droop, no longer able to pretend he wasn't hurting and tired, Ian stood up, smoothed the covers over the boy, and started out of the nursery. At the door, Ian looked back and gave Bertie a penetrating stare. Then he walked out and waited in the hall, leaning against the railing of the landing. Bertie set aside her sewing and went out, closing the door behind her, curious as to what Lord Ian could have to say to her. The hall was gloomy from the coming evening, the December day short. Ian's eyes, a tawny colour that went with his dark red hair, glinted in the shadows. After Ian had stared at Bertie for a long, silent moment, he said,
"Stay with them."
"Kat and Andrew?" Bertie nodded. "Of course I'll stay. I'm their governess now."
"I mean for always."
Ian gripped the railing with his big hand.
"You need to stay."
He delivered this declaration, then walked past Bertie without speaking another word and went down the stairs. Bertie watched Ian circle around the staircase and landings, keeping to the exact middle of the stairs, never touching the railings. When he reached the bottom, he opened the vestibule door and front door, blowing a draught up the stairs. Then the front door banged, and Ian was gone. The night was fully dark by the time Sinclair arrived home, Richards having wound his way through London's packed streets. Cameron alighted at Berkeley Square, where he'd hired a house for his family's stay in town, and Sinclair rode on to Upper Brook Street alone. Macaulay took one look at Sinclair and ordered a hot bath be brought to Sinclair's bedroom. Macaulay wanted to stay and bathe him, but Sinclair growled that he was fit enough to bathe himself, for God's sake. Macaulay at last agreed and left him alone. Sinclair took his time in the bath, scrubbing off the blood and grime, pouring warm water over his hair. He finished, dried, and slipped into a dressing gown, then went upstairs to the nursery while Peter and the maids carried the bath back downstairs to empty it.
The lights were low, and Andrew was fast asleep. Kat was also in her bed, with Bertie reading to her in a soft voice. Sinclair sank down on one of the chairs, barely able to move, waiting until Bertie finished the story. Once Bertie put the book aside, Sinclair rose and kissed Kat good-night, then went to Andrew's bed and dropped a kiss to his son's head. Andrew was mending, and Sinclair said a thankful prayer. After that, Sinclair took Bertie by the elbow and steered her out of the nursery, all the way down the stairs, through his study, and into his empty bedroom. He closed the door firmly behind them both and turned the key in the lock. Chapter 17. Bertie's heart beat faster as Sinclair clattered the key to his bureau. He turned to her, the brighter light in this room showing more clearly the bruises and cuts on his face. She quickly closed the space between them.
"You all right? Did Geoffrey do this? What happened?"
"Geoffrey's in jail,"
Sinclair said, sounding weary.
"Carted off by Inspector Fellows to spend the night with the magistrate. You won't have to worry about him ever again, Bertie, I promise you."
Bertie believed him.
"Look at you,"
she said. She touched his face, barely letting her hand make contact. The side of Sinclair's left eye was swollen, the corner of his lip cut, and bruises trailed across his cheekbone. He stood without moving while Bertie went to the wash basin and wrung out a cloth. She came back and dabbed at his cuts, washing away the new blood. He'd just bathed. His skin was damp and smelled of soap, but wounds like these were easily reopened. When she reached up to dab his forehead, Sinclair caught her wrist. His eyes were like pieces of winter's sky as he fixed them on her. She expected him to push her away, to admonish her, but he didn't. He held her wrist while water from the cloth trickled from her hands.
"I'll just put this back in the basin,"
Bertie whispered. Sinclair didn't let go or appear to hear her. He kept his hand around his wrist, his eyes on her, his gaze holding her more effectively than any shackle. When he finally did move, it was to take his other hand and brush it through her hair. His fingers loosened pins she'd spent a frustrating time this morning putting in, her thick hair soon tumbling free. He let go of her hand, and the wet cloth fell to the carpet with a splat. Sinclair continued to pull her hair loose, the mass of it flowing over her shoulders to her waist. Since Bertie had been living here, she'd been able to keep her hair clean, amazed at the different soaps the rich washed themselves with. Sinclair's short hair glistened with droplets of water, and the dressing gown, though it was fastened, held the warmth of the bare man beneath. Bertie's knees went shaky as Sinclair's large hands pushed back her hair, then drifted to the buttons of her bodice. Bertie could say nothing, do nothing, as Sinclair started sliding the buttons through the buttonholes one by one, taking his time. Sinclair didn't hold her. Bertie simply couldn't move. Her body crawled with heat. She hadn't been so warm all day. No need to run from this. Sinclair's blunt fingers opened the bodice in silence. The placket parted for his big hands, and he drew his fingers down the corset cover beneath. Bertie's breath hitched as Sinclair moved his touch down to the cuffs of her sleeves. He undid the faux pearl buttons there, then returned his hands to her shoulders and pushed her bodice open and off. Bertie now stood with bare arms in her corset and its jacket-like cover, and her skirts beneath it. Bertie reached for the cloth fastenings of Sinclair's dressing gown, her fingers trembling, but he gently pushed her hands aside. He ran his fingers up her wrists, back to her shoulders, then down to unhook the clasps of the corset cover and push it away. When his hands moved to the corset's laces, he kissed her, his mouth insistent, lips opening hers. The laces at Bertie's back loosened, Sinclair's strong hand parting them. Then his warmth came to her through the thin fabric of her combinations. He made a noise in his throat as he pulled her closer, his fingers splayed across her back. Hot and cold sensations chased through Bertie's body. She wanted to fold in on herself, and at the same time she burned with energy. The corset came away, Bertie's chest expanding as the restricting garment released her. Sinclair fumbled with the clasps that closed her skirts, and the hooks tore off in his impatience. Bertie helped him push the skirts down, her shaking fingers bumping against his solid ones. Now she was bare to the world except for her combinations, her fine new undergarments. Sinclair lifted her into his arms and carried her away from her clothes on the floor. He laid her on the bed, which had been stripped and remade after Andrew was moved upstairs, the tight covers cool against her back. The photo of Mrs. McBride had gone from the bedside table as well, to keep Andrew and Kat company in the nursery. Sinclair didn't join her on the bed. He stood looking down at her for a long time, his grey eyes still, his breath swift. Bertie curled her fingers on the covers, waiting. Without taking his gaze from her, Sinclair unfastened his dressing gown and let it drop. His body came into view, hard, tight, and beautiful. Bertie's heart thrummed. His wide shoulders were sun-baked, the red bronze colour fading to paler skin on the rest of his torso. Blonde hair dusted his chest, and his navel was a deeper shadow in the dim room. Another swirl of hair, darker than that on his chest, curled between his legs. His staff was hard and ready, stiff and long. No need for a lady to tickle him up, as Bertie had heard women say about their men. Sinclair looked down at her, paying no attention to his own nudity, his gaze all for Bertie. He put his knee on the mattress and climbed onto the bed with her. His hands landed on either side of her head, but he didn't kiss her again. Sinclair only looked at her, his eyes dark in the low light, the same light brushing gold into the unshaved whiskers on his face. He continued to hold her gaze as his hand went to the buttons of her combinations and began unfastening them. Bertie's heartbeat sped. Cool air touched her skin, the placket parting. Sinclair pushed the combination sleeveless top down her body, then lifted her hips to slide the drawers from her legs. There. Bertie was bare before a man for the first time in her life. Sinclair nuzzled her cheek, then kissed it, his lips brushing so lightly it might have been a breeze. His hand went to her chest, moving to cup her breast, his thumb on her nipple, his touch a dart of fire. Bertie's whisper was loud in the stillness.
"I never been with a man before."
Shh. Sinclair lifted away from her breast, leaving Bertie craving him, and touched her lips.
"It won't hurt you, sweet."
Any Englishness dropped away from him. Sinclair's voice was all Scots. His arms were tight, but his hands gentle, his fingertips skimming her face before he leaned in to kiss her again. Fine heat. Bertie found hard muscle under Sinclair's smooth skin, then the warm silk of his hair, the rough bristles of unshaved beard. The cuts on his face caught at her fingers, as did the swollen bruises. Geoffrey had hurt him. The thought made Bertie furious. "He shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry." Sinclair raised his head, eyes glittering in the half-light.
"I needed to fight him. We Highlanders like our vengeance."
"But—"
"No more talking."
Sinclair's voice turned to a growl.
"It's only you and me tonight, and a very bad thing I'm doing."
"Not bad."
Bertie smiled.
"It's not bad at all."
"Yes, it is."
Sinclair's answering smile burned her.
"But I don't care."
He stilled further talk by kissing her. His mouth tasted of whiskey, his whiskers burned, and he pushed her thighs apart with a firm hand. Bertie held her breath as Sinclair lifted his head, his gaze drawing hers, and began to slide himself into her. Bertie's eyes went wide, the tightness of her telling Sinclair more than words that he was her first. He didn't like the triumph that swelled through him, but he couldn't stop it. She was his. Soft woman met his body, hers moving with its first taste of passion. Sinclair knew he could hurt her without meaning to, so he slid in slowly, letting Bertie get used to him before he went on. It wasn't easy. The small cry that escaped her lips beat through his blood, his need escalating with every heartbeat. He held off as long as he could, but Bertie slid her hands down his back to cup his hips. "Please," she whispered. Sinclair dipped his head to the mattress, breathing the warm scent of her hair.
"Bertie, what are you doing to me?"
She didn't answer, but her intake of breath was enough for him. Sinclair kissed the curve of her neck, then bit it as he slid himself all the way inside. Something woke in him, a wild spark that had been dead for a long time. Sinclair felt it race through his body, and his attention focused to one point. Bertie. Roberta. Sinclair moved his hips forward in one hard thrust, crazed magic entwining him fast. He remembered how, when facing death on the battlefield, his mind had emptied of all other thought. Fear had fled, and rage, and all he'd experienced was a kind of floating freedom. Hard to come out of that when he was back at camp doing ordinary things, hence his mad pranks and the quantities of drinking he'd done. His marriage and children had floated him free again, to be dashed to pieces 5 years later when Daisy had gone. Sinclair had laid in those pieces since, believing himself finished. He went through the motions of daily life and honed his skills to deadly sharpness, but without much interest. His work filled the hours, made the pain more distant. At this moment, with this woman under him, all the pieces of himself charged together again. It hurt, more than had Geoffrey kicking him in the stomach in the East End gutter. Pain radiated through Sinclair's entire being, sharp like flesh being pulled from a wound. A shout came from Sinclair's throat. Bertie's eyes widened, her blue eyes he could drown in. She'd come to him out of the fog, her eyes crystal brightness in a world of grey. Now she was shining a light so bright it seared him. Sinclair wanted to hide his face and not look, but a Cockney pickpocket was dragging him out of the land of greyness, forcing him back into the fire, and he wanted to run into the flames. He thrust into her, hearing his shouts, unable to stop himself. The hot ferocity of the coupling boiled around him, ecstasy wound with pain. Bertie cried out softly, her fingers hard points in his back. Sinclair knew she was unused to a man inside her, and he tried to slow, tried to gentle himself, but he couldn't stop. He needed to go on, on. He heard words come out of his mouth, curses at himself, tears hot in his eyes. He wound tighter as his body pressed down into one need, to be in her, one with her. Bertie's head went back, her eyes filling with wonder as her first climax hit her. Her thrusts met his, her body knowing what to do, her cries beautiful. Sinclair was coming now, thrusting into her. He had no idea where he was or when, only that Bertie was hot and welcoming, and he needed her. Bertie fell back to the mattress, breathless, her skin filmed with sweat. She was laughing. Sinclair, spent, collapsed on top of her, the wretched tears trickling from his eyes. Bertie smiled at him as she reached up and wiped a tear away. Women in Bertie's life had told her that men, after lying with a woman, started lying to a woman. Men also fell asleep right after, paying no more attention to the lady once his bodily needs were satisfied. Sinclair showed no sign at all of falling asleep. He stretched out, face down, next to Bertie, watching her with warm grey eyes as he lifted a lock of her hair and let it trickle through his fingers. Bertie wanted to freeze this moment in time, lamplight touching Sinclair's back and hips, brown against the tangle of sheets, his slow smile, his grey eyes holding sin.
"I couldn't steal anything from you now,"
Bertie said, her voice shaky.
"Nothing on you to take."
Sinclair's smile deepened, crinkling the lines around his eyes, which the bruises in no way marred.
"You've stolen something from me, don't worry."
Bertie gave him a mock, sceptical look.
"You don't mean your watch, do you?"
He made a rumbling noise.
"You've stolen all sense of my place in life. I thought I knew the road I was on, but now I have no idea."
Bertie didn't know what he was talking about, but she couldn't help smiling back. You ain't making any sense.
I haven't made sense, lass, since you tripped me outside the Old Bailey.
He touched the tip of her nose.
My world turned upside down that evening.
Well, it hasn't been all that right side up for me either.
Sinclair stroked another lock of her hair. He had a scar on the inside of his wrist, a perfect circle, like the end of a cigar. Bertie touched it.
What happened here?
Sinclair glanced at the scar, almost as though he'd forgotten about it.
Youthful larks.
He shrugged.
Nothing important.
Bertie rubbed the puckered skin.
Must have hurt.
My language was unfortunate, but Stephen was stricken. Poor lad didn't realise what would happen.
Sinclair was silent a moment, as though remembering that long-ago injury.
Thank you,
he said.
For what?
Bertie should be thanking him for this breathtaking feeling.
For watching over Andrew, for helping me save his life.
Sinclair moved his hand to her shoulder, his touch warm.
You were certainly cool and steady while I sewed up his wound.
Bertie had been anything but cool and steady, but she shrugged.
Many's the time I've stitched up me dad when he got himself stuck with a knife. He's prone to picking fights with stronger men than him. Never was very bright, my dad. And he yells a lot more than Andrew.
Sinclair's smile vanished.
I'm glad you're away from him.
He won't be very happy about Geoffrey. They were great pals, Jeff and my dad, even if Geoffrey was younger.
Bertie touched an angry cut on Sinclair's face.
The idea was to have Geoffrey marry me and take over Dad's business when he was gone. I mean the business of robbing and thieving.
Which you are out of,
Sinclair said sternly.
Course I am. I'm a governess now, aren't I?
Sinclair laughed. He was beautiful when he did that, especially when it was a genuine laugh.
We'll make you one yet, lass. How is the training going?
Coming along. We've got about a quarter of the books read. I like the history ones the best.
He looked interested.
What do Kat and Andrew like to read?
Well, Andrew likes the astronomy ones, and so does your cook, by the way. Andrew says he wants to build a flying machine that will reach the stars.
Sinclair's laughter came back.
What about Kat?
Not sure. She reads everything, remembers everything, but she doesn't care. That's not right, is it?
Sinclair let out a breath.
Poor Kat. I've not been the best father to her, to either of them.
Now Bertie's anger stirred.
Rubbish, you've been fine. Don't they have a fancy house and fancy clothes and all they want to eat?
Sinclair slanted her an ironic look.
There's more to being a father than that.
All I can say is, I wish I'd had a dad more like you. Wouldn't have been knocked about then, or told I had to marry a bully.
Sinclair rolled on top of her again, his weight and warmth a fine thing.
And you are wise beyond anyone I've ever known. I complain, and you slap me with perspective.
Bertie touched his cheek.
I'd never slap you.
His eyes heated, showing even more wickedness.
I know that, wretched woman. Come here.
Bertie was already there with him, but he drew her up into his arms. Sinclair's next kiss was hot, his body tight, as he parted her thighs and firmly slid into her, starting the loving again. When Sinclair woke in the wee hours of the morning, Bertie was gone. He stretched his hand to the empty pillow, his blood growing cold when he didn't find her there. He rose and sought his dressing-gown, which had been folded neatly over a chair. He couldn't help a touch of amusement through this alarm. Bertie had tied it up after him. It was 4 a.m. by the clock on the bedside table. Sinclair fastened his dressing-gown and opened the door to his study to find a lamp burning and Bertie standing at his desk. His heart beat faster, his breath starting its constriction. Bertie was looking at one of the blasted anonymous letters that must have slipped out from where he'd thrust it among his papers. She raised her head as Sinclair strode in, her eyes wide, shock and anger on her face. Chapter 18.
Put that down,
Sinclair said, unable to stop the snarl.
He dragged in a breath, forcing himself to exhale normally.
It's nothing for you to see.
Bertie didn't obey. She never did. That's vile, that is. Sinclair came to her and pried the paper from her fingers, her hand warm even in this chill room. Bertie had dressed again, though she hadn't laced and buttoned herself all the way. Her hair hung down her back, loose. Her dishevelment made his blood grow hot. Sinclair's need for her in no way sated. "Who sent it?" she asked, watching him. "Not your brother-in-law, I take it."
"No, not Edward,"
Sinclair said with a snarl.
"If I knew who, I'd rid myself of him, wouldn't I?"
Sinclair heard his angry tones, but couldn't stop them. He'd received the letter this morning. No, yesterday morning now. Henry had brought him his post from Chambers, and this letter had been among it. In the stiffly printed capitals it said, "That whore you've taken to your bosom will be the death of you and your children. I know who she is and what she is. The viper always stings, and its venom is deadly." "The whore, I take it, is me," Bertie said. "Likewise the viper." She was angry, not distressed, her eyes sparkling with indignation. Sinclair folded the paper and thrust it into a drawer.
"I'm sorry you've been caught up in this. I never meant you to see the letters."
Bertie's brows rose. "You mean there's been more? About me?"
"About every aspect of my bloody life."
"Oh." Her anger wound down a little. "Are they all like that? What do they want, whoever they are? Money?"
"No."
Sinclair shook his head.
"He's asked for nothing."
"Ah, you know it's a he, then?"
"I don't know,"
Sinclair said impatiently.
"I'm only guessing."
Bertie's look turned speculating. "Are you thinking a woman would write a longer letter and use her own hand?" "Not sure she would. When you get a threat like that, though, it's usually for money, or for you to keep out of the way of some villain making money. But they haven't asked for nothing?"
"No."
Sinclair took the key from his desk, locked the drawer, and dropped the key into his pocket.
"We don't know. I've given the letters to Fellows, and he's trying to help me find out who's writing them."
"But he's not getting anywhere. Scotland Yard blokes like murders and violent robberies, not taunting letters. But I could give it a go. What did the others say?" Sinclair's temper splintered at the thought of her tracking down whoever could think up such contemptible drivel.
"You'll not be giving anything a go. You'll be taking my children to Scotland when Andrew is well enough to travel."
Her look turned eager. "Andrew keeps telling me about your house there. It sounds ever so nice."
"It is."
The loch and hills could soothe him, even if Sinclair hated the place the first year or so without Daisy. Too much empty space.
"Though we won't have time to go there first. We'll go straight to Kilmorgan for the Christmas gathering."
"The kids too? The Duke lets them come?"
"Oh, yes," Sinclair said in dry tones. "Hart likes the house to be overflowing. McBrides, Mackenzies, Scrantons, Ramsays, Fellowses, and anyone Hart wants to sway to vote his way on whatever he's got his party in a froth about. He crams them in."
Bertie bit her lip, her frown charming. "Might be a bit difficult, that. I think the Duchess likes me. At least she's kind to me. Lord Ian said he thought his wife would like me too. But you're saying there'll be English aristos there?" Sinclair felt a modicum of relief at the change in topic.
"Yes, and I don't give a hang what they think of you. They should be grateful I've found someone who can keep Andrew away from the matches."
"It's not the aristos I'm worried about. I think I can learn enough to fool your brother-in-law, and maybe other gents and ladies who don't know me, but if real governesses are there, I won't be able to fool them. I'm just a girl from the back streets, and they'll know it." Sinclair smoothed back a lock of Bertie's hair, mussed from his bed.
"We all have to come from somewhere."
"Not in England. You're either born with a silver spoon in your mouth or in the gutter, and you don't cross the line. A working-class man can learn how to make a lot of money, but everyone knows he's still from the gutter. A sign of a true gentleman is that he doesn't do any work."
"But I'm not English, am I?"
Sinclair traced her cheek.
"A fact too many people forget." The next head of Clan MacBride might be eking out a living in the gutters of some industrial city until enough heirs in his way pass on. Will he be any less able to lead the clan for all that? No. He'll probably do better than someone born to do nothing all day. Do you know what we MacBrides call a man who thinks he's too much of a gentleman to work? Lazy.
Her smile returned, lighting her eyes. I like that.
They don't call me the Scots machine because I let others labour for me.
Something sly entered her smile. I could think of another reason for that name. Sinclair stared at her a moment, not understanding. Then he felt his cheeks burn.
Don't embarrass me. I was needy.
More like greedy. The burn worked its way down his body, making his arousal, which hadn't much deflated, grow rigid again.
Greedy, was I?
Sinclair wrapped his fingers around her loose hair and gently tugged her closer.
I think I remember you wanting plenty.
Couldn't help it. Bertie slid her arms around him, her body under her loosened clothes warm and welcoming. Could I? The desk was right there. It was covered with papers, but Sinclair shoved them to the floor and lifted Bertie onto it. Her unlaced and unbuttoned garments came away easily, bearing her body to him. The lamplight touched her breasts, the nipples becoming a dark rose red as they tightened for him. The light brushed the hair between her legs, which he could see was already damp. Sinclair let his dressing gown drop to the floor, his hardness tight as he stepped naked between her thighs. Bertie reached for him, her teasing smile becoming languid as he touched her. They fit together so well, Sinclair thought, as he eased her hips forward and himself into her again. The soft sound Bertie made caused Sinclair's need to flare white-hot. Soon they were rocking together, hands grappling, bodies flushed and streaked with sweat. Sinclair gave himself up to the fire of the moment as her heat and the completeness of her welcomed him back. Bertie barely made it back to her room before the maids and Peter started their morning rounds to deliver coal and stir fires. Bertie was flushed with warmth as she peeled off her clothes, even though her room was cool, only embers in the grate. She'd just pulled on her nightgown when she heard Charlotte coming up the stairs with her clanking coal bucket. Bertie hurriedly rumpled her bed and pretended to be just climbing out as Charlotte walked in. Bertie asked Charlotte to draw her a bath, which the girl did. The hot water stung a bit on Bertie's intimate parts as she lowered herself into it, making her flush more. The last go on the desk had been a bit turbulent, not that Bertie had minded. She'd gone a little wild with the amazing pleasure of it, and Sinclair had laughed. Then he'd stopped laughing as he'd lost himself in passion. Bertie liked how his eyes had gone dark, his touch firm, the strength of him holding her in place as he'd loved her. If she'd been a genteel young lady, Bertie supposed she'd feel sorrow or shame at what they'd done, but she didn't. Maybe that meant she was truly a tart, as the letter had said, but at the moment she scarcely cared. She floated on emotion, the joy of it sliding around her like the hot water of the bath. Yes, she could easily have gotten with child any of the 3 times they'd gone at it tonight, but the thought only made her excitement grow. Any child of Sinclair's would be welcome, never mind the tiny voice deep inside that told her she was a fool. Charlotte had left her to enjoy her bath in peace, and Bertie slowly drew the sponge over herself, picturing how it would be if Sinclair did it for her. His hair would be damp from the steam, droplets of water would bead on his skin, and he'd give her his slow, wicked smile that was absent of all sorrow. Bertie hugged the sponge to her chest. Sinclair was part of her world now, and she wouldn't easily let go of that. She got out, dried off, and dressed. She'd discovered a few smears of blood on her drawers when she'd taken off her clothes, and had known it wasn't from her menses. Bertie had thought she'd be too old to shed virgin's blood, but apparently not. She wadded up the drawers and shoved them into her laundry bag before Aoife came in to help her lace up. Sinclair's family's laundry was all sent out, so with any luck no one within the house would see it. Bertie ate breakfast with the children, Andrew already better than yesterday, well enough to eat everything in sight. Sinclair, Aoife told her, had decided to go back to his chambers today, if only for a little while, now that Andrew was healing and the awful man who'd broken in had been arrested. Sinclair departed without coming upstairs, but he raised his hand to Bertie, Kat, and Andrew looking out of the window, smiling up at them. Then he stepped into his carriage and was gone. In spite of Geoffrey stewing in jail awaiting his trial, Bertie worried about Sinclair out and about in town. The anonymous letter-writer bothered her, and though Sinclair didn't think his brother-in-law had sent the letters, Bertie wouldn't put it past him or his wife. They might want their mitts on Sinclair's children by hook or by crook. Bertie was no stranger to people leaving threatening notes. Her dad had got them all the time. Mostly they were scrawled on a scrap of paper, short and to the point. Stay off my patch or else. High-end villains liked to lord it over the rest of them, and Bertie's father was often warned. Sometimes the villains didn't bother with notes, just sent in a thug or two to do Bertie's dad over. Geoffrey had urged Bertie's father to give in and simply work for the big villains, but Jerry never would. He hated people telling him what to do. Once Andrew and Kat were settled in, Bertie went back down the stairs to the next floor and made sure no one was in Sinclair's study before she slipped inside and closed the door. Sinclair had not only locked the drawer into which he'd dropped the letter, he'd locked all the other drawers too. Bertie pulled out a hairpin and unlocked them again. Why the rich bothered with fancy desks that could be picked with a piece of straw, she didn't know. Bertie didn't find any more letters until she discovered a box pushed into the back of the bottom drawer, hidden behind other stacks of papers. Bertie set this box on the desk, put her hairpin to work, and opened it. Inside, she found 5 folded papers in their envelopes. The envelopes were ordinary, sold by most stationers. Likewise the sheets of paper. Bertie unfolded each letter, finding the same kind of printing as in the one that called her a viper. The capitals were so precise, the writer must have used a straight rule to draw them. Not one of the missives was very long, and there were 5 in the box. Bertie made herself read them through, as distasteful as they were. Every letter was about Sinclair's wife, the late Margaret McBride. Sweet Daisy wasn't what she pretended to be, was she? One said. What did she get up to before she squeezed out your children? Another. You know what she was and how she tricked you into marrying her. Who else would you like me to tell about her past? Mean things, and odd. From what everyone in the house had told her about Mrs. McBride, she'd been a fine lady, laughing, sweet, loving to her children. Were the letters lies, then? The one about Bertie had implied that she'd do harm to Kat and Andrew. The viper always stings, and its venom is deadly. She'd never hurt them at all, or Sinclair. Never. Bertie swallowed, remembering that her presence had caused Andrew to be shot. Maybe the letter-writer was more perceptive than she gave him credit for. No, that was wrong. These letters were vague hints, allowing the receiver to read into them what he or she pleased. The words about Daisy, Sinclair's wife, could mean anything from she'd been a murderer to she'd lied about where she'd gone to school. By all accounts, everyone in this house had loved Daisy, including Sinclair. He'd loved her desperately. Bertie thought about the woman smiling out of the photos placed here and there around the house. Mrs. McBride didn't look as though she'd been deceitful whatsoever. Bertie must be 10 times as deceitful as she'd ever been. What was the writer getting at? And why, if Sinclair claimed he'd given all the letters to Inspector Fellows, were these 5 hidden in the box? Answer: he didn't want Fellows to know about these particular ones. Which made Bertie wonder, if the letters were lies, why did Sinclair fear others seeing them? Too many questions, and Bertie might not like the answers. She folded the letters and slid them back into their envelopes, arranging them carefully in the box in the order she'd taken them out. Then she put the box back into the drawer, picked the locks closed, and left the study, her thoughts troubled. Andrew recovered enough that on the 23rd of December, Sinclair decreed he was well enough to board the train for Scotland. The train would leave from Euston Station and travel all night, putting them in Edinburgh in the morning. From there they'd take a smaller, slower train to the heart of the Highlands and Castle Kilmorgan, arriving in time for the Christmas ball. Last Christmas Andrew had been a handful, setting the house into uproar. This year his convalescence and Bertie's presence might keep him calmer, Sinclair thought. Might. Sinclair booked first-class sleeping compartments, one for himself, one for the children, and one for Bertie. Macaulay and Aoife also travelled with them, leaving Mrs. Hill, Charlotte, and Peter to watch over the house. Their families were in London, and Sinclair never had the heart to take them away for Christmas. "I have this all to myself?" Bertie asked in amazement as she turned in a circle in the cramped sleeping compartment.
"Best I could do on short notice,"
Sinclair said. He'd had no need to accompany her, but he hadn't been able to stop himself.
"If you need anything, ring for the conductor or ask Aoife or Macaulay."
Bertie turned around again and faced Sinclair, her wide smile in place. Bertie had a new dress for travelling, grey with black piping and black cloth-covered buttons, a subdued garment, but one that looked smart and hugged her curves. Her grey hat's brim turned up to reveal a black lining, and a feather curled from the crown. Eleanor had chosen the hat as a gift, having her favourite milliner make and deliver it. Bertie's joy when she lifted it from the box had been the same as that of a woman regarding a diamond tiara. Remembering her delight, Bertie had jammed the hat straight on her head and twirled around with it, laughing. Started to make him hard. Sinclair had donned a kilt for this trip to his homeland, and an arousal could be disastrous. He made himself leave her and return to his compartment with Andrew and Kat, sitting down as the train jolted, getting ready for its long journey. For her part, Bertie thought she'd never settle in. She'd never been out of London, let alone to Scotland, and anticipating seeing the countryside, from a luxurious train no less, had her in a right state. She was sorry they'd travel at night, but she'd make sure she saw something of Scotland before they shut themselves into the castle. Aoife popped her head in while Bertie was exploring her compartment, saying that Mr. McBride expected her to join him and the children for supper. Bertie tore herself away from the shining inlay walls, the soft seats, and the amazing little closet that had a sink with running water, and followed Aoife down the narrow passage. The main compartment Sinclair had taken was quite large. 2 wide, velvet-upholstered seats faced each other, the windows had thick curtains pulled over them, and lamps softly lit the compartment. Their meal was delivered to a table in the middle of the compartment, served on china plates with silver cutlery. "I think I could live forever on a train," Bertie said, looking over the fish-in sauce, crisp greens, and buttery potatoes.
"You'd soon grow tired of its rocking,"
Sinclair said. He ate, but without the enthusiasm of Andrew. He was more like Kat, calmly putting the tasty food into his mouth as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. "You do everything like that," Bertie said. She hadn't meant to voice the thought out loud, but the words slipped away before she could catch them. Sinclair looked up at her, his expression still, waiting for her to explain. Bertie drew a breath and said, "You have all these wonders, but you barely notice them. Everything is a delight. Don't you know that?" Sinclair put down his fork and gazed across the little table at her, his grey eyes focused so sharply that Bertie moved a little in her seat. She knew she was being far too impertinent, but she always spoke as she found. The waiter entering with the pudding ended the moment, and the meal resumed. Sinclair said good-night to his children after that and went off to the smoking car. He didn't smoke, Bertie knew, but she assumed he'd drink brandy and speak with other men there. Bertie got the children to bed. Aoife would sleep in the bunk opposite their 2, watching over them, promising to call Bertie if she was needed. Bertie returned to her own cabin, interested to see that her seat had been turned into a small bed while she'd been having supper. Now to discover if she could sleep on a train. Everything was so fascinating she might have trouble dropping off in case she missed something. Sinclair had talked about the train's rocking, but Bertie liked it. The train was like a live thing, clicking along the rails, humming to itself, the whistle's shrill call blasting into the night. Bertie tried to peer out into the darkness, but she could see little beyond her own reflection. She had just dropped the curtain when her door snapped open behind her and Sinclair stepped inside. He didn't smell of smoke. He smelled like the night, as though he'd walked to the end of the train to watch the track unfold behind them. He said nothing, only gazed in silence at her, his hair glinting in the lamplight, his hands in gloves closing to fists.
"Teach me about the delights,"
Sinclair said after a time, his voice low.
"I can't see the wonders anymore. Show me what you see, Bertie. Please."
Chapter 19. Bertie's lips parted, her dark blue eyes taking him in. The top button of her bodice was undone, as though he'd interrupted her undressing. The thought of her in here alone, slowly unbuttoning and drawing off her clothes, was enough to kill him. "I don't see much different than you do," Bertie answered, sounding nervous. Sinclair shut the door behind him and locked it.
"Yes, you do, or you would never have said that to me."
I was rude. My father once had a kind mistress named Sophie who tried to teach me good manners, but I wasn't always best at it.
"I don't give a damn about your manners."
Sinclair let the motion of the train ease him onto the edge of the bed, and he pulled Bertie to sit beside him.
"Show me what you see."
Bertie stared at him as though he'd run mad, and Sinclair likely had. He'd made his way to the back of the train, standing alone on the observation platform in the freezing cold, but it hadn't cooled his need for her. He realized tonight he'd been trying to hold on to his control and his life when it was nothing. His grief had made him into an automaton, going through the motions of living, stopping when there was nothing to do. If not for Andrew and Kat, he'd have told Macaulay long ago to prop him up in a square somewhere for pigeons to land on. Sinclair had told Bertie that she was a flickering light in his life. Now he wanted her to fan that flicker and build it to a roaring blaze. "What do you mean, what I see?" she asked him, mystified. Sinclair waved his hand around the close room.
"Show me anything."
"Right." Bertie continued to stare at him. Then she jolted herself and looked around. She touched the wall next to her. "I think this is beautiful. All these little flowers made of tiny pieces of wood woven together. Took some skill to fashion that and polish it all nice." Sinclair took in the marquetry. It was fine, with excellent workmanship, but it didn't make him want to leap up and sing.
"What else?"
Well, the old compartment. Everything exactly in its place. Everything fitting together like a puzzle.
True, but Sinclair had been on so many different trains, from elegant to indifferent to downright squalid. A train's engineering might be precise, but he'd seen too much of it.
"What else?"
Bertie pursed her lips. "You're a hard one to please. There's this." She took her hand, her touch firing his nerves, and drew her finger along his palm. "These gloves fit you perfectly, like a second skin. Your clothes are always well done. And there's this." Bertie released his hand to lift a fold of his plaid. "Never seen a man wearing a skirt before." Sinclair grew warm.
"It's a kilt."
"Yeah." Bertie's smile went wicked. "And don't it look fine on you?" There it was, the delight snapping its way into him, not from the manufactured things around them, from Bertie herself. She rubbed the wool between her fingers, the warmth of her hand touching his bare knee.
"It's McBride plaid,"
Sinclair said, or thought he said.
"The secret of the pattern was kept alive in our clan when traditional dress was banned after the 45.
"Bonnie Prince Charlie and the uprising," Bertie said, looking triumphant. "I've been reading. Your family a part of that?"
"In the thick. My brother Patrick knows the stories. He's the keeper of all things McBride."
"Can't wait to meet him." Sinclair thought about his rather dour older brother, but decided Patrick would like Bertie. She'd be interested in Patrick's stories, listening with that wonder she was showing to Sinclair. Patrick would enjoy it. Sinclair leaned closer.
"What else?"
Bertie's cheeks went pink. "You trying to make me spill all my secrets?"
Yes, I am. What else do you find amazing?
You, Bertie said, smiles gone, eyes quiet. Sinclair stilled.
There's not much amazing about me.
I wouldn't say that.
I would.
Bertie cocked her head. Are you trying to get me to flatter you? Sinclair closed his gloved hands over both her bare ones.
I want to feel again, Bertie. Help me to do that. You started. I want more.
She looked uncertain. But I don't know how.
Yes, you do.
Sinclair released her, stripped off his gloves and dropped them to the table. Then he reached for the black buttons of her bodice.
I want to see the wonder of you.
Bertie's lower lip shook once, but she reached out and pushed his coat open. Two can play at that. Sinclair's already awakened need jumped higher as he slid off his greatcoat and let Bertie help him out of his frock coat. His wind-blown cravat easily unwound under Bertie's fingers. She popped the stud holding his collar and released the restricting band from Sinclair's throat. Sinclair drew a relieved breath and returned to unbuttoning her bodice. Joy raced back into Sinclair's world as they undressed each other, fumbling at clasps, ties and buttons, excitement making them clumsy. Not long later, Bertie sat on the bed in her combinations, while Sinclair was in nothing but his kilt. He stood up and removed that, liking how Bertie's gaze riveted to him as he unpinned and unwound the plaid. "Blimey," she said softly. Sinclair spread the kilt on the bed with unsteady hands. Bertie didn't take her gaze from him. The compartment's lamplight hid nothing of his body, showing all his scars, the burn mark on his arm, and the fact that his cock was hard and lifting high. The lamplight let him see Bertie as well, as he stripped off her combinations. She leaned back on the bunk, her breasts touched by the golden light, her nipples dark. Bertie's hair, mussed by their playful undressing, trickled across her plump skin. She was a pleasure to look at. Her belly was a little soft, her hips curving from her waist, the sweet curls between her legs as dark as the hair on her head. A fine woman, bare for him in this train rushing into the night. They might as well be entirely alone, he thought. At the same time they were surrounded by so many. Up and down the passage, the compartments were shut, hiding the secrets of those hurrying north for a Scottish Christmas. Sinclair's fanciful thoughts dissolved to nothing when Bertie reached up and closed her fingers around the tip of his cock. Bertie liked the feel of his arousal, warm and soft, and at the same time hard under her fingers. How could Sinclair have thought anything in this compartment more interesting and wonderful than himself? He'd encouraged Bertie to sing the praises of the woodwork while he was in front of her, smelling of the night and his own intoxicating scent. The hunger in Sinclair's eyes had nearly undone her. As she squeezed his hardness, Sinclair's large hands bunched into fists. He didn't have the soft hands of a gentleman. He'd fought with these hands, sunburned them, worked them raw. Bertie contrasted that with the skin of his cock, which was hot and smooth, that part of him always hidden from the world. Beautiful man. He was allowing her to see it, to stroke it. Sinclair didn't touch Bertie, only let her explore him all the way up his shaft to the fascinating balls that fit into the cup of her hand. People through the ages had come up with many terms for what she was touching. Funny ones like John Thomas or fishing rod, but those crude phrases didn't do Sinclair justice. His beautiful organ stretched toward her, the blunt tip bumping Bertie's hand as she completed another stroke. He let her touch a little longer before Sinclair pushed her questing fingers aside and dropped to his knees. He looked her over, his face softening, his voice going low.
How did I stumble upon something as beautiful as you?
Bertie thrilled to be called so by him, but she only grinned. I ran into you. She ran her hand through his warm hair, burnished gold by the lamplight. Remember? He smiled. Bertie loved his smiles and his laughter. She loved him. And it will be the end of me, a voice inside her said. Too late, much too late to stop now.
I remember, Sinclair said. From then on, every bit of control I had in my life was gone.
He bent to her and licked between her breasts, his close-cropped hair tickling her skin. He moved to her nipple, teeth brushing it before he drew it into his mouth. Bertie's breath caught as the tiny pain washed fire through her. Sinclair closed his eyes and began to suckle her, the same way he'd suckled her fingers in the darkness of his house. The heat inside her shot higher, as she wondered whether when Sinclair had done that, he'd been imagining doing this. She shivered, giddy. "Harder," she whispered. Why did she want that? "Harder." Sinclair curled his tongue around her nipple, his lips tightening. His hands went to her waist, a beautiful man doing a beautiful thing. Bertie pressed him closer, wanting his mouth harder on her, needing it. "Don't let me go." Sinclair suckled a little longer, then pulled away, a sinful glint in his eyes. Bertie's breast felt raw, cold where the air touched the moisture left by his mouth. Sinclair moved his hands to her knees and pushed them apart. Then he gently pressed her back into the cushions, hooked his hands around her thighs, and lowered himself between her legs. He licked over her opening once, then fastened his mouth to it and began to suckle. Bertie couldn't stop her cry. Wild, hot sensations poured through her, the bright friction of his tongue on the most intimate part of her sending her deeper into the cushions. Bertie's hips moved with his mouth's working, her body instinctively responding. The train curved hard to the right, the wheels squealing against the tracks. Sinclair put out his strong hand and steadied them both. Then, without warning, he thrust his tongue deep into her. The shrill peal of the train's whistle drowned out Bertie's scream. Sinclair raised his head, his eyes full of laughter.
"The train wants to challenge us."
Did it? Bertie pushed her hair from her eyes, her mind muzzy.
"We won't let it win,"
Sinclair said. "No?" Sinclair stood up, lifting Bertie from the bunk. He set her on her feet, then sat down where she'd been, looking splendid, naked against the spread kilt. His cock, ramrod stiff, lifted straight out toward her.
"Come here,"
he said. "Bit of a tight fit on that bunk," Bertie answered breathlessly. "I was wondering how I'd squeeze in on me own." Sinclair's smile went wide.
"We'll fit, lass, but it's not for the prudish."
He seized Bertie by the hips and pulled her onto his lap, facing him. He arranged her so that her knees rested on either side of his thighs, spreading her legs wide. Sinclair slid a few inches to the edge of the bunk, holding Bertie securely in his large hands. He eased her forward, onto him, the position sending his wonderful stiffness straight inside her. She was already wet and warm with her own moisture and that from his tongue, and he slid in with no impediment. They were face to face, pressed as tightly to each other as two people could get. The arrangement put Bertie on level with him, where she could see his smile and look into his fine grey eyes. The train straightened out and picked up speed, the acceleration pushing Bertie at Sinclair and Sinclair at Bertie. He went deeper still, his smile vanishing. A fine ache rubbed her where they joined, his ministrations having made her swollen and hot, and now pleasured by the whole of him. Sinclair thrust a little, his hips coming off the bunk. The rush of the train and its unsteady speed moved Sinclair inside her, as though the train itself coaxed this coupling. They hit another bend, Sinclair holding Bertie firmly against the sway. He got to his feet, Sinclair lifting her with him, her legs still around his hips. He turned around once with her in the tight compartment until the train bent the other way again. Sinclair gave up fighting the roll and ended up with Bertie's back against the window. The curtains bowed into the glass with her, the window cool through the fabric. Sinclair thrust hard, again and again, while Bertie held on to him, her head rocking against the window. She heard her own cries, drowned by the hard clack-clack of the wheels and the whistle blowing its warning. Sinclair's head went back, and he clenched his teeth against his own shout.
"Bloody hell,"
he said in a grating voice. He made a harsh "ah" sound as his eyes closed, and he lost his seed into her. The train swayed the other way, the compartment following its momentum. Sinclair lost his footing and ended up on the bunk, Bertie still around him. She kissed his face, which was wet with sweat, their bodies snug together. Sinclair kissed her back, tumbling her hair, breathing hard, Bertie laughing.
"Damn bloody trains,"
Sinclair growled. Then he buried his face in her neck and held her close. In the morning they disembarked at Edinburgh, which was a bustling city under misty skies. Bertie couldn't see much of it while trundling from one train platform to the next, cold rain filming her coat and new hat. In the next train, Sinclair, Bertie and the children sat together in another first-class compartment, Macaulay and Aoife joining them as they rolled out of Edinburgh north into the Highlands. The rain eased back as the city dropped behind, the sun came out, and sweeping hills came into view, marching across the horizon, rising into the sky. Valleys dropped away as the train chugged over bridges. Bertie couldn't drag herself from the windows as she watched the splendour unfold. The train stopped at a tiny station marked Kilmorgan to let off Sinclair and family, the only ones to disembark. Macaulay and Aoife oversaw the luggage being unloaded while Bertie looked around her with interest. The village wasn't much that she could see, a high street that ran from a small square to the train station. Houses and shops lined the street with a smattering of cottages beyond, and after that, emptiness. Green hills rolled to the grey horizon, the higher hills dusted with snow. The station-master, who greeted Sinclair by name, said that snow had been thin this year so far, but they'd likely get more soon.
"Hooray!" Andrew said. "You'll love to play in the snow here, Bertie. It's glorious. We'll build a fort and have a battle."
"Not until you're better," Sinclair broke in sternly. "And you'll be better when I say you are. Up you go."
He lifted his son into his arms and followed the station-master through the tiny waiting room to the front of the station. The lane outside was empty, not a vehicle in sight. "Do people live here?" Bertie asked. There was no sign of anyone, no movement on the road. All the silence made her nervous.
"They do."
Sinclair sounded amused.
"The village near my own house is even smaller, Miss Fraser of the city."
Bertie suppressed a shiver. "Well, I never," was all she could think of to say. Sinclair frowned at the empty street.
"I hope they remembered we were coming today. I don't want to have to tramp all the way to the castle."
Bertie looked about for a castle perched on a hill. She expected to see a tall stone edifice with battlements poking up from the rocks, like the pictures in the books she'd been reading, but she didn't see anything resembling that. She couldn't see much at all beyond this tiny village with no one in it. Bertie heard the sound of hooves quickly clopping and turned to see a conveyance come around the corner into the square. It was a landau, closed against the cold, pulled by two smart horses trotting at high speed. On the box, holding the reins, was a tall man in a kilt standing up next to the red-coated coachman. The horses pulled to a halt, with the door of the landau exactly in front of Sinclair and family. The tall man was only a lad, Bertie saw, maybe 18 or 19. He dropped straight down from the box as the landau halted, landing gracefully on his feet with a flutter of kilt.
"Danny!"
Andrew yelled from Sinclair's arms.
"That was bully driving!"
Danny had raw-boned strength and the looks of the Mackenzies Bertie had already met, broad-shouldered, dark hair with red highlights, eyes a bit darker than Hart's, Ian's and Cameron's. Andrew had told Bertie all about Daniel Mackenzie, son of Lord Cameron, now at university in Edinburgh, the young man full of pranks and larks. Plus he knew all about engines and how to make them go.
"Glad you liked it, Andrew."
Daniel reached for Andrew and Sinclair relinquished him.
"How are you, Miss Katrina? More and more a beautiful young lady every time I see you."
Daniel's Scottish accent was the most pronounced of the Mackenzies Bertie had heard, and he used it easily, unself-consciously. Kat took the compliment with her usual calm, but she sounded a little more animated when she answered.
"Thank you, Master Daniel."
Daniel burst out laughing, a warm sound.
"Little minx, the beaux will be breaking their hearts over you in a few years' time. And this is the new governess, is it?"
His frank stare landed on Bertie.
"This is Bertie,"
Andrew announced with his usual volume.
"She's going to stay with us forever."
"No, she won't." Kat's soft answer was lost in the coachman's whoa as the horses moved, impatient, but Bertie heard her.
"I see."
Daniel's look turned shrewd, and Sinclair moved closer to Bertie.
"You don't,"
Sinclair said in his barrister's voice.
"Are we going to the castle, or will we stand at the station freezing all morning?"
Daniel grinned and opened the carriage door.
"In you go, miss."
He held out one hand to Bertie, his other arm still firmly around Andrew. "Fraser," Bertie said in her best ladylike voice. "Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie."
"My pleasure."
The laughter and intelligence in his eyes unnerved her. Daniel said nothing more, only lifted in Andrew, then Katrina, and stood back so Sinclair could enter. Instead of joining them inside, Daniel closed the door and climbed back to the box. He was going to drive them to the castle. Drive he did. The landau rocketed out of the village and straight up a hill, the carriage listing alarmingly. Sinclair gave Bertie's hand a reassuring squeeze.
Hart Mackenzie's coachman would never let Daniel take the traces if it weren't safe.
Bertie didn't much agree, though if this coachman was anything like the Duke's coachman in London, the man would at least be strong enough to stop the horses running away. She could hope so, anyway. The ride didn't take long, not the way Daniel drove, and soon they were speeding over a bridge and along a curved drive. A house came into view, a colossus of one. Bertie rubbed mist from the landau's window and stared hard at it. The house spread itself across a wide sweep of land, one long horizontal wing in front, with hints of more wings flowing out behind it. Glittering windows, dozens and dozens of them, marched across every floor, up to small dormer windows in the attics. Daniel leapt to the ground as soon as they stopped, and 2 footmen in dark suits came forward to open the landau's doors. They handed Aoife down from the back with as much courtesy as they did Sinclair and family from inside. 5 dogs swarmed out of the house, outflanking the footmen to greet the guests with barks and waving tails. "This ain't a castle," Bertie said to Sinclair as she stared up at the house. "It's a bloomin' palace."
"The original Castle Kilmorgan is a ruin," Sinclair said calmly. "This house was built about 100 years or so ago. The ruins are up there."
He pointed east to a high hill with black rocks tumbled along the top.
"It's a bully climb,"
Andrew said. His new word was bully, Bertie surmised. He must have heard someone in the train or stations using it.
"I'll take you, Bertie."
"When you're better,"
Sinclair said in a hard voice. Andrew paid no attention. He reached out from his father's arm to tug a footman's sleeve.
"I got shot,"
he said at the top of his voice.
"Want to see?"
Chapter 20. The house was packed. The Christmas celebration preparations were in full whirl, and the ladies of the house caught Bertie up in them. The Mackenzie women were all there. Eleanor, Ainsley, Isabella, Beth and their children, Louisa plump with her pregnancy. The McBride ladies, Juliana and Rose, were also present with more young ones. The women ran about like sergeant majors in full command. Dogs burst apart every time the ladies rushed by them, then closed in to follow them. The Mackenzie men and Sinclair's brothers seized Sinclair immediately and disappeared with him to some male sanctuary. Bertie assumed she'd be confined to the nursery to help the nannies with the McBride and Mackenzie children, but it seemed the ladies needed all hands on deck. Bertie barely had Kat and Andrew settled in before she was pulled away by Ainsley, literally pulled by the hand, back to the ground-floor drawing room, which had become tactical headquarters. Many ladies and gents from the upper echelon of British society had arrived to celebrate Christmas as the honoured guests of Hart Mackenzie. The family would remain after Christmas for a private celebration at New Year's, but beforehand, the varied guests expected entertainment. Bertie was drawn into helping fold paper mums that would shower down during the Christmas ball. Bertie saw that the Mackenzie and McBride wives, as lofty as they were, didn't shove the work onto the servants while they took their ease. They rolled up their sleeves and got on with it. Lady Isabella, whom Bertie had not met before, had glorious red hair like her sister Louisa, as well as a lovely figure and keen green eyes. Isabella sat down opposite Bertie to help make the flowers, and treated Bertie to her assessing gaze.
"Your gown suits you,"
Lady Isabella said.
"I see Mrs. Hill's hand in it, sedate but not dowdy. I'd prefer to see you in something blue, though. It will bring out your eyes."
"Leave her be, Izzy," Louisa said, pausing from wherever she was rushing to, an open notebook at her ample abdomen.
"My apologies, Miss Fraser. My sister can't meet a woman without redressing her." "Because I have exceptional taste,"
Isabella said without false modesty.
"My sisters-in-law were in sad shape before I took them in hand. Do let me take you in hand, Miss Fraser. I enjoy it."
Her determination was a bit alarming, but charming at the same time.
"I'm a governess,"
Bertie said, her voice faint.
"Nonsense. When you're teaching the children, yes, you're their governess. On your days out, you're a young lady who deserves a treat."
"But I'm not exactly—" Isabella waved her quiet.
"We know all about you, Eleanor told us."
"She did she?" Bertie asked, worried.
"It's settled then. You'll come to my room before the ball and I'll dress you. Everyone is invited to the Christmas ball and you'll need something besides governess grey."
Isabella rose, taking her finished flowers and giving Bertie a warm smile.
"Don't worry, I'll fix you up."
She flowed away. Bertie swallowed and kept folding flowers with fingers that had chilled. "You'll grow used to Isabella," Ian's wife, Beth, said, sliding in to take Isabella's place. "She loves to direct us all, but she has a kind heart. She provided a way for Ian and I to find each other, and I'm very grateful to her."
"Good on her,"
Bertie said. But Isabella was a lady, an earl's daughter, and Beth was a lady as well. They all were. Bertie was Bertie. She liked them, though, she decided. The wives talked openly, inviting everyone into the conversation. Maids and Bertie, guests and footmen, all were included. A big, loving family they were, the kind Bertie had always longed for. If nothing else came from her time with Sinclair, she was going to enjoy this Christmas and treasure it forever. She knew things couldn't go on as they were, not for always. Even Kat knew that. At the moment, Bertie existed in a bubble of happiness, where her love for Sinclair and his little ones were the only things that mattered. The rest of the world and its sordidness was outside the bubble. Bertie knew it would come crashing in soon. Sharing a bed with Sinclair would have all kinds of consequences, and she wasn't stupid about what they could be. But for now, she determined to let herself enjoy the moments of sweetness.
"I'd like you to let someone else look at the letters,"
Inspector Fellows said. He and Sinclair were alone at the windows of the long upstairs hall, while Cam and Mac Mackenzie and Stephen and Elliot McBride talked and smoked heavily scented cigars in the sitting area at the other end. Sinclair had never taken to cigars, and Fellows, while he would partake, had little enthusiasm for them, and the two had moved off together. Sinclair was happy to see Elliot out and enjoying conversation, listening to the others and laughing. He knew Elliot still had episodes from his ordeal in prison. Who wouldn't? But the darkness that had surrounded him every day had dissipated. Sinclair had lightened too, and he knew exactly why.
"At the moment, I don't care about the bedamned letters,"
Sinclair said.
"I know, but my copper's mind never shuts down."
Fellows gave him the ghost of a smile.
"I looked through the list of men and women you've prosecuted over the years, and it's a good long one. Any of them could be hounding you. So I'd like to narrow that down by looking at the letters themselves."
Sinclair's fingers went stiff around his glass of whiskey.
"Why? You've already looked at them. The paper and envelopes are ordinary, sold at any shop, we concluded."
"Ordinary to you and me, yes," Fellows said.
"The letter's printed so we can't recognize handwriting. But the man following you hasn't figured on one weapon in our arsenal, Ian Mackenzie."
Sinclair's unease was erased by surprise.
"I know Ian has an extraordinary mind. I've seen what he can do with mathematics, his memory, music. But these papers are blanks, mass-produced. The only significant thing about them are the vile messages."
"Let's have him take a look, though, shall we?" Fellows asked.
"You never know with Ian."
Sinclair shrugged and took a sip of whiskey.
I'm willing. Where is he in now? In secret negotiation with Daniel, preparing something for the younger generation for tomorrow,
Fellows said. He gave Sinclair a dark look.
Yes, we should be worried about that. We can try to run into ground tonight once the festivities start.
Sinclair gave a dry laugh.
You're optimistic. If we are not present and correct at the supper ball, the ladies will track us down with more ruthlessness than any hardened criminal.
Fellows shared his smile.
That, my friend, is true.
Sinclair took another sip of whiskey, studying Fellows over the glass.
You love it,
he said.
You're a part of them now and you're lapping it up.
Fellows gave him a conceding nod.
The Mackenzie brothers are as loud, foul-mouthed and arrogant as they ever were.
He glanced at the gathering behind Sinclair, and a roar of male laughter punctuated his statement.
But I find them easier to take these days. I find everything easier to take. Marriage does that to a man,
Sinclair said.
I well remembered.
Fellows' look softened slightly, as much as Fellows ever softened, first into fondness for his wife, and then into something like sympathy for Sinclair. Last year, when Sinclair had been here, he'd been morose indeed. This year was different. Bertie had already made it different. He knew Bertie was in the process of ripping the scars from his wounds and letting the blood flow, but it was a healing flow. Sinclair didn't want to look at what was happening to him too closely, because danger always came when he examined something too minutely. It was enough for now to simply bask.
Christmas morning, then,
Fellows said,
after whatever Daniel and Ian are putting together to impress the children. Give me a signal,
Sinclair said. He lifted his empty glass in toast to Fellows, then retreated down the hall to his brothers and brothers-in-law, their laughter, and more whiskey.
I can't wear this.
Bertie stared into the mirror in shock. Beth, next to her, resplendent in Mackenzie plaid, laughed at her. Why not? You look a picture. But that was just it. It was a picture. The young woman who looked out of the large gilt-framed mirror at Bertie was a complete stranger. Ringlets of sleek brown hair brushed bare shoulders, which were hugged by a bodice of light blue silk. The bodice's short sleeves ended above her elbows in a cascade of ivory lace. The underskirt was a panel of the same light blue with an applique of vines in darker blue across it. An overskirt of striped dark and light blue taffeta was gathered back over a small bustle, the excess fabric left to cascade in soft folds to a hint of a train.
It's made over,
Isabella said, sounding apologetic as she rearranged folds in the overskirt for the dozenth time.
There wasn't time to fit you for anything new, but I think the effort was worth it.
Of course it was. Ainsley, as fair and grey-eyed as her brother Sinclair, winked at Bertie, smiling wryly at Isabella's worry. She held out a pair of delicate high-heeled boots in white leather.
Try these, Bertie. We went through our wardrobes to see what might fit you. Eleanor and you seem to be of a size.
Bertie's eyes widened.
You all are being so kind, but I can't wear a duchess's shoes.
Yes, you can. Eleanor followed Ainsley to join in the admiration. I bought these long ago, but never found any occasion to wear them. No reason to have them collecting dust lying about in my dressing-room. Not that they are dusty. I cleaned them off and polished them to every inch. Or my maid did. I tried to, but she took them away from me, telling me I couldn't possibly go down to the ball with boot polish under my fingernails. Not that there isn't photographing chemicals under my fingernails. There always is, but that seems to be fine with her. But boot polish, heaven forbid. Eleanor threw her hands up in mock horror. Ainsley guided Bertie to a chair and sat down in front of her.
She means please wear them, Bertie. Someone ought to.
Before Bertie could stop her, Ainsley had pushed Bertie's skirt to her knees and thrust first one boot, then the other on Bertie's feet. Bertie reached down as Ainsley started to lace them.
Here, you can't do that,
she said nervously.
Of course I can,
Ainsley answered, not stopping.
I've been lacing boots for ages. If you bend too far forward, my girl, you'll wrinkle the dress and Isabella will have apoplexy. The maids are busy and here I am. There, it's done.
Ainsley helped Bertie to her feet and walked her to the mirror again. The McBride and Mackenzie wives gathered behind her in a sea of silks and jewels. The height lent by the boots made the skirts fall cleanly to the floor and thrust Bertie's bosom out a little. She laughed at herself.
"I look like Cinderella." "And we're your fairy godmothers,"
Isabella said, straightening the skirt again.
"Not your wicked stepsisters,"
Eleanor said. "And you don't have to be in by midnight," Juliana said, fluffing out the lace on Bertie's sleeves. "In fact, it would be rude to leave Hart's ball early."
"You won't lose your slipper either."
Ainsley smiled at her in the mirror.
"I laced those boots quite firmly."
Eleanor looked thoughtful.
"I never did understand the part in the story where the sisters cut off bits of their feet to fit into the shoes. Surely the prince's emissaries would notice them bleeding all over the floor, unless the sisters had enormous corns, and that's what the writer meant."
She grinned at Bertie, the gleam in her eyes belying her prattle. Kat, who'd been invited to come down and watch the proceedings, sat with her head down over her notebook, her pencil moving. Bertie had hoped she'd take an interest in the pretty dresses, but she only glanced at the ladies in their splendid gowns before returning to her notebook. When Bertie came across the room to kiss Kat good-night, Kat slammed the book closed. Bertie caught a brief glimpse of what was in it, but couldn't decide what she'd seen. Kat quietly followed the nanny who'd come to fetch her out, and the ladies called Bertie back to try to make her wear a circlet of pearls. Bertie won the argument and stuck with her mother's locket. She needed one familiar thing with her on this mad night. They'd done something to her. Sinclair gazed at Bertie across the Duke's giant ballroom, unable to take his eyes off her. His sister and the ladies had fussed over her, dressing Bertie's hair in whatever style women liked these days, and lacing her into a costly gown. Very pretty. Women enjoyed that sort of thing, but Bertie looked as though she'd swallowed a poker. Sinclair's brother Elliot handed him a glass of whiskey, breaking his line of sight to Bertie.
"Your taste is improving."
Sinclair accepted the whiskey gratefully.
"Taste? In women. The last time I stood with you at a supper ball, you had your eyes on a jaded widow eager to drag you off to bed. Your governess has more love for life."
He sipped whiskey.
"Vibrant, that's the word." "She's not my governess,"
Sinclair said, his gaze going back to Bertie as the ladies moved her through the room like a current pushing a drifting boat. The Mackenzie and McBride ladies wore plaid, making Bertie's blue and ivory stand out all the more. Stephen McBride, Sinclair's youngest brother, and one of Hart's many aristocratic guests, paused next to the brothers as Sinclair spoke. The Englishman, elegant and polished, said,
"I say, McBride, don't dismiss her so quickly. Some men like that sort of thing."
Elliot, his sun-bronzed face creased with the remains of white scars, scowled at him.
"What sort of thing? Beautiful women?" "Governesses."
The Englishman gazed too appreciatively at Bertie.
"So ready with their discipline."
He caught Sinclair's eye.
"Not that you are such a man, of course."
Sinclair didn't answer. He didn't know the gentleman and didn't want to. He fixed his gaze on the Englishman, pinning him as he would a lying witness in the box. Sinclair didn't dare speak because he knew nothing would come out of his mouth but a foul-worded snarl. The Englishman looked back and forth among the three brothers, took in their hard faces and flushed.
"Gentlemen, I meant no offence. You Scots are a bit funny about your ladies." "We're very protective of them,"
Elliot said, his accent becoming broad.
"You'd be wise to remember that, my friend."
"Right."
The Englishman looked Sinclair up and down, then sniffed.
"Gratified to have made your acquaintance, Captain McBride,"
he said to Stephen.
"Thank you."
He nodded at Stephen, then moved off, bending his body to slide through the crowd.
"You've lost yourself a client,"
Stephen said. He plucked a whiskey from a tray carried by a passing footman and took a deep drink.
"Client?"
Sinclair dragged his attention back to his brothers, trying to calm his murderous intentions.
"What are you talking about?"
Stephen took another sip of whiskey. The youngest McBride looked much like his brothers, fair and sun-baked, but 10 years younger. He wore a pleased-with-himself look now that he'd found his rose. Only last month that had been.
Chap was in the market for a barrister,
Stephen said to Sinclair.
Wouldn't tell me why. Looking for the best. Wanted to meet you. He should have applied through his solicitor, not directly to me,
Sinclair said with a growl.
He knows that. He wanted to size you up.
Stephen grinned.
I guess he did.
Sinclair's anger roiled. He was famous for being calm and cool, even in the face of the nastiest criminals, but at the moment he knew he either had to redirect his temper or follow the Englishman and beat his face bloody. He thrust his half-finished glass of whiskey at Stephen.
"Excuse me, little brothers," he said. "I'm going to dance with my governess."
Chapter 21. Bertie watched Sinclair come at her, parting the crowd like a determined barge. Juliana McBride was on Bertie's arm. "Good heavens," she said, watching her brother-in-law draw near them. "What fired off the volcano? He's usually sweet as a lamb." Didn't Bertie know it? But she'd also seen Sinclair plenty of times, red-faced and snarling, his Scots anger stirred to rage. Sinclair stopped in front of Bertie, looking her up and down, and not in an admiring way. "What's wrong?" Bertie asked him in alarm. "Has something happened?"
"Of course it hasn't. This is a ball. We will dance."
He held out his hand. "Now you wait just a minute, Mr. High-handed McBride." Bertie's words choked off as Sinclair seized her and started dragging her toward the middle of the ballroom. Bertie looked around desperately for Juliana, but Juliana had vanished. Sinclair drew Bertie around in a graceful circle, the fine dress sweeping as it should. His hand went to her waist and he drew her close.
"Stop!"
Bertie said in a frantic whisper.
"Well, this will be a disaster."
"Why?"
His grey eyes held the severity of Basher McBride, the flint-hard gaze pinning her.
"Because I don't know how to dance. The ladies, they were sweet to dress me up, but it's only show."
Bertie gestured to her gown, a lovely thing, but she'd spent all the time she'd been in it so far worried she'd tear or stain it.
"Like a shop window with a fancy display, but there's nothing inside the shop."
"It's a waltz,"
Sinclair said, tightening his grip on her waist.
3 steps. Here we go."
He pushed her right foot backward, then her left foot to the side, a little pause, then her left foot forward, following the music. His hand was firm on her waist, his other hand warm on hers through their gloves. Sinclair pushed her through the pattern again, rumbling the steps in his fine Scottish baritone. Memories stirred in Bertie's head. She was a little girl again, she and her mother in their tiny parlour, her mother smiling as she pushed Bertie around the floor. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There you have it, my lovely." Bertie's eyes stung, and her step faltered. Sinclair's brows snapped together.
"Don't cry, Bertie. I'm in a foul mood, but it's not your fault. You're doing beautifully."
"It ain't. It isn't."
Bertie swallowed her tears.
"Never mind. Don't stop dancing."
Sinclair pushed her around with more exuberance, turning with her in a wide circle. She saw why the uncomfortable skirt had been made the way it was. It floated out behind her as Sinclair took her around and around the ballroom. The room began to swirl. It was as though Bertie stood in place, in the arms of the man she loved, while the ballroom whirled around them. Colours flashed. The glittering lights ran together, but Bertie was safe, Sinclair's strong arms holding her. She'd never fall. The boots Ainsley had laced so tightly clung to her feet while Sinclair spun her through the ballroom. Bertie threw back her head and laughed.
"Stop that,"
Sinclair said, scowling. "Why?" Bertie floated on pure sweetness, and she wanted to dance and dance. She was Cinderella in truth, and Sinclair was her handsome prince.
"Because it makes me want to kiss you,"
Sinclair said, his grey eyes stormy.
"I want to kiss you, Bertie Fraser. I want to hold you into my arms and never let you go."
Bertie went hot, dizzy.
"I wouldn't mind that."
"You would mind it when you understood, lass."
He was wrong. Bertie wanted to stay inside this bubble, like a scene in one of the snow globes Cat had. They'd be dancing, frozen in time, while the rest of the world went on around them. Bertie and Sinclair would remain together forever, and this joy would never end.
"Happy Christmas!" someone shouted.
The orchestra ceased playing, and cheers erupted through the ballroom. The crowd rushed to the huge foyer, where the flowers Bertie had helped fold were being released, the light things floating down from the landings above. Sinclair caught one and handed it to Bertie. Pink, one of the ones Beth had done. Bertie took it reverently, as though it were the most precious thing in the world. The guests streamed outside, into the freezing cold and snow no less, to watch fireworks bang and sparkle against the sky. The children, allowed to watch from windows in the gallery, shouted from above, and the dogs, somehow freed from their kennels in the stable yard, barked and flowed among the guests. This was the perfect time for Sinclair to turn Bertie around in the dark and kiss her, but they were jostled apart. Bertie was swept away by excited ladies she didn't know, who didn't notice there was a governess in their midst. Bertie looked around for Sinclair and saw him captured by his brothers, Stephen's hand on his shoulder. They made a fine sight, the three McBride men in black coats and blue kilts, fair hair pale in the darkness. Sinclair caught sight of her and smiled. Didn't matter how much space was between them, the smile said. They were still dancing, pulled tight together, while the world rushed by, doing things that were of no consequence at all. No one had told Bertie that being a lady of luxury could be so exhausting. She crawled in bed in the wee hours, knowing she had to be up again soon. The children would be celebrating their Christmas morning in the nursery, with all the families, and Ainsley had said Bertie should be there. Andrew and Kat would be disappointed if she didn't come. All the beautiful and strange clothes had come off, taken away by Isabella's maid, while Ainsley's maid had collected the shoes. Unlaced and uncorseted, Bertie took a deep breath and fell face down onto her bed. One of the kind maids pulled blankets over her and then left her alone. Bertie expected to lie awake in her excitement, reliving the dance with Sinclair. She'd not been able to have another one with him, with all the Christmas fireworks, games, and the fairly silly skits some of the ladies and gentlemen had put on. The Scottish families had not done much. The English had done most of the celebrating. Ainsley had explained that in Scotland Christmas wasn't the important holiday, New Year's was. At that time only the family stayed at the castle, but the whole village came up for the festivities, and the revelry would be unlike any Bertie had seen. Bertie dropped off to sleep almost immediately, however, her body having spent its resources. She woke again when a strong, warm hand landed on her back. The smell of whiskey and wool assailed her, and the bed creaked as a man in a kilt sat down on it.
"Happy Christmas, Bertie."
Sinclair's voice was low and rumbling. He stroked her hair, now in a loose braid, and slid a tissue-wrapped box under her hand.
"Oh, no," she moaned. "I didn't get you nothing."
His laughter was soft.
"You didn't have to, Minx. I thought you might like this."
Bertie's curiosity rose as she tugged at the paper.
"You shouldn't give me presents. All the posh people at this do would gossip like mad."
"Open it, Bertie,"
Sinclair said, impatient.
"It's a private gift between us."
Bertie tore off the paper, then opened the lid, looked inside, and drew a sharp breath. A photograph in a slim frame rested among the tissue paper, a picture of Kat and Andrew. Katrina sat primly on a chair, every hair in place, her legs in white stockings crossed at the ankle. Her doll smiled serenely from her lap. Andrew sat on the floor with his arm around a large dog, one that lived here at Kilmorgan Castle. Andrew was grinning and slightly blurry, as though he hadn't held still during the exposure. But the camera had caught him as he was, sunny-natured and busy, while Katrina's smile was quietly pretty. A sob caught in Bertie's throat.
"It's beautiful. I'll treasure it always, thank you. I love them so much."
Tears came from her eyes. Sinclair gently took the photo from her and closed it into the box, setting it on her night table.
"Shh, lass."
He gently rolled her over, the rough wool of the kilt warm through the covers.
"Damn it, I keep making you cry. I want to make you smile."
"You do?"
Bertie wiped her eyes. You always do.
Shall I tell you what you do to me?
He lowered himself to her, his body warm with his clothes.
I'm a bit drunk, so I might say too much. I tamed myself so I could have a family, do everything right, but it went too far and there was nothing left of me. And then you charged into my life. You ripped the lid from the powder keg, you lit a match. Now I, the model widowed father, want to run rampant like a crazed youth. If you think Andrew unruly, he has a long way to go before he surpasses me.
Bertie started to smile. I'd like to see that.
No, you wouldn't, but it doesn't matter. You've made me live again, Bertie, you wonderful, beautiful woman.
He kissed her mouth, a swift, rough kiss, before he pulled Bertie up with him and yanked away the blankets. She hadn't bothered with her nightdress, so she was bare, nothing between her and the wool of his kilt. The kilt held his warmth, but didn't keep out the fact that he was hard underneath it. Bertie, as she kissed him, wormed her hand under the wool until she found the length of his shaft.
Damn.
Sinclair lifted his head, frowning fiercely, but he kissed her lips again.
What are you doing to me?
What you do to me? Bertie stroked his cock, loving the way he groaned as though he couldn't stop himself. You make me want you.
And I want you.
He made another sound in his throat and shifted his position so she could reach more of him.
Tonight I wanted to dance you into a corner and peel off that pretty dress. Didn't matter how many people were in this bloody house.
Did you think it was pretty? Bertie asked, wistful.
I thought you were beautiful, but we don't need the dress.
It's gone.
Good.
Sinclair broke her hold of him, but only to strip off his coat, waistcoat, shirt and undershirt. Bertie's hands roved his bare shoulders, finding every curve of muscle tight under his skin. She thought he'd take off his kilt, but Sinclair only tucked the plaid around her, giving her a wicked smile as he slid himself on top of her. Oh! Bertie let out her breath as he pushed inside her, spreading her. He was large and thick and everything that was good. He thrust slowly, pausing between each one, letting her feel every inch of him. Gone was the frenzy from the train. They came together in warmth tonight, locked in intimacy. Sinclair slid his hands under Bertie's hips. He rolled her over on the large bed, still inside her, and eased her upward until Bertie was sitting on him, straddling his thighs. The position lifted him high inside her. Bertie's head went back, a cry of pleasure escaping her throat. This was why men and women desperately sought passion, this amazing feeling, and the joy of finding it with another person. Sinclair watched her, his hard-palmed hands coming up to cup her breasts. He teased her nipples with his thumbs, sending dark fire to join the one already incinerating her. Bertie moaned, rising and falling as Sinclair lifted against her. He slid his hands from her breasts to her hips, encouraging her, until she was rocking shamelessly on him. The movement pressed him even more satisfyingly inside her. Bertie rode him, her hair tumbling down. She was brazen, she knew, but she didn't care. She loved this man, and she wouldn't throw away the joy he was handing her. By the time she was crying out, drowning in dark waves of passion, Sinclair had lifted himself onto his elbows, thrusting hard. His skin gleamed with sweat, the plaid bunched around them, the lamplight brushing his body and the gold of his hair. Bertie never knew when it was over. Her mind whirled away, lost in the incredible delight Sinclair gave her body, but suddenly she was lying full length on top of him, holding him, kissing him. Sinclair was inside her, still hard, but he was spent, his breath coming fast, and he was laughing.
Happy Christmas,
he said, his voice rough. Happy Christmas. Bertie's words came out between breaths, then she snuggled against him and let all be well. Christmas morning commenced without Bertie having gotten much sleep. Her eyes were hot and sandy, her body a bit sore, but she dressed and made her way to the nursery for the celebration. The entire Mackenzie and McBride families were there, mothers, fathers, and children. Elliot and Juliana had a half-Indian daughter. Bertie had heard the entire tale of Preeti's origins from Eleanor. Preeti was a beautiful child, bright-eyed and full of enthusiasm for opening Christmas gifts. She was protective of her half-brother Patrick, who was not even a year old. Amazing gifts had been showered on the children, from kites to entire armies of toy soldiers to dolls and doll furniture, to a bicycle for Amy, the oldest Mackenzie at 7. Andrew eyed the bicycle with envy, but forgot about it when he opened his steam train on a track with an engine that belched real steam. Kat received jewellery, ribbons, lace, hats and slippers from the Mackenzie and McBride ladies, and her doll had a new frock, given to her by Sinclair. The gown was of the latest mode, a burnt orange colour trimmed with brown, with a puffed bustle and long sleeves that tapered into ruffled cuffs. Kat touched the dress, thanked her father, and set the box aside. Sinclair's smile when Kat thanked him was strained. Beth whispered to Bertie later that Kat received a new dress for the doll every year, but never put them on her. Bertie had noted that the doll's clothes never changed. Though Kat would undress the doll and let Aoife wash the garments, the same thing always went back on again. Daniel Mackenzie didn't let the dignity of his 19 years mar his eagerness to help the children open and sort through their mountain of gifts. The children loved him, Bertie saw, the tiny ones crawling over him, the older ones, including Andrew, shouting for his attention. Even Kat, the oldest child present, favoured him with her rare smiles.
"What did you do for us this year, Danny?"
Andrew yelled at him.
"Thought you'd never ask."
Daniel rose to his feet, winked at Bertie, and told the children to follow him. No pushing, no shouting. They filed out obediently, the older ones quivering in excitement as they ran down the stairs after him. Ian Mackenzie, who'd left the nursery as soon as his sons' and daughters' gifts had been opened, waited for them on the terrace. Snow had fallen in the night, but the clouds had gone, and the December day was crisp and clear. The nannies had made the children stop for coats, and Bertie adjusted mittens on several pairs of hands. Daniel held his hands up for silence, then spoke.
"Those of you who were here for Christmas last year remember the spectacular show put on by His Brilliance Ian Mackenzie, assisted by your humble servant."
Daniel pressed his hands to his chest and bowed. The children laughed and applauded.
"Get on with it, Danny,"
Louisa shouted. Daniel took another bow.
"As you know, I have a fondness for mechanical workings, and Ian has a fondness for precision. He also has a fondness for his children, who are spoiled rotten."
Ian's 2 older children jeered at him, while his youngest, Megan, waved her fists from her mother's arms.
"We pooled our efforts to bring you the launch of the first Mackenzie flotilla of the air."
Daniel rotated his arms in a wild signal to Ian, who carefully leaned down and pulled some kind of lever half hidden by the terrace's wall. The pops of small explosions, like miniature fireworks, sounded, making the children jump and squeal, some sticking fingers into ears. Puffs of smoke burst up all along the terrace, and with it balloons, each about a foot in diameter. Dangling from each was a small box. The balloons, dozens of them, soared up into the air and headed for the garden. The children jumped and danced, or stared and chanted.
"Those boxes are my presents to you,"
Daniel shouted.
"Catch them if you can."
Chapter 22. Another collective cheer, and the children swarmed down from the terrace, racing into the garden, screaming and laughing. Cameron went off the terrace after his tottering happy daughter.
"Blast you, Danny. I dreamt of putting my feet up somewhere warm for the rest of the morning, not rushing around the freezing garden."
Daniel only grinned at his father.
"I know your meaning, and you can cuddle with my stepmama later, but it's the bairns' day, isn't it?"
Sinclair said nothing at all, only went after Andrew, who was running hell-bent after one of the drifting balloons. Kat watched with some interest, but she sat down on the terrace wall and took out her notebook. Bertie sat down next to Kat, and Kat shut the book as usual. That was a lovely dress your father gave you for your doll.
Kat nodded.
He has a dressmaker make them. It's very kind. Will you show them all to me? I bet you can see the march of fashion all the way back to this one.
Bertie touched the dress the doll always wore, which had a tighter skirt and a smaller bustle than the one Kat had received today, the mode of about 8 years ago. Kat gave her another nod.
They're in London. We can look when we get back.
Her answers were polite, but she was impatient, her fingers tightening on her notebook.
Will you show me what's in there?
Bertie asked, gesturing to the notebook. Kat shot her a look that was almost fearful.
No.
Bertie's curiosity rose, but she remembered how she'd been at Kat's age, having lost her mother. She'd needed something private, hers alone, and so Bertie had made her hideaway under the street.
It's all right. I won't ask you if you don't want me to.
Kat watched the children running through the garden, arms outstretched for the balloons, which were drifting down again. Their parents ran after them, like colourful ducks after their ducklings. Bertie and Kat were relatively alone on the terrace, no one in their corner.
I don't want anyone to see,
Kat said, shifting her doll in her arm.
They'll laugh or try to make me stop, even Papa.
Bertie's curiosity rose even higher, but she quelled it.
I won't let anyone look if you don't want them to. Promise. Not if it's that special to you.
Kat shifted the doll again, her brows furrowing as though she debated with herself. Finally, slowly, she opened the notebook, at first holding it so Bertie couldn't see inside. Then she leafed to a page and held it out to Bertie. Bertie stared at the drawing on the paper in some puzzlement. Then she realized what she was looking at. It was Bertie herself, standing in front of the mirror in Eleanor's dressing room, gazing at herself in wonder. The picture wasn't an exact representation of her, with every line precise. It was more light and shadow than thick lines. Bertie's gown flowed into her body, short, bold strokes delineating where gown ended and woman began. Her face was a suggestion, but her eyes held all the amazement Bertie had felt seeing herself pretty for the first time in her life. The other ladies were there, squiggles of darkness and light, each of them expressing delight.
Oh, Kat,
Bertie said breathlessly.
This is lovely.
Kat pried the book from Bertie's fingers.
It's not right. I know I don't draw like the drawing master taught me, but it's how I see things.
Bertie touched the notebook's leather cover.
Are all your pictures like that?
Kat nodded.
I draw all the time.
She flushed.
Sometimes I write little poems about what I draw.
Bertie instantly wanted to read them, but she restrained herself.
Have you ever shown your Uncle Mac any of what you've drawn? I've seen his paintings. They're beautiful, even though some of them are, well, blurry. He paints like Monsieur Manet and Monsieur Degas,
Kat said.
Mrs. Evans said that what Uncle Mac paints is shameful, but I think his pictures are beautiful. But no, I haven't showed him.
Why not? Maybe he can give you some lessons.
No,
Kat said in a hard voice. She swallowed.
What if he says they aren't any good? It would be...
She made a helpless gesture as though not knowing how to finish the thought. Bertie believed she understood. If Mac derided Kat's drawings, not that Bertie thought he would, that would take something away from Kat, something she considered personal and precious.
You can't tell him,
Kat said with a scowl.
You promised, Bertie.
Bertie lifted her hands.
I know I did. I'll not say a word, not unless you want me to.
Kat nodded, though she gave Bertie a sceptical look. Bertie saw she'd have to win the girl's trust in this matter, and she determined to do so. The picture Kat had done of Bertie was full of vibrancy and strange beauty. She had talent, Bertie was sure of it. Maybe one day, Kat would be ready to share it with the world. After breakfast, once the adults of the family had rested from the mad chase of children in the garden, Sinclair went to meet Fellows and Ian in Ian's wing of the house. Before Sinclair could shut the door of Ian's upstairs sitting room, it was pushed open by Bertie, who slid in behind Sinclair without apology. Fellows raised his brows, but Sinclair answered, "It's all right. I want her here. She might be able to help."
Fellows pinned Bertie with his policeman's stare, but conceded with a nod. Ian, who was leaning on the edge of a desk, had the letters in his hand and was peering at them in turn. Sinclair watched him interestedly. Ian didn't simply read the letters. He held each one an inch away from his face and scanned the paper, turning it over and then upside down. He even touched a page to his nose, as though taking in its scent.
"What do you make of them, Ian?"
Sinclair asked. Ian didn't answer, continuing his scrutiny in silence. After a few moments, he stood up and laid the sheets out on the wide desk, making 3 rows. He stood back and studied the arrangement, then lifted a few letters and changed their places with others, neatening the rows again. At last, Ian stepped back and made his pronouncement.
"They were all written by the same person."
Sinclair came to stand next to him, not too close, because Ian didn't like anyone to touch him without warning. His wife and children could, and his sisters-in-law, but no others. Even his brothers had to be careful with him. Sinclair noted, however, that Ian didn't seem to mind Bertie coming close to his other side to look at the letters with him. Was Ian a madman, or simply crafty?
"I'd worked that out already,"
Sinclair said with a touch of impatience.
"They were all written at the same time,"
Ian went on, as though Sinclair hadn't spoken.
"There are 5 missing."
Sinclair started. The strange revelation that they'd been penned at the same time was lost in a cold qualm that Ian knew Sinclair had kept some of the letters back. What's more, from the look Bertie threw at Sinclair, she knew it too, blast her. Bertie asked the question Sinclair would have if he could have found his voice. "How the devil do you know all that?" Ian didn't answer. He touched each page in turn in silence, aligning their corners perfectly with the edges of the desk. Sinclair couldn't take his eyes from Bertie, who looked delicious in a modest gown of McBride plaid. The dark blue of the plaid brought out Bertie's eyes, the blue-violet Sinclair had first noticed under her god-awful hat in the dirty London street. Those eyes flicked to him now, and Bertie flushed. Ian lifted the second letter, turned it over and held the back of it to Bertie. He traced his large fingertip over the indentations of the written letters. In silence, he turned the paper to its front side and traced indentations of additional letters, ones that weren't inked. He then lifted the first paper, set it over the second, and moved his finger along those lines again. Bertie made a sound of delight. "I see." She took the pages from Ian's hand, holding them up to the light. "He had a stack of paper and wrote each message on the top page, which left indents on the paper below." Bertie piled the first 3 letters together and mimed writing. "The indentations of the first letter fades as it goes farther down the stack, and then the second, and so on. But how did you know they were written at the same time?" she asked Ian. Ian took the pages from her and laid them out again, still in silence. He didn't answer, Sinclair understood, not because he didn't know, but because he didn't have the words to explain. They jumbled up on him sometimes, Beth had said, and wouldn't come out as he wanted them to, so he remained silent.
"The ink,"
Sinclair said.
"It's faded on each letter by exactly the same amount. The ones I received later aren't any sharper than the earlier ones."
"Except the last one you got," Bertie said. "That one's new." Fellows gave Sinclair a severe look as Ian continued to lightly touch the pages.
"Last one? I don't remember you mentioning this."
"Probably because it was about me," Bertie said before Sinclair could answer. "Nasty thing. It came not long before we left London, but it couldn't have been written at the same time as the others, because I didn't happen along until a few weeks ago."
"Was it delivered to your house?" Fellows asked Sinclair. "To my chambers," Sinclair said. "Henry brought it to me when I was staying home with Andrew. Yes, it was foul, and mentioned Bertie, if not by name, then by inference. The letter said, 'I know who she is and what she is,' though he shied away from specifics."
Fellows looked unhappy.
"That means this person is watching you or having you watched. He knows you've taken in a young governess, and he possibly does know where she came from. He prepared the first letters to send out to you little by little, to slowly torment you, but he's taking advantage of opportunity now."
"And I want him found," Sinclair said, his anger rising.
I want my children and Bertie safe.
I'll find him. Fellows spoke with conviction. Ian, what about the missing letters you talked about? Do you mean they haven't been sent yet?
Ian shook his head. He ran his fingers in the space between letters 4 and 5, then 7 and 8, then a few more down the table. Bertie followed him.
I see. You mean the indentations don't match any of the ones here? That's how you know they're gone.
I have them at home. Sinclair broke in impatiently. Same writing, same paper.
I believe you told me you burned one, Fellows said mildly.
Sinclair let out a breath of exasperation.
I kept them in case it turned out they'd help, but I didn't want you to read them, fellows. I'm sorry.
Because they're about his wife, Bertie said. I don't blame him for not wanting anyone to see, even if what they say isn't true.
Sinclair felt his maddening rage again.
Bertie.
Bertie looked at him in all innocence.
I know I shouldn't have read them. It was an accident. But it's no use waiting for you to tell me things. I want to help, but you hold everything back.
I know the feeling, Fellows said dryly.
Forgive me,
Sinclair said, voice hard.
You have enough to go on here. You don't need them.
Fellows nodded once.
Probably not. I'd like the last letter you received, though, the one about Miss Fraser, to see how they differ.
Calls me a viper and a whore, Bertie said readily. Don't matter to me. I've been called worse. You have to have a thick skin to grow up in the East End.
She lost her cheeky smile.
I don't like how it says I'll be the death of them, though. I almost was.
I've told you,
Sinclair said sternly.
That was not your fault, but entirely Geoffrey's.
Did the letter come before or after Geoffrey's attack?
Fellows interrupted. Sinclair considered.
I'm not sure. Henry didn't bring it to me until a few days after, but I'll have to ask him when it arrived.
He met Bertie's gaze again.
Still not your fault.
I'd say not, Fellows said. If this man has been watching you and has the resources, I wouldn't be surprised if he directed Geoffrey to your house, telling him that's where Miss Fraser had gone and possibly even supplied the gun. That gives me another place to dig, Geoffrey's haunts and his cronies. This man, whoever he is, has much patience and likely a lot of money. I have to wonder what the devil you did to him.
Sinclair shrugged, the movement masking the turbulence inside him.
I've been a barrister for years. Either he or someone he cares for, brother, wife, son, lover, was sent down because of my arguments. That's the problem with crime and its punishment. It touches many lives, not only the victims, but the victims' families and those of the criminals as well. If I grew maudlin about it, I wouldn't be able to do my job. Murderers should go down, and their victims should have justice.
He let out a breath.
But it's not always that simple. No.
The word came hard out of Ian's mouth, causing Sinclair and the other two to jerk their gazes to him.
There is always hurt.
Ian's fists had balled as though he remembered all the hurt in his life before he'd met Beth. Bertie put her hand on Ian's arm. Sinclair tensed, wondering what he'd do, but Ian only looked at her, his expression calming.
But there are good people too, Bertie said to him. I didn't know that until recently, like your Beth and Sinclair, Mr. McBride, I mean, and your brothers and nephew, and your wee ones.
Ian smiled at her, his face blossoming into happiness.
My Jamie is a handful.
He said it proudly.
My girls, too.
And they're beautiful.
Bertie rubbed his arm.
You did good there, Lord Ian.
Ian continued to smile at her, the letters forgotten. He and Bertie shared a long look of understanding, Ian lost in the happiness of the world he'd found as a husband and father. When the discussion with Fellows ended, Bertie tried to slip away alone, but before she could reach the main part of the house and its long gallery, Sinclair caught up to her. He closed his hand around her arm and pulled her up the stairs to another floor, marched her along a hall and into an empty room. This one was a bedroom, but dust sheets covered the furniture. Bertie pulled away as Sinclair closed the door and turned to face him.
Before you start shouting at me, I read those letters about your wife because I wanted to help you. And I was curious.
Her face burned.
I'm sorry. They must have upset you.
Sinclair's grey eyes sparkled with anger. I remember locking them in a box in a bottom drawer of my desk, also locked, he said in a hard voice. How did you accidentally come to read them? They leapt out of the drawer and floated up to the nursery?
No.
Bertie clenched her hands.
I searched your desk. I admit that. You said there'd been other letters, and I wanted to see if they matched the one about me.
Why?
Bertie blinked. Because I want to help, what you think? You looked so bleak. Like that. She pointed at his face. And I wanted to help you.
Sinclair stared at her as though torn between shouting or walking out to storm around someplace else. Bertie had noticed that he could be very eloquent when speaking on behalf of other people, but he was bad at talking about himself. She gentled her voice.
I know why you didn't want to show the letters to Inspector Fellows. They were full of lies about your wife, and you loved her very much. I know you did. But don't let this person, whoever he is, take her away from you. That's what bullies do. They poison everything in your life before they even take the first swing at you. That way you're already too beaten down to fight back.
Sinclair's gaze sharpened. You speak from experience, do you?
She shrugged. Where I grew up, you were either a bully or you knuckled under, or you got out. Getting out's the hardest, but the best.
Sinclair looked grim. Well, you got out. You are out, and I'm not letting you go back.
Bertie smiled. Oh, you're a sweetheart, you are. They call you Basher, but you're brimming with compassion. Don't let this man take that away from you, right? You remember your wife as she was, not these lies.
Sinclair stared at her a moment longer. Then every bit of anguish she'd ever seen in him flooded into his eyes. After another few heartbeats, he started to laugh. The laughter was strange and held no mirth. The thing is, Bertie, it isn't lies, Sinclair said. Miss Margaret Davies, also known as Daisy, my wife, was a thorough scoundrel and a liar, and it's very frightening to me that this man somehow knows all about her.
Chapter 23.
Bertie stared at Sinclair in surprise. She thought about the photographs of Daisy McBride, the quiet beauty of her, but with a twinkle in her eyes that said she hadn't been meek and mild. But it was a long way from not being meek to being a scoundrel and a liar.
What the devil are you talking about?
Bertie asked him. Sinclair walked away across the room, then swung back, the light from the window silhouetting his tall body and kilt. When I met Daisy, she was trying to fleece me out of a good deal of cash. She thought me a reckless, stupid soldier on leave with too much money. He let out another harsh laugh. She was right. Bertie plopped down on the nearest chair, sheet and all, and a puff of dust burst from it.
Well, knock me down with a feather. And here I was thinking she was the model of propriety.
Her eyes narrowed.
But wait a minute. She was the model of propriety. Macaulay and Mrs. Ilk can't say enough good things about her, and the children think she was an angel. Macaulay said she saved you, so which was it?
Both. What Daisy was and what she became were two different things.
I see. No, I don't.
She frowned.
You'd better tell me about it, hadn't you?
Bertie wasn't certain Sinclair would say anything at all. He was a private man, and not happy that Bertie knew as much as she already did. In spite of their fiery nights of passion, Sinclair had the upper hand in her life at present, and she knew it. Sinclair heaved another long sigh. He came to her, standing over her like a stern bailiff about to take her in chains to jail. Then he leaned to her, lifted her in his arms, turned and sat down on the chair, settling Bertie on his lap. "All right, I'll tell you," he said, resting his arms around her. "I'll tell you everything." Bertie snuggled against him, liking this bit, and Sinclair began his story. "I was an idiot, a thoroughly wet-behind-the-ears idiot. Daisy came from a very staunch, upright, straight-laced Irish Protestant family. You've seen her brother and his wife. Well, when Daisy was 16, she rebelled. She eloped with a rake, who took her to Paris and taught her to be as bad as he was. She was thoroughly in love with him, she told me, found him refreshing after years of being forbidden to speak on Sundays except for prayers. Her father was a strict and difficult man.
Sounds like my dad, except my dad's not religious.
Bertie gave him a look.
Seems you like criminals then.
Humph, so it seems.
Go on,
Bertie prompted.
Sinclair's arms tightened around her.
I met Daisy in Rome, where she was there with her lover, and as I say, they tried to fleece me. They told me Daisy's mother was very ill, dying, but that Daisy didn't have enough money to go all the way back to Ireland to be with her. A simple story, but I was kind-hearted and stupid. I offered to buy the train and boat tickets for her, but she and her lover, they said they were married, told me they weren't certain Daisy's mother wouldn't be moved to London, and they'd rather not have tickets they couldn't use. A waste of my money, wouldn't it be? So I gave Daisy enough to buy the tickets herself. I was supposed to rejoin my company the day after I last saw them, but there was a delay and I was granted another few days' leave. That's how I caught them. I saw them in another trattoria, chatting up another fool with the same story.
Ah,
Bertie shook her head.
Bad form, that. You should always move on to a different town once you've finished with the mark. Did they try to run?
Yes. I caught both of them in their rooms, where they'd gone to get their things. I was so enraged I frightened them. They at last recognised the danger of making a fool of a trained fighter who went about armed. I told them I wouldn't hurt them or run to the police if they returned my money and went the hell back to Ireland. They handed me the cash, and I thought that the end of it. But later that night they followed me to my hotel room, and James, Maggie's lover, shoved her at me when I opened the door. He was still afraid I'd go to the police and decided that a night with Maggie would make me grateful and compliant.
Bertie nodded, even as she felt disgust. It's what some men think of. Women are there to smile and coerce, or pay with their bodies if need be.
Sinclair gave her a narrow look.
I'm sorry you weren't surprised by it, lass. I was sorry Maggie wasn't either. I was so furious I pulled her inside and locked out her lover. I told her she needed to get away from him, and she broke down and said she'd been trying to do just that. She'd been with him a few years by then and realised what sort of man he was. He'd never legally married her as much as he'd promised. She begged for my help. Money was what she needed, because James never shared the take with her.
Bertie frowned.
How did you know that wasn't another story she made up on the spot to get more money from you?
I didn't. I told Daisy that the best way I could help her was to marry her and take her out of the country. I decided that if she truly wanted to be rid of James, she'd take that chance. To my great surprise, she said yes.
Sinclair stopped, taking a deep breath.
Bertie pressed her hand to his chest and found his heart beating hard.
She wondered if he'd have one of the breathing spasms she'd seen him go into, but to her relief he drew a long breath without strain. What happened? Bertie asked softly.
Sinclair took another breath and cleared his throat.
I sent for the police and had James arrested. I took Daisy back to my company with me, found the chaplain, and had him marry us. I expected Daisy at every turn to run away from me now that her lover had been taken, but she never did.
And she became your wife,
Bertie said.
Just like that?
Just like that. I told the chaplain and my commander that we'd met in Rome and fallen in love, and everyone believed it.
Sinclair paused.
And then we fell in love.
Sinclair's face changed when he said the words, his love not feigned. Bertie's heart stung. It's a sweet story. She touched Sinclair's cheek. You still love her?
Sinclair looked down at Bertie, his grey eyes quiet.
I've never hidden that.
What I mean is, I know the love was real, or else you wouldn't care what Inspector Fellows or me found out about her. You're still protecting her. I wager even her brother doesn't know what really happened.
Sinclair shook his head.
He knew Daisy ran away, but never who with. She never told them about James. When Daisy contacted her family again, she was with me. Edward concluded that I was the man she'd eloped with in the first place.
That's why he blames you.
Made sense now.
He thinks you're the blackguard, not this James person. Why don't you tell Mr. Davies all about him?
The same reason I didn't explain to Fellows. Fellows can be discreet, but I don't need Edward besmirching Daisy's name, which he would. He'd take it as a personal offence that his sister had fallen into a bad life and condemn her, and me. Such a thing would cling to Kat and Andrew as well, especially Kat.
True. The standards to which middle and upper-class girls were held were stringent, unmercifully so, which had always made Bertie glad not to be one.
One of the letters implied that maybe Kat wasn't your daughter, Bertie said, but I wager she is.
Kat was born 1 year and 2 months after I married Daisy,
Sinclair said,
and James had been sent to prison after his arrest in Rome. Apparently he was wanted for many crimes. There is no doubt about Kat.
He smiled fondly.
Plus, she is very much a McBride. She reminds me of Stephen when he was her age. Stephen could be very quiet, even obedient, right before the devil came out. I was more like Andrew, shouting at everyone and running ragged over them.
Bertie liked imagining a wild, blustering, shouting Sinclair.
But people might believe the letters, and the ones about me. Kat having a working-class pickpocket as a governess might look bad for her too.
I hadn't planned to announce the fact,
Sinclair said.
My household staff is so grateful to you for taking care of Andrew and Kat that they wouldn't mind if you were the devil himself. Anything to keep my unruly children tamed.
I wouldn't say I've tamed them exactly.
No, but they like you. They listen to you and even respect you. I have never been good with children, and when I lost Daisy...
Sinclair stopped, swallowed.
Perhaps she was a confidence trickster to the end, because I couldn't for the longest time let her out of my life.
Bertie drew her hand down the silk of his waistcoat.
We never let go of the ones we most love. They're always there with us, never really gone. As it should be.
Sinclair gave a self-deprecating laugh.
So many say I'm morbid about it.
Bertie shook her head.
You aren't. You get on with your life, work hard, look after your children. You're not like the Queen. I hear she sleeps with a plaster cast of Prince Albert's hand. I know she misses him, but that's going a bit far, don't you think?
Sinclair's sad look faded.
That's what I love about you, Bertie. You have the ability to see things clearly, no fog. You look at a thing and know it for what it is. I wish you could teach me to do that.
You know how.
Bertie laid her head on his shoulder, and Sinclair kissed her hair.
I've seen you do it in the courtroom, sizing up every person around you.
Easy when it's someone else's life, not my own.
Sinclair kissed her again.
I'm glad you're here to help me, sweetheart.
Bertie was glad too.
We'll get him, she said. This letter writer. We'll find him, and then he won't hurt you any more.
And I love your optimism.
Another amused laugh.
Nothing in Bertie's world is too difficult.
Well, he was wrong about that, but Bertie didn't have the words to explain. She was like Ian, she thought, only knowing how to talk about what was straightforward. Also, she couldn't think much when her heart was revelling in a warm little glow. One word had started the warmth. When Sinclair had praised her ability to see situations in a clear light, he'd said, "That's what I love about you, Bertie." Not like. Love. Blustery, snowy weather returned for a few days before giving way again to sunshine. The children, tired of being confined even to a huge house like Kilmorgan, clamoured to go out once the clouds parted. Bertie, also wanting to be free of the crowd, though the English guests had started drifting to the train station after Christmas Day, suggested a walk to the ruins of the old castle. Daniel had told the children about it with the animation of a born storyteller, including the chill tales of its ghosts.
Great-great-great-grandfather Malcolm and his beloved wife Mary are said to walk hand in hand on the battlements, looking down at the country they fought so hard for.
Rot, Mac Mackenzie said when he overheard.
The old castle was pulled down after Culloden, and Malcolm and Mary started building this house. If they hunt anywhere, it's inside here where it's cosy.
Andrew wouldn't be deterred from exploring the ruins, and Kat, in her quiet way, expressed interest. The entire Mackenzie clan started talking about an expedition, but couldn't agree on arranging a time. They enjoyed arguing endlessly about it, though.
In the end, Sinclair put aside the piles of papers he was reading in preparation for returning to chambers and took Bertie, Cat, and Andrew to the ruins alone. The scramble to the top of the hill, over dark boulders and clumps of snow-covered heather, took time and much energy. They were rewarded at the top, however, with a magnificent view. Bertie spread her arms, gazing across the open valley, Kilmorgan House looking small from here, to the hills beyond. The formal garden behind the manor house flowed out in a pattern of curlicues, like a large flower itself.
"You'd never know it looked like that," Bertie said, pointing it out. "Unless you stood up here. Clever."
"Garden designers in the 18th century enjoyed such things," Sinclair said next to her. "Loved secret designs and things that mimicked nature. Meanwhile, nature is everywhere if you only lift your eyes."
"Don't be a wet blanket, it's beautiful."
Bertie swept her gaze across the wonder of the Highlands.
"Funny to be able to see so far and see so much. Even from a rooftop in London, what you mostly see is other rooftops. And smoke. So much smoke."
Bertie inhaled the clean air, not a smokestack in sight. "I like the change," Sinclair said. "London gives me much, but here I can breathe." Andrew, having had enough of standing and admiring the view, split away from his father and Bertie and headed for the ruins. Cat found a boulder, wiped it free of snow, brought out a cloth she'd carried in her little pack, and laid it across the boulder. She settled herself gracefully on this makeshift seat, took out her notebook and started to draw. Bertie had kept her promise, telling no one of the beautiful picture Cat had shown her, and now Cat sketched without tension.
"Is your house in the Highlands like this?"
Bertie asked Sinclair, while they both kept an eye on Andrew. Sinclair raised his brows, a hint of a smile touching his mouth. "A pile of rubble?" A square part of the old castle stuck into the sky, a few holes near the top regular enough to have been windows or arrow slits. The base was surrounded by a wall that had fallen into nothing but heaps of stones, some stones still large, others ground down by time, weather, and people who took the broken rocks to repair or build their own houses.
"You know what I mean, silly."
"It's not like Kilmorgan, no, so don't grow too used to living in luxury. No lavish mansion with 200 bedrooms or whatever number it is. I'm not a duke, only a gentleman descended from landed gentry." He dropped his ironic tone. "It's beautiful, though. The house is graceful, and the hills and loch behind it are like a painted backdrop. I'm always astonished that such beauty exists in the world." Bertie liked when he became like this, lowering his sardonic facade and looking around with true enjoyment. She winked at him.
"Is there a monster in your loch?"
Sinclair frowned as though giving true thought to the possibility. "Might be. I sometimes see suspicious bubbles in the middle, even on calm days. Macaulay says it's pike, but who knows? Andrew has watched for hours for tentacles or a head to pop up, but nothing ever has. He's quiet the entire time he watches, which I think is more astonishing than a monster ever could be." Bertie had to laugh.
"Andrew's a good lad. He only needs a way to direct his restlessness, like in running."
Andrew was running now on the flatter ground, chasing unknown monsters that lurked among the ruins. Cat ignored him and the view, her head down over her notebook. She looked fetching in her dark blue coat and hat, mittens hanging from her wrists, while her cold pink hands moved across the page.
"She really does want to go to Miss Pringle's academy," Bertie said. "She speaks of it often."
"I know." Sinclair sounded resigned. "Andrew has asked me when he can go off to school and join a running team. Not so he can study and learn anything, you understand."
"Of course not."
Bertie eyed the two of them, children she'd become so fond of in such a brief time.
"When you do send them off, I'll be out of a job."
The words came out more forlornly than she'd meant them to. "No, you won't," Sinclair said quickly.
"I don't think any of the fancy governess agencies will put me on their books, no matter how many references you write."
Bertie glanced up at him, but Sinclair was watching Andrew, his face a careful blank.
"I've started my own collection, you know, of rules for a proper governess."
Sinclair still watched Andrew, though she saw his chest rise more quickly. "Oh, and what are they?"
Bertie held up her hand, ticking the rules off on her fingers. Well, book learning for a start. If a governess is going to teach her charges, she should know what she's teaching them.
I'll grant you that. What else?
She must have the patience of a saint, but love the children no matter what. They shouldn't have to behave to earn her fondness.
Rather like being a father,
Sinclair said, slanting her a look.
Anything more?
She should find ways to keep them interested in learning, not just beat them with facts, like making history a string of great stories, not dates to memorize.
I wish you could have given your rules to some of my tutors when I was a lad.
Bertie grinned and touched another finger. She should take plenty of exercise with the children and not be upset if they want to run and play. A governess being fit is a help. The glint of humour had returned to Sinclair's eyes.
You sound like a reformer.
Do I? It's only common sense. I think your other governesses ran away because they didn't like children. They wanted Cat and Andrew to sit like statues while they talked at them, and got angry if they couldn't repeat the boring details. Heaven forbid either of the kids should have an opinion.
The world expects children to be seen and not heard, you know.
Then the world isn't paying attention. Sinclair didn't answer, but the space had lessened between them. Sinclair's gloved hand touched hers, the backs of their fingers brushing. Bertie wanted this moment to last. She and Sinclair on the hilltop, almost holding hands, Andrew happily exploring, Cat quiet and content. No dark world, no difference in their stations in life, in their pasts. Effervescent happiness welled up inside her. She could float away on it. The moment broke when the sound of a hunter's gun cracked the air far away. Hart's Gilly and Macaulay had taken some of the remaining English visitors on a stalk on the other side of the valley. The cold, clear air brought the sounds from miles away. Andrew stood up on one of the rocks, firing an imaginary rifle.
"Take that, Butcher Cumberland! See what you get when you rail a Highlander!"
Sinclair left Bertie to climb to Andrew.
Don't fall while you're trying to fight the Battle of Culloden again, and keep in mind we lost, more's the pity.
"Wouldn't have if I'd been there,"
Andrew vowed. He made more shooting noises. Cat rose from her seat, tucking away her notebook. "We should help Father lure him down, or we'll never get our tea," Cat said, resigned. She took Bertie's hand. "Can we go higher? I want to see." Bertie kept a firm hold of Cat's hand as they climbed up to Andrew and Sinclair. The castle had been built on a rocky outcropping, giving the defenders a good view over the valley. They'd have seen attackers from miles away, and any opposing army would have been hard-pressed to reach it without harm. The castle had fallen, so Daniel had told Bertie, not to attackers, but to bored English soldiers after the war with Bonnie Prince Charlie, and to time. The black rocks were slippery. Andrew stood on a half-ruined wall, Sinclair holding the back of his jacket as Andrew shot at imaginary Englishmen. Cat, next to Bertie, trod on a slab of loose stone and lost her balance. Her foot went off the stone, her leg in its knit stocking and fashionable boot catching on a jagged rock below. Bertie clung to her and Cat scrambled for solid ground. She was almost up again when her other foot slipped on the snow and Cat began to plunge downward. With a cry, she grabbed desperately for Bertie. Bertie, heart pounding, seized Cat with both hands and pulled her to safety, but Cat lost hold of her doll. The doll's pink china face beamed its perpetual smile as it slipped over the black rocks and fell, end over end, tumbling down, down, down toward the jutting stones, gorse, and half-melted snow many feet below. Chapter 24. A high-pitched keening sounded over the valley. Bertie jerked around, wondering what sort of creature could make such a noise, but the next instant she realized it was Cat. The little girl ripped herself from Bertie's grasp and flung herself down on the stones, reaching desperately for the doll that continued to roll her merry way down the nearly vertical hill. The doll was battered from rock to rock, pieces of porcelain flying from her face to litter the hillside. The doll's wild tumble came to a halt on a rock jutting over the cliff, where she lay like a dead thing, her arms and legs dangling over empty space. Cat's desperate keening wound into words.
"Mama! Mama! Mama!"
Sinclair leapt back down toward them, carrying Andrew.
Cat, sweetheart.
Cat reached toward the doll, her empty hands opening and closing.
Mama! 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 Mama!
Her words choked her, the girl barely able to draw breath.
Mama!
Bleeding hell. Bertie stripped off her hat and her coat, jammed her leather gloves more firmly over her fingers, and started scrambling down the tumble of boulders toward the limp body of the doll.
Bertie!
Sinclair's deep voice bellowed over the continuing cries of his daughter.
Get the hell back here, Bertie!
Bertie climbed down the rocks, hands and feet finding niches to steady her along. She knew she was mad to do it. One slip and she was over the cliff, down the pretty hill to the rocks below. The view that had seemed so beautiful from the top would kill her.
Mama! Mama!
Cat's continued cries penetrated the silence, punctuated by another crack from the guns across the valley. I have to be daft, Bertie muttered to herself as she sought the next solid rock with the toe of her boot. I belong on city streets, I do, trying to make ends meet and keep myself out of trouble. What the blazes am I doing climbing down a mountain in Scotland to rescue a doll? Bertie knew, however, that she wouldn't climb back up without it. If Cat had been any other little girl, an ordinary child Bertie didn't know well, she'd have told Cat to sod the bloody thing and have her rich father buy her another. But Bertie had come to know Cat in the last weeks, and she understood exactly what the doll was to her. Bertie's mother's locket swung against her skin inside her bodice. She knew good and well she'd be climbing down these rocks if she'd dropped it. Not everyone had Bertie's climbing skills either, honed from a childhood of getting herself up the sides of buildings and through tiny windows to let her father in a discreet side door. Her dad would never take very much during these jobs, just one or two things that might not be missed right away. By the time people realized they'd been robbed, they couldn't be sure when it had been done or who'd been nearby at the time. Bertie was a bit past those childhood days, however, and no longer as agile. It had taken everything she'd had to climb up the scaffolding after Cat and Andrew the first day she'd met them. This going was harder, and the rocks seemed determined to cut her hands, the damp to make her slip. Almost there. At the top of the hill, Cat continued to cry frantically. Sinclair was cursing, his hands full with keeping Andrew from climbing after Bertie. The doll hung face downward, its pretty silk dress caught on a rock, which was why it had ceased its tumbling. Bertie had to inch her way toward it, holding hard to stones that cut her gloves. She knew she'd never climb out onto the jutting rock. She'd have to hang on here and reach. She heard Sinclair say, "Bertie," in a tone of terror, anger, and certainty that he was seeing the last of her. Bertie gripped her handholds tightly and prodded with her boot until she had very firm rock under her foot. Then she leaned out, bracing with her hand and footholds, and hooked her fingers around the back of the doll's dress. She plucked the doll from the ledge, much as Sinclair pulled Andrew back by his coat even now, the doll's little gown filthy with mud. Bertie levered herself upright and thrust the doll inside her coat. Now to make her ascent. Bertie felt for handholds going up, testing each one before trusting her weight to it. Climbing up was always easier for her than down, mostly because she didn't have to look at the empty space beneath her feet. She went slowly, though, knowing that any misstep could mean her death. Halfway up, she found chunks of the doll's broken face strewn about the gorse. The poor thing's smile was split in two, but both eyes remained in one piece, gazing at Bertie in cheerful encouragement. Bertie gathered up the bits, dropped them into her pocket, and continued. She was almost to the top when a pair of strong hands gripped her under the arms and hauled her to solid ground. Bertie landed against Sinclair's large body, and his arms went around her, holding her tight, tight. He crushed her to him with arms as hard as steel, lips in her hair.
"Bertie, damn and blast you!"
Behind them, Cat continued to cry, her wailing breaking into hoarse breaths. Bertie pushed away from Sinclair, but he didn't let go of her hand as they made their way back to Cat. Andrew was kneeling next to his sister, stroking her hair, his small face troubled.
"Don't cry, Cat. Bertie's here. She saved your dolly, see?
Sinclair gently lifted Kat and drew her into his arms.
Shh, sweetheart.
It's all right. I nabbed her,
Bertie said breathlessly.
She's a bit worse for wear, but I think we can make her better. Nothing a little glue and needle and thread won't fix, and maybe a good scrubbing.
Kat peeked out at the smashed doll, her eyes red and flowing.
Ma.
The word came in gasps, Kat sounding more like a tiny child than an 11-year-old girl. Bertie smoothed Kat's hair, which was tangled now with thorny twigs and dead leaves.
I know, sweetheart. I know.
Kat pushed herself away from her father to reach for Bertie. Bertie opened her arms and gathered Kat in. Over her head, she met Sinclair's gaze, his grey eyes red-rimmed.
Is she going to be all right?
Andrew asked in a small voice. Sinclair took his hand.
I think so, lad. Don't you worry now.
He squeezed Andrew's hand, but the look he shared again with Bertie was uncertain, and she had to nod back in the same uncertainty. Sinclair took Bertie and his children not to the shared nursery at the top of the house, but to the suite of rooms he'd been given in Lord Cameron's wing. Sinclair didn't want to have to explain the incident to the contingent of nannies or even to Ainsley and his well-meaning sisters-in-law, not until Kat was better. Kat was covered in grime, her face streaked with tears and mucus. Bertie didn't look much better, her gloves in shreds, her grey wool gown torn, her face covered in dirt and little cuts. For once, Andrew was the cleanest of the lot. Sinclair and Andrew waited rather forlornly in the little sitting room while Bertie ordered up a bath for Kat in the bedroom and bathed the girl herself. When she opened the door later to admit Sinclair, Bertie was damp and flushed, her face scrubbed clean, her bodice unbuttoned at her throat. Bertie told him in a quiet voice she'd take Andrew on up to the nursery and left Sinclair alone with his daughter. Kat lay in Sinclair's bed, tucked up in her nightie that a maid had fetched from the nursery. The doll, stripped of the gown it had worn for 7 or so years now, was propped next to the wash basin like a war casualty. Bertie had carefully set the pieces of its broken porcelain head beside the tattered body. Sinclair smoothed the blankets over Kat.
Are you all right now, love?
Kat nodded. The mad light had gone from her eyes, and she looked sad, ashamed, and a little discomfited.
I'm sorry, Papa.
Nothing to be sorry about,
Sinclair said.
I know she's special to you. Bertie's right. We'll fix her up again.
She's just a doll,
Kat said, her voice listless. He sat down next to the bed and stroked Kat's hair. She looked so like Daisy, with her dark hair and Irish blue eyes and dark lashes. As the saying went, eyes put in with a smutty finger. Kat had shared her mother's liveliness until that terrible day Daisy went away. Sinclair took her hand, his heart beating too hard. He wished he could reach that liveliness, bring it to the surface, but he didn't know how. It killed him that he didn't know how. He could have lost her today, and Bertie. When he'd seen Bertie go over the cliff, his entire world had stopped. He might be even now sitting here, wondering that he was still alive without Bertie. Sinclair cleared his throat and squeezed Kat's hand.
I know she's not just a doll, sweet. Your mother gave her to you, and I know you treasure it.
Mama's gone.
The dull words struck Sinclair's heart.
I know, and I miss her every day. It's all right to miss her, love.
Fresh tears flowed from Katrina's eyes, but they were quiet tears, not the crazed sobs of her hysterics.
I don't want Bertie to go. Even if I go to Miss Pringle's academy, I want Bertie to stay.
I want her to stay too,
Sinclair said, all his heart in the words. Kat wiped away her tears.
She will,
she said with conviction, and Sinclair hoped with everything he had that his daughter was right. He'd make sure of it. Bertie returned to her own room after she set up Andrew with a bath in the nursery. Andrew didn't want a bath, but he gave in without as vehement an argument as usual. Bertie left him in the care of the nannies and went to her room to plop into a soft chair and let out a sigh. Not 2 minutes later, Sinclair slammed his way into her bedchamber without so much as knocking, and Bertie leapt to her feet again. "What's wrong? Is Cat all right?" Sinclair stared at her as though he didn't understand the question. Then he nodded distractedly.
"Yes, she's asleep. Aoife is with her."
"Good." Bertie pressed her hand to her heart. "You had me worried there."
"I had you worried."
Sinclair banged the door shut and strode to her, his fury evident.
"Devil take you, Bertie, what the hell were you thinking, climbing down that cliff and risking your bloody neck? For a doll?"
Bertie gaped up at him. Sinclair's face was blotchy red, his eyes glittering with rage. He wasn't the stern, arrogant barrister, or the empty, unhappy man. This was someone new. Sinclair towered over Bertie, his large hands balled to fists, a furious Scottish warrior barely holding himself in check.
Mum gave her that doll," Bertie said faintly. "Of course I had to fetch it back."
She put her hand inside her collar and drew out her locket.
"My mum gave me this. You don't think I wouldn't have been over those rocks in a trace if I'd dropped it?"
"It's worth your life,"
Sinclair roared.
"I know it was stupid of me," Bertie said quickly, "but I couldn't let the poor thing go. You saw what it did to Cat. It was like losing a mum all over again."
"I know, but damn it, Bertie, don't you dare do anything like that ever again."
Bertie put her hands on her hips, her own temper rising.
"Were you going to skim down there and get it? We'd have been scraping you from the rocks for sure. I'm limber and I know how to climb."
"I would have fetched Macaulay and some lads to help, and rope," he shouted. "Not thrown myself over the side and hoped for the best."
"Macaulay was off showing people how to shoot things, remember? I wager most of the lads who work here were out with him. Sun was already gone by the time we reached home. Not enough light left to organise a rescue party. And there'd be Dolly, hanging from a rock all night. Or maybe carried off by some bird to line its nest. How do you think Cat would have felt about that?"
"That doesn't mean you should have risked your life for it."
Sinclair's bellow rivaled the noise Andrew could make.
"It's only by the grace of God you didn't fall, or I'd be out looking at your body on the rocks now, you broken and gone."
His words choked off, his chest working as he struggled for air. Bertie reached for him, her own heart hurting.
"I'm sorry. I truly am. You all right?"
"No, can't breathe."
Sinclair backed away, sitting down hard on her bed, his breath coming in hoarse gasps.
"This happens to me whenever I'm—"
Bertie went to him.
"Let me help. How can I help?"
"I'll be all right in a minute."
But Sinclair's breathing still came with too much difficulty, his shoulders shaking with the effort. Bertie sat on the bed beside him.
"Now you close your eyes."
She moved her hands up his back in a caress and started kneading his shoulders.
"Let me ease you."
"Can't. When I close my eyes, I see you falling away from me."
"But I didn't. I'm here, right next to you."
Bertie wriggled her thigh against his.
"See? You just let me look after you now."
Sinclair turned his head to look at her.
"Bertie, damn you."
Bertie climbed up behind him on the bed, put her arms around him and drew him back to her. He resisted at first, stiff, but then he leaned into her bosom, his eyes at last drifting shut.
"We're all here, safe and whole," she said into his ear. "That's all you need to remember."
She caressed his chest, finding his heart banging hard beneath her hands. She continued to rub gently, kneading his tight muscles, smoothing his shirt over his hot skin. Bertie rested her cheek against his hair, breathing the warmth of it, moving to kiss the scars that decorated the top of his cheekbone. Sinclair's breathing at last began to slow, the gasps easing until he drew a long, relieved breath. He coughed once, then he closed his eyes again and lay back against Bertie, relaxing. Bertie lightly kissed his cheek. His skin was flushed, warm, his whiskers rough on her lips. When she kissed his cheek again, Sinclair turned his head and met the kiss with his lips. Bertie stilled, fire rising at his warm breath, the smooth touch of his mouth. Sinclair took over the kiss, parting her lips, sweeping his tongue inside. The icy chill of the wind across the ruins, plucking at her as the rocks cut her hands, vanished under his heat. The next kiss was a little deeper, Sinclair cupping her cheek. He slowly turned her over onto the downy mattress, sliding on top of her, his breathing no longer ragged. Sinclair undressed her slowly, with gentle hands. Bertie helped pull his clothes away as well, until he was bracing himself over her in nothing but his kilt. Sinclair didn't bother taking off the kilt itself. He simply shoved its folds up as he slid inside her. He moved slowly, heat building between them, sultry and close like a summer night. His body was touched with sweat, his mouth hot as he kissed her. The glorious friction of his kilt on her skin, of Sinclair stiff inside her, sent Bertie floating on ripples of joy. She latched her fingers around his shoulders as the ripples lifted her. She saw herself on the mountainside again, only this time her grip slid away from the rocks and she fell down, down, tumbling freely as the doll had. She cried out, but Sinclair was there to catch her, sweeping her up into his strength. He buried his face in her hair as his hips moved, languid pleasure giving way to fiercer need.
"I can't lose you,"
he whispered.
"Never, never, Bertie lass, I can't."
"I'm here," Bertie said, or thought she said. "You've done something to me, Basher McBride. I'll never be the same again, no matter how far I go or what I do. I'll never be just Bertie ever again. Some part of you will always be part of me."
"Dear God,"
Sinclair groaned. His thrusts came faster, harder, until both of them were filling the air with cries of need. They crashed together, their bodies slick with sweat, Sinclair's kisses hot on her flesh. Sinclair drew Bertie to him, holding her solidly, keeping her in safety with him. The next day was subdued. The rest of the McBride and Mackenzie families heard the tale of the doll's fate and Bertie's daring rescue. Bertie was celebrated with many toasts to her bravery and tight hugs from the ladies.
"Damn fool thing to do,"
Hart growled, though he looked at her with new respect. Ian gave her a quiet nod.
"Thank you,"
he said. His even-handed thanks warmed Bertie more than Max and Daniel's wild applause.
"When I pick out a wife, she's going to be just like you,"
Daniel said, his strong hand on her shoulder. "A governess?" Bertie asked, giving him a grin.
"Or a pickpocket?" "One who knows the world and isn't afraid of it."
Daniel kissed her cheek.
"And one is pretty. Let me just kiss you again."
"No." Sinclair got around Bertie and scowled at Daniel.
"Leave her be, Danny."
Daniel only laughed, studied the two of them together, and gave Bertie a wink.
"Right you are, Uncle Sinclair."
Macaulay broke the celebration to hand Bertie a telegram that had come from the train station. Bertie took it in surprise, wondering who'd be telegraphing her, but she stilled when she read the terse words.
"What is it?"
Sinclair asked, warming her shoulder as he leaned to read it. "It's me dad." Bertie wasn't certain what emotions ran through her. The telegram wasn't from Jerry Fraser. Mrs. Hill had sent it, saying that a woman who called herself Mrs. Lang had come looking for Bertie. Bertie's father was very ill, Mrs. Lang had said, and was asking for Bertie to come. Sinclair plucked the telegram from her cold hands, read it, and immediately told Macaulay to purchase tickets to London. Bertie had supposed that Sinclair would send her back alone with either Macaulay or Aoife to look after her, but Sinclair packed up the whole family to return with her. Sinclair wanted Kat back in a house she was used to, he said. She'd rest and recover better without the other families hovering around her, even with all their sympathy. Kat was unnerved by it. So London it was for all of them. Bertie was sorry to leave the families and festivities behind, but she too wanted Kat to rest. Also, she did feel anxious about her father. Even if the old sot could be a brute, he was still her dad. London at Christmas can be fine too, Bertie told Kat as she settled the girl into the compartment she'd share with Andrew. Andrew was with Sinclair carefully letting him explore some of the train, so Bertie, at her request, could put Kat to bed first. Bertie wanted Katrina settled in before Andrew bounced around the room with his usual vigour. The stay at Kilmorgan had healed him almost completely. "Your dad promised to take us to a pantomime," Bertie continued. "One of the lavish ones at Drury Lane. That'll be a treat, let me tell you." Kat nodded without much interest. Bertie propped the doll, which had been mended by Macaulay and Daniel, on the table near Kat's bunk. The doll's porcelain face had a big crack across it, and she was missing part of her cheekbone, but her blue eyes still shone, and her smile was as wide. Her hair, which had been dark like Kat's, was blonde now, her original hair now scattered about the hill below the old castle. Eleanor had found an old wig in the attics at Kilmorgan and had given it to her maids to be cleaned and brushed, then to Daniel to cut up for the doll. Daniel and Macaulay had done an amazing job, but there was no denying that the doll had been ruined. She was dressed in the brand new frock Sinclair had given Kat this Christmas, her old dress far beyond repair. Bertie straightened the rust-coloured skirt of the doll's gown. "There. She looks a bit tattered, but she's still with us." Kat only nodded. When the repaired doll had been returned to her, Kat had looked it over, thanked Daniel and Macaulay politely, then set the doll aside and didn't pick it up again. She hadn't carried it with her since, and told the maid to pack it with the rest of her things when readying themselves to leave. "Bertie," Kat said in a small voice as Bertie continued to lay out Kat's clothes for the morning. "I know you all think I'm mad, but I'm not. I didn't think the doll was my mother or anything like that." "No, sweetie," Bertie said quickly. "I don't think you're mad." "You do, or at least you did for a while. Others do, but I'm not. I know she's just a doll." Bertie left the clothes and returned to the bunk. "Now you stop this nonsense, Kat McBride. I understand, and so does your dad. I explained that I'd have been climbing down that hill if I'd dropped my locket, and your dad understood, even if he still riled with me for doing it." Kat pleated a fold of the sheet. With her hair in a braid, in her white nightgown, she looked like an ordinary child, but her eyes held more sadness than an ordinary child's should. "Mamma left Daisy, the doll Daisy, to watch over me, you see. Mamma told me so when she was sick. I didn't really understand, but I thought if I kept the doll with me all the time, some part of Mamma would be with me too. When I dropped her, when I saw her fall..." Kat's throat worked. "It made me realize that Mamma was truly gone." Bertie sat on the bunk next to her. "But she's still watching, you know. Your mum is up in heaven. Mums always look after their kids, don't they? I was only 4 when Mamma died," Kat said. "I didn't know what died meant. It was a long time before I understood she was never coming back. I was very angry, I remember. I was angry at Papa for letting her go." She looked morose. "Is that bad of me?" "No." Bertie had spent years furious at her father, even when it was clear he'd done nothing to cause her mother's death. Her mother had fallen ill of a fever that had invaded most of the streets of the East End, and no amount of nursing by Bertie and her father had been able to save her. "Your dad, he's one of the good ones. He loves you with all his might." Inspector Fellows had said something like that to Bertie before she'd left for the train station that afternoon.
"I grew up in the gutter, same as you," Fellows had said after pulling her aside. "And in the gutter, a man like McBride seems like an easy mark, but he's not." He'd fixed her with a sharp look very much like those of his half-brothers. "McBride is one of the good ones, Miss Fraser. Never forget that." Bertie had nodded, agreeing with him, and had started out of the house again, only to be stopped by Ian Mackenzie.
"Take care of them,"
was all Ian had said. He'd given her one of his rare direct stares, then he'd walked away without a goodbye.
"One of the good ones," Bertie repeated. "And I'm in love with him," she continued silently. "This very good man is going to break my heart." London greeted them with billows of coal smoke, every house stoking its fires to stay warm. Down in the slums, they'd be shivering and burning anything they could find, in stoves, fireplaces, barrels, and tin coal boxes. In Mayfair, fires danced on bright hearths, and maids brought tea and scones to warm the belly. Sinclair summoned his coach to take Bertie to visit her dad and insisted on coming with her.
"You're daft, you are,"
Bertie said in alarm as he followed her out, Richards waiting patiently on the box.
"If Basher McBride is seen about the back streets of Whitechapel, things will go bad for you."
Sinclair only gave her his scowl.
"I'm sure everyone in Whitechapel knows full well you're looking after my children. I'm not letting you go alone, and that's the end of it."
No amount of arguing could sway him. Bertie gave up, knowing they could stand all day on the street and fight about it while the neighbours watched with interest. Bertie, resigned, let him hand her into the coach, and they set off. The East End hadn't improved since Bertie had left it. The mud was frozen in streets and lanes, fires burned in barrels with dozens of men and women standing around them, trying to soak up the heat. No sun penetrated the gloom of the afternoon, the tall buildings shutting out any hint of light. The dark and cold struck Bertie harder now after the wide-open spaces of Scotland and the splendid comfort of Kilmorgan Castle. She'd survived here because she hadn't known any different, but now she did. There was a world out there, oceans of it, and Bertie meant to see it. A few of the younger lads of the street were huddled around the front of the lodging-house where her father lived. They swarmed the coach when it came to a stop, trying to look pathetic as they held out their hands. The pugilist Sinclair had borrowed from the Duke's house in Grosvenor Square jumped down and tried to scatter them.
"Oi, it's Bertie!"
one of the boys yelled when the pugilist opened the carriage door for her.
"It's Bertie girl dressed up all swank. Is that your protector in there?"
They looked past her to Sinclair.
"Looks like he could spare a bob or two. Give us a coin, Bertie."
"Why do you think I came here, to drop all my bread in your hands?" Bertie asked good-humouredly. "I came to see me dad. He's poorly." "He'll fall over dead if he spies you with your posh coach," another of the lads said. "Come on, Bertie, we're your old mates." The pugilist waded among them, the lads diving away from his bulk without him having to touch them. "Clear off," he growled, his accent as cockney as theirs.
"It's all right."
Bertie dipped her hand into her pocket and passed out pennies.
"They don't mean no harm. He's not my protector."
Bertie gestured to Sinclair, who'd climbed down beside her.
"You lot leave him alone."
She started through the press of boys to the door of her old lodgings, and Sinclair came directly behind her, not letting her get more than one step ahead of him. The pugilist followed as far as the doorway, then turned around and faced the street, blocking the lads from following them in.
"Why are you coming with me?"
Bertie asked Sinclair as they went up the stairs.
"What happened to you not showing your face where it's dangerous?"
"I'm not letting you in here alone,"
Sinclair growled.
"You have no idea what or who is waiting for you."
"I thought you'd at least stay in the coach,"
Bertie said, throwing him a glare. Sinclair scowled back.
"Then you were wrong."
Maddening man. The door to the rooms on the third floor was locked, but Bertie still had her key. She opened the door and walked inside.
"It's me,"
she called. Mrs. Lang, a plump woman with dyed black hair and a perpetually red face, came out of Jerry's bedroom.
"Bertie,"
she said, smiling a genuine smile.
"How grand to see you."
She opened her arms and folded Bertie into a well-cushioned hug. Mrs. Lang always smelled a bit of whiskey, which she liked, and a faint scent that was the fancy soap she saved her pennies for.
"How is he?"
Bertie asked when Mrs. Lang released her.
"Not well. He wants to speak to you. Is this him?"
She looked around Bertie at Sinclair.
"This is Mr. McBride,"
Bertie said a bit stiffly.
"My employer."
Mrs. Lang looked Sinclair up and down, her scrutiny admiring.
"Well, you're a fine one, ain't you? Very handsome in that way a Scottish bloke can be. Better wait out here, ducky. Old Jerry might get upset at the sight of you."
Sinclair didn't look happy, but he nodded as he took off his hat.
"I'll be right here, Bertie. Shout if you need me."
He gave her a look that told her she'd better. He might barge right in if she lingered longer than he liked, in any case. Bertie gave him a nod, squared her shoulders, and followed Mrs. Lang into the bedroom.
Well, look at the cat who swallowed the cream.
Jerry Fraser, his face greyer than Bertie had ever seen it, gazed at her over the bed covers. His face was also lined and haggard, but he wasn't hungover. This was true illness. "How are you, Dad?" Bertie said. She pulled off her gloves and went to the bedside, holding out her hand. Her father clasped her fingers with his hard ones.
Dying. So nice for me own daughter to bother to come and see me.
"I was in Scotland. I knew Mrs. Lang wouldn't have sent for me if it weren't bad."
It's bad.
The hand that pressed Bertie's was strong, though.
That Flash bastard you've taken up with out there. I heard a voice.
"Yeah, he's here, making sure you didn't set me up." Jerry looked hurt, but he didn't let go of her hand.
As if I would. I've always been good to you, Bertie girl, haven't I?
"No, of course you haven't. You made me steal for you and smacked me when I didn't do it quick enough. You're an old brute, and I'm well rid of you." She patted his hand, softening the words. Jerry's eyes moistened.
"Well, that's true, but I always looked after you, you know that. Your mum asked me to before she went. Never let anyone else touch you, did I?"
"No, Dad. You're a regular knight-errant." Jerry squeezed her hand, looking genuinely remorseful.
"I'm sorry about Geoffrey. I never meant him to go after you, with a shooter no less. If I'd known that, I would have had me mate sit on him until he saw reason. I'd have throttled him myself after if he hadn't gotten himself dragged off to Chokey."
Bertie believed him. For all Jerry had been hard on her, he'd also been extremely protective. Bertie had no doubt that had Geoffrey not been afraid of her father, he'd have dragged Bertie off to his bed long ago, whether she wanted to or not. Jerry tugged her closer.
"I need to tell you something else, love. I didn't just ask you to come so you could watch your old dad push off. I need to warn you."
Mrs. Lang looked worried, and Bertie felt a qualm. "Yeah, about what?"
"There's villains after you, Bertie. High-end villains."
Bertie studied her father's face. He could be a liar, and a good one, but this time he had true fear in his watery blue eyes. She glanced at Mrs. Lang for confirmation, and Mrs. Lang nodded. "What do you mean, high-end?" Bertie asked. "Posh gents who have turned to crime, or villains who've come up in the world?"
"The second,"
Jerry said.
"Like Frank Devlin."
Bertie started. "What's someone like Devlin want with me?" Frank Devlin was a very bad man, made a lot of money running housebreakers and street girls, plus a couple of bawdy houses for well-paying customers. He'd never bothered much with Bertie and her dad. They were too low-grade for him, and Jerry had taught Bertie to stay well clear of him. Mrs. Lang answered, "We don't know, but he's working for someone, and word is that he wants you brought to him. That's why we asked you to come here and see us. Couldn't trust a messenger, not with news like that." Chapter 25. Bertie came running out of the bedroom, her face pale under the grey hat she loved. "We have to go." She threw at Sinclair on her way past him. Sinclair caught her by the arm.
"Wait, why? What did he say to you?"
Bertie wrenched herself from his grasp. "Tell you downstairs, when we're out of this place." She made for the door in a swish of skirts and was gone. Sinclair, instead of following her, strode to the bedroom and went inside.
"What did you say to her?"
he demanded of the two in the room. Mr. Fraser peered at Sinclair from his bed. He didn't look good, but he also didn't look near to death's door. Ill, yes, but not fatally.
"Mr. McBride, is it? You take good care of my girl, all right?"
"You lured her here,"
Sinclair said sternly, ignoring him.
"Didn't you? What's your game?"
"We had to,"
Mrs. Lang said, her dark eyes anxious.
"We couldn't trust no one to tell her but us. Bertie will explain. Best you go now. We can't risk anyone knowing we spilled anything to Basher McBride."
"The entire street knows I'm here,"
Sinclair said impatiently.
"Yeah, but won't be us who told you, will it?"
"If you're in danger, you should leave."
Fraser laughed at him. I've lived on this street, man and boy. Me mates are here, me lady, me whole life. I'm not going. I'm proud of Bertie for trying to better herself, but I'm not in a hurry to move far from my local, am I? Another wheezing laugh. Fancy me walking into any other pub but me own. They'd take me head off on the spot. Mrs. Lang held the man's hand. I'll look after him. You take care of our Bertie. I intend to, Sinclair said. Fraser's voice went stern. If you don't marry her yourself, you marry her off to someone with plenty of blunt who's good to her, understand me? Sinclair had started for the door, but he turned back, his anger tight. You beat her, he said clearly. You used her to rob and steal for you, too afraid to do it yourself, were you? You forfeited any say in what happens to her. She'll never be hurt again, that I can tell you for certain. Just tell Bertie, Fraser said. Tell her she's a good girl, always was, like her mum. He was a sad old git, Sinclair decided, but Sinclair had seen many a man turn contrite when he thought the end was nigh. Fraser probably did feel remorse, but that didn't excuse what he'd done. She's a wonderful young woman, Sinclair said, and she'll live like a princess. Good day to you. He turned his back on the two and made his way out of the flat and down the stairs. Bertie waited for him in the carriage, the pugilist next to it. You took your time, Bertie said as the pugilist opened the door. Sinclair climbed inside and landed on the seat beside her, her body warm against his. It would be more proper to sit opposite her, but to hell with what was proper. You don't have to be afraid, Bertie, he said. Don't let whatever he told you rattle you. Bertie brushed back her hat's feather. All I know is I want out. My dad was good to warn me, but I bet Mrs. Lang made him do it. The old soak doesn't want anything blowing back on him. Well, I'm finished with it all. Pleased to hear it. Sinclair tapped on the coach roof for Richards once the pugilist had slammed the door. Now what did he warn you about? Bertie related the conversation, and Sinclair listened in growing unease. I've heard of Devlin, he said when she finished. Your father's not wrong. He's dangerous. But don't worry about him. I'll have one of Inspector Fellow's men. Sinclair turned his head as he saw what he couldn't believe he saw out of the landau's fogged window. Richard, stop! Sinclair was out of his seat, opening the door of the moving coach even as he heard Richard's whoa. Here! Bertie grabbed at Sinclair's coat, her voice rising to a screech. What are you doing? Sinclair shook off her grasp, then his boots hit the pavement just as Richards pulled the horses to a halt. He'd seen a face up the street, one from his past, though it was not a face he expected. The man belonging to it wore a fine greatcoat and hat, very out of place in this area of workingmen's caps and rough jackets. The man was walking rapidly away. Sinclair ran after him, never minding the swarm of people crowding between him and his mark. Stop, blast you! Sinclair yelled at the retreating back. He heard the click of Bertie's boots behind him, her calls to him. Sinclair didn't respond. He sped his steps, reached the other man, and pulled him around to face him. The man stared back at Sinclair, not in surprise or shock, but in stark anger. He knew Sinclair would be here, damn him, likely had been following him every step. James Maloney, Sinclair said. What the hell are you doing here, and why aren't you rotting in prison? Bertie paused as she saw Sinclair confront the man. She didn't recognize the gent, but he dressed well and his face was soft, his body trim and not bent by hard work. The pugilist behind her caught up, not happy. Don't like to leave the coach unguarded, he growled. Bertie understood, but she was too agitated to answer. Sinclair turned aside from the crowd, pulling the man with him. Sinclair's face had gone hard, eyes glittering. Now tell me what you're doing here, Sinclair was saying when Bertie and the pugilist reached them. Sinclair held the man by the collar of his coat. Why are you even in England? What did you think? The man had a broad Irish accent. That I'd let you take my Daisy and that would be the end of it? Bertie stared in shock. Daisy? Was this the man, James, whom Sinclair's wife had eloped with all those years ago? Things clicked together, and Bertie stepped forward. You've been sending the letters, haven't you? She demanded.
Those bloody awful letters.
Bertie, Sinclair said, his voice low but firm. Go back to the carriage.
Not likely, Bertie said. Nasty piece of work, aren't you?
Sinclair shot the pugilist a glare, and the man put his beefy hand on Bertie's shoulder. Best come with me, miss.
Bertie ducked out from under him. Should be him you're taking hold of, and giving him to the coppers.
Letters. James gave Sinclair a beatific smile. No idea what she's talking about. His eyes were innocent, but Bertie was good at seeing through lies, and so was Sinclair. James was handsome enough, with charm in his smile. No surprise Sinclair's wife had fallen for the scoundrel, but she'd soon learned her mistake, hadn't she? Do you think I'm foolish enough to leave anything behind to connect me with any letters? James asked. Not if he were a good confidence trickster, he wouldn't. Confidence men always travelled light, ready to throw their worldly goods into a small bag and dash away, leaving no trace of themselves behind. But then he might have kept something. Miss, the pugilist said. His hand landed on her shoulder again. Bertie twisted away. This time she pretended to trip and landed hard against James. As he started and tried to push her away, her hands went to work. Bertie spun away, ran a few paces and turned back, dangling a handkerchief, a slim wallet, a card case and a watch from her hands.
I wonder what I'll find in all this? Bertie asked.
Sinclair looked grim, but also as though he understood why she'd done it. James's smooth smile vanished. Then he snarled and started after her. Sinclair grabbed for him, but James leapt away, sliding from his grasp as skillfully as Bertie could have. He rushed at Bertie, and Bertie turned and fled. She made for the coach, which was sitting a little way down from them, jammed in by traffic. Richards was standing up, looking for them. Before Bertie got halfway to it, James seized her by her coat, hauling her back. Her hat slipped, sagging by its pins over her eye. Bertie knew the pugilist and Sinclair were steps away, but still she felt a qualm of fear as James pulled her around with unkind hands, shoving her into a noisome passage. Confidence men preferred to fight with their tongues, but when they were put to it, they could be very dangerous, violently so. James blocked her way out to the busier street where the coach and Freedom lay. "Give them back, ye bloody little whore." He thrust his hands inside Bertie's coat, but she'd already secreted her takings in inner pockets. She knew exactly how to stash gear quickly, all the better to run from the constables. Where was Sinclair? There was a press of traffic and people at the entrance to the passage, but this little artery could be another world, and quiet. Fear made her act. Maloney might have a weapon on him, and she had no doubt he'd be happy to pluck his things from her dead body. She kicked him hard, her pointed-toed, high-heeled boot making a formidable weapon. When James bellowed, Bertie followed it up by grabbing him by the hair and pulling him hard to the wall behind her. While he shouted and scrambled to right himself, Bertie was away. James recovered swiftly enough to get between her and the street, but such things wouldn't slow down Bertie. She'd been born and bred in these alleyways, and she knew better than anyone how to snake around, losing pursuit and finding her way to where she needed to go. She ran, dodging into another passage, jumping over filmy puddles and patches of stinking mud. She kept her hand on her hat as she sprinted. Bertie loved this hat, the gift from Eleanor, and she vowed not to lose it to the grimy streets of London. She heard James come behind her, his fine shoes grating in the muck. He could run almost as well as Bertie could, unfortunately. Of course, he'd likely become fast from evading the police all his life. Those who learned to move swiftly at an early age survived the longest. On the other hand, Bertie figured she knew these streets better than any Irish stranger. Sinclair would be coming, and she could lead James to where he'd be caught, unable to get away. She turned from Whitechapel and plunged south into the warren of lanes and courtyards, heading toward the river.
"Lads!"
she shouted as she raced along.
"I'm bringing one in!"
Word would pass ahead of her. Bertie ran as she hadn't run in a long time, though her new boots pinched her feet. Posh shoes weren't made for this kind of flight. Bertie dashed through frozen filth, the usual detritus of broken glass, stones, splinters of wood, and other trash crushing under her feet. The darkness increased between the closest houses, mist clinging to her as though it had weight. She dashed around a corner into a narrow lane, familiar edifices rising around her. She threw open the door that led into the empty space between buildings and leapt over the threshold, not stopping until she'd reached the other side of the big pile of debris in the middle. James came on in after her, but the lads poured out of the corners, street toughs and Bertie's old mates, ready to pound the mark so Bertie could get away. James went down. He drew a knife as he fell, and Bertie cried a warning. Sinclair came charging through the door, halting when he saw the fight in progress. He watched for a few heartbeats, then made his way around the fracas toward Bertie, his anger palpable. And then everything stopped. The youths, one by one, looked up and peeled away from James and started off, out the door or climbing over the broken walls, disappearing into the gloom. The afternoon was just light enough for Bertie to see James come to his feet, his long knife glinting in his hand. Through the door behind Bertie came 4 men, Frank Devlin and 3 of his regular henchmen. Devlin was middle-aged, but he'd kept his youthful slimness. He wasn't very tall, but he had a granite-hard face that made men half again his size back down in a trice. It was the eyes, Bertie thought. Light blue, cold and mean, and holding no compassion whatsoever. Bertie had only about 2 seconds to wonder whether it was sheer coincidence that brought Devlin here at this moment, before James said, "I thank you, sirs. I want both of them." "Damn it to hell,"
Sinclair said. He grabbed Bertie's hand. Bertie gave him a brief nod. Only one thing to do. "Run!" she shouted. Sinclair didn't argue. They set off for the door through which they'd entered, Bertie praying Devlin hadn't set other villains to waylay them on this side. James hurtled himself into Sinclair as they went by. The knife flashed and Sinclair stumbled. "No!" Bertie swung around, ready with a kick at James, but Sinclair shoved her onward.
"Don't stop,"
Sinclair said fiercely.
"Run!"
Bertie latched her hand around Sinclair's and they sprinted along together. She couldn't tell whether the knife had only torn his coat or had gone all the way in. She only knew that lingering to let Devlin and his henchmen grab them while they checked was a bad idea. Bertie knew the streets, but so did Devlin. Then again, Devlin hadn't kept himself fit these past few weeks by running after Andrew. Sinclair, the former soldier, twisted through the streets with Bertie, moving rapidly but silently. Bertie knew where they had to go. Around to the lanes near the river, down to the secret narrow passages. Bertie slid through the tiny lane that led to her hideaway, Sinclair stifling grunts as he followed her around the jutting corners. Sinclair ducked his head this time as they went under the lintel of the door Bertie opened. 17 steps, she reminded him in a whisper. They were down inside her hidey-hole, the door closed and bolted against the outside world. Bertie groped for matches, finding them right where she'd left them. She lit the lamps and turned back to Sinclair. She found that he'd staggered to the makeshift sofa and collapsed on it, his hand to his abdomen. Bertie, mouth dry in fear, pulled off her hat and knelt beside him. "Let me see."
"Not a big wound,"
Sinclair said, voice tight. "Don't matter. A thin knife can kill a man. Let me see." Sinclair opened his coat, moved aside his frock coat, then opened his waistcoat and inched up his blood-stained shirt and undershirt. A slice of tight brown skin came into view, and with it a raw red wound, a hole about a half-inch across. "Nasty." Bertie grabbed Sinclair's handkerchief from his pocket, folded it and pressed it to the wound. "Stilettos can go deep, and they're jagged."
"So I feel."
Bertie bit her lip. Knife wounds could be shallow and heal quickly, or they could be deep enough to puncture something vital, or they could fester. It happened so swiftly, the sickening, and then the man or woman was no more. "You need a doctor," Bertie said. "And bed." Sinclair shifted, bringing out another sound of pain.
"Two things lacking in this backstreet basement."
"I didn't know where else to go." Bertie rocked a little in worry, still pressing hard on his wound. "Devlin's got men everywhere." She blinked back tears.
"Bertie, it's all right."
Sinclair's voice went gentle. He put a steadying hand on hers.
"We'll be all right. Richards is looking for us, and Hart's footman too. The coppers walking these streets will notice armed men hunting for us."
"Many of the coppers around here are Devlin's men," Bertie said darkly. "In his pay. They'll likely help him find us."
"Then we'll have to rely on fellows."
"Who's in Scotland?" Bertie pointed out.
"But his sergeant isn't. I asked fellows to telegraph Sergeant Pierce to tell him about our return to London and your summons by your father. I wasn't happy with it."
Bertie tried to feel relief, but it wouldn't come. "For once, my dad's heart was in the right place, warning me. He hates Devlin with a passion. Dad's scared of him, and he says Devlin ruins our trade, which is true. Since Devlin's hand in glove with the bobbies, they're happy to arrest the likes of my dad, but they'll leave Devlin and his thugs alone."
"Are you sure your father only wanted to warn you?" Sinclair asked. "That he didn't swallow his fear and take money from Devlin for bringing you to him?"
Bertie nodded. "I'm sure. Dad hates Devlin more than he can be angry at me, that's for certain."
"I'm sorry, Bertie."
Sinclair stroked the backs of her fingers.
"I've dragged you straight into my troubles. It appears that James hired Devlin to try to find you to hurt me. I'd thought James safely in a prison somewhere long ago, or maybe dead and gone, but he must have persuaded the prison governors to let him out. The man always had a smooth tongue."
"Confidence tricksters talk their way out of everything," Bertie said. "They're good at making people believe they can't be that bad, or that they've changed. They lie every time."
The handkerchief grew bright red with blood. There wasn't quite as much blood as Bertie feared, but that didn't mean the wound was trivial. Sinclair needed to be examined and stitched up. But here they were, stuck down a hole, with men roaming the streets looking for them. Sinclair's face was grey-white, his voice as reassuring as he tried to make it, dry and growing faint. He might die down here before they could get out. Devlin might give up eventually, depended on how much he was being paid, but it might be too late for Sinclair. Bertie pulled out her own handkerchief and pressed its pristine white fabric to the wound. Sinclair grunted, body moving.
"Am I hurting you?"
Bertie asked anxiously.
"I'm trying not to."
"You're doing fine, love. Don't be scared. We'll get out of this."
Bertie drew a breath, letting his warm Scottish voice flow over her. "You're good at reassuring me, but I'd rather hear some plans for doing it."
"I'm thinking. Don't rush me."
Says the man who boasts about his soldiering days, surviving by a hair's breadth in North Africa.
"I don't boast." Sinclair contrived to look offended. "I tell Andrew stories."
Bertie laughed shakily. "Sounds like boasting to me. All your courage in the face of danger."
"It's a relief that I made it home to have a son to tell the stories to."
"Well, maybe you'll be able to tell him this story," Bertie said.
"I will."
Sinclair's eyes slid closed, his hand going slack on hers. She shook him. "No, stay awake." Sinclair opened his eyes again, grey slits in the dim light.
"I'm alive. Don't worry."
"But you can't go to sleep. Keep talking to me."
Bertie's small handkerchief was soon soaked. All she had left was the cloth she'd lifted from James. It was fine linen, expensive, handmade with initials stitched into the corners. "Talking," Sinclair said. "I've been doing that my entire life. As a child, as an officer, as a barrister. Too much bloody talking."
"I like hearing you talk."
Bertie pressed James's clean handkerchief over the bloody hole.
"I like your accent, and the way your voice fills up the spaces. It's the first thing I noticed about you, your voice. Standing in that courtroom, looking the judge in the eye, your words rumbling strong as you told him Ruthie didn't kill that poor woman. I couldn't take my eyes off you."
Sinclair's brows twitched upward. "You flatter me."
"I thought you were wonderful, and handsome, and kind. You helped my friend, saved her life. But you looked so empty and sad afterward, not glad you'd been right. I wanted to know why. I wanted to know everything about you. That's why I followed you home." His eyes went warm, the corners of his mouth twitching. "After stealing my watch and kissing me, little wretch." "Couldn't help myself, could I?" Bertie asked. "I had a handsome man hidden away with me. I should have been afraid of you, but I knew you were good inside, all the way through. So I kissed you."
She grinned.
"I was right. You are good all the way through."
No, I'm not.
Sinclair's eyes drifted closed again.
I have a black heart, love.
You don't.
Bertie pressed harder on the handkerchief.
You have a good heart, a caring one. Look at you with your kids and helping people like Ruthie. And me.
He didn't stir, and Bertie's fears came pouring in on her.
Don't, she said frantically. Don't die on me and leave me alone, please.
She laid her head on his chest while she held the handkerchief to the wound, relieved to hear the slow beating of his heart.
I love you, Sinclair McBride. Don't leave me before I can tell you that.
Chapter 26. Sinclair's head was buzzing. Everything seemed far away and small. The only sharp points were the pain in his abdomen and Bertie's voice.
I love you, Sinclair McBride.
Bertie. Sinclair felt her warm weight on him, tried to move his fingers to stroke her hair.
I'm all right. I'll be all right. You're with me.
He didn't hear the words come out of his mouth, which worried him. The knife hadn't gone in that far, had it? The thick wool of his greatcoat and frock coat beneath had slowed the blade. Hell, the thing had had to penetrate 5 layers of cloth. But the knife had been sharp, thin, precise. Sinclair could no longer feel his fingers.
I love you,
Bertie said again.
I don't know if you can love me back, if you see me as only a governess or a pickpocket or the girl with a funny name. But this girl loves you, and always will. Don't matter if you send me away, I'll always love you.
And I'll always love you. Bertie!
He made his mouth move. Bertie raised her head, her eyes streaming with tears.
Don't die, Sinclair.
Trying not to.
Sinclair wet his lips.
Say it again.
What?
Bertie wiped her cheeks.
That I love you?
Yes.
Sinclair sighed and let his eyes close again. Bertie shook him, which hurt, damn it.
You stay with me, she said. I have to get you home.
His own bed would be a much more comfortable place in which to die. Then Sinclair clenched his teeth. No, he wouldn't die, neither here nor in his bed. He wouldn't let James win. The man had ruined Daisy's life. It had taken Sinclair and Daisy years to put it back together again. James could not come in now and wipe all Sinclair cared about away. He cracked open his eyes.
We need help,
he managed to say.
I know that, but I'm not leaving you here to run and fetch it, and you can't run any more. It should be all the way dark by now. We might be able to slip through and find your coach.
Too much of a risk.
Sinclair wet his lips again.
Any chance of some water?
No, I haven't been back to keep the place up.
This cellar.
Sinclair turned his head to look around and groaned as he pulled at his wound. The walls formed a triangle around the small space where houses had sealed off the end. Why it was done and whether the current inhabitants knew the space was here could not be said.
That wall.
Sinclair tried to point to his right and gave up.
It leads to another house.
Yeah, used to be one house it looks like, but broken up into flats now.
How solid is the wall? Can we break through?
Are you mad? Though.
Bertie trailed off.
Let me look.
Sinclair heard her skirts swish as she walked the small distance from him. He hated her gone because he was so cold.
It's brick, but also plaster, she said. Who knows what's on the other side?
I'll leap off this bed and break it down,
Sinclair told himself.
Any moment now.
Let me see what I've got down here.
Bertie moved out of the circle of light, and Sinclair heard things clanking and thudding.
The builders of long ago left things lying about, nothing worth much.
Or she would have taken them home and given them to her father to sell, Sinclair knew. Anything, nailed down or not, could be sold in these streets, including the nails.
Here's something,
Bertie said, at the same time Sinclair heard voices above them. Bertie went absolutely silent. It was uncanny how she could do that. No more rattling of lumber or metal in the corner. No sound of fabric, no words, not even her breathing.
She came back to Sinclair, holding something, but Sinclair couldn't make out what it was. She put her hand to his chest, stilling him, though Sinclair didn't need to be told not to move. Above them, boots thumped, and voices became clearer.
"There's blood,"
a man said in thick Cockney.
"Drops of it, fresh."
"Down there." The Irish tones of James came through. "Another 20 quid if you make sure he's dead."
"A gentleman and a barrister,"
said a less thick voice, but still a working-class accent.
"Not bleeding likely. Having him crawl off to die after you knifed him is one thing. Shooting him deliberately is another."
"Fine. Just the girl, then."
"The girl I can do. Her father's been a pain in my fundament for years, and she's a nice bit of flesh."
Bertie's eyes were wide with rage.
"I'll give him a nice bit of flesh,"
she whispered. Sinclair managed to move his hand. His whole arm came alive, energy flowing through him.
"No, you start pounding on that wall. If we get trapped in here, we're done."
The banging would attract the men's attention, but they were going to check the cellar anyway. Bertie turned away, hoisting the bit of beam she'd found. Sinclair tried to swing up to help her, and found himself sitting down again. Bertie hurried to the wall. She looked at Sinclair before she drew back for the first stroke.
"When I said I loved you, I meant it, you know."
Sinclair's lips moved upward in a smile, his heart flooding with warmth.
"I mean it too."
Bertie's sunny smile beamed out at him. Then his beautiful, tender lady turned around and smacked the post into the wall with a resounding boom. As Bertie crashed the solid wooden beam into the plaster wall, another shout sounded upstairs, and their enemies started coming down. The door at the bottom of the stairs was locked and bolted, but they could break through. The only question was whether Bertie would, or even could, break through her wall first. Bits of plaster rained down from her onslaught, old whitewash flaking over her hair and gown like snow. Bertie was terrified, but also glowing with joy. "I mean it too." Cryptic words from her dual Scotsman, but Bertie knew how hard it had been for him to say that. Sinclair didn't love easily, but when he loved, he did it deeply. Bertie kept pounding as the door to the stairs started to splinter. She couldn't turn to see what Sinclair was doing. Every second counted. Devlin being too scrupulous or cautious to kill Sinclair didn't mean he wouldn't stand by and watch James do it. Sinclair was too injured to fight them all, and Bertie would never win against them. Which was stronger, a brick and plaster wall or a stout oak door? Bertie would soon find out. In her favour, the bricks were quite old, the mortar crumbling between them. The plaster soon broke under her onslaught, and then a brick fell through the wall to the other side. Bertie put her hands through and pulled the next brick down, praying that what she found behind those wasn't more bricks. She felt air. Foul-smelling air, to be sure, but air all the same. "I'm through!" She hit the bricks again, rewarded with more falling inward. "It's coming down!"
"So's the door,"
Sinclair said. He sounded stronger, but Bertie had seen enough victims of illness and injury who'd rallied before they'd died to take heart. She turned her head to look for him. Sinclair had managed to get himself off the cushions. He'd upended the small folding table and piled the sofa cushions on top of it, a barricade, but not a very good one.
"Go!"
Sinclair shouted at her, just as the door burst open, admitting men and bright lanterns. Sinclair had something bulky and black in his hand. There was a roar of noise, a flash, a stench of pistol shot. One of Devlin's henchmen cried out.
"You brought your pistol!"
Bertie shouted.
"Excellent observation,"
Sinclair said in his biting tones.
"Now get through there."
"I'm not leaving you."
"Yes, you are. Go before I shove you through with my foot on your backside."
The men in the room, blinded by their own lanterns and the gunshot, took a moment to readjust. Bertie knew that when they did, those who were armed would open fire.
"Bertie, damn you to hell!"
Sinclair started for her, which would leave him exposed, and Devlin was shouting at his men to douse their lanterns. Bertie dove through the opening. She'd done such a thing many times as a girl, throwing herself through windows for her dad or through holes in walls to escape the approaching bobbies.
She landed on a pile of bricks, mud, and slime, hearing the drip-drip of water from a pipe somewhere in the room. Light flared as a hand thrust a lamp at her, then the hand was gone. Bertie was alone in a cellar full of damp, rotted timbers and the beady eyes of rats. Behind her, noise filled the room she'd left, and voices. James's fury. "Get her!" Devlin, annoyed. "He's got a shooter, you daft Irish bastard." "How many bullets can he possibly have?" "5, Sinclair said clearly. "I have 5 left. There's 5 of you, and I'm a dead shot. Want to wager on me missing any of you?" Bertie froze, unable to move. By the light of her lamp, she saw that the cellar she stood in was small, and about an inch of water covered the floor. A wooden stair on the other side of the room led up to a door, locked, probably, though it looked flimsy. Had Devlin sent men around to the other side to wait for them to pop out? Possibly, but then would Devlin know which house it was? The Warrens around here were tricky. Sinclair was ready to shoot all those men and risk that he could before they shot him back. "Run!" Bertie's mind screamed at her. "Bring help!" That would be sensible, but her feet wouldn't move. If she went for help, she'd never be able to get back in time to save Sinclair. Devlin or James would have killed him by then. What do I do? What do I do? Bertie had only one weapon in her arsenal, the post she held. Unless she could command the rats to attack. Bertie had one giddy vision of the rats swarming in to terrorize Devlin before her eyes alighted on her second weapon. Sinclair fired, and another man grunted in pain. "Make him stop," James cried. "Damn your hide," Devlin snarled, though whether at Sinclair or James, Bertie couldn't tell. Bertie ran across the room and up the stairs. She didn't like rats, but she didn't fear them. They were simply trying to survive like the rest of London. The door at the top was closed fast, but as Bertie yanked at it, she found it was only latched. Another yank tore the latch from the wall on the other side, the piece of metal clinking onto a stone floor beyond. Bertie opened the door and peered into the passage. All was dark and quiet, but that did not mean the house wasn't inhabited. Bertie didn't much care at the moment. She raced down the stairs again and snatched up her lamp, rushing back toward the hole. Sinclair fired again. This time James shouted and cried out. Whether Sinclair had hit him fatally or only grazed him, Bertie couldn't tell, but she had no time for assessment. "I'm a dead shot," Sinclair had said with chilling conviction. Bertie scrambled back through the hole and grabbed Sinclair, who was crouching behind his barricade. The look on his face was that of a grim soldier who knew he would likely fall to his enemy, but who would take as many as he could down with him. He glared at Bertie when she tugged him, but she didn't wait to explain. Rising, she lifted her lamp high and threw it at their pursuers. Devlin swore, as did his one thug left standing. Bertie caught up the second lamp and tossed that one as well. The lamps were nearly empty, but there was enough kerosene in them to catch and burn. Sinclair rose. He fired another shot, then he grabbed the remaining lamp and tossed it into the blaze. It burst with a puff of flame, and then fire and smoke filled the tiny space. Sinclair's fingers latched around Bertie's arm, and he shoved her back toward the hole. Bertie paused a split second to snatch up her precious hat, then she climbed through. Sinclair followed, turning around to fire one more time before he dove after her. He landed and rolled as Bertie had, but instead of leaping to his feet, he groaned and slipped down to the muck. Bertie ran to him. She got under his arm and lifted him, half dragging him to the stairs. Behind them she heard Devlin yell, "To hell with this! Get up there and around! I want them!" Bertie pulled Sinclair up the rickety wooden stairs, praying they wouldn't give way. Sinclair tripped and staggered, his body heavy on Bertie's. She'd left the door open, and she reached it, but Sinclair fell at the top of the stairs. Sobbing, Bertie got him to his feet. He was half unconscious, snapping awake again as Bertie drew him into the hall beyond. She slammed the door, though there wasn't much point, and limped with Sinclair down the hall toward where she thought the front door must be. Halfway along, Sinclair stopped her. "Bertie."
His voice was a little stronger. He turned her to face him.
"Bertie, I love you.
Before Bertie could answer, he hauled her to him, every bit of gentleness gone, and kissed her. She was ground against him, Sinclair's hands hard on her, the kiss fierce, savage. He smelled of sweat and blood, fear and worry, but his mouth was a place of heat in the cold darkness. His teeth scraped her lips as he opened her mouth with his. Bertie sank her fingers into his coat, the hat she'd jammed on her head sliding sideways as Sinclair raked her hair from her face. If she let go of him, she knew she'd tumble into a mire of despair and never be free. Sinclair was her world now, and Bertie would hold on to him through madness and terror, up again into the light. The kiss turned deeper, as though Sinclair drew all his strength from Bertie. His strength fed her in turn, fires heating her in the bitter chill of this last day of the year. Sinclair grunted, faltering, and he broke the kiss. Bertie looked up to see pain in his eyes, his strength depleted, the strain of his wound taking the fight out of him. "We've got to go," she whispered. Sinclair put his hand under her chin, his fingers ice cold, and kissed her lips again.
"When you get outside, you run. Find Hart's man. He'll look after you."
Fear slashed through her. "I'm not leaving you." Sinclair shook his head.
"You have to, love. I can't move faster than a snail right now, a very slow snail."
"Then we'll be slow together. 2 is better than 1. I'm not a precious lady who won't dare soil her lily-white hands. I know how to kick and fight with the best of 'em."
Sinclair slanted her a look as he put his arm around her shoulders and leaned his weight on her.
"Are you sure you're not Scottish?"
"No, but I'm Cockney and we're pretty tough."
"You are, bless you."
Sinclair kissed her on her cheek, which sent her hat sliding again. Bertie righted it as she helped him down the hall. There was a door at the end, a large thing, bolted shut, but the bolts were fairly new, and a key rested in the lock. Bertie slid the bolts back, turned the key, and pulled open the door. Sinclair smiled grimly at her as they stumbled over the threshold, back into the unwelcoming streets. Chapter 27. Plenty of people were about, as well as carts, horses, and hawkers. The night had gone dark and icy cold. Lights flashed from carried lanterns, or trickled dimly from windows and lamps along the main street.
"This way,"
Bertie said. Sinclair leaned on her, having no idea where she was leading him, but he trusted her. He knew he'd fall over and expire before too long. Bertie was the only thing holding him up. She had more courage than any soldier he'd ever known, and a caring that left no one behind. The cold was brutal. Snow started to fall as they staggered along, ice under their boots. Sinclair's wound had ceased hurting, which he took to be a bad sign.
"There!"
Sinclair heard a man shout.
"Hell and damnation,"
Sinclair said.
"Bertie, go!"
Bertie gave him an anguished look, but she propped him up against a wall and gave him a nod. Tears wet her eyes, but she understood. Things were different out here. Plenty of people surrounded them. The thugs would have to gamble that someone on the street wouldn't come to Sinclair's aid, or Bertie's, while she raced to find Richards and Hart's pugilist. Another shout went up, but this one the denizens on the street responded to.
"Fire!"
Smoke billowed from the passage that led to Bertie's cellar. The walls and floor in there were all stone and plaster, without much to burn, but the wall of smoke was thick, the stench strong. One thing that could pull Londoners together was fire. Even the smallest blaze carried the danger of destroying half the city. The Great Fire of London 200 years ago had started not far from here, in fact. Devlin and his men got shoved aside as people began shouting for buckets and the fire brigade. Sinclair watched Bertie's grey feathered hat disappear into the throng. She could move, sliding through the crowd, in and out of openings no one else saw. He remembered watching her hat bob along like that the night he'd first seen her, as she disappeared after picking over her mark. Sinclair's heart swelled. His brave, strong, street-smart lady would outwit them all. Devlin was coming for him, as was James, still standing, though he moved unsteadily. James was truly a bastard. He'd coerced Daisy all those years ago, stealing away a spirited young woman and breaking her into tiny fragments. Sinclair thanked God he'd been able to rescue her from him. Now James wanted vengeance for that rescue, ready to hurt innocent Bertie and Sinclair's children to get it. Thoughts of Kat and Andrew, waiting at home under Mrs. Hill's care, galvanized him. Sinclair had asked fellows to make sure constables watched his home, so if anyone tried to slip in while he was gone, they'd be routed. Sinclair knew now that he'd live. He'd see his children again. He'd bring Bertie home to stay, and James would lose, again. The man was doomed to lose in the end, because his entire life was a lie. Truth, even ugly truth, always won. Shrill bells rang as the fire brigade and their terrifyingly large wagon and horses charged down the street. Devlin leapt out of its way just in time, becoming separated from his thugs. Sinclair used the opportunity to stagger down the street, caught up in the crowd like a piece of flotsam. When he drifted to a halt again, he saw Devlin look around, then throw up his hands in disgust. Devlin signalled to his henchmen, and they all disappeared down the street toward the river and more darkness. James spotted Sinclair. He came at him, his handsome face smeared with blood, soot, and grime, his eyes full of crazed anger. James knew his hired thugs had left him stranded, but it was apparent he didn't care. He rushed Sinclair, his knife flashing in the glare of lamplight. "Fucking Scottish pig!" he said, and struck. Sinclair had one bullet left in his gun. He fired. James's body jerked, but his anger didn't fade. The knife came down, and Sinclair dove wildly out of its way. The blow went slack as James fell, his body crumpling to a heap on the street. The crowd, rushing with buckets toward the fire, leapt over him or stepped right on him, never noticing. Sinclair managed to drop his pistol back into his pocket before his knees folded, and he slid to the ground next to James. He protected his head with his arms, but he'd be trampled just like James, nothing left but pale flesh ground into the mud. He couldn't see whether James was dead or alive. Blood flowed from the wounds Sinclair's Webley had made, and James didn't move. More people rushed past, bumping and buffeting Sinclair, all too worried about the fire to stop and find out if he was well. Didn't even take the time to try to rob him, Sinclair thought with ironic humour. He was losing strength again, the pain of the wound returning. He was wrong. Feeling the pain was worse. It made his head buzz, and the city recede again, taking Bertie with it.
"Sir!"
Harsh light flashed into Sinclair's face, and a strong hand caught him under the arm. Sinclair groaned and looked up into the sky-blue eyes of Macaulay, the gilly come to rescue his laird. Macaulay's freckled face and red hair seemed a long way up, and Sinclair understood now how Andrew felt when he looked up at the giant of a man. Another warmth came to Sinclair's other side. Bertie. She regarded him anxiously with her violet blue eyes. Her hat was straight on her head again, but her nose was covered in soot, which made him want to laugh.
"You are the most beautiful woman in the world,"
Sinclair said, and he did laugh. Laughter hurt, but he kept on as Macaulay and Bertie dragged him to another beautiful sight, his own carriage. Hart's pugilist and Richards reached out to help, and the four of them got Sinclair successfully decanted inside. Bertie climbed in after him. She landed beside Sinclair on the seat and gathered him into her arms as the carriage jerked forward. Outside, London clamoured, the fire brigade and London's citizens rushing to put out the blaze. Inside the coach, all was calm and sweet. Bertie cradled Sinclair against her soft bosom, and she kissed his lips, his face, his hair. She was crying, but Sinclair was too exhausted to try to figure out why. Bertie refused to leave Sinclair's side, no matter how often Macaulay, Mrs. Hill, and the surgeon told her to go to bed. She'd nurse Sinclair with her own two hands until he was better, she declared. She'd never give up on him. She watched anxiously as the surgeon Macaulay had fetched cleaned Sinclair's wound and stitched him up. The surgeon instructed Bertie how to wash the wound and change the dressing. Then he mixed up powders and a poultice to leave with her for him. Bertie mentioned Warburg's tincture, which Sinclair had used to dose Andrew, and the surgeon said it couldn't hurt. Sinclair lay deathly still throughout the procedure, not waking enough to take the morphine the surgeon had brought. The man finished, telling Bertie that when Sinclair woke, she should try to make him eat some broth to keep up his strength. The night was long. Sinclair tossed and moaned, his body heating and then breaking into a sweat. He pushed off the covers, then shivered, and Bertie and Macaulay patiently tucked him in again. Macaulay slept on the sofa in the study, and Mrs. Hill came in often. The children wanted to see their father, of course, but Mrs. Hill was keeping them away so they wouldn't disturb him or accidentally hurt him.
Less distressful for them, too, not seeing him like this,
Mrs. Hill said, entering near to midnight.
But they're still awake, and they'd benefit from seeing you, Miss Fraser.
Mrs. Hill gave her a pointed look, but Bertie shook her head.
I can't leave him.
Her eyes hurt from tears.
Not yet.
Mrs. Hill frowned. Then she smoothed Bertie's hair with a gentle hand.
I understand, dear, but they need you too.
Bertie knew she was right. Kat and Andrew must be frightened and worried, knowing their father was in danger of slipping away. Bertie couldn't make them face that alone.
I'll nip upstairs and make sure they're all right,
she said, and Mrs. Hill gave her an approving nod. Mrs. Hill sat down in Bertie's place, and Bertie hurried to her room, her legs weak with exhaustion. She washed her face and smoothed her hair, trying to enter the nursery with some show of confidence. Andrew threw himself at her, wrapping around her as soon as Bertie walked inside. Kat took Bertie's hand, squeezing hard. Kat looked different now that she no longer had the doll perpetually in the crook of her arm. She stood a little straighter, and some pain had gone from her eyes. The repaired doll sat on a shelf above Kat's bed, dressed in another of the gowns Sinclair had given Kat over the years, her cracked smile still benevolent.
"You'll save Papa, won't you, Bertie?"
Andrew demanded.
"Of course she will,"
Kat answered him.
"Just like she saved you and my dolly. She'll take good care of him."
Kat's voice was firm, that of a sister reassuring her younger brother, but the look she sent Bertie was anxious.
"Kat is right."
Bertie stroked Andrew's hair, which was the same colour as Sinclair's.
"I'll look after your dad proper, don't you worry."
"Macaulay told us he was in a battle,"
Andrew said.
"With guns and everything, like at Culloden."
"Not like that, Andrew,"
Kat said with a touch of her usual scorn.
"He was very brave."
Bertie shivered, remembering how she'd watched Sinclair collapse on the street, barely able to react to her and Macaulay when they came for him. He'd been bleeding again, blood staining his clothes, her gloves, and the seat of the carriage. Both children hugged her, then Kat withdrew and wiped tears from her face.
"You must go back and look after him, mustn't she, Andrew?"
Andrew squeezed his eyes shut and clung tighter to Bertie. Kat nudged him, and Andrew jumped.
"Yes, you must look after Papa,"
he said rapidly, as though Kat had made him rehearse the line.
"I'll take care of Andrew,"
Kat said.
"I'll put him to bed."
Andrew tried not to look dismayed. Bertie kissed both of them.
"Thank you. I'll promise I'll send for you the moment he's better."
Hours later, she feared the worst. Sinclair muttered in his sleep, shoving away the covers. Bertie changed his bandage, washing the wound, which felt hot. She couldn't make him wake enough to drink the tincture or the powders, so he only tossed more in pain. He finally quieted when the clocks were striking 5. Sinclair's skin was damp, but didn't feel roasting hot, and his breathing had become more even. Bertie curled up next to him, pulling the rumpled sheets over herself. She said a little prayer. Then her eyes would stay open no longer, and she slept. Sinclair woke, moved, and cursed. Pain ripped from his abdomen through to his spine, and he hissed a breath through his teeth. He relaxed slowly, making himself lie perfectly still. There, if he stayed just like this, the pain was only slightly excruciating. He heard soft breathing beside him and carefully turned his head. Bertie was next to him, her head pillowed on her arm, her eyes closed. Her hair was a mess, the curls on her forehead damp. Her nose was free of soot now, except for one tiny smudge, and her lips were parted in her sleep. If Sinclair didn't hurt so much and could move his body at all, he'd roll over and kiss those pretty red lips. Then he'd brush back her hair and slide on top of her, parting her legs to make sweet, deep love to her as the house slept around them. Sinclair did hurt, however, so all he could do was look at her. Not a bad thing. Firelight touched her throat, her dress open at the neck, and glinted on the chain of her locket. Safe. She was safe. James was dead or dying. Devlin would likely go after more lucrative game, and Geoffrey would be sent off to Dartmoor. Safety. Peace. Bertie had never known it, and Sinclair had taken a long time to learn it. He'd make sure Bertie had it for the rest of her days. He'd go on standing up in court, speaking for those who didn't know how to speak for themselves, helping the innocent and making a case against the guilty. He'd continue working toward being a judge, making old Monty and his committee happy enough to present him with a position on the bench. Then he'd come home to Bertie and his children every night. Idyllic. Sinclair knew, though, that he'd never stomach such an ordinary life for long. He'd clung to this routine only because it had helped him bury his grief. Being caught up in his work meant he'd never had to take grief out and look at it. He'd looked at it plenty in that basement with Bertie, when the men had come through the door, ready to kill her. Sinclair would make sure that never happened, and he'd live his life with her and his children to its fullest. He'd take them to this Christmas pantomime Bertie kept talking about, and then they'd go home to the Highlands for the rest of the holidays, back where he belonged. Sinclair could move his right hand without too much pain. He lightly smoothed Bertie's hair, loving the soft warmth of it. Bertie was life, and he wanted life with all his might. Bertie stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Her first puzzled look slowly dissolved, and a little smile moved her lips. Sinclair smiled back. Bertie's eyes widened, and she sat up straight. Her hand went to his forehead, then his face, then lightly landed on his chest. "You all right? How do you feel?"
"Bloody awful."
Sinclair winced at the croak that was his voice.
"What about you? Throwing fireballs and breaking through walls like a warrior woman. I'll wager Boadicea is an ancestor of yours, though I wager she was never as pretty."
Bertie's cheeks went red. "You're a charmer, ain't you? Bet you won't be so charming while I'm changing your bandage." Bertie sat up, reaching for a pile of cloth on the bedside table. Sinclair rumbled a laugh.
"I was never a good patient, lass, but I won't promise not to seduce you while you're nursing me, with the understanding that I can't carry out anything I suggest until I can move again."
Sinclair's breath went out of him as he twitched the wrong way.
"Bloody hell."
"You lie still." Bertie grabbed the bandages and hurried around the bed. "I'll try not to hurt you." She started for the basin in the corner, then halted, her back quivering, and swung around again. "Blast it all, I thought I'd lose you for sure." Tears trickled down her cheeks as she rushed back to him, leaned over him in the bed, and wrapped her arms carefully around him. Warm goodness. Sinclair lifted his stronger hand and threaded it through her hair, gently pulling her head back so he could kiss her. This he could do, kissing, without pain, as long as he didn't move too much. Bertie eased away and touched his face. "Thank you for staying alive." Sinclair tried a smile, though in his heart he was thanking God, Bertie, and his stubborn constitution for not letting him slip away.
"Just wait until I'm better, Vixen,"
he said.
"I'll show you what I've been dreaming about all night, what I'd do right now if I wasn't in debilitating pain."
"Yeah?" Bertie's word was soft, but her eyes danced with laughter. "Well, maybe I'll show you what I've been dreaming about you." Sinclair's heart beat faster, heat creeping into his body, which had been cold too long.
"Then we'll plan an assignation."
Sinclair caressed Bertie's face, loving her soft skin, her smile, the beautiful eyes that had snapped Sinclair out of his prison of grief weeks ago and set him on the path to the world again. Bertie grinned at him. "Too right," she said. "I look forward to it." Chapter 28. After a week, Sinclair was able to rise from his bed and move about, regaining more of his strength. Bertie watched him anxiously, and so did his children, not to mention Mrs. Hill, Macaulay, the maids, Peter, the cook, and the coachman. Sinclair began to growl that he didn't need to be mollycoddled, but they refused to leave him be. Inspector Fellows and his sergeant paid Sinclair a visit in the second week, and Sinclair invited Bertie to stay and listen to what Fellows had to say. Sergeant Pierce looked uncertain about her being there, but Sinclair knew she'd played an integral part in bringing James down. She deserved to be in the room. Besides, Sinclair simply liked her near.
"James Maloney survived your shot," the inspector said, his voice as dry as ever. "A resilient man he is, but he has much ill will from those in the East End. A number of witnesses have come forward to claim they saw him pursuing you, stabbing you, tackling you, and numerous other things. Some went into flights of fancy of things he couldn't possibly have done. The word has gone out, apparently, that Maloney is to fall, and East End dwellers are required to speak up."
"Devlin, possibly," Bertie said. "He doesn't like me or my father, but he hates outsiders even more, especially ones who get him into trouble. He must have decided James's money wasn't worth it and turned against him instead."
"Bertie has many friends as well," Sinclair said.
"True," Fellows said.
"We can bang up Maloney for assault, attempted kidnapping, paying a known criminal, coercion, and numerous other things. Possibly also for causing you anguish through the letters, though we might have a devil of a time proving that. However, with the things Miss Fraser happened to find inside Mr. Maloney's coat, we can tie him to other confidence games and blackmail. Seems he had several identities, and papers connecting him to victims in France, England, and Prussia. I'm enjoying going through them."
Fellows smiled one of his rare smiles. He did love catching a crook.
"Make sure he stays put this time,"
Sinclair said in his deep rumble.
"I don't want him turning up again, trying to make my life and my family's lives a misery." "No fear," Fellows said. "My case will be very solid against him, and I'll use my influence to get the best prosecutor there is. I'm sorry that barrister can't be you, but you'll make a very good witness." "That will indeed be a pleasure,"
Sinclair said.
"as long as my late wife's name and Bertie's stay out of it."
"Since I don't have hard evidence that he sent the letters," Fellows said,
"that won't come up. Trust me, he's done plenty else to fix himself. He's a charmer, but juries don't like tricksters. They'll all have been fooled at one time or another, or know someone who has, and I'm sure they'll see to it that this one, at least, gets his just deserts."
Fellows left soon after, happy to get back home to his wife and put together his case. The next visitor to gain entrance was Sinclair's brother-in-law, Edward. Again Bertie was present, though she wasn't certain she wanted to be for this meeting. Edward put her back up too quickly. Then again, she'd rather be there to make sure he didn't make Sinclair worse. Sinclair received Edward in his study. Sinclair wore an informal suit, his abdomen bulked by bandages, and he didn't rise from the sofa when Edward came in. Bertie had been reading Sinclair's correspondence out to him, making notes on what he wanted to say in reply. She remained at his desk, pen poised, as the irritating Edward entered. Edward swept his gaze over her, then fixed it on Sinclair, looking him up and down.
"I heard you were in a brawl," Edward said coldly. "Somewhere in the gutter. Defending her honour, were you?"
Sinclair gave Edward his stern barrister's stare.
"If you don't keep a civil tongue about Miss Fraser, I'll be defending her honour against you, and winning."
"I don't brawl," Edward said. He sniffed.
"I don't care,"
Sinclair said with his impatient growl.
"If you continue to insult her, I'll come off this couch and punch you in the nose. What do you want?"
"To see how you are, of course." "Oh, of course," Bertie thought. "Come to kick a man when he's down, more like."
"I appreciate your concern,"
Sinclair said.
"You may go now."
"I was mostly worried about the children," Edward said, ignoring him. "With you an invalid, my wife and I think it best that we take over the caring of them. Arrange Andrew's school, find Katrina a proper governess."
You may visit them at holidays, of course. I've consulted a solicitor who assures me such a thing is logical and feasible. They have no mother, and their father is unfit to take care of them. They will be well provided for by me."
Sinclair sat still and listened until Edward finished. How Sinclair didn't come off the couch with a roar, Bertie didn't know.
"I've consulted a solicitor as well,"
Sinclair said in his reasonable voice, though Bertie heard the bite of fury behind it.
"As you know, I am acquainted with many. While it's common for families to take in the children of sisters and brothers, it is entirely the father's and mother's choice if the parents are alive and competent. Since Margaret is no longer with us, I'll have to speak for her. No, my children will not live with you, Edward. I'll not have Cat and Andrew turned into stiff-necked prigs who need a pulley system in order to bow their heads. I have already ensured that if I shuffle off this mortal coil before my children are of age, either my brothers, Elliot, Patrick, or Stephen, or my sister Ainsley will have care of them. My brothers and sister all have plenty of money and good social standing, and you'll never need to worry about Cat and Andrew with them."
Edward's face suffused with red. "I'll not have my sister's children associated with Mackenzies."
"Why not? My sister is deliriously happy, and her children are well cared for."
Sinclair sat up straighter. He didn't wince, but Bertie saw the lines around his mouth tighten.
"You aren't concerned for your niece and nephew, Edward. You're worried about your own standing. Margaret embarrassed you by running off to find some happiness, and you want to shove Cat and Andrew back into the Davies mould to show the world that your way is right. Sod you, and your wife too. My children are mine, and they're staying with me."
"To become indolent little layabouts?" Edward asked. "There's also some question I've always known about whether you married my sister correctly or not."
"I'll show you the license if you doubt."
Sinclair's voice hardened.
"The marriage was true. I'd think you'd not be so hasty to bastardize your own niece and nephew, but I've decided to make you happy."
Sinclair sank back, keeping his gaze firmly on Edward.
"Your main objection seems to be that my children are being educated at home. I'll have you know that at Easter, Andrew will be starting at Harrow, and Cat has been enrolled in Miss Pringle's Select Academy, one of the best schools for girls in the country. She'll begin at Easter as well."
Edward blinked in surprise, then shot a sharp look at Bertie. Bertie regarded him calmly, the revelation no surprise to her. Sinclair had discussed it with her, and Cat and Andrew, at length. Cat had asked most of all to take drawing lessons. She'd shown Bertie a few more of her astonishing pictures, and she'd shyly agreed to let her Uncle Mac see some of them. Mac had looked at them, been quietly stunned, and told Cat she had the beginnings of great talent, which had sealed Cat's decision to go to Miss Pringle's and study with the best teachers she could.
"And Miss Fraser?" Edward asked.
"My children will no longer need a governess. Will all that keep you from running to my house every fortnight, or your wife accosting me in tea rooms?"
Edward still looked surprised, but he wasn't the sort of man to not find something to be annoyed about.
"I suppose it will have to do,"
he said sourly.
"You may, of course, visit the children on holidays and for school treats,"
Sinclair said. Edward made a sound like a grunt and gave Sinclair a stiff nod.
"Very well, then. Good day."
He turned around and walked out of the room to find Macaulay standing slap outside the door holding Edward's hat and coat. Edward was uncomfortable with Macaulay, it was clear, as he cringed away from the big Scotsman. Macaulay herded Edward toward the stairs, nearly chasing him with the coat and hat.
"Close the door, Bertie."
Sinclair sank back to the cushions, sounding tired. Bertie left the desk and shut the door, but her anger wasn't assuaged. "He has no call to come here and berate you while you're feeling poorly." Bertie looked at the door, picturing Edward fleeing down the stairs. "No wonder your Daisy ran away from him." Sinclair grunted a laugh.
"I fully understood the first time I met him. She'd simply picked the wrong man to run off with at first."
"She was lucky to find you," Bertie said. She left the door and came to stand in front of the sofa. "Something I've been meaning to ask you. Now that Cat and Andrew are going away and they won't need a governess." She drew a breath. "I'd like to stay on. I can help you write letters, like today.
or help Mrs. Hill, or be the cook's assistant, or black the boots. I'm not particular."
Sinclair watched her without changing expression.
"Why do you want to stay on in my poky house? There's a large world out there. I thought you wanted to see it."
Bertie swallowed, a little pain in her heart.
"Because, truth to tell, I've got nowhere to go. With Mrs. Lang moved in with my dad, there's not much room for me. Not that I want to go back to him at all. If I can't stay here, then can you at least help me be governess for one of your brothers? Or housekeeper or cook's assistant?"
Sinclair let her finish without interrupting, but he watched her closely.
"No, Bertie. I won't get you a place in one of my brother's houses. I think you should stay on here. In what capacity? That we must discuss."
Bertie's heart beat faster.
"I agree, we should discuss it. At length."
Sinclair looked her over, a much more welcome scrutiny than what his brother-in-law had given her. Then he laid his head back and closed his eyes.
"The first thing we should talk about is your clothes."
"My clothes?"
Bertie glanced down at her dark grey dress, a new one to replace the frock sadly torn on her East End adventure.
"What's wrong with my clothes?"
"You'll need more of them. Much more."
Sinclair opened his eyes a slit, humour sparkling in them.
"A wedding dress first, I think. Have my sister and sisters-in-law find something you'll be so beautiful in I'll forget all my lines when we're standing in front of the vicar."
Bertie's breath deserted her. The room spun around, as had the ballroom when they danced, whirling faster and faster until she couldn't think.
"Sinclair McBride,"
she said, her voice scratchy.
"You open your eyes and look at me."
Sinclair did, a grin spreading across his handsome face.
"Are you asking me to marry you?"
she demanded. Sinclair shrugged.
"Wedding gown, church, vicar, vows. If we put it all together, I believe that's exactly what I am saying."
He lost every bit of indifference and pinned her with a sharp look.
"What answer will you give, Miss Fraser? Remember, you're under oath."
"Damn and blast you!"
Bertie got herself across the room to him, her shaking legs threatening to collapse under her. She knelt beside him on the sofa, being careful of his wound.
"Are you sure? We're not exactly the same, you and me."
"Thank God,"
Sinclair said fervently.
"The women pushed at me are wooden, expressionless, and afraid to say yes or no without permission. You're forthright, honest, courageous, full of life. And my children love you. I love you. I remember telling you that before we ran out to meet our Maker."
Sinclair put his large hand on her cheek, his fingers warm, the chill of his injury gone.
"I love you, Roberta Fraser, my Bertie."
Bertie felt herself floating.
"I love you too,"
she whispered.
"Then marry me. Marry me, and to hell with them all."
Bertie nodded, a lump in her throat so tight she couldn't speak. Sinclair's grey eyes were free of emptiness, the bleakness gone. The pieces of the broken man were back together again, Sinclair ready to take on the world. They'd face it together. Bertie put her hand in his and drew herself up to kiss him. Sinclair cradled her head and kissed her back, his lips strong on hers, mouth seeking. The kiss went on, happiness flushing Bertie as she realized exactly what was happening. She would marry Sinclair and be his wife, have his warm body beside her for all her days. She eased back from the kiss and looked into his eyes, her heart in her smile.
"Yes, I'll marry you, Mr. McBride."
Hooray! The door, which Bertie was certain she'd shut, swung open and banged into the bookcase behind it. Andrew ran in, shouting the word. Kat followed him, her eyes alight with more excitement than Bertie had ever seen in her.
"Papa is going to marry Bertie,"
Andrew announced at the top of his voice. He ran out into the hall, yelled it again, then dashed back inside.
"Bertie's going to be our mum."
"We heard you, Andrew," Kat said with big sisterly annoyance. Sinclair held his hand out to them.
"Come here, you two. Give Bertie a kiss."
Andrew flew at them, flinging himself into Bertie's lap. The sofa suddenly became very crowded as Kat joined them. Andrew kissed Bertie's, then his father's cheek. Then he drew back and gave Sinclair a manly handshake. Kat hugged Bertie.
"Thank you,"
she whispered. Bertie gathered her in.
"My pleasure, sweetie."
"We'll adjourn to Scotland,"
Sinclair said,
"and marry there, in our home in the Highlands."
He let out a long breath, then gave Bertie a look that was so loving she feared she'd burst into tears.
"I can recover well there, with you all running around making noise. We'll invite the whole McBride clan and throw in the Mackenzies too."
"Hooray!" Andrew shouted again. Sinclair winced at the piercing sound, but he stretched out his arm to encompass Bertie and Andrew too.
"Nothing I can't do without my family."
"And what a family!" Bertie laughed again. "Cheeky and loud, always arguing or pestering you about something."
"If they were quiet and meek, I'd know something was wrong."
Sinclair sat up.
"Now go on. Start packing. We're off."
Andrew cheered again. He scrambled off the chaise and headed for the door. Kat gave Bertie another hug, then Sinclair, and ran after her brother. There was more spring in her step, a flush of happiness on her face.
"What a family,"
Sinclair repeated Bertie's words. He drew her close.
"What a wife I've chosen. You're going to give me merry hell, aren't you?"
"That I am." Bertie sank into the curve of Sinclair's arm and raised her face to him for another kiss. "You ain't getting away with nothing, Mr. Basher McBride."
"I wouldn't want it to be otherwise,"
Sinclair said softly. Then he kissed her, and Bertie lost herself in his warmth. Epilogue. The wedding photo showed Bertie in white, a lace veil trickling to her hips, a large smile on her face. Sinclair stood ramrod straight next to her, holding her arm and trying to look dignified. Katrina sat in a chair in front of the happy couple, with Andrew standing beside it, a large dog sitting next to him. The dog was a present from Ian and Beth Mackenzie, a puppy from their estate who'd grown gangly and unruly. Andrew had fallen in love with him on the Christmas visit, and so the dog joined Bertie and Sinclair on their journey to Sinclair's Highland home. It was March, the Highlands just showing the light green of spring. Bertie loved Sinclair's house the moment she saw it. A large 3-story stone structure, it had been built in the late 18th century, as Kilmorgan had been, but it was about 1/10 Kilmorgan's size, which was fine with Bertie. The house was plenty big to her, and she didn't want to rattle around and not be close to Sinclair or the children. The walls were plain stone with tall windows and red-painted shutters, dormer windows peeking out from the slate roof. The house sat on the banks of a pale blue loch, with green hills rising around it. Farms filled the valley around the village, as did pastures full of sheep. Fat cows with long hair falling over their faces wandered about, even into the streets of the village and the front door of Sinclair's house. Ospreys soared across the loch, and bubbles did indeed boil in the middle of the water. Bertie and Andrew would have to watch for their very own monster. The wedding was held at the chapel near the village, with the McBrides, Stephen and his wife Rose, who was expecting, Juliana and Elliot with Elliot's daughter Preeti and their year-old son Patrick, and the older Patrick McBride with his wife Rona. The Mackenzies were in attendance, from Hart to Ian, with their wives and growing brood of children. Inspector Fellows and Lady Louisa also came, Fellows hovering protectively around Louisa and their newborn daughter, who'd come to them in February. Daniel Mackenzie, filling out more every time Bertie saw him, arrived with Ainsley and Cameron. 20 years old now, he was full of energy and plans for his future. The revelry began at the wedding breakfast and lasted all day and into the night. Sinclair told Bertie the festivities would go until morning. Fiddlers and drummers came from the village to play lively Scottish tunes, and the company danced. Bertie didn't know the dances, but Sinclair pulled her into them, teaching her as they went. Daniel also helped, his exuberance nearly knocking Bertie off her feet. She danced with almost all the gentlemen, Elliot, Stephen, even Patrick, Cameron, Mac, Daniel again. Hart never joined in, they told her, although Bertie caught him with Eleanor in the hall, the two circling around each other in their own private waltz. Ian didn't dance either, but he watched Beth and his children take part, the look on his face one of pure love. Bertie sat out with Ian when she was exhausted, Sinclair walking Ainsley into another circle. Ian's gaze rested on Beth as she danced with Daniel, Beth laughing, her cheeks pink as Danny swung her around. "I did what you told me," Bertie said to Ian over the music. "I stayed." Ian glanced at her, taking in her ivory gown, minus the veil now. Bertie thought he'd speak, but he turned back to his wife and the dancers. "You might not remember," Bertie went on. "You took me aside when Andrew got hurt and told me I should stay with them. It was good advice. I took it to heart."
"I remember."
Ian's words broke through hers. Bertie waited, but Ian was finished. "I understand now," Bertie said. "I know you meant that they needed me to look after them, but I need them too. It goes both ways." Ian glanced at her, as though he had no idea why she kept speaking to him. The matter was closed. "I just wanted to say thanks," Bertie said. "You made me think. I'm grateful is all."
"You love them."
The statement was bold, flat, brooking no argument. Bertie's gaze went to Sinclair, his light hair glinting in the lamplight as blonde as his sister's. He was graceful for a large man, his kilt swaying enticingly as he danced. "You're right about that," Bertie said. "I love them with all my might." Ian waited a long moment before he spoke again.
"A few years ago, I would have asked how you knew you loved them. Now I don't have to."
His gaze went to Beth again, and Bertie saw his world adjust. Bertie felt the same adjustment when she looked at Sinclair. Her world had been chaotic, sometimes frightening, but always uncertain. Sinclair was certainty, but not dullness, never that. Sinclair caught her eye as he spun Ainsley by the waist and joined the main circle again, and he grinned at her. It was a smile of gratitude and love, as well as one of sinful promise. They hadn't had much time to be alone since they'd arrived, although late last night Sinclair had entered Bertie's bedroom and made swift and silent love to her. They'd had to be quiet as the house around them was filled, but the heat of the encounter was still with her. The dance ended. Ian immediately left the corner to find Beth. Sinclair led Ainsley back to her husband, who was deep in conversation with Elliot, and came for Bertie.
"There's a Scottish tradition of the clan waiting outside the bedroom door for the groom to deflower his bride,"
he said to her,
"with much drinking and shouting to go with it."
Bertie faltered. "Oh dear."
"I told my brothers and the clan Mackenzie they'd better not try it, so they'll want to cheer us to our bedroom unless we can get away before they notice."
"Yes, let's." Bertie's face burned. "Please." Sinclair gave her a quick kiss on the lips, which elicited a shout from the dancers. They were certainly being watched.
"You go first. Make an excuse to anyone who sees you. I'll join you. Be casual."
"Oh, you know I'm very good at slipping away." Bertie winked at him. "Raised to it, I was." Sinclair laughed.
"You are so beautiful."
Bertie warmed. "Flatterer." He kissed the tip of her nose.
"Until then."
Sinclair drifted off, allowing himself to be caught by his friends and brothers-in-law. Bertie talked and laughed with the ladies a few minutes, then excused herself to go to the necessary. She declined any company, saying she could find her way in her own house. Once she'd left the ballroom, she ducked into a side passage and nipped up a set of stairs. The bedroom she'd share with Sinclair was on the first floor, a suite that took up one corner of the house. A lovely place with a view of the loch. The hall was dim, but the sitting room outside the bedroom was lit, as was the bedroom itself. Bertie shut the door and stood for a moment in the middle of the chamber, letting out her breath. Her body hummed, all the dancing, laughter, and tiredness catching up to her. She was married. Mrs. Sinclair McBride. She could scarce believe it. Kat and Andrew would be her own children, a ready-made family. Bertie sat down, running her hands along the finery of her ivory skirt. The Mackenzie and McBride ladies had once again enjoyed themselves transforming Bertie from her plain governess attire to a Cinderella gown. Bertie lifted the layers of silk and tulle and the petticoats beneath, stripping off her stockings while she waited for her Prince Charming. He came in not long later, closing and locking the bedroom door. He leaned against it, letting out a breath of relief.
Thought I'd never get away. The Mackenzie and McBride men are all madly in love with their wives. You'd think they'd let me be alone with mine.
They love to tease, your family does.
They're your family now too, Sinclair said darkly. I'm not sure whether to congratulate you or express sympathy.
I don't mind. I've always wanted a big family. Bertie rose, took hold of his broad hand, and placed it on her lower abdomen. Which will become bigger soon. Sinclair gazed down at her in no surprise at all, his palm warm through the fabric.
I wondered when you would tell me.
Bertie scowled. Oh, blast you, I was hoping you'd fall down in a dead faint. Who told you?
No one.
Sinclair's shrug was maddening.
I'm good at observing people. I know what it means when a woman is ill in the mornings, then eats like a horse the rest of the day.
A horse? Bertie planted her hands on her hips. What do you mean, a horse? She deflated. You're probably right. I'm always hungry now. I'm going to be enormous.
I hope so. I want you and our son or daughter healthy.
Sinclair lost his smile and stepped close to her.
I'd forgotten what it was to be happy, Bertie. Truly happy all the way through. Thank you for putting the laughter back into my life.
Bertie rested her hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating beneath. No flutters as when he couldn't breathe, no strange pounding as when he'd been fevered. When I first saw you, she said, I wanted more than anything to make you smile. Sinclair rewarded her with one now.
And you've been doing it ever since.
Bertie let her hand stray down his abdomen to his kilt. Looks like you're doing more than smiling.
You think I can help it?
Sinclair rested his hands on her shoulders, fingers gripping.
I'm with my beautiful wife, in her wedding dress on my wedding night. I'm drunk and happy, but not insensible.
Bertie squeezed the very hard thing beneath his kilt. I can see that. Feel it, rather.
No more talking.
Sinclair leaned close.
I make my living talking. Tonight, I just want you.
You have me, Bertie whispered. Forever. Love you, Sinclair.
That you can say over and over again.
He nuzzled her.
I love you too, Bertie.
Bertie again told Sinclair she loved him as he slowly stripped off first her beautiful clothes, then his. She said it when he lifted her to the bed and knelt in front of her to kiss his way down her body, and again as he leaned forward and drank her, firelight kissing his bare back and the gold of his hair. Sinclair laid her on the bed, rising over her, his cock hard against her thigh, while he took her breast in his mouth, licking, suckling. Bertie said, I love you, when he slid himself inside her, his eyes intent on hers, and she said it once more when he began the rocking motion that sealed them together. She cried it when ecstasy lifted her higher than had the dancing and the fact that she was his wife. Bertie murmured it in a low voice when Sinclair collapsed onto her, gathering her against his sweat-sheened body. He kissed her face, her hair, her throat, and Bertie whispered it to him.
I love you too, Bertie.
Sinclair answered every time.
I love you.
They lay together, curled into each other, one, complete. This concludes Rules for a Proper Governess by Jennifer Ashley. Narrated by Angela Daw. Copyright 2014 by Jennifer Ashley. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with the Berkeley Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Group USA, LLC, a Penguin Random House company, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.